Chapter 2. The kitchen knife. Yan Xuehuai was roused from her slumber by a piercing scream. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a woman, frantically wielding a kitchen knife, descending upon the man before her with savage intent. "I will kill you. I will kill you. How dare you bully my daughter?" The weight of her eyelids felt insurmountable, and her body was enveloped in an unbearable heat, as if she were being scorched alive. Her throat betrayed her, rendering her voiceless. Was this a dream? Or had she been transported to the underworld? Who was this woman? Could it be that she was finally recalling those long-buried memories? She needed to discern the woman's face, to commit it to memory. Yan Xuehuai bit down hard on her tongue, the pain jolting her into full awareness. This was no dream, nor was it the realm of the dead. The woman's hoarse cries, the man's blood gushing forth, everything was painfully real. They were in a dilapidated temple, where the wooden idol in the shrine had long since vanished, leaving no trace of the deity once worshipped there. Not far off lay an overturned earthen pot, rice porridge strewn across the ground. The woman was frail and emaciated, her face glistening, though it was unclear whether it was sweat or tears. Her eyes burned with a crimson hue, reminiscent of a mother beast fiercely guarding her young. Behind the flickering flames of the fire pit stood several figures, their faces painted with shock and terror. The man on the ground was tattered and powerless, utterly defenseless. She had committed murder. This woman had taken a life. Seize her. Quickly. A few burly men surged forward, one of them brandishing a half-burned log from the fire, striking at the woman's back. Sparks ignited her clothing, prompting her to whirl around, glaring at the pack of vicious thugs. "Quick, burn her alive, leave the girl. While the child is still alive, hasten to indulge, damn it. I haven't tasted a woman's essence in years." The brazen men, emboldened by lust, lunged towards the woman whose body was engulfed in flames, attempting to seize the kitchen knife from her grasp. The woman, having just slain a man, was rendered powerless by fear and fatigue, and despite her efforts to resist, she was subdued by the two ruffians. The knife clattered to the ground, and one of the men bent down to retrieve it, only to be outpaced by a small hand that snatched it up. It was the ailing little girl, on the brink of death. On the narrow path behind the dilapidated temple, three riders approached at a gallop. Suddenly, the leader, a young lad, yanked the reins sharply. Through the crumbling wall of the temple, he beheld a frail figure wielding a knife against a man across from her. It was the little girl. The flickering flames illuminated her unsteady steps as she summoned the last of her strength to strike. The man, caught off guard, was grazed by her blow, blood streaming down his arm. The two men, momentarily startled, had never anticipated that the ailing child would dare to take a life. As their grip faltered, the woman broke free, disregarding the burns searing her back. She lunged toward her daughter, seizing the kitchen knife and shielding the girl like a hen protecting her chicks. The attendant on horseback sighed, lowering his voice, "Seventh Master, we cannot involve ourselves in such matters. Consider your standing. We must not sacrifice the greater for the lesser." The young man bit his lip, suddenly dismounted, and strode purposefully toward the dilapidated temple. "Seventh Master, we cannot proceed. Xuehuai's soldiers are nearby. Should we be discovered?" Before the attendant could finish his sentence, the atmosphere within the dilapidated temple shifted. A dozen soldiers stormed in, encircling the group gathered by the fire. A figure stepped into the ruined sanctuary, moving with a grace and steadiness reminiscent of a mountain, yet his gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk. He surveyed the individuals within the temple and commanded in a deep voice, "Attack." After a few startled cries, the three ruffians who sought to harm the mother and daughter lay lifeless on the ground, alongside their comrades slain by the woman. The remaining assailants were swiftly rendered unconscious and tossed out of the temple. The youth outside had already halted his advance. His attendant gasped softly, whispering in a tone only audible to the three of them, "It is Xuehuai." The young man remained silent, turning to ascend the slope. Mounting his steed with a decisive gesture, he pointed at the loquacious attendant and instructed, "You stay behind. Find a way to deliver the medicine you brought to the mother and daughter." The attendant, taken aback, protested with a furrowed brow, "Seventh Master, that medicine was brought to you by the princess." Before he could finish, the youth had already galloped away. His companion clapped him on the shoulder with a sympathetic expression, "Speak less next time." Without hesitation, he mounted his horse and pursued the youth, leaving the attendant standing in the chaotic wind. Li Qingyang clutched the kitchen knife tightly, her grip so forceful that her fingers turned pale. Blood adorned her face and body, some of it belonging to others, and some to herself. "Put down the knife," a soldier bellowed. Yet, Li Qingyang seemed oblivious to his command. The searing pain from her burned back urged her to straighten her spine with determination. These individuals wield weapons. They are capable of murder, and can inflict harm upon her daughter. She cannot relinquish the knife, nor can she succumb, for as long as she draws breath. She must shield her daughter behind her. Xuehuai narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the woman before him. She appeared frail and weak, likely lacking any martial prowess. The young girl, barely 14 or 15, swayed slightly as she stood, evidently unwell. Moments ago, outside the dilapidated temple, they had witnessed a group of ruffians intent on assaulting the mother and daughter, while none of the destitute souls within the temple had stepped forth to assist. Although the mother and daughter could fight desperately, had Xuehuai not fortuitously passed by, their fates would surely have been dire. Do not be afraid. I am Duke Xuehuai, and they are soldiers of the Great Way. Those who bully women and children have already been executed. You are safe now. Duke Xuehuai? Soldiers of the Great Way? Safe now, they are indeed safe. The man's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with the authority of a higher station, akin to the solemnity of a bell tolling at dusk, gradually calming Li Qiuliang's tumultuous emotions. From behind her came her daughter's tender voice. Put down the knife. That man is an official. He will not trouble us. Li Qiuliang's taut body finally relaxed, and with a loosening grip, the kitchen knife clattered to the ground. A soldier stepped forward to retrieve it. Startled by the sudden movement, Li Qiuliang instinctively reached out to reclaim it, but Yan Xuehuai quickly grasped her sleeve. Only then did Li Qiuliang realize and stammer, that knife is a family heirloom. Yan Xuehuai felt a sense of helplessness. Her mother, decisive and unyielding, could forsake her own life, yet hesitated to part with a kitchen knife. That knife, stained with blood, was no longer needed. She gently patted Li Qiuliang's hand, offering quiet consolation. The interaction between mother and daughter evoked a silent sigh from Xuehuai. Were it not for the chaos of these troubled times, this mother would merely be an ordinary woman, cooking and tending to her home, relishing the simple joys of life. Yet now, she was compelled to wield the knife originally meant for culinary purposes to protect her daughter and herself. Where are you headed? What about the others in your family? Xuehuai inquired. Li Qiuliang, momentarily taken aback, replied, the family name is Yan. We must go to the new capital. My family has already set out ahead. My daughter fell ill and was left behind, and to our misfortune, we were pursued by those wicked men all the way to this dilapidated temple. I am profoundly grateful for your rescue, my lord. As she spoke, Li Qiuliang pulled Yan Xuehuai down to kneel and bow in gratitude. Xuehuai furrowed his brow. It was disheartening to think that, due to the daughter's illness, the rest of the family had abandoned them on the road, showing no concern. The Prince of Yu had risen in rebellion with unstoppable momentum, and the Empress Dowager, along with the newly enthroned young emperor, had relocated the capital northward. The new capital referred to by the woman was formerly known as Pingcheng, now the new capital of the Great Wei dynasty. Xuehuai could not recall any official with the surname Yan in the court. Perhaps they were merely common folk. Although he was unaware of the family's background, he found himself harboring a tinge of disdain for them. He instructed his attendant, find a doctor to tend to their wounds. That young girl is still unwell and should be examined as well. Let them join our convoy to the capital. The extinguished bonfire blazed anew, casting a warm glow. Yan Xuehuai was nestled in a corner of the dilapidated temple, cradled by Li Qiuliang. Her body radiated heat, yet her heart found tranquility. In her recollection, she had never been so close to another. This sensation was unfamiliar yet profoundly delightful, akin to a dream. As her eyelids grew heavier, drowsiness overcame her, and she slipped into a haze, oblivious to her surroundings and reluctant to awaken. The physician has arrived. Outside the crumbling temple, the booming voice of a soldier resonated, an echo of battlefield habits, unconcerned for the presence of the duke within. Li Qiuliang, worn and weary, had barely closed her eyes when the sounds from outside jolted her awake. In an instant, sleep fled, and she hastily pushed herself upright. The garment on her back had been scorched by the flames, and now she wore a coarse, travel-worn cloth that chafed against her wounds, eliciting beads of cold sweat. She staggered momentarily before regaining her footing. The army of Prince Yu had already captured Hang City, mere steps away from the old capital. In this light, the relocation of the capital appeared to be the only prudent decision made by the Empress Dowager in the past decade. Xuehuai turned to his companion, Hao Chong, and instructed, relay the orders. We shall resume our journey in 2 hours. The messenger dashed out of the temple, colliding with the physician and his apprentice. The physician, with his white hair and stooped posture, labored with every step, gasping for breath. Were it not for the support of his vigorous apprentice, he might have collapsed along the way. Xuehuai happened to glance up just then, Observing the physician's frail condition, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there no other physician available?" Xuehuai sighed, reflecting on the daunting distance of over 4,000 miles separating him from the troops of King Yu, with the formidable Yangtze River lying in between. Even if the imperial army were utterly ineffectual, they could barely sustain themselves for a year or two. However, as he journeyed northward, he encountered a populace in despair, plagued by rampant banditry. The court's decision to relocate during such a crisis was understandable, yet it failed to reassure the people, instead instilling a sense of dread among them. Greedy officials seized the opportunity to amass wealth, while ruthless bandits terrorized the common folk. The local governors not only neglected their duties, but also covertly sent their families and riches to the new capital. Witnessing the flight of officials, the populace feared the worst, believing the Great Way was doomed. Some fled to the new capital, while others resorted to desperate measures, engaging in lawless enterprises, robbing officials' families, and vandalizing shops. A young girl lay feverish, coughing. "If only we could summon a doctor soon. Delaying any longer may cost her life. You are fortunate to encounter an old man like me. I shall not perish easily." The aged physician's voice, punctuated by his own coughs, intermittently resonated. Hao Chong furrowed his brow, concerned that the two subordinates he dispatched to fetch the doctor might be deaf. The old man appeared on the brink of death himself. How could he possibly treat others? Hao Chong glanced at Xuehuai, who was engrossed in military reports, and, hands on his hips, approached the elderly physician. The old man's coughing rendered him almost speechless, and upon seeing the imposing figure of Hao Chong before him, he hastily covered his mouth with a soiled handkerchief, his face reddening with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the young apprentice nimbly retrieved a wooden box from the medicine cabinet, which contained 2 rows of 10 wax pills. The young apprentice first produced a wax pill, contemplated for a moment, and then retrieved 2 more, presenting them before Li Qinyang, stating, "Let your daughter consume 1 pill first. Should the fever persist after an hour, she may take another. If the fever subsides, she should take 1 every 3 hours." Li Qinyang received the pills with both hands, expressing her gratitude profusely. Hao Chong furrowed his brow in contemplation and swiftly seized the wooden box from the apprentice's grasp. He noticed a 2-finger-wide red paper affixed to the box, upon which 2 lines of fine script were densely inscribed, "Silver Lian pills," followed by the method of administration and dosage, which mirrored the apprentice's previous instructions. "Doesn't your physician prescribe a proper formula?" Hao Chong inquired. The elderly physician, covering his mouth with a soiled cloth, continued to cough, his frail shoulders trembling, leading Hao Chong to believe that the old man might cough up a lung at any moment. The young apprentice patted the old man's back a few times and, with articulate clarity, explained to Hao Chong, "Sir, were we still in the apothecary, my master would undoubtedly provide a prescription. However, even if a prescription were written now, we would be unable to procure the medicine. Do not underestimate these pills. They were crafted by my master's own hands. In the past, a single box would fetch 20 taels of silver in the apothecary. Alas, we are unfortunate. Our employer has not provided severance pay. And this is the extent of our supplies." Upon hearing the apprentice's words, the old physician appeared to recall his own tragic plight, leading to an even more pronounced fit of coughing. Hao Chong, irritated by the incessant coughing, remarked to the young apprentice, "If your master cannot even cure his own ailments, how can his medicine be effective?" The young apprentice wiped away a tear, his voice trembling as he spoke. "We have medicine. Indeed, we possess it. But master is reluctant to use it. I'm not going to die, cough, cough." The old physician coughed as he spoke, momentarily forgetting to cover his mouth with a cloth. Hao Chong stepped back a few paces, expressing his disdain. "Enough of this. I shall take the entire box of those silver pills. Come, give them 20 taels of silver and tell them to leave swiftly." A servant produced 20 taels of silver, which the young apprentice quickly accepted and placed into the medicine chest. As he opened the chest, Hao Chong noticed it was neatly filled with several similar wooden boxes, alongside a variety of bottles and jars. A cold scoff escaped Hao Chong's lips. It appeared that this master and disciple had procured quite a bounty from the apothecary. Suddenly, a young soldier, one of Xuehuai's attendants, hurried over. "General Hao, the woman has also been injured. Please instruct this physician to stay and attend to her as well." Hao Chong was taken aback, nearly forgetting that the woman too bore wounds, and they seemed rather severe. Just as he was about to respond, he observed the young apprentice opening the medicine chest once more, retrieving a small jar the size of a fist. Hao Chong took the jar, unscrewed the lid, and was greeted by a refreshing scent wafting from within. A red paper, 2 fingers wide, adorned the jar. Inscribed with the word Xingyan ointment. Without further inquiry, its name alone indicated it was for treating burns. How did you know this woman suffered from burns? Hao Chong inquired in a low voice. The young apprentice was taken aback, pointing at Li Qinyang, who was administering medicine to her daughter, stammering, her hair. Her hair has been singed by fire. Hao Chong turned to look, and indeed, the woman's hair had been significantly burnt, appearing dry and curled, cascading over her shoulders. Well, you have sharp eyes, young lad. How much silver do you intend to sell that jar of ointment for? Hao Chong inquired, somewhat irked. The apprentice raised a finger. 1. Before he could articulate the full amount of 100 taels, Hao Chong waved his hand dismissively. Just give him 1 tael. The apprentice's mouth fell open in shock, exclaiming, this official is bullying us. 2 hours later, Duke Ding with Xuehuai's army set forth once more, heading towards the new capital. The old doctor's medicine had indeed taken effect. Yan Xuehuai's fever had gradually subsided, though she remained weak, concerned that the 2 women trailing behind might hinder the march. Hao Chong arranged for a sedan chair to be freed up, allowing the mother and daughter to ride alongside the mule train carrying provisions. By noon on the 3rd day, Duke Ding with Xuehuai and his 10,000 troops finally arrived outside the new capital. Officials had been waiting to greet them at the city's gates. Hao Chong rode forth to Xuehuai, softly stating, Your Grace, Prince Fu, Lord Wei, and Deputy Minister Han from the Ministry of War have all arrived. Upon hearing the name Lord Wei, a flicker of disdain crossed Xuehuai's eyes. He nodded slightly, urging his horse forward a few paces, then dismounted. Tossing the reins to Fu Shang, and approached Prince Fu, clasping his hands in salute. Old Lord, what brings you here in person? I am truly honored. The Prince of Fortune, frail and aged, walked unsteadily, clutching Xuehuai's hand, tears streaming down his face. Your Grace, the Empress Dowager has awaited your arrival in the capital day after day. At last, you have come, with the Duke of Ding present? Both His Majesty and the Empress Dowager shall find solace. In a critical moment of battle, the young emperor issued 2 imperial edicts, appointing the Duke of Ding, Xuehuai, to personally lead 10,000 soldiers of the Qi family to the capital for the emperor's protection. The Qi family has safeguarded the Wei dynasty since its inception by the founding emperor, and now the young emperor represents the 6th generation. Where is the temporary palace located? Xuehuai inquired softly. The Prince of Fortune wiped away his muddied tears, choking back emotion. The temporary palace is situated within the prince's residence. My shortcomings have caused distress to His Majesty and the venerable Empress Dowager. The old capital, adorned with the splendor of the southern Jiangnan, had the Empress Dowager favoring the opulent peony, thus establishing the temporary palace in Luocheng by the banks of the Luo River, where she would reside for several months each year. The birth mother of the Duke of Yu, Meng, and his consort, Jiang, hailed from distinguished families in the Central Plains. The Empress Dowager feared that returning to Luocheng would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. What was once a favored place had now become a perilous trap in her eyes. Otherwise, she would not have determined the new capital at Pingqing. How bitterly cold is Pingqing? It lies less than 1,000 miles from Shanhaiguan, which to the Empress Dowager is a desolate land. Otherwise, she would not have banished the Prince of Fortune here years ago. The Prince of Fortune is the 3rd son of Emperor Taizong, the younger brother of Emperor Gaozong, and the Empress Dowager's brother-in-law. Yet he is considerably older than she, having surpassed the age of 60. The esteemed eunuch Wei Ming approached with measured steps, followed closely by 4 deputy ministers from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. The 5 exchanged formal greetings with Xuehuai, who maintained a composed demeanor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he commanded the army to set up camp outside the city, taking only 100 men with him to the palace to meet the prince. Hao Chong surveyed the camp, noting the sea of men. There was not a single elderly woman in sight. It was unnecessary, for his stature as a distinguished 3rd-rank general was more than adequate. Chapter 3. Old Clothes on the 16th day of the 2nd month of the 1st year of the Kangxi reign. Li Qinyang arranged for 500 taels of silver notes to be sent from afar to purchase a residence in Drum Tower Alley. No one anticipated that this place would become the refuge of the Yin family. On a bright, early spring afternoon, sunlight poured into the courtyard, where the pomegranate tree had begun to sprout tender buds. A few sparrows perched upon the branches, only taking flight when approached. The 3 elder members of the Yin family, along with the eldest grandson Yan Jingxiu, were absent, having gone to welcome the Duke of Dinghua into the city alongside fellow townsfolk. Yan Jingguang, the 2nd son of the household, received Hao Chong. Upon seeing only a mere boy of 15 or 16, Hao Cheng did not partake in tea, but exchanged a few words before taking his leave. Although Hao Cheng was not clad in armor, the aura of menace surrounding him was palpable. It was Yan Jingguang's first encounter with a military officer, leaving him momentarily dazed as he rigidly led Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai into the inner courtyard. From behind the lifted curtain, old Madame Guo glanced at the disheveled second daughter-in-law and granddaughter with a look of disdain, waving her hand dismissively. Go wash up and come back. You reek. And it's simply revolting. Aunt Sun's brows twitched, her heart filled with turmoil. She had feared that this mother-daughter duo had perished on the road. Otherwise, they would not allow their daughters and nieces to bicker over the garments and jewels of the second daughter. Li Qinyang was easy to manipulate, but Yan Xuehuai was no trifling character. She then turned to her sister-in-law, Mrs. Zhang, and said, Sister-in-law, please take the second sister-in-law to familiarize herself with the house, while I accompany the second daughter to freshen up. Look at this poor child. She was once so lively and vibrant, and in such a short time, she has grown so thin. Mrs. Zhang complied and led Li Qinyang ahead, but Li Qinyang felt a twinge of unease and turned to offer a few words of caution, only to find her daughter already following Aunt Sun down the corridor towards the back room. Mrs. Zhang chuckled awkwardly, trying to make conversation. It seems that the second daughter has become quite docile since we last ventured out. However, Yan Xuehuai had not truly become more obedient. Rather, she was simply lost in thought. Ever since her fever had subsided, her mind had been in a haze, reminiscent of the state she was in before her tragic accident in her previous life. Thoughts swirled chaotically, like a tangled ball of yarn. And just as she grasped a thread of clarity, it would slip back into confusion. It took her 3 days to gradually adapt to her current circumstances, and upon entering the Yan residence, the sight of several unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar faces finally brought some clarity to her muddled thoughts. She struggled to grasp the fleeting thoughts in her mind, and found herself unconsciously following Aunt Sun into the back room, oblivious to where Li Qinyang had been led. Aunt Sun exchanged a few words with her, but upon noticing her dazed expression, she could not help but wonder if the second daughter's illness had somehow affected her mind. Upon contemplating this, Sun felt a surge of clandestine joy. Thank heavens! If that foolish girl had truly lost her wits, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events. How lamentable that this wretched child did not perish alongside her mother outside. The newly acquired maidservant brought in hot water, and Sun went to fetch a change of clothes. Noticing that Yan Xuehuai remained silent and sullen, Sun dismissed her with indifference, placing the items down before proceeding to the inner courtyard to visit old Lady Guo. Having gone nearly 2 months without a proper bath, Yan Xuehuai lingered a bit longer in the tub, cleansing herself while sifting through the memories that incessantly surfaced in her mind. She recalled that within the vast Yan family, the least favored by old Lady Guo was none other than Li Qinyang and herself. Li Qinyang's maternal family owned 3 eateries. Although she was raised as a daughter in her adoptive family, old man Li had never treated her poorly and showered her with affection. The Yan family, led by a widowed matriarch, had 3 sons. While they were not destitute, their modest means relied solely on farming, yielding little profit throughout the year. The second son, Yan Zhaoshi, was notably handsome and had achieved the status of a Tongxing at a young age. Recognizing the promising potential in this young man, old man Li, whose family was well off, arranged for his daughter's marriage to the Yan family. In addition to her dowry, which included an eatery, a shop in the old capital, and a substantial sum of 1,000 taels of silver, she also brought along a rural estate. With no worries to burden him, Yan Zhaoshi excelled in his studies, first becoming a Xiuzai and subsequently a Jiren. A Jiren was entitled to exemption from taxes on 200 mu of land, while the Yan family owned merely 5 mu. Local landlords placed their lands under Yan Zhaoshi's name, thus relieving him of corvée labor and taxation, a favor that certainly did not come without its own expectations, yielding considerable returns throughout the year. With the addition of Li Qinyang's dowry, the Yan family has transformed from a state of utter poverty into a modestly prosperous household. Although Yan Zhaoshi failed the imperial examination and fell short of his aspirations, the family is not troubled by hunger, allowing him to continue his studies and pursue further examinations. After giving birth to Yan Xuehuai, Li Qinyang did not experience any further joy. Initially, although old Lady Gu would criticize her indirectly, she did not dare to be overtly confrontational, as both Li Laodad and Li Daijiu were formidable figures. However, from that point onward, old Lady Gu cast aside her reservations and forcefully compelled Li Qinyang to procure 4 concubine maids for Yan Zhaoshi. Strangely enough, these 4 concubines either had miscarriages or If they managed to give birth, their infants would not survive beyond a few hours. Given the consecutive tragedies surrounding the concubines, old Lady Gu became convinced that the untimely deaths of her grandchildren were orchestrated by Li Qinyang. Daily, she berated Li Qinyang as a venomous woman in front of Yan Xuehuai, leading him to gradually harbor doubts regarding her innocence. The Yan family frequently harassed Li Qinyang, and as Yan Xuehuai grew older, she often clashed with old Lady Gu and her aunt's son, struggling to maintain harmony with her two sisters. Thus, even before their flight, this mother-daughter duo had become the family's scapegoats. This time, the concubine named Xiuzhu finally managed to conceive, prompting old Lady Gu and Yan Xuehuai to keep a vigilant watch over the mother and daughter, fearing they might inadvertently cause harm to Xiuzhu and her unborn child. With the court relocating the capital, the roads were filled overnight with officials and their families hastily fleeing northward. Even those who were not officials but possessed some wealth also took their gold and silver to escape to the new capital, and the Yan family was among them. As they journeyed halfway, Yan Xuehuai fell ill. Old Madame Guo insisted that the mother and daughter stay behind, and without a moment's hesitation, Yan Xuehuai agreed. Accompanying them was a young servant named Guozi, the grandson of the old servant Kai Bo from Lady Li Qi's household. Unexpectedly, while Guozi was preparing a meal, a troop passed by, and he was conscripted into service. Lady Li Qi pursued him but was knocked to the ground. Reflecting on Guozi, Yan Xuehuai found herself in a haze. Her memories of Lady Li Qi portrayed her as delicate, a stark contrast to the woman she had just encountered. The Lady Li Qi she witnessed was capable of wielding a kitchen knife with lethal intent and displayed no fear in the presence of the Duke of Dinghua. Where had Lady Li Qi been taken? Had she not recalled these past events, it would have been one matter. But now that Yan Xuehuai had pieced together these lingering memories, she felt compelled to exercise caution. Emerging from the bathing tub, she carelessly dried her hair and inspected the garment that Aunt Sun had given her. It was not her own attire, but rather seemed to be an old dress belonging to her cousin, Yan Xuehuai. Even the hollow silver hairpin resting atop the dress appeared to be a relic of Yan Xuehuai. Having come of age last year, Yan Xuehuai was 2 years her senior. Yet Yan Xuehuai stood taller. The dress fit her rather short, as Lady Li Qi, being well off, crafted her daughter's clothing from the finest materials, enlisting the city's skilled embroiderers for exquisite craftsmanship. In comparison, Yan Xuehuai's garments far surpassed hers in both fabric and artistry. Although the mother and daughter were left stranded midway, their trunk accompanied the Yan family into the capital. At this moment, instead of retrieving her own garments, she was given the old clothes of Yan Xuehuai. Yan Xuehuai could easily surmise that her attire had certainly been taken by her cousin Yan Xuehuai and her younger cousin Yan Xueping. Should she inquire, they would undoubtedly claim that her trunk had been lost during their escape. In the past, Yan Xuehuai would have rushed over to confront them, leading to their tearful complaints to old Madame Guo, who would then berate Yan Xuehuai soundly, perhaps even scolding Li Qinyang in the process. Regardless of how the women of the family pressed her and her mother, Yan Xuehuai would remain indifferent. As a scholar, he felt it beneath him to engage in such trivial matters. Yan Xuehuai smiled faintly, donned the old clothing, and casually pinned up her damp hair with a hairpin before stepping out of the back room. The attire held little significance to her. Her priority was to locate Li Qinyang, initially intending to inquire with old Madame Guo in the main house. She had not yet reached it when she spotted a young maid, no more than 10 years old, rushing towards her in a state of panic. The Yan household originally had 2 elder women and 2 maids, none of whom had accompanied them northward for the escape. Aside from a cook, only 2 young servants had followed. Yan Xuehuai did not recognize this young maid, presumably a recent addition to the household after their arrival in the new capital. Seeing no one else around, Yan Xuehuai seized the young maid and asked, "What is the matter? What has happened?" The young maid, however, recognized Yan Xuehuai. Knowing her as the second young lady who had just returned home today, the young maid instinctively pointed towards the drooping flower gate. Second madam, second madam." A sudden change washed over Yan Xuehuai's face as she released her grip on the maid and dashed toward the gate. Inside stood 2 children, their small hands clutching the doorframe as they craned their necks to peer outside. Yan Xuehuai recognized her 2 younger cousins, Yan Jinglong from the 3rd household and Yan Jingwen from the 1st. Upon seeing the unexpectedly appearing Yan Xuehuai, both children were momentarily taken aback. Yan Jinglong, being the more astute of the 2, raised a hand to block her path, insisting, "You must not go any further." Unaware of the unfolding situation, Yan Xuehuai felt a sense of foreboding. Something must have happened to Li Qinyang. With a swift shove, she pushed past Yan Jinglong and burst through the drooping flower gate. At only 8 years old, Yan Jinglong was no match for her strength and fell to the ground. He quickly regained his footing and pursued her, while the 5-year-old Yan Jingwen, bewildered by the actions of his elder brother and sister, followed suit. Upon exiting the gate, they were met with a series of 3 back-facing rooms. Aunt San, Mrs. Zeng, stood at the entrance of one, bending over to peer through the crack of the door. Captivated by what she saw, she did not turn around when she sensed someone approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Xuehuai pushed her aside. Stumbling, Mrs. Zeng recognized her and screamed, "Hurry, the second girl has arrived." Chapter 4. The hairpin. This is a precaution against her. Yan Xuehuai felt a pang of regret. Why had she taken a bath? She should have remained by Li Qinyang's side at all times. With determination, she raised her leg and kicked open the door. Madame Gua, the grandmother, stood at the bedside, while Aunt Sun positioned herself at the foot of the bed. Together, they exerted considerable force to restrain an individual's legs. In their fervor, Aunt Sun leaned over so far that her upper body nearly toppled forward, as both women pressed a pillow down upon the head of the restrained person. Above them, a noose hung gently swaying from the rafters, awaiting someone to extend their neck into its grasp. Upon the abrupt entrance of Yan Xuehuai, the occupants of the room ceased their actions. Madame Gua, pointing at the doorway, sternly commanded, "Third family, are you dead? Drag that lifeless girl out, quickly." At her words, Zeng rushed toward Yan Xuehuai, attempting to seize her from behind, but fell short, crashing to the ground with a thud, slipping away like an eel. Yan Xuehuai deftly evaded her grasp. Yan Jinglong and Yan Jingwen had already pursued her to the door, and in a swift motion, Yan Xuehuai seized Yan Jingwen, lifting him into her arms. "Release my mother, or I swear I will blind him," Yan Xuehuai declared, using one hand to draw a hairpin from her hair, pressing its sharp end against Yan Jingwen's right eye. At merely 5 years of age, Yan Jingwen had never encountered such a scene. Moreover, his second sister had never shown him kindness. Now, with the pin threatening his eye, he was paralyzed with fear, tightly shutting his eyes and remaining still, terrified that she might indeed pierce him. Madame Gua continued her tirade, but Aunt Sun and the 2 other women had already loosened their grip. With the weight of oppression lifted, Li Qinyang rolled off the bed. Seeing this, Madame Gua grew frantic, yelling, "Why are you standing there like fools? Grab her, quickly. Seize her." In a moment of realization, Aunt Sun reached out to grasp the fallen Li Qinyang, when suddenly, the tender voice of Yan Xuehuai echoed in her ears. "Aunt, I am aware of your ability to bear children. Thus, whether you have one son more or less is of little consequence. Therefore, I shall acquiesce to your wishes." Sun's outstretched hand trembled slightly, and as she abruptly raised her gaze, she beheld Yan Xuehuai plunging a silver hairpin into Yan Jingwen's chest. A piercing scream escaped Sun's lips, coinciding with the anguished cries of Yan Jingwen. It hurts, mother, mother, save me." Sun was struck with horror, her heart feeling as though it were being cleaved by a dagger, as she stared in disbelief at Yan Xuehuai. Yet, what met her eyes was the icy gaze of Yan Xuehuai, accompanied by a mocking smile gracing her lips. A cold sweat broke out on Sun's brow. The elder matriarch had erred, for the second daughter truly dared to commit murder. She had indeed harmed Jingwen. "Second daughter, release your brother. I implore you, dear aunt," Sun begged desperately. As she spoke, Li Qinyang had already risen from the ground, hastening to her daughter's side. Yan Xuehuai exhaled, yet her gaze upon Sun turned even colder. In her memory, Aunt Sun had never pleaded with anyone, although Yan Dalao was a ne'er-do-well, utterly inept at all endeavors. Sun had never considered her family to be sustained by the second branch. She had always held her head high, maintaining a dignified stance before Li Qinyang as the elder sister-in-law. She had borne 3 sons. Could she truly bow her head before Li Qinyang? Such a thought was ludicrous. This was no mere fantasy. Despite having 3 sons, each was a piece of her heart, and she could not bear to lose even one. "The elder's family. What do you seek from her? That wretched girl is unworthy of your plea. She is but a despicable creature raised by a wanton woman, living only to bring shame upon herself. How blind is fate that she was not claimed by illness amidst the scorn of Madame Gua, drowned instead by the wails of Yan Jingwen." Yan Xuehuai, clutching a hairpin, pushed forward once more. "I shall end you," a child's voice echoed from behind. As Yan Jinglong appeared, wielding a shovel he had miraculously procured, raised high to strike Yan Xuehuai. She spun around abruptly, delivering a kick to Yan Jinglong, who staggered back several steps before collapsing to the ground, the shovel crashing onto his own head, prompting a wail of anguish. Seeing this, Zeng hurried over to assist her son, her face paling at the sight of blood seeping from his head. The second girl has truly lost her mind. No, she must be possessed by a fierce spirit. Though once prone to fits of rage, she never resorted to violence. Yan Xuehuai felt a tinge of disappointment, expecting her kick to send Yan Jinglong soaring, yet he merely retreated a few steps. Her frail body was her undoing. Meanwhile, Sun was gripped by terror, pleading, "Second girl, your mother is fine, she is unharmed. Release Jingwen at once." Yan Xuehuai exhaled deeply. Li Qingyang was safe this time, but what of the next? As long as they remained here, she could not guarantee Li Qingyang's safety. No, after today's turmoil, she could scarcely assure her own security. Moreover, all three men of the Yin family are absent, including Yin Jingxiu. However, Yin Jingguang remains, though it is unclear why he has not come forth. Yin Jingguang, with his somewhat foolish demeanor, might possess some strength, and should he arrive, it could lead to complications. "Let us go. My mother and I wish to leave and live separately," Yan Xuehuai declared. Li Qingyang paused, turning to her daughter. Upon seeing her gaze, Yan Xuehuai inquired, "Mother, do you wish to accompany me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qingyang affirmed, "I shall go with you." "No, you cannot leave. The disgraceful wretches must not be allowed to tarnish the family's name by departing. You shall die here if need be." Old Lady Gu shouted. "Listen, Li, should you dare to leave, I will have Heir Zi write a divorce decree. Even in death, you shall not rest in the Yin family ancestral grave, but rather be scattered along the roadside, trampled underfoot, forever denied redemption, destined for generations to live as harlots." Yan Xuehuai was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. In this chaos, the family grave would likely be trampled by horses, and who would care? If you choose not to leave, so be it, after all. The hairpin is not piercing my flesh. Sun Shi, alarmed, called out to Old Lady Gu, "Mother, please, let them go. Jingwen must not die." Old Lady Gu, however, doubted that Yan Xuehuai would dare to commit murder, believing the girl, coddled by her mother, to be incapable of even killing a chicken. She shouted to the two matrons, "I did not pay you to stand idly by. Go and retrieve my grandson." Just as the two matrons were about to advance, they were halted by Sun Shi's command, "Stop." Yan Xuehuai found the situation amusing and said to Li Qingyang beside her, "Mother, let us depart." As she spoke, she and Li Qingyang made their way outside. "Don't go. Put Jingwen down. You must put Jingwen down." Sun's voice was hoarse and desperate, yet she dared not rush forward, fearing that a moment's misstep by Yan Xuehuai might pierce the heart of Yan Jingwen and bring about dire consequences. Embracing Yan Jingwen, Yan Xuehuai exited the back room alongside Li Qingyang. Zeng did not dare to obstruct them, retreating with Yan Jinglong to one side. Just as the mother and daughter reached the screen door, Yan Jingguang, Yan Xuejiao, and Yan Xueping hurried over upon hearing the commotion. They were taken aback by the scene before them, and before they could intervene, Yan Xuehuai and Li Qingyang hastened through the screen door and arrived at the main entrance. The door was firmly shut. Li Qingyang exerted herself to push it open. By the time Yan Jingguang and Sun emerged in pursuit, the mother and daughter were already standing in the alley. The back wall of the room faced the alley, and passers-by, hearing the cries from within, began to halt in their tracks. Upon witnessing the two disheveled women emerge, the onlookers decided to linger, eager to discern the unfolding drama. Sun was taken aback to find an audience waiting outside. Her complexion paled further as she shrieked, "Stop them! They are murderers! Bring me Jingwen!" With a face full of indignation, Yan Xuehuai addressed the crowd. "My grandmother and aunt conspired to take my mother's life while my father was away, pretending it was a suicide. Gentlemen, you have all witnessed this. This is my younger cousin, still alive and crying. I am returning him to them, and I implore you all to bear witness. Should anything happen thereafter, it shall not be my responsibility." With determination, Yan Xuehuai exerted all her strength to hurl Yan Jingwen towards Sunday. Sun was taken aback, rushing forward in an attempt to catch Yan Jingwen, but stumbled and fell to the ground, while Yan Jingwen was securely caught by Yan Jingguang. Sun, disregarding her own injuries, scrambled to her feet and threw herself in front of Yan Jingwen, wailing mournfully, "Murder! That wretched girl has committed murder." The onlookers quickly reminded her, "Your son is still alive. Check if he can be saved. Find a doctor at once." Only then did Sun come to her senses and hurry to inspect her son. The hairpin was gone, and there was a hole in the padded jacket of Yan Jingwen, yet remarkably, there was not a single drop of blood on his chest. Those nearby, amused by the spectacle, laughed heartily and pointed at Sun, exclaiming, "Are you cursing your own son? Not even a bruise on him. And you claim he is dead? Look, he is perfectly fine." Sun was taken aback and quickly asked Yan Xuehuai, "Are you all right? Then why are you crying?" Yan Xuehuai began to weep once more, overwhelmed by fear, terrified beyond measure. By the time Sun finally recalled Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai, the mother and daughter had long vanished, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 5. The Silver Note. Yan Xuehuai grasped Li Qinyang's wrist as they dashed through the unfamiliar alley. In the early February of the new capital, the forsythia had yet to wither, while the peach blossoms had begun to bloom, and the newly green willow branches swayed gently in the breeze. The two stopped before a willow tree, with a broad road ahead capable of accommodating 4 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Looking back, they saw that the Yin family had not pursued them. Yan Xuehuai gasped for breath, and Li Qinyang, feeling a pang of concern, asked, "Are you thirsty? I shall find some water." Yan Xuehuai shook her head. In truth, she had not strayed far, but her recent recovery from illness rendered her weary. There was a tea stall nearby, and she suggested they sit there for a while, where her mother could comb her hair. Li Qinyang was clad in the old garments of the Zeng family, which aligned with Yan Xuehuai's suspicions that the Zings had lost many belongings on the road, including the boxes belonging to the mother and daughter. The stall was run by an elderly woman with gray hair, meticulously arranged without a single strand out of place. Her coarse cloth attire bore no wrinkles, and the tea stall was pristine, devoid of any dust. Yet, the woman's face lacked even a hint of a smile. She resembled not a merchant, but rather an official dispatched for inspection, certainly not of the lower ranks, but rather someone of considerable stature. The old woman glanced at her, curled her lip, and averted her gaze. Initially, 3 young men, clad in blue robes as if from a scholarly institution, occupied the stall. Upon noticing the 2 disheveled women at the adjacent table, they began to whisper among themselves, casting furtive glances and occasionally erupting into soft laughter. The elderly woman cleared her throat and approached the young men's tea table, slamming a large teapot down with a thud. In a gruff voice, she demanded, "Would you like more tea? If not, be on your way. What are you staring at, you young rascals? This tea is not free. It costs 2 per bowl." Although the tea was reasonably priced, her words were harsh and unkind. The young men, feeling embarrassed and conscious of their scholarly status, flushed with shame and, after hastily tossing down the money, fled as if pursued. Yan Xuehuai understood the situation and promptly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, grandmother." The elderly woman scoffed and retorted with annoyance, "What do you mean by grandmother? Such terms are not customary in the north, so spare me your familiarity." Yan Xuehuai, caught off guard by the abrupt rebuke, swallowed hard and quickly corrected herself. "Grandma, I misspoke. Please do not take offense. Who is your grandmother? My household has no granddaughter like you," the old woman replied coldly. She disregarded Yan Xuehuai and deftly tidied the tea table, tossing the cleaned cloth over the edge without sparing a glance at the mother and daughter. Li Qinyang used her fingers as a comb to smooth out Yan Xuehuai's disheveled hair. Yan Xuehuai retrieved a silver hairpin from her possession and offered it to Li Qinyang, who felt a pang in her heart. This inconsequential hairpin, along with the worn garments, constituted all that her daughter possessed. At the tender age of 14, a girl is at the height of her desire for beauty, yet her daughter lacked even a pretty hair tie. Suddenly, Yan Xuehuai recalled something of great importance, slapping her forehead in regret. "I forgot to ask for silver." With Yan Xuehuai in their hands, they had managed to escape the Yan household, and surely they could have demanded silver as well. Yet she had carelessly overlooked this matter. Li Qinyang glanced around, noting that the elderly woman had her back turned to them, and there were no other patrons in sight. She gently patted her daughter's hand and whispered, "Do not fret, my dear, for I possess silver." Yan Xuehuai was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Qinyang, who appeared anything but concealing wealth. Sensing her daughter's confusion, Li Qinyang clarified, "It is a promissory note for 100 taels, which we have not exhausted during our journey." Yan Xuehuai let out a sigh of relief. She had heard that silver was quite valuable in ancient times. 10 taels of silver could sustain a family for an entire year. 100 taels would surely suffice for her and her mother to live in comfort for a decade. "Mother, let us first find a place to stay. The day is waning, and we cannot possibly sleep by the roadside." Yan Xuehuai gently shook her head, which Li Qinyang had just styled, and 2 lines of lyrics sprang to mind. "Dare to ask where the road lies. The road lies beneath our feet." She found it somewhat amusing, wondering if she was destined to roam the streets once more. In her previous life, She had grown up in an orphanage, with no recollection before the age of 8. At 13, she entered junior high and accidentally topped her class in an exam, only to be dragged into a small grove by a group of girls who assaulted her. Being an orphan, she felt unworthy of being a good student. They stripped her of her clothes and forced her to mimic a dog, begging for mercy. When she finally stood up, she held a short branch in her hand, which she used to blind one of the girls. Upon learning of her orphan status and the inability to compensate, the girl's parents rallied other parents to demand her expulsion from school, leading Yan Xuehuai to leave both the school and the orphanage. In her struggle for survival, she had slept under bridges and on park benches, engaged in fights, and stolen to provide for herself. Being so young, the police merely reprimanded her when they caught her, viewing her as society's scum. "Are you feeling unwell?" Li Qinyang exclaimed in surprise, reaching out to touch her forehead upon noticing Yan Xuehuai's unusual expression. Her train of thought interrupted. Yan Xuehuai shook her head with a smile. Li Qinyang breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "Are you hungry? Are you cold?" Yan Xuehuai reached out and embraced Li Qinyang's arm. When those refugees sought to bully her, Li Qinyang grasped a kitchen knife and fought valiantly for her. Apart from the individual from her past life, Li Qinyang was the kindest person to her. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the fragrant air filled with the scent of flowers and trees refreshed her spirit and uplifted her mood. "Mother, from now on, it will just be the two of us living together. I will take care of you." Li Qinyang held her daughter's delicate, frail hand, feeling both comforted and pained. "You are still young. Your mother possesses skills and can provide for you." An old woman glanced over and huffed. As evening approached, the mother and daughter found a modest inn and rented a room. Although the room was small, it was quite clean. The only downside was its exorbitant price, 1 or 2 silver coins for such a tiny space per day. The innkeeper, stroking his little mustache, leisurely remarked, "Do you still think this is Pingxing? It is no longer so. Now it is Xinjiang, the capital. Our little inn is always bustling with guests. If Yuan Ti arrived at the right moment, just as a guest checked out, Yuan Ti have been able to occupy this room for 1 or 2 silver coins." This was indeed true. Along the way from the tea stall to the inn, Yan Xuehuai observed many refugees, dragging their families along, caring for the elderly and young, huddled beneath the eaves and walls, with nowhere to turn and unable to afford lodging. Yan Xuehuai could not help but feel grateful, had it not been for Li Qinyang hiding away 100 silver coins. The two of them would have had to sleep under the stars tonight, with the earth as their bed and the vegetation as their curtains. Regardless, tomorrow's foremost task would be to find a proper place to stay. In her past life, she was a solitary figure, able to find solace in the embrace of a bridge or the cover of grass. In this life, with her mother by her side, she naturally sought to establish a home. The various government offices in the new capital were just beginning to set up their operations, resulting in a state of disarray throughout the city. With no curfew at night, the streets were teeming with refugees. Lord Yan Zhaoshi, encountered several familiar scholars, and upon inquiry, discovered not only were they fellow townsmen, but also compatriots in the same examination. Meeting old friends in a foreign land naturally led them to a tavern for a drink. The sentiments of nostalgia and aspirations for greatness flowed freely. Upon hearing the familiar dialect, nearby patrons joined in to toast, proclaiming that the Duke of Dinghua had arrived, ensuring the safety of the new capital. Surely, the Prince of Yu could not rival the Duke, and the dynasty of Wei was preserved. For those who had followed the imperial entourage to the new capital, the future appeared bright. Observing the illustrious figures of the Ming dynasty, all were gathered within this very tavern. Among the 3 brothers of the Yin family, the eldest, Yin Dalao, possessed the least tolerance for alcohol, yet he drank the most. Yan Jingxiu supported him as they staggered into their East Wing residence. Seeing his mother, son, reclining against the welcoming pillow, with small patches affixed to her temples, Yan Jingxiu inquired, "Mother, what troubles you?" Before she could respond, Yan Xuejiao interjected, "Is it not due to the vexation caused by second aunt and Yan Xuehuai?" A dark expression crossed Yan Jingxiu's face. How could that mother-daughter duo still be alive? It was inconceivable. Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai should have perished on the treacherous journey, meeting a tragic end. Chapter 6. The Stomach. Yan Jingxiu rose and headed outside, disregarding his inebriated father and his mother's melancholic demeanor. "Eldest brother, where are you going?" came Yan Xuejiao's voice from behind. "What are you doing? How could you still care to look for them? Those shameless 2 have run away from home." Yan Xuejiao was filled with regret. In the afternoon, why had she been one step too slow, allowing Yan Xuehuai and that wretched woman to escape right before her eyes? "What did you say?" They have left? Not in the mansion? Yan Jingxiu seized Yan Xuejiao's wrist, his voice stern and commanding. Startled, Yan Xuejiao felt a jolt. Her elder brother was always gentle and refined, a paragon of elegance, and she had never witnessed him in a fit of rage. What has come over him today? The grip on her wrist was painfully tight, and she struggled to free herself from Yan Jingxiu's hold, her voice a mixture of urgency and anger. No, they are not here. They are out mingling with lewd men. Grandmother ordered the second aunt to take her own life to preserve the family's honor, but she refused. Yan Xuehuai feigned stabbing Jin Wen with a hairpin, deceiving our mother into allowing their departure. They might have already descended into those sordid places to make a living. The thought of Yan Xuehuai becoming a courtesan in a brothel brought a sense of satisfaction to Yan Xuejiao. With her enchanting beauty, what else could she do if not become a courtesan? Furthermore, in the current capital, where the streets are filled with refugees, how would the two women survive without a man? What would they eat or drink, and where would they stay? Were they merely waiting to starve or freeze to death? The more she pondered, the more triumphant she felt. But when she looked up, she met the fiery gaze of Yan Jingxiu, which nearly brought her to tears. His eyes seemed to blaze with the intent to kill. Fools, all of them. How could they have allowed them to escape? What would become of the second uncle's position now that they had gone? Yan Xuejiao was taken aback. Her second uncle's official position? Wasn't he already a scholar? Did he still need an official post? Once one became a scholar, wasn't it customary for wealth to come knocking at the door? Yan Jingxiu paid no heed to the terrified Yan Xuejiao and strode purposefully across the room. Foolish, utterly foolish. Although their residence was a courtyard with 3 sections, the Yan family had a large number of members, rendering their living quarters rather cramped. The second and third branches were all squeezed into the west wing. Fortunately, the 3 concubines of Yan Zhaoshi remained in their hometown and were not brought along. The youngest of the third branch, Yan Jinglong, was still quite young. Otherwise, the 2 families would truly be unable to accommodate themselves in merely 3 rooms. When Yan Jingxiu entered, he found Yan Zhaoshi lying on the bed, one hand wrapped around the belly of his concubine, Xiuzhu, conversing with their unborn child. Xiuzhu was startled, not expecting the young master to barge in at such an hour. She hastily tried to rouse Yan Zhaoshi, but he was inebriated to the point of being a mere puddle, mumbling drunkenly, "Son, oh my good son. I have a son now, a son." Yan Jingxiu's expression grew increasingly somber. Even if the child in the concubine's womb were indeed a son, what of it? Merely a bastardy born of a maidservant. Someone, brew some wake-up tea, and summon a maidservant. Compared to those prominent families in the north, the Yan family was merely a struggling household barely managing to make ends meet. Reflecting on the recent flattering remarks from the scholars at the tavern and the self-satisfied expressions on his father's and uncle's faces, Yan Jingxiu couldn't help but feel amused. "Young master." "Second master," a timid voice called out, belonging to the concubine. Yan Jingxiu, shedding his usual gentleness, spoke with a fierce tone. "Get out. This is the master's room, and you are forbidden from entering again." Xiuzhu trembled in fright. Ever since she became pregnant, the second master had been particularly fond of her. During their journey north, he had only brought her as his sole concubine, promising that once she bore a son, he would elevate her to the status of a concubine of rank. In the future, her son could hold an official position, allowing her to receive a title of honor. She had never realized that a concubine could attain such status. But if the second master said it was possible, then it surely was. He was a scholar, and his words were always correct. If she was not allowed into this room, where would she reside? What would happen to the child within her? "Stop dawdling, get out quickly, or I shall throw you out." Yan Jingxiu reached out as if to pull Xiuzhu away, causing her to nearly scream. The eldest young master must have drunk too much. Surely that was the reason for his aggression toward her. Fearing for her safety, Xiuzhu dared not linger, knowing the second master was still intoxicated and unable to support her. As for the child she carried, it had yet to be born. Clutching the blanket from the bed, Xiuzhu stumbled out in haste. It was not until half an hour later that Yan Zhaoshi's drunkenness finally subsided. He looked at his nephew standing in his room, somewhat bewildered. Either that person had deceived them, or he had mistaken someone for the second aunt and second sister. Yan Jingxiu recounted what he had heard from Yan Xuejiao, and Yan Zhaoshi's expression shifted. What could be done now? Alas, it would be better to have perished outside. Indeed, it would be preferable to have met death in the wilderness. Tao Zheng is resolutely determined to have Prince Yu ascend the throne. Now, Prince Yu has become a traitor and a rebel. Previously, the Empress Dowager did not wish to act against Tao Zheng, but was unable to do so. With the arrival of Duke Dinghua, The Empress Dowager will have no further reservations. Tao Zheng's fate is sealed, along with that of his former disciples and associates. Yi Sifu is undoubtedly intent on rising to power. At this juncture, he must not encounter any mishap, for the old gentleman cannot abide such occurrences. Consider, if you will, why Yi Sifu regards you with such esteem. Although Yan Jingxiu spoke in a lowered voice, Yan Zhaoshi still felt an overwhelming pressure. This pressure did not emanate from Yan Jingxiu, but rather from Yi Sifu. Yi Sifu, as the legitimate son of a father who favored concubines over his wife, was raised by an old servant in his household. During their time in the old capital, Yan Jingxiu met Yi Sheng at a poetry gathering, and they became friends. Last year, Yan Jingxiu traveled 1,000 miles to the new capital to pursue his studies, spurred by Yi Sheng's relocation there. Yi Sheng's grandfather was the very old servant who had once nurtured Yi Sifu. Not only did the Yi family renounce their former status, but Yi Sifu also adopted Yi Sheng as his son and arranged for him to study under his own senior disciple, Ji Huili, who currently serves as the head of Shiren Academy. Before the Yin family arrived in the new capital, Yi Sheng had already introduced Yan Jingxiu to Yi Sifu. When Yi Sifu inquired about the Yin family's lineage, Yan Jingxiu mentioned his uncle, the only member of the Yin family to achieve distinction. It was said that Yan Zhaoshi had only one daughter and had never taken a concubine, while his wife, Li, was merely the daughter of a merchant. Yet, Yan Zhaoshi shared a deep bond with her. Yi Sifu praised this and informed Yan Jingxiu that once the Yin family entered the capital, he wished to meet the Honorable Yan Zhaoshi, a man of loyalty and integrity. Upon the prompt of his nephew, Yan Zhaoshi's lingering inebriation evaporated entirely. He had encountered Yi Sifu the previous day, and when he recounted the tale of his wife and daughter, who had become separated during their journey, Yan Zhaoshi was overwhelmed with sorrow, eliciting a sympathetic response from Yi Sifu. In that moment, Yan Zhaoshi convinced himself that his heart ached for his daughter, which was why he had urged his beloved wife to remain and care for her. Who could have anticipated that this parting would become irrevocable? Not only did Yi Sifu offer him solace, but he also urged him not to abandon his studies due to this misfortune. A man like Yi Sifu would never speak plainly. In the wake of the Duke of Yu's rebellion, countless officials were implicated, with more than 100 merely from the faction of Prime Minister Tao Zhang. With the emergence of a new emperor, new policies, and a new capital, the court was in dire need of officials, making the matter of the imperial examination urgent. The literary talent was concentrated in Jianan. Yet only a handful of scholars had come to the capital this time. Compared to previous years, achieving recognition on the examination this time would not be particularly difficult. With a name on the list and the endorsement of Yi Sifu, the path to success lay before him. How could it be altered by the presence of a woman? Chapter 7. The house the inn's attendant brought breakfast, steamed cornbread, millet porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Li Qinyang, feeling concerned for her daughter, took a string of copper coins that she had exchanged with the innkeeper the day before and handed them to the attendant. Young man, may I borrow the kitchen for a while? My daughter has just recovered from a serious illness, and I wish to prepare some food for her. I will pay for the ingredients and firewood. The attendant glanced at the breakfast he had delivered. What is wrong with this food? The innkeeper eats this. Is your daughter not allowed to? Li Qinyang nodded. Indeed, my daughter has a delicate throat, and coarse grains irritated. The attendant turned to inspect Yan Xuehuai's neck. Coarse grains irritate the throat? Is that truly a concern? Yan Xuehuai recently discovered that she possesses the peculiar ability to irritate her throat when consuming coarse grains. With wealth comes convenience. Li Qinyang lent the kitchen to prepare food for her daughter. When Yan Xuehuai offered to assist, Li Qinyang refused, saying, "You cannot endure the smell of cooking oil. It makes you dizzy. It is better for you to wait inside while I prepare a meal for you, my dear." Yan Xuehuai's self-awareness deepened. Not only did coarse grains irritate her throat, but the scent of cooking oil also induced dizziness. It was somewhat embarrassing. She rubbed her nose lightly. For breakfast, Li Qinyang had steamed a delicate egg custard, seasoned with a few drops of soy sauce, which was soft, sticky, and fragrant. There is only sesame oil in the kitchen, since you do not consume it, and I could not find any Sichuan pepper to make oil. You will have to make do for now. When you go out later, purchase some Sichuan pepper, and I will prepare more oil for you to keep. As she spoke, Li Qinyang scooped the egg custard with a spoon, blowing gently on it before feeding it to her daughter. Yan Xuehuai quickly took the spoon from her mother's hand, scooping a spoonful and offering it to Li Qinyang's lips. "Mother, you should eat. Go ahead and eat. I do not particularly enjoy this. There is millet porridge as well." Li Qinyang hastily avoided. Feigning annoyance, Yan Xuehuai set the spoon down, declaring, "If you do not eat, then neither shall I." Li Qinyang's heart warmed. Her daughter was growing up and becoming increasingly considerate. "All right, I will eat," she acquiesced. Open wide. Yan Xuehuai cheerfully brought another spoonful of custard to her mother's mouth. This time, Li Qinyang did not evade, allowing her daughter to feed her. The two shared the dish, exchanging bites amidst laughter and conversation. The egg custard was delightful, and having someone to share the meal made it all the more enjoyable. After finishing breakfast, Yan Xuehuai eagerly began to tidy up the dishes, all the while remarking, "Mother, after my recent illness, it seems my taste has changed somewhat. For instance, when you mentioned sesame oil, I suddenly found myself craving it." "Really? Is that so?" Li Qinyang responded, half convinced, yet ultimately chose not to dwell on it further. Once the chores were completed, Li Qinyang intended to follow the plan established the previous night, accompanying her daughter in search of a new residence. However, Yan Xuehuai had a change of heart. "Mother, the reason we were able to leave the Yan family so smoothly yesterday was that they were merely composed of the elderly, the weak, and women. Aside from Yan Jingguang, the others were ineffectual. They could not hinder our escape. But what if others were present, such as our uncles or old Master Yan too?" Yan Xuehuai genuinely did not wish to acknowledge Yan Zhaoshi as her father. She was alive, yet another version of herself had truly perished in that dilapidated temple, at the hands of a band of ruthless vagabonds. That was a life lost. The spirited, willful, and somewhat delicate young girl had simply met her end. Li Qinyang was momentarily taken aback, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. Her complexion paled as she realized her own folly. She had been outmatched in thoughtfulness by her daughter. At present, she was unarmed and incapable of fighting back. "Mother, please do not rush into a confrontation. That family of wretches is not worth our desperation. I have devised a plan. In the upcoming days, you shall remain at the inn. It is situated far from Drum Tower Alley, and they will not find us easily. I will take responsibility for searching for a new home," Yan Xuehuai declared. Retrieving a set of clothing from beneath her pillow, Li Qinyang recognized the attire, and upon closer inspection, realized it was the coarse cloth outfit worn by the inn's servants. "Where did this garment come from?" she inquired. "While you were in the kitchen preparing meals, I asked the innkeeper for it. It's an old garment, discarded by the servants. The innkeeper generously gifted it to me," Yan Xuehuai replied with a sense of pride. Although the attire was indeed worn, it had not yet been tattered, and the servants had not rejected it. With her sweet tongue, she had flattered the innkeeper into giving it to her. At just 14 years of age, Yan Xuehuai had yet to fully mature, and having recently recovered from a severe illness, she was as slender as a washboard. Clad in the coarse outfit, her hair styled into a small bun, and with her pale, delicate face, she appeared at first glance to be nothing more than a sprightly little lad. "If you go out like this, people will mistake you for a child. What if they bully you?" Li Qinyang remained uneasy. "Rest assured, Mother, if it comes to that, we simply want to make a purchase. Can they really force me to buy something? Besides, I am merely going to observe and familiarize myself with the market. If I decide to purchase a house, I will certainly seek your approval first. After all, this is a matter of buying a property, not just vegetables." Despite her lingering concerns, Li Qinyang could only watch as her daughter, with her frail little frame, bravely strode out with confidence. Initially, Yan Xuehuai believed that the 100 taels of silver they possessed would be sufficient to acquire at least a couple of small rooms in a shared courtyard, even if they could not afford a standalone residence. However, she was mistaken. The phrase in the capital, "living is not easy," succinctly encapsulated the hardships of the city's inhabitants. Yet, in the context of the current Beijing, it felt somewhat superficial. Nujing is indeed a new capital, a place teeming with migrants. These individuals come in various capacities. Some serve in official positions, others engage in commerce, while many are simply common folk, and still others are destitute wanderers. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they share a singular ambition to establish a home in Nujing. However, to settle down, one must not only possess a household registration, but also own property. How can one speak of settling down without a roof overhead? Nujing is no wilderness. It lacks unclaimed land and abandoned houses. The demand for housing far exceeds the supply, naturally driving prices upward. Last year, Yan Zhaoshi procured 500 taels of silver from Li Qinyang to purchase a 3-courtyard residence in Drum Lane, South City. Now, the 100 taels in Yan Xuehuai's possession cannot even secure a kitchen in Nujing. Chapter 8. The old woman Yan Xuehuai sighed. If purchasing was beyond her means, renting would have to suffice. While one might compromise when buying a home, renting necessitates higher standards. With only her daughter to care for, Safety is paramount. A private courtyard is ideal. If they must settle for a shared compound, their neighbors must not be dubious characters. Yet, Yan Xuehuai remains unaware that her rental expectations are already quite elevated. In New Jing, where land is precious, properties available for exclusive rental are exceedingly rare. Even when available, they are typically reserved by incoming officials long before reaching the market. As for shared compounds, they would hardly meet Yan Xuehuai's standards. Within such communal living arrangements, one encounters a myriad of individuals from all walks of life. It is not uncommon to find unsavory characters, including rogues and thieves. As Yan Xuehuai's feet grew weary from walking, her heart sank further. She even contemplated taking Li Qinyang to the countryside to purchase a plot of land and build a home for themselves. Amidst the turmoil of the world, the chaos beyond the boundaries of New Beijing is even more pronounced. They have constructed their homes, yet remain uncertain if they will ever inhabit them. Yan Xuehuai paused her steps, gazing at the closely arranged shops, a thought stirring within her. While a suitable residence eluded her grasp, a storefront would suffice. A shop could serve both commercial purposes and provide shelter. With renewed confidence, Yan Xuehuai advanced toward the row of neighboring street shops. After only a few paces, she spotted a familiar figure. This recognition stemmed from the memories of the original owner, Yan Jingxiu, the eldest grandson of the Yan family, the apple of old Madame Guozai, and the most cherished nephew of the second Master Yan. Old man, have you seen a mother and daughter duo? The mother is around 28 or 9 years old, while the daughter is about 13 or 14. Standing at this height, Yan Jingxiu gestured towards the height of Yan Xuehuai. She rolled her eyes. She towered over Yan Jingxiu by at least half a head. It seemed he had not seen her for at least a year or two. No wonder he failed to recognize her despite their proximity of 4 or 5 paces. She realized that Yan Jingxiu was searching for them. The Yan family was on the lookout for them. Adjusting her coarse cloth shirt, she hastened her steps toward Huichang Street. The thoroughfare bustled with activity, flanked by large storefronts. Far more lively than the previous street, Yan Xuehuai hoped to find a shop adorned with red paper. As she ventured further, the sound of a commotion reached her ears. A woman in her 30s was shrieking, "Who claims this shop is yours? This is the Ouyang family's establishment. My husband is a legitimate man of the Ouyang clan. You do not bear the surname Ouyang, so on what grounds do you assert this is your shop?" The woman possessed high cheekbones and triangular eyes, exuding an air of sharpness and acerbity. Beside her stood a man of similar age, slender in build, who was currently dabbing at his tears. With a voice tinged with sorrow, as if they had rehearsed this moment, he implored, "Auntie, you have neither sons nor daughters. My wife and I are willing to care for you in your twilight years. Yet, you persistently refuse to allow us to use this shop. Is it fair for one to behave in such a manner? Have we erred in our filial piety?" The bustling Chang Street was alive with activity, and this couple's dramatic performance drew a considerable crowd, who whispered and pointed, their gazes fixated on the 2 elderly women standing opposite them. The elder of the 2 wore a deep blue robe adorned with longevity symbols, complemented by a russet silk padded cloak. Her hair was meticulously arranged, her posture straight and unyielding, her expression grave. The younger woman beside her, several years her junior, had a delicate countenance and donned a brown padded overcoat. She gently supported the elder while her eyes glimmered with indignation as they regarded the couple. "I have sons and grandsons. When did I ever consent to let you care for me in my old age? You are merely distant relatives. I have no need for your misguided sense of duty. Although my surname is not Ouyang, I am the legitimate wife of the Ouyang family, and this shop was left to me by my late husband. It belongs to me. You have rented it for several years without paying a single cent in rent, save for the first year. Now that I ask you to vacate, am I in the wrong?" The elder woman spoke with a resounding Beijing accent, her words delivered with resolute authority, rendering the couple speechless for an extended moment. Amidst the crowd, derisive laughter echoed. "They have sons and grandsons. Why should these distant relatives expect to be cared for in their old age? What care in old age? It merely reflects their desire to benefit without paying rent. How exorbitant the rents are in New Beijing nowadays. This single large shop commands a monthly fee of no less than 20 taels. Years ago, they rented it for a mere 3 taels. Now the price has surged 7-fold. Even if they do not engage in business themselves, subletting to others would yield substantial profit. Indeed, it appears they are harboring such intentions, which is why they stubbornly refuse to leave." As the murmurs grew louder, the couple became increasingly anxious. The wife pointed at the old woman, hurling insults. "The Ouyang family has truly suffered a curse by marrying you. You are a harbinger of death, bringing misfortune to your husband, your son, And even your little grandson. How dare you claim to belong to the Ouyang family? Bah. There was a moment of silence, followed by gasps of astonishment. That old woman's family is indeed wiped out. The elderly woman's expression grew more solemn as she proclaimed. It is true that my husband has passed. However, my son and grandson are very much alive and thriving. The wife, fueled by her own indignation, became increasingly animated, while her husband nudged her with his elbow, urging her to cease her tirade. Yet, she persisted, unwilling to relent. From the crowd emerged a shrill voice. Those who conspire with enemies shall face collective punishment. You are related to them. You cannot escape, though it remains uncertain whether the punishment will be slow and torturous or swift and fatal. Startled, the wife was met with a fierce glare from her husband. This troublesome woman has a loose tongue. Must such matters be aired publicly? Can the term collusion be bandied about so carelessly? He admonished, urging his wife to turn and retreat into their shop, firmly securing the door behind them. The crowd erupted in laughter, some casting sympathetic glances at the elderly woman, sighing in resignation. Poor thing, all alone, yet burdened with such a substantial estate. It is no wonder her relatives coveted. A middle-aged woman nodded, assisting the elderly lady as they departed. Upon exiting Huichang Street and turning into a narrow alley, they were soon followed by hurried footsteps. Wait, grandmother, wait for me, called a breathless voice. Chapter 9. Ouyang, the elderly woman paused, glancing back at the pursuer, and was about to continue on her way. Yan Xuehuai hurriedly dashed a few steps forward, positioning herself before them. Grandmother, do you remember me? Yesterday, my mother and I enjoyed tea at your stall. The elderly woman was indeed the same as the one from yesterday, though clad in faded garments then. Today she presented herself as a matron of wealth. Her surname was Yi, and her late husband, Ouyang Bo, had once held the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of Rights, bestowing upon her a title of nobility. The old lady furrowed her brow, ready to depart. Yet, as her brow tightened into a frown, her steps faltered, lips pressed into a thin line, her gaze betraying a hint of impatience. Was she willing to listen now? That would suffice. Yan Xuehuai took a deep breath, her voice hurried yet articulate. Grandma Yi. My name is Yan Xuehuai. My mother and I currently have no place to stay in New Beijing. We are residing in an inn. I wish to rent your shop. Would you be willing to offer it to me at the previous market price? A middle-aged woman beside her looked astonished and inquired, You wish to rent a shop? Which one do you mean? Clearly, Grandmother Yi possessed more than just this one property, particularly the one on Huichang Street that had been forcibly occupied. Yan Xuehuai replied, It is the one that is currently occupied. The middle-aged woman gazed at Yan Xuehuai in surprise, then turned to Grandmother Yi. You are aware that this shop is occupied, yet you still wish to rent it. Why? Grandmother Yi's tone was icy. Because the rental prices for other shops are exorbitant, I cannot afford them. However, this particular shop is occupied, meaning you have gained nothing from it. In fact, you are allowing it to be given away for free. Thus, it would be wiser for you to rent it to me at the old price. At the very least, I am not surnamed Ouyang and lack the means to seize your property. Confronted by the irritable old woman, Yan Xuehuai did not beat around the bush. She negotiated with Grandmother Yi in the most direct manner. Yan Xuehuai's eyes sparkled. Was Grandmother Yi acquiescing? Very well, I shall agree to your request. Grandmother Yi huffed heavily and walked past Yan Xuehuai, accompanied by the middle-aged woman. Yan Xuehuai exhaled a long sigh of relief. 35 taels a year was a reasonable price for a place to live and conduct business, far cheaper than renting a room alone. She had already gathered ample information about the shop. When Lady Ye's husband, Ouyang Boru, passed away at the tender age of 35, she devoted herself to nurturing their son, Ouyang Zan, who eventually flourished, marrying and becoming a father. Ouyang Zan achieved remarkable success, becoming the third-place scholar in the imperial examinations, a tale that became legendary. During the reign of Emperor Renzong, the Tatars sought to marry a princess of the Great Wei, prompting the Empress Dowager to send Princess Jinhui to the frontier for a marriage alliance. Ouyang Zan, then serving as a minor official in the Honglu Temple, was part of the envoy. It is said that the delegation encountered bandits outside Yanmen Pass, leading to a fierce battle, after which Ouyang Zan mysteriously vanished, neither alive nor dead. Upon learning of her husband's misfortune, his wife, Ping, fervently sought divine assistance, praying for his safe return. On one occasion, she took their 4-year-old son, Ouyang Wentao, to Keifu Temple to offer incense. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Wentao disappeared, and despite extensive searching, there was no trace of him. The overwhelming grief took a toll on Ping, leading to a serious illness that claimed her life within half a year. Lady Yi, known for her stubborn disposition, had endured much after her husband's death when their son was still young, single-handedly maintaining their household and clashing frequently with relatives. Her temper grew increasingly volatile. Later, as misfortunes befell her son and grandson, the once prosperous lineage of Ouyang Boru found itself devoid of male heirs. Relatives hurriedly sought to adopt their sons to carry on the family name, but Lady Yu resolutely refused, rebuffing them time and again, offending many in the process. Over the years, she had alienated nearly all her kin. The couple who forcibly occupied the shop were relatives of Ouyang Boru, with the man named Ouyang Hui and the woman surnamed Wang. A few years ago, Ouyang Hui and the Wang family approached and rented a shop on Huichang Street from the elderly Madame Yi at market price for a term of 1 year. This arrangement was initially a standard rental agreement. However, after the year elapsed, the Ouyang couple refused to vacate or pay rent. When Madame Yi sought to reclaim her property, they brazenly denied her demands. Consequently, Madame Yi filed a complaint with the authorities, but Ouyang Hui audaciously proclaimed his intention to provide for Madame Yi in her old age. The authorities, recognizing the dispute as a familial conflict, returned the matter to the clan, advising the elders to resolve it themselves. Previously, due to issues surrounding adoption, Madame Yi had already found herself at odds with the clan elders. They were unlikely to side with her, and Ouyang Hui's outburst inadvertently paved the way for a resolution that favored him. The clan insisted that Ouyang Hui care for Madame Yi in her twilight years, thereby legitimizing his occupation of her shop. Unyielding, Madame Yi has been pursuing justice for the past 2 years. But such family disputes typically amount to unresolved grievances that the authorities prefer to avoid, often resulting in their refusal to even accept her complaints. Ultimately, this situation exemplifies how the Ouyang family has collectively taken advantage of the elderly widow. Yan Xuehuai noticed a shift in Li Qinyang's tone. When referring to Yin Eryi in her presence, she addressed him by name without acknowledging Yin Zhaoshi's paternal connection. This was the first time Yan Xuehuai encountered the true essence of Li Qinyang, distinct from the image retained in her memory. With a sigh, Li Qinyang reflected on the adage that states that studying without achieving fame does not equate to high moral character. Perhaps the saying is flawed, at least when applied to the Yin family. Li Qinyang, sensing her daughter's silence regarding housing matters, surmised that she had not yet found a place. Rest at the inn for a day tomorrow. I shall seek a residence. Yan Xuehuai savored the chicken soup simmered in the kitchen by her mother, the freshness almost causing her to swallow her tongue. No need, no need. I have decided not to rent a house, but to lease a shop instead. Leave this matter to me, and you should ponder what business to pursue with the shop. Chapter 10. Tofu. The bustling atmosphere of Huichang Street begins to thrive as noon approaches. In recent months, Huichang Street has become even more vibrant than before. The influx of outsiders has increased significantly, whether they have settled down or are still searching for a place to call home. The population in the new capital has multiplied several times, and the shops on Huichang Street have flourished more than ever. Yet, the Hui Jisa's shop remains as quiet as ever. Aunt Wang's new husband is none other than the renowned former owner of Huang Jisa's garden. Regrettably, by the time Aunt Wang married him, the old proprietor was already in his 70s, and Aunt Wang was unable to bear him any children. After a few years of what seemed like a good life, the old man closed his eyes and departed from this world, with her own parents and brothers long gone. Upon learning of the 3 treasured recipes Aunt Wang brought from the Huang family, the Wang family eagerly offered to care for her in her old age. Aunt Wang, having learned the craft at the Huang household, single-handedly managed the pickling of vegetables and the preparation of sauces, and soon the business thrived, bringing immense joy to Ouyang Hui and the Wang family. Perhaps due to exhaustion, one day Aunt Wang collapsed beside the fermentation vat, and by the time Wang Shi remembered to check on her in the backyard, Aunt Wang had already breathed her last. Although Aunt Wang has passed away, the treasured recipes remain. Ouyang Hui and Wang Shi initially believed that possessing this recipe would enable them to effortlessly count their earnings as they did in the past. Naturally, their establishment could not be compared to Huang Jisa's shop. As time went on, their business dwindled, and they now barely managed to make ends meet. However, Ouyang Hui and Wang Shi were not overly concerned, for their family had entrusted the elderly matriarch Yi to their care, who still held a substantial fortune awaiting them. Their current objective was to capitalize on the rising prices in Xianjing and find a gullible investor to acquire their shop. Not far from Huiji, there was a small slanted street where a grandfather and his grandson had been selling tea eggs and marinated tofu for years. In front of their stall stood a weathered low table, where a customer had been sitting for 2 consecutive days, enjoying tea, eggs, and tofu. The grandfather's little grandson, a bao, approached the table, craning his neck to gaze at the egg yolks on the plate, swallowing hard. Yan Xuehuai pushed a yolk extracted from the tea egg towards a bao, saying, "Here, you can have this. Don't you like it?" A bao swallowed again, but did not reach for it. Yan Xuehuai felt helpless. After consuming a dozen tea eggs, who would still desire the yolk? "Well, I'm full. You can have this." Yet, a bao still refrained from taking it, instead following Yan Xuehuai's gaze toward Hui Ji soy sauce shop, where the previously ajar door swung open. A boy, around 11 or 12, and a girl, approximately 15 or 16, emerged. They bore a striking resemblance, both possessing almond-shaped eyes, appearing as though they were siblings. Ouyang Hui and Wang Shi sent the two out, their faces adorned with smiles, their gazes towards the brother and sister brimming with servility. Had they reached an agreement? Yan Xuehuai murmured to herself. "I know where they reside," a child's tender voice chimed in her ear. Turning her head, Yan Xuehuai saw Obeo also observing the sibling duo. She inquired, "Have you seen them before?" Obeo nodded, her eyes fixated on the pouch at Yan Xuehuai's waist. Yan Xuehuai reached into the pouch and withdrew several malt sugar candies, gesturing toward the tea eggs on the low table, still unpeeled. "All you need to do is tell me where they live, and the egg yolk is yours, the tea egg is yours, and all these candies shall belong to you." As her words fell, Obeo, on tiptoe, pointed towards the main road ahead. They reside at the Tongfu Inn, the one with the stall selling dough figurines at the entrance. Yan Xuehuai placed the candies into Obeo's small hand and set a string of copper coins on the low table before setting off to explore the market. After wandering for a while, she spotted the brother and sister entering the Tongfu Inn from a distance. Indeed, there was a stall selling dough figurines at the entrance. Surrounded by a throng of children, Yan Xuehuai squeezed into the crowd, transforming into a Neza with dark circles under her eyes. "Your Neza is truly ugly," a child remarked. Yan Xuehuai held the Neza high above her head, fearful of the little ones inadvertently damaging it. She navigated her way out of the throng and observed as the brother and sister changed out of their satin garments, now clad in coarse linen attire. The sisters hairstyled in a masculine fashion. They exited Huichang Street and paused before a shop selling basket tofu. The sister wished to enter, but the brother resisted. They pulled at each other until, in the end, the sister prevailed. Yan Xuehuai waited patiently for the siblings to enter before following them inside. The shop housed only 4 tables, loosely arranged. Aside from one unoccupied table, the other 3 were occupied. At one table sat a young woman accompanied by 2 children, who were gleefully scattering tofu all over the table with their spoons. Another table was occupied by 2 elderly men, seated opposite each other. With a basket of tofu placed between them, they remained silent, enveloped in a tranquil state. Near the entrance, a young man in a coarse cloth garment sat with his head bowed, intently savoring the tofu in his bowl. The siblings took their seats at the lone empty table, while Yan Xuehuai glanced around before settling at the table closest to the door, where the individual across from her did not even lift his gaze. Yan Xuehuai ordered a basket of tofu. The so-called basket tofu consisted of 1 black and 1 white piece, both freshly cooked and served in a woven basket, accompanied by a selection of 7 or 8 condiments, steaming and ready for customization. The children accompanying the woman were incessantly noisy, but fortunately, the siblings' voices were equally loud, allowing Yan Xuehuai to hear them distinctly. "Older sister, I heard that we should establish a written agreement, but we haven't done so. What if those 2 refuse to acknowledge it? If they dare to deny it, we shall smash the shop and see if they are afraid." The strategist advised us not to cause trouble. "The strategist is not here. I am in charge now." "All right." The younger brother took a couple of bites of tofu and suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, why is this tofu black? It's not poisonous, is it?" Sister shot him a glare, saying, "Do not act as if you have never seen the world. This is the capital city. Can the tofu here compare to that from Qingyan town?" After pondering for a moment, the brother found her reasoning somewhat valid. He cautiously scooped a spoonful of black tofu and tasted it. After a considerable pause, ensuring he had not been poisoned, he dared to take a second bite. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and inquired, "Sister, do you know how to conduct business?" "Of course I do. Business is not difficult. It is merely a matter of exchanging money for goods. What could be challenging about that?" "Indeed." "Then let us deliver the remaining 70 taels of silver tomorrow." The brother still found it hard to believe that he and his sister had suddenly transformed into merchants. "There is no rush regarding the rent. Have you not noticed the multitude of jars and containers in their shop? They must clear those out and tidy up the place before we move in. Humph. When the time comes, keep your eyes sharp. Not even a spider web should remain. If they fail to meet our expectations, we shall ensure they leave with bruises. Exactly. 80 taels a year is sufficient to procure a fine saddle for Xiaohong. We must remain vigilant. This matter is in my hands. If they dare not clean up, I shall teach them a lesson. Indeed, they would not dare. Surely they would not. Chapter 11. Cilantro. Yan Xuehuai poured chive blossoms and fermented tofu over the steaming tofu, then emptied an entire bowl of cilantro into the prepared dish before devouring it heartily. After finishing one bowl, she noticed that there was still half a basket of tofu left, but the cilantro was gone. Yan Xuehuai wished to ask the vendor for an additional bowl of cilantro when she suddenly noticed the person across from her, whose bowl brimmed with untouched cilantro. Taking a deep breath, she softly inquired, "Do you not eat cilantro?" The individual remained engrossed in their meal, seemingly oblivious to her question. Undeterred, Yan Xuehuai boldly continued, "If you have no intention of eating it, might I assist you by consuming it, to prevent waste?" At last, the person lifted their head, revealing a youthful visage, with delicate features and bright eyes that radiated vitality. Yan Xuehuai, only 14 years old and recently recovered from a serious illness, appeared frail and slight, resembling a tender sprout, especially in her male attire, which made her seem merely 12 or 13. The individual evidently mistook her for a greedy child, pushing the bowl of cilantro towards her before returning to their meal. Overjoyed, Yan Xuehuai expressed her gratitude, her hand already reaching out. As before, she added chive blossoms and fermented bean curd, scooping 2 generous spoonfuls of tofu, savoring every bite. The gaze of the person across the table fell upon the bowl, now emptied in an instant. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced over, observing the emaciated child with her mouth agape, as she stuffed a large spoonful of cilantro into her mouth. The corners of his mouth twitched in distaste, pondering why anyone would relish cilantro. At the adjacent table, a pair of siblings had already abandoned their chopsticks. "I wonder where one can find grilled meat in New Beijing. Perhaps we should cease selling mountain goods and turn to grilled meat instead? Your grilled meat is not as delectable as Uncle Yang's. His is truly delicious. Unless you can persuade Uncle Yang to come to New Beijing, we might as well continue selling mountain goods. Without barbecuing meat, one can still grill fish. I possess the skill to grill fish, which is far more delectable than tofu. You must consider carefully, are we selling mountain goods or grilled fish? Let us opt for grilled fish and establish a fish grill shop. If no one comes to savor our grilled fish, we shall revert to selling mountain goods. How could it be that no one would come to enjoy our fare? Surely, there will be patrons. Sister, observe that even this establishment has tofu, lacking the allure of grilled fish, still attracts customers. Our grilled fish business will undoubtedly flourish beyond this place." As the two conversed, they rose to depart. The young attendant, noticing their exit, hastily pursued them. "Dear guests, you have yet to settle your bill." The siblings seemed to have just remembered the necessity of payment. Showing no sign of embarrassment, the sister casually produced a piece of broken silver and tossed it to the attendant. "Ah, of course, meals require payment. Here, keep it. No need for change." Yan Xuehuai finished the last bite of cilantro and placed some coins on the table, preparing to leave. Noticing the person opposite still dining, she picked up the dough figurine of Neza that she had bought at the inn's entrance and placed it beside him. "This is for you. Consider it payment for the cilantro. By the way, this is Neza." Yan Qi picked up the figurine, observing its bangs, arched brows, dark circles, and a mouthful of gaps. "Is this really Neza?" Not far away, the doors of the Hui Ji sauce shop stood wide open. Wang Shi emerged, carrying a basin of water, sprinkling it at the entrance, appearing in high spirits, walking as if carried by the wind. What a sin it is, profiting from another's shop without fear of retribution. Uncle San murmured as he handed a paper-wrapped parcel containing tea eggs and marinated tofu to Yan Xuehuai. "There is no need to look further. The shop has been leased. Just now, in your absence, that woman has already informed others that the annual rent is 80 taels. Indeed. 80 taels. This is unparalleled on Chuang Street, as other establishments charge only 70 taels. Yan Xuehuai nodded, acknowledging that 80 taels for a year is quite substantial. They must earn at least 10 taels each month merely to cover the rent. She picked up her oiled paper bag and proceeded to the street vendor, purchasing a roasted chicken before making her way toward the inn. As she turned onto the street in front of the inn, she noticed 2 young boys, one tall and the other short, each holding a piece of paper, inquiring of an elderly man, "Please take a good look. Have you seen the person depicted in this portrait?" Their voices were soft and carried a Jiangnan dialect. Initially, Yan Xuehuai found the duo somewhat familiar, but upon realizing they were searching for someone, she suddenly recalled their identities. They were the young servants brought by the Yan family. Originally, 3 servants accompanied them, but one was conscripted along the way, leaving these 2 to journey northward. One was named A Wang, and the other A Kai, both bound by a contract of servitude. Yan Xuehuai swiftly concealed herself behind a tree, observing as the elderly man gestured towards a distance. There is an inn over there. You should inquire there. A Wang and A Kai expressed their gratitude and hurried off toward the inn. Yan Xuehuai emerged from her hiding place, trailing behind the 2, watching as they entered the inn in succession. The innkeeper, Mr. Hu, sported meticulously groomed mustachios. At that moment, Mr. Hu was seated behind the counter, diligently trimming his facial hair while gazing into a small mirror. A Wang and Desai approached the counter and, without uttering a word, placed 2 portraits atop it, inadvertently obscuring a small mirror. Shopkeeper, who was taken by surprise, as he fumbled with his scissors, the tip of his left mustache was snipped away. "What are you doing?" he demanded, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the 2 young men before him. Desai, forcing a smile, pointed to the portraits on the counter. "Shopkeeper, do take a good look. Do the individuals depicted in these portraits reside in your inn?" Who cast a fleeting glance at the images, which featured 2 young women, and his face darkened with rage. He jabbed a finger at Desai's nose and shouted, "This is the capital, under the emperor's rule. Do you think this is some lowly place? With your kind, brandishing images of women and asking around, it is evident you are up to no good. I have heard whispers of many brigands in the new capital abducting virtuous women. Xiao Wuzi, go summon the patrolling guards of the Wuqing division." A Wang and Desai were taken aback. As newcomers to the capital, they were unfamiliar with their surroundings. They did not even recognize the local constables, let alone the guards of the Wuqing division. The young assistant, Xiao Wuzi, dashed out, but a Wang quickly pursued him, grasping his arm with a broad smile. "Young man, please don't leave. It's all a misunderstanding, truly." A guest descending the stairs heard the commotion and craned his neck to look down, inquiring loudly, "What is happening? Are they catching thieves?" A Wang waved his hands urgently. "We are not thieves. We are not thieves at all. We are simply searching for someone." Asai added, "We are looking for our own kin, our own family." Manager, who sneered, "Is it the act of respectable individuals to inquire about the whereabouts of a young woman by showing her portrait to each passerby? I fear the traffickers have lost the very person they abducted and are now in pursuit to locate her." Indeed, just yesterday, an elderly woman was weeping outside the tavern nearby, lamenting the loss of her granddaughter. The girl, merely 15, was taken while purchasing a hair tie. Alas, amidst the chaos outside, such a young girl is likely sold to an unknown fate. How tragic. The manager's words ring true. Decent folk do not seek out their missing ones in such a manner. This is the usual conduct of those ruffians. We ought to report this to the authorities. Perhaps even that elderly woman's granddaughter was among their victims. Chapter 12. The portrait A Wang and A Kai were at a loss for words, their faces flushed with anxiety. A Kai reached out to seize the 2 portraits from the counter, but Manager, who swiftly smacked his hand away, exclaiming, "Those are pieces of evidence. Are you intending to destroy the evidence, you scoundrel? Xiaozi, go fetch the personnel from the Wuqing division and summon Captain Wang to apprehend them personally. Inform him that we have captured the traffickers. Do not delay. Hurry along." Xiaozi flung the white towel draped over his shoulder and shouted, "Understood." Upon witnessing this, A Wang grew frantic but dared not pull Xiaozi back. Instead, he called out to A Kai, "Let us go. Let's south find another place." A Kai was still fixated on the portraits, pleading, "The portraits. Give me the portraits." Manager, who raised his hand to strike him once more, prompting A Wang to grab A Kai and flee. A Kai was dragged out of the inn, stumbling and shouting, "Those are the portraits of the second madam and the second miss, painted by the second master himself. My family's second master is a Jinshi." A Wang, fearing to linger, tugged at a Kai and gradually ran away. Apart from Yan Xuehuai, who was hiding outside the inn, no one could discern what a Kai had said. With a countenance as cold as water, Yan Xuehuai turned and re-entered the inn, once again adopting the appearance of a frail and harmless little creature. Xiao Wuzi remained at the entrance, hopping in frustration while cursing, "Those 2 little scoundrels run fast. If they dare come again, I'll thrash them." Yan Xuehuai nodded at Xiao Wuzi and, hunching her shoulders, made her way toward the staircase. Behind her, the loud voice of Manager, who boomed, "Wait a moment. You there? That girl and the child, hold on." Yan Xuehuai turned around, her face adorned with a charming smile, though her emaciated frame made the smile seem to accentuate her gauntness. "Manager Hu, did you call for me?" Manager Hu, frowning with his uneven mustache, scrutinized Yan Xuehuai from head to toe. The clothes she wore were still those he had provided. Have you found a place yet? Yan Xuehuai shook her head, replying, I will continue searching tomorrow. She picked up the oil paper bag containing the roast chicken and placed it on the counter. This is for you to enjoy with your wine. The roast chicken from Lao Jido on Weichang Street. Please have a taste. She raised another oil paper bag in her hand. I have more here. Her eyes casually glanced at the counter, where the two portraits still lay. Master, who no longer held back, smiling as he said, You truly are a perceptive child. He glanced at the two portraits, reached out, rolled them up, and handed them to Yan Xuehuai. Take these to your mother for her to cut patterns. Yan Xuehuai accepted them without a second glance, tucking them into her bosom. Upon returning to the upstairs room, she found that Li Qinyong was not present at this hour. She was likely busy in the kitchen. Yan Xuehuai placed the oiled paper bundle on the table and took out the two portraits. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. The old master Yan Zhaoshi, was devoid of any talent in the arts, as such refined pursuits required both time and wealth to learn and practice. Coming from a humble farming background, even acquiring paper and brushes necessitated frugality, leaving no opportunity for him to study. The old master had only a superficial grasp of such skills, and even that little knowledge was acquired after marrying Li Qinyong when he finally had some discretionary funds. Yet, he still lacked refinement. In Yan Xuehuai's memory, she had never seen her father complete a painting. To her surprise, the old master had carved out his own niche in the realm of painting, channeling all his efforts into portraying his wife and daughter. Yan Xuehuai carefully rolled the portraits back up and tucked them into her bosom before rising to head to the kitchen. There was a small stove on one side, designated for the cook and the accountant. Li Qinyong was busy making egg pancakes in a frying pan. The fragrant aroma of eggs mingled with chopped scallions wafting through the air. Yan Xuehuai inhaled deeply, feeling fortunate to have a mother who could cook so well. She crouched down, retrieved the two portraits from her bosom, and stuffed them into the stove. As the Xian paper met the flames, it ignited with a fervent blaze. What are you burning? Li Qinyong glanced over while plating the food. The image, personally crafted by Master Yan Air, depicts the two of us. Yan Xuehuai picked up a fire poker and stirred the embers, rising to shake off the ashes that had settled on her garments. Li Qinyong paused. Astonished, have they found their way here? At her words, Li Qinyong felt a pang of emotion. Your illness has already subsided. With a fortnight of proper care, you shall fully recover. I shall ensure you are well nourished. Let us open a modest eatery. Aside from cooking, I possess no other skills. Li Qinyong's family had long been in the food business. Her foster father, Li Laodai, had once served as a chef for a prominent household. Raised in comfort, Li Qinyong had not taken to the stove herself, yet she had absorbed much through observation and acquired commendable culinary skills. Very well, let us establish a small eatery. Presently, there are numerous outsiders in the new capital, many of whom are temporarily residing in places where cooking is not permitted, necessitating the purchase of meals. I have noticed that the vendors selling buns and steamed bread are thriving. We too could offer simple home-style dishes, which would be both convenient and affordable. The gloom in Li Qinyong's eyes dissipated. I can steam buns, and I can also prepare xiaomai. I wonder if the residents of the new capital enjoy xiaomai. Mother, tomorrow I shall borrow paper and ink from the shopkeeper. Please list all the staple foods and dishes you wish to prepare, along with the supplies we need for our eatery. Very well. That night, the mother and daughter refrained from discussing matters pertaining to the Yan family. The following morning, as Yan Xuehuai descended the stairs, she carried a clay pot in her hands. She placed the pot upon the counter and, with a radiant smile, addressed Manager Hu. These are the wontons my mother made. She prepared an ample amount, just enough for you, Mr. Liu, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Long, each to enjoy a bowl. The shopkeeper, along with the accountant and two assistants, each received a bowl. This was not merely an excess, but clearly a deliberate act of generosity towards them. Remembering the two portraits from the previous day, shopkeeper who understood the underlying intention and did not decline, instructing Xiao Wuzi to fetch the bowls and chopsticks. How has the search for a place progressed? Yan Xuehuai sighed. I initially intended to rent a shop belonging to the esteemed Lady Yi on Huichang Street, but that premises has been forcibly occupied and cannot be vacated in the short term. Lady Yi? The one from the Ouyang family? Shopkeeper who furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Yes, that very Lady Yi who holds a title, Yan Xuehuai confirmed. You are familiar with her, Shopkeeper Hu. Shopkeeper Hu, a longtime resident of Pingcheng, recalled a time when the city was not inundated with the wealthy and powerful. The Ouyang family, with two successful scholars in their lineage, was well known throughout Pingqing. Anyone who had lived there for a decade or two would undoubtedly be aware of the Ouyang family's affairs. Alas, how the heavens envy the gifted, he lamented. Yan Xuehuai reflected on the stern Lady Yi, feeling a twinge of sympathy. The shop I wished to rent was indeed the one belonging to Lady Yi on Huichang Street, but it is currently occupied. Shopkeeper who scoffed disdainfully, recalling the commotion when Ouyang Boru passed away. The Ouyang family had previously argued that Lady Yi was incapable of raising her son and managing the family estate, insisting that she transfer control to the Ouyang clan. Lady Yi resolutely refused, not only raising her son Ouyang Zan to adulthood, marrying him off, and seeing him father children, but also nurturing him into a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. Subsequently, when Ouyang Zan and his son mysteriously disappeared, the elders of the Ouyang family brazenly approached, pressuring Lady Yi to adopt their offspring. Yan Xuehuai recalled the countenance of the Ouyang couple and inquired, "Master Hu, is Ouyang Hui also a descendant of the clan elder?" Ouyang Hui's wife, the spirited Wang, came to mind, and Yan Xuehuai's lips pursed slightly in contemplation. The Wang family once thrived in the incense trade. But after the leading figure of the Pingqing incense business emerged, they were forced out, reduced to selling vegetables on Shunqing Street, their business faltering and their fortunes dwindling. Those who knew their background were reluctant to forge alliances with them. Wang married Ouyang Hui as his secondary wife only in her 20s. And their family's connection to the Ouyang clan brought them a fleeting sense of pride on Shunqing Street. A few years ago, Ouyang Hui's brother-in-law became a county magistrate, which inflated the Wang family's sense of importance. However, Wang's uncle, Wang Xiaoxi, led a group in extorting protection money on Shunqing Street, but after offending someone, he suffered a grievous injury, which instilled a sense of caution in the Wang family. The older residents of Pingqing well understood that Shunqing Street harbored hidden talents, and it was not a place where a family of their diminished stature could afford to act recklessly. Master Hu, a lifelong resident of Pingqing, though the city now bore the name Xinjing, remained steadfast in his speech. "I suggest you seek out another shop. The Yi matriarch possesses several establishments. Perhaps there are others available as well." The Yi family hails from a distinguished lineage, yet with no one left in her maternal family, the Ouyang clan dares not overstep. "Indeed, I shall explore further options." "Thank you, Master Hu," Yan Xuehuai replied with a smile, gracefully shifting the topic. A thought struck her, and she posed another question. "Is there a place near Xinjing called Qingyun Ridge? Is it far?" "Qingyun Ridge? What prompts your inquiry about that?" The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, his little mustache quivering, a curious feat indeed. "I overheard some individuals discussing it while I was indulging in street food. Is there a renowned temple in that locale?" Yan Xuehuai inquired with a smile. "While I am unaware of any famous temples, I have heard patrons at the inn mention that the area is rather unsettled. If you and your mother wish to offer incense and pay homage, it would be prudent to visit the Baoxiang Temple, the Great Buddha Temple, or the Wui and Baimei monasteries within the city. These places are frequented by many and possess a more vibrant spiritual atmosphere," the shopkeeper kindly advised. Yan Xuehuai promptly expressed her gratitude, uncertain of whether Li Qinyong would heed such counsel, for she herself did not believe in it. Upon exiting the inn, she made her way directly to Shunqing Street. After a brief stroll, she discerned the dynamics at play. In her previous life, she had mingled on the streets since the tender age of 13. Throughout history, street trades have remained strikingly similar. Even the informants appeared as slender as ever. "Young lad, have you fled from misfortune?" It was evident. Many had flocked to Shunqing Street, all having journeyed from the southern regions. "However, with your feeble appearance, it seems unlikely anyone would take you in. How old are you? 12 perhaps?" "I am merely inquiring on behalf of my father, seeking clarity before he arrives to establish connections." Season 1 indeed. If you wish to make a living on Shunqing Street, it would be wiser to pay respects to Lord Zhao rather than the Yamen. Speaking of Lord Zhao, he is a well-respected figure, as long as you comport yourselves wisely. He shall ensure your business thrives on Shunqing Street for years to come." No sooner had he spoken than the slender man, with hands resembling chicken claws, gestured towards a group not far off, saying, "Do you see? The gentleman at the forefront is Lord Zhao." Yan Xuehuai glanced back, surprised by the unexpected appearance of Mr. Zhao. She had anticipated a robust figure resembling a formidable warrior, yet instead, she beheld a fair-skinned youth, no more than 20 years of age. Yan Xuehuai clasped her hands in a gesture of gratitude towards the slender man, saying, "Thank you. Tomorrow, I shall have my father bring 10 gifts to pay respects to Mr. Zhao." though she had no intention of offering genuine reverence. Her curiosity was piqued to uncover the identity of the individual who had severed Wang Xiaoxi's leg. She sought out a tailor in Chunqing Street, spending 50 coins to procure a slightly worn silk outfit and an additional 5 coins for a folding fan. After adorning herself in the attire and brandishing the fan, she entered the Huiji sauce shop. The doors of Huiji stood wide open, and Mrs. Wang was commanding 2 laborers to carry sauce barrels outside. Upon noticing Yan Xuehuai approaching, she paused momentarily, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and inquired, "Are you here to purchase pickled vegetables?" It seems unlikely that any young master would personally come for such an errand. Yan Xuehuai, with a slight tilt of her chin, feigned ignorance to Mrs. Wang's words as she surveyed the shop's arrangement with a discerning eye. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the sauce barrels being lifted by the laborers, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. Such fine barrels, why are they being discarded? Mrs. Wang, increasingly perplexed by the young woman's origins, replied awkwardly, "Business has been poor. This shop has been rented out. The new proprietor does not engage in the sauce trade, and thus, these barrels are of no use to us. So we must remove them." "Rented out? That cannot be," Yan Xuehuai countered. "I distinctly passed by here just 2 days ago, and the shop was still available." Yan Xuehuai regarded her with palpable skepticism, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through Wang's very soul. "Have you conspired with my mother, deliberately proclaiming that this shop has already been leased, solely to thwart my ambitions of establishing my own business? Pray tell, how much silver did my mother bestow upon you to facilitate this deception?" Chapter 14. The figurine maker Wang was momentarily taken aback by the fervent outburst of the young lad before her. Without the presence of the Ouyang patriarch and his son, the Ouyang family had dwindled to mere local gentry, lacking the stature of the prominent households in the new capital. The boy before her, speaking in the refined dialect of the southern officials, might very well be a young master from a distinguished family newly arrived in the capital. Wang recalled the pair of siblings who had visited the previous day, of a similar age, who had effortlessly produced 80 taels without haggling. The more she pondered, the more she felt compelled to regard Yan Xuehuai with utmost respect. With a conciliatory smile, she replied, "Young master, to speak candidly, our shop has indeed been leased. The next tenant has already paid a deposit, agreeing to remit the balance once we have prepared the premises." "Huh, merely a deposit, and not the full rent. How does that constitute a lease?" Yan Xuehuai snapped, snapping open his folding fan, adorned with 4 elegantly inscribed characters in shimmering gold, which Wang could not decipher. The young master's wet nurse hails from the northern regions, and since his childhood, he has savored the pickled vegetables she prepared. Upon arriving in the new capital, he harbored the desire to establish a pickled goods shop. He learned that the venerable Huang family sauce shop holds a prestigious reputation in the city, and it has come to his attention that your establishment branched off from the Huangs. Just the other day, as I passed by, I observed that your shop possesses a commendable appearance. I genuinely wish to acquire it, not merely the vacant space, but everything within the shop as well. Should anyone else have offered a deposit, I would gladly double it." As he spoke, Yan Xuehuai produced a pouch from his waist and emphatically placed it upon the table. The pouch, flattened, clearly contained silver notes. Mrs. Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Her husband had inquired at several sauce shops, yet none were willing to take the items within. They had no choice but to consult a scrap dealer, who haggled and offered a mere couple of taels for the goods. If this young lad were to accept everything, it would certainly be worth far more than just 2 taels. "All these items are here. Young master, please take a look, and let us negotiate a price," she suggested. As the laborers were in the midst of moving items, one could not help but ask, "Madam, shall we continue to move?" "Leave them for now." "Oh dear, you too. Step outside. Your sweat is quite pungent." "We wouldn't want to offend the young master," she retorted. The 2 laborers exchanged glances, unimpressed by the situation. Once assured that no outsiders were present, Mrs. Wang donned a charming smile. "Young master, have you made your assessment?" "Indeed, I have. These items are all quite old, and are worth no more than 5 taels," he replied, rolling his eyes with the air of a child well-versed in such matters. Mrs. Wang's heart leapt with joy. 5 taels was considerably more than what she would have received from the scrap dealer. "In our time, we spent a considerable 15 taels to procure these items. Alas, 5 taels less seems rather insufficient." Yan Xuehuai furrowed her brow and replied testily, "I can offer you no more than 8 taels. These are antiquities, old relics, and you expect me to pay 15 taels? Do you take me for a fool?" 8 taels. The sudden elevation from 5 to 8 was astonishing, yet Wang felt a sense of justification. The previous day, the pair of siblings had not haggled over 80 taels. She had regretted it for half the night, thinking she should have demanded 100 taels instead of merely settling for 80. Heaven must be smiling upon her today, for she had stumbled upon another simpleton. 8 taels, Wang said, shifting uneasily, feigning difficulty. The young master across from her, unable to contain his impatience, hastily declared, I shall take your shop as well. Name your price. And rest assured, I shall not let you suffer a loss. My grandfather entrusted me with a full 1,000 taels to learn the trade, though my mother worries for my well-being. 1,000 taels? Wang recalled the first time she accompanied Yan Xuehuai to pay respects to old Madame Yi after their marriage. There stood a screen adorned with agate, a sight she had never encountered before. Yan Xuehuai had informed her that it was part of old Madame Yi's dowry, which had been offered for 1,000 taels just 2 years prior, yet she had refused to part with it. Wang was taken aback. Her own dowry of 20 taels had been painstakingly extracted from the betrothal gifts provided by the Yang family. To old Madame Yi, however, 1,000 taels was merely a trinket in her abode. Now, for this childless family, 1,000 taels was simply pocket money for play. Just like the pair of siblings from yesterday, the notion of opening a shop and engaging in business is merely a frivolous endeavor funded by their family's wealth. Is commerce truly so simple? If it were, she wouldn't be contemplating the transfer of her shop. 120 taels a year, young master. If you offer 120 taels, I will hand over everything from the sauce shop to you. Go inquire whether the shops on Chonglu Street are priced similarly. Aside from my shop on Weichong Street, there are no available shops left. Before Wang could finish her sentence, Yan Xuehuai slammed the table and declared, 120 taels? It's a deal. As she spoke, she produced a banknote worth 10 taels from her purse and waved it before Wang. This is a deposit. I shall come to collect the shop tomorrow morning. Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached out to take it, but Yan Xuehuai pressed the banknote back onto the table. You must provide me with a receipt. What if, upon my arrival tomorrow, you deny the transaction and claim I haven't paid the deposit, seeking to extort an additional 10 taels from me? Wang was taken aback. The siblings from yesterday had required a receipt. Yan Xuehuai chuckled softly. I can read and write. I will draft it myself. And you may simply affix your seal and fingerprint. The shop was equipped with the necessary writing tools, and in a matter of moments, Yan Xuehuai composed a receipt. Wang, not lacking in wit, opened the door and inquired of the 2 laborers outside, can either of you read? Since the transition of Pingqing to Xinjiang, many individuals had arrived in the city, some literate but unable to find employment, thus resorting to manual labor. Indeed, one of the laborers replied, I attended private school for 2 years. Very well. Please come in and help me see what is written on this receipt, Wang said. Li Fu glanced at Wang and then at the smiling Yan Xuehuai, before reaching out to take the receipt and reading aloud, received today. From the 5th shop on the south side of Jiaxing Street, the transfer fee of 10 taels. Wang frowned upon hearing this. What is this transfer fee? Yan Xuehuai raised an eyebrow, her impatience evident in her expression. You sold me all those pots and shelves, and I am not taking them away. Isn't that the transfer fee? In fact, I even paid 2 taels more. Indeed, they initially agreed on 8 taels. Wang sighed in relief and without further ado, pressed her handprint on the receipt. Yan Xuehuai dried the ink and casually handed Wang a banknote of 10 taels, stating that she would bring the workers to collect the shop tomorrow, before departing with a flourish. Li Fu asked Wang, Auntie, are we moving? Moving? Nonsense. 10 taels for this junk. Yan Xuehuai exited Jiaxing Street and arrived at the entrance of Tongfu Inn, where she crafted a few dough figurines at the stall, garnering envious glances from the nearby children. One child recognized her, saying, You made an ugly Neza yesterday. Yes, that was me. You come here every day. Do you live around here? She inquired, pointing at Tongfu Inn. The child nodded and called out to the others, We all live here. The children residing in the inn were either the innkeeper's offspring or the guest children. As she spoke, Yan Xuehuai produced a string of copper coins and requested the elderly man skilled in crafting dough figurines to create one for each of the children according to their specified design. However, these delightful creations would not be available until half an hour had passed. Watching the little figures scamper joyfully into the inn, Yan Xuehuai hummed a cheerful tune and proceeded to the small stall of Uncle Dan, who sold tea eggs. Uncle Dan, do you happen to know the residence of old Madame Yi? Chapter 15. The tooth shop old Madame Yi's home was rather easy to locate. Uncle Dan provided her with the general direction, and soon, Yan Xuehuai found herself at the only grand entrance in Shitzi Alley, which belonged to old Madame Yi. The main door was closed but not locked, indicating that someone was inside. Yan Xuehuai turned around to prepare a simple yet thoughtful gift set of 4 items. Not extravagant, but quite practical. She approached the gate and knocked gently. A middle-aged woman answered the door and immediately recognized Yan Xuehuai. "You are from Huichang Street, aren't you?" "Indeed, I am. My name is Yan Xuehuai. I hope you still remember me." She beamed a broad smile. "Of course, I remember. Please wait a moment while I inquire with the old madam," the woman replied with an apologetic smile before closing the door again. Yan Xuehuai remained calm. She knew that old Madam Yi did not have a cordial relationship with the Ouyang family. If the door had not been shut tightly, they might have been in a state of constant unrest. After a brief moment, the door creaked open once more, and the woman peeked out. Seeing that only Yan Xuehuai stood before her, she smiled and said, "Please, come in, young lady." Yan Xuehuai nodded in acknowledgement and followed the woman inside. "What should I call you, Annie?" she inquired. "You may call me Mou," the woman replied. The woman, around 40 years of age, possessed a graceful visage. Yet deep furrows etched upon her brow and the corners of her mouth betrayed a semblance of sorrow. As a woman reaches a certain age, the trials of her life are often inscribed upon her countenance. Yan Xuehuai called out to Aunt Mou and followed closely behind her, making their way toward the drooping flower gate. Upon entering the gate, the second courtyard revealed itself, stark and desolate. 2 pomegranate trees within the yard had just begun to sprout. Passing through the corridor, they found not the rear annex, but yet another courtyard. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yan Xuehuai inquired, "Is this residence comprised of 4 courtyards?" "It is indeed a 5-courtyard estate," Mou replied. "The old matriarch resides in the 4th courtyard, and there is also a rear annex, which may be considered an additional courtyard." Since arriving in this ancient era, Yan Xuehuai had never encountered such an expansive dwelling. Though it boasted only 2 more courtyards than the Yan family estate, the courtyards here were significantly larger and more numerous, adorned with the elegant eaves and brackets befitting a family of officials. Yet, the atmosphere felt rather forlorn. All the rooms were securely locked, and the windowsills were dust-laden, indicating that no one had inhabited the space for quite some time. Yan Xuehuai refrained from further comment and accompanied Mou into the 4th courtyard. There, the old matriarch sat upright in a grand armchair within the main hall, clad in a somewhat worn yet serviceable garment. Her hair remained meticulously arranged, her back straight. Her demeanor austere and unyielding, reminiscent of their initial encounter at the tea stall by the street. With utmost respect, Yan Xuehuai performed a bow to the old matriarch, who took a sip from her teacup. Yan Xuehuai then produced a note, stamped with the Wang family seal, and handed it to Mou, who presented it to the old matriarch. The matriarch examined the note, her brow slightly furrowing, as she scrutinized Yan Xuehuai from head to toe. "Do you think this alone will compel them to vacate the premises?" "I have not requested them to clear out, rather. I intend to claim all the items within the shop. As long as those 2 do not enter, the establishment is mine to rent." The young girl spoke with a voice that was both youthful and melodious, resonating with a clarity that was quite delightful. She was rather tall for her age, albeit exceedingly frail, with a pallid complexion that suggested she had recently recovered from a serious illness. Lady Yu lowered her eyelids. The small Buddhist prayer beads made of rosewood in her hand appeared to have been well worn over the years. "Have you come to sign the lease?" she inquired. "Indeed. I have brought the rent with me," Yan Xuehuai replied, reaching for the pouch at her waist. However, Lady Yu let out a cold laugh and stated, "Without a guarantor, I shall not sign this lease. You should first inquire if any lending house is willing to take on this business before returning." After speaking, Lady Yi turned her gaze toward the woman. "Mou, escort this girl out." Yan Xuehuai wished to say more, but Lady Yu had already risen and stepped into the inner room. Mou approached, offering an apologetic tone. "Miss Yin, perhaps you should consult the lending houses first. To be frank, the matter concerning that shop has already reached the authorities. It seems none in this vicinity are willing to act as guarantors. Without a guarantor from a lending house, even if it reaches the authorities, it would hold no weight. Alas, Master Huey's brother-in-law is the county magistrate." Yan Xuehuai nodded, tapping her forehead in a moment of embarrassment. "I was remiss. I had forgotten about this rule. Antimo, you mentioned that the lending houses nearby are unwilling to act as guarantors. What if I sought out those from other streets? Would their endorsements carry weight with the authorities?" Mou sighed inwardly, realizing that this young lady, Miss Yin, was likely still in her early teens and therefore lacked understanding of such matters. Anyone who had received an official seal and documents from the authorities was considered an official agent, while those without were deemed private agents. Although private agents could provide guarantees, In legal disputes, only official agents were recognized by the court. Yan Xuehuai understood this clearly. She smiled and thanked Mou before turning to leave the residence of the elderly Lady Yi. She made her way to Shunqing Street. While Shunqing Street may not have been as strategically located as Huichang Street, it boasted a plethora of shops, 3 times the number found on Huichang Street. Furthermore, any business related to the daily necessities of the common folk could be found along Shunqing Street. There were also several dental shops, one of which Yan Xuehuai had noticed just the day before. She entered the dental shop that displayed the official flag. Inside, there were only 2 or 3 assistants dressed in short attire and a small, bespectacled boy who was engrossed in writing. "Is there a dental agent available?" Yan Xuehuai inquired. The small boy glanced up momentarily and was about to rise to respond when an assistant approached and loudly declared, "No, they've all gone out. If you have something to discuss, leave a message and come early tomorrow." Ah, such a thriving business. Yan Xuehuai had already noticed him. As soon as the assistant finished speaking, she pointed at the small boy and said, "He is wearing a long gown. He must be a dental agent as well." The assistant frowned, displaying impatience. He has just completed his apprenticeship and is not yet formally in the profession. Since he has completed his apprenticeship, he is indeed a dental agent. I shall seek him out. Yan Xuehuai waved her hand towards the small boy. "Fetch your official seal and come with me." The diminutive figure could scarcely believe his ears. It had been a month since he set forth, yet his unremarkable appearance worked against him in a profession that prized looks. One either needed to be strikingly handsome or possess a demeanor of earnest integrity. His slight stature and gaunt frame made him resemble a mere errand boy when clad in a long gown, and thus, opportunities for business seldom came his way. "You truly wish for me to go?" he inquired, pointing to his own nose. "Are you not a tooth puller?" Yan Xuehuai retorted. "I am indeed." He fervently nodded. "Then that suffices. Let us proceed." Yan Xuehuai tossed her head and strode out of the dental establishment. Chapter 16. The key. "My name is Yusi." "No, that is incorrect. I have a proper name, Yumin. You may call me Yumin, and I possess an official seal. Indeed, I do." Yusi, or rather Yumin, hastily caught up with Yan Xuehuai and displayed his dental seal for her inspection. Yan Xuehuai glanced at it. Having never encountered a dental seal before, it was of little significance to her. "Pray tell, does your establishment on Shunqing Street pay homage to Master Jiao?" Yumin carefully tucked away the seal, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and whispered, "I cannot say if the proprietor of our establishment has paid respects to Master Jiao, but I have. And all the tooth pullers in our employ have done so as well. Who would dare take on business without paying homage to Master Jiao? Would they not agree?" Yan Xuehuai smirked, finding his words rather astute. "How refreshing. So, you are indeed one backed by Master Jiao. My discernment is commendable, for I have selected you at a glance, thus avoiding much trouble." Yumin had never been regarded with such importance in his life, prompting him to involuntarily straighten his posture. "Really? Am I truly that remarkable?" Yan Xuehuai nodded affirmatively, glancing at Yumin's upright back, and praised, "Excellent. When you conduct your business tomorrow, maintain this demeanor. You are a person backed by Master Jiao, thus you need not fear wherever you go." Overwhelmed with emotion, Yumin felt tears welling in his eyes. How could he have forgotten? He had indeed paid his respects to Master Jiao, so what did he have to fear? Yan Xuehuai led Yumin once more into Shitzi Alley, where the imposing entrance of the Yi matriarch's residence nearly caused Yumin to retreat in trepidation. Was this truly the home of the esteemed Ouyang patriarch? Indeed, such a grand entrance could only belong to an old Pingqing family. Encouraging himself inwardly, Yumin followed Yan Xuehuai into the expansive courtyard. Yan Xuehuai promptly paid 35 taels of silver as rent, and the silver contract was settled. The Yi matriarch instructed Mou to produce a key, saying, "This is the key to the shop from before. It has long been replaced. Handing you this key is merely a formality." Yan Xuehuai solemnly accepted the key and inquired of the Yi matriarch, "If this key fails to unlock the shop's door, do I have the right to forcefully break the lock and replace it myself?" The Yi matriarch nodded, affirming, "Yes, of course." Yan Xuehuai dipped his brush in ink and handed it to Yumin. "Please add this clause as well." Yumin chided himself for his inexperience. This clause was indeed necessary. He appended the supplementary clause at the end and, together with the Yi matriarch and Yan Xuehuai, they each affixed their fingerprints. Once the property was received the following day, this transaction would be finalized. 35 taels of silver were to be divided, with the toothman receiving 3 taels and 5 chien, each party contributing half. Lady Yi graciously allowed Mou to weigh out 1 tael, 7 chien, and 5 fun of silver to hand over to Yumin. While Yan Xuehuai proposed to remit the remaining portion the following day after the house was collected. Upon exiting Shitsi Hutong, Yumin felt invigorated. This marked his inaugural transaction as a tooth man. Although it was merely a rental agreement that others deemed beneath them, it held profound significance for him. At last, I am truly a tooth man. Yumin stood tall, his heart swelling with pride. He had long admired his relatives in this profession, who enjoyed both wealth and prestige. His mother had pleaded for quite some time before a relative finally consented to guide him into the trade. He began as an apprentice, dedicating 3 years to his craft. And this year he had finally graduated, but it was only today that he could officially claim the title of tooth man. Spotting a fruit stall along the street, Yan Xuehuai purchased several tangerines, selecting the largest to present to Yumin. Congratulations. Yumin accepted the tangerine, beaming with delight. After a bustling half-day, they were not alone in their endeavors. A group of children entered Tongfu Inn, and within a brief interval, Dong Wanqian and Dong Xibai dashed out. Sister, I told you we should have drafted a contract, yet you insisted it was unnecessary. Look, we have been deceived. Dong Xibai blinked, pondering whether they should summon a few brothers. Just as he contemplated seeking out those who had come down from the mountain, he turned to see Dong Wanqian already racing down Huichang Street. Sister, wait for me. Dong Xiaobai glanced around, spotting a white wax stick at the inn's entrance. He seized the stick and sprinted after Dong Wanqian. The siblings, one ahead of the other, hurried toward the Huiji soy sauce shop. Outside the sauce shop stood the iron gate, and neither Ouyang Hui nor the Wang family was present. On the steps in front of the shop sat a laborer who, upon seeing the fiercely determined siblings, inquired, Are you here to find the proprietor? Indeed, where are they? Dong Wanqian asked. 120 taels? He exclaimed incredulously. You claim this dilapidated establishment is rented for 120 taels? Just yesterday, they requested 80 taels from us. What does it matter if it's 120? They can certainly afford it. This is a blatant act of condescension. Offering us 80 taels while quoting others at 120, do they presume that all residents of Qingyan Ridge are mere beggars? The laborer, frustrated after making a fruitless trip, recounted how the Wang family had decided to lease the shop for 120 taels, which only fueled Dong Wanqian's fury. This is nothing short of oppression, taking advantage of our status as outsiders. Dong Wanqian seethed. Indeed, they are bullying us. Sister, let us set this shop ablaze. Dong Xiaobai rolled up his sleeves, intent on procuring flint. Having witnessed the brothers on the mountain set structures alight, he was aware of the necessary steps. Fire and oil were essential. Once the oil was poured, the fire would follow. Burn it. Let us do it now, Dong Wanqian declared. Fists on hips, his hair bristling with indignation. The people of New Beijing were truly malevolent, treating others with such disdain. Startled, the laborer exclaimed, What did you just say? Surely you jest. Why would you two wish to set fire to the shop? Please reconsider. The shops on this street are interconnected. If you ignite one, the others will surely follow suit. The individuals who are bullying you are those from this shop. It has nothing to do with others. If you seek someone, you should seek them, correct? Dong Wanqian spat disdainfully and retorted, Are you blind? Can't you see the door is locked? Those two are nowhere to be found. Where am I supposed to look? Li Fu glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, They live not far from here, just in Lime Alley, the second house. Before Li Fu could finish his sentence, Dong Wanqian and Dong Xiaobai had already vanished from sight. Li Fu sighed and then broke into a grin, calling out to a nearby child, Can I collect the tea eggs now? The child named Abao nodded. 5 tea eggs. Follow me to the stall. They're still warm. Abao was a very responsible child. The brother who treated him to tea eggs yesterday said that as long as Li Fu spoke with the man and woman, he could come to collect 5 tea eggs. Naturally, the money for the tea eggs had already been given by that brother. Li Fu joyfully took the tea eggs and walked away, while Abao proudly lifted his cherished O figurine and happily sought out his friends. Chapter 17. The seal in the grocery store across the street. Yinchi picked up a rattle drum and shook it, producing a rhythmic thumping sound. Boss, are the tea eggs delicious? The shopkeeper, indifferent, replied curtly, They are indeed delicious. The shopkeeper, exasperated, wondered whether it was that tea eggs were simply unavailable outside Pingqing, or if this person could not afford them at all. Yinchi, sensing the shopkeeper's thoughts, felt a bit embarrassed. I've never tried them. The proprietor clicked his tongue, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. In life, one must learn to cherish what they have. As a resident of New Beijing, blessed with a home, a livelihood, and the luxury of tea eggs, he ought to appreciate his current existence. Not everyone in the world has savored a tea egg, and certainly, not all can afford one. A simple tea egg has imparted profound insights about life to the proprietor. Yan Qi discerned the tranquility and serenity reflected in the proprietor's eyes, finding him quite intriguing. The people of New Beijing, he mused, are all fascinating characters, exemplified by the child who relished cilantro yesterday and this burly man who evidently delights in tea eggs. The two siblings who rushed by like a gust of wind were equally captivating. Yan Qi shook the rattledrum in his hand, and even its monotonous sound seemed imbued with a touch of zen. "How many tea eggs can your rattledrum purchase?" The shopkeeper had now regained his composure, responding, "It can buy 5. This time, he added 2 more words than usual. 5? Such a quantity? Yan Qi smiled, revealing a set of pristine, even teeth. "I shall take this rattledrum." At last, the proprietor smiled back, noticing that this lad was even more handsome than many girls. Yet, he seemed unaccustomed to the world. Perhaps emerging from some remote corner, finding everything novel. The shopkeeper had anticipated that he would not make a purchase, but to his surprise, he chose to buy a rattledrum. How delightful. A visit to New Beijing could also serve as an opportunity to bring a token for his nephew back home. Look at the little child depicted on this rattledrum. It embodies the attire of our New Beijing. Yan Qi was slightly taken aback. "Do you know that I am an outsider?" The proprietor mused on the notion that no local could have escaped the experience of indulging in tea eggs. Yet, reflecting on his recent epiphany, he smiled enigmatically and remarked, "Indeed." Yan Qi raised his thumb in approval, producing a small piece of silver and placing it upon the counter. He shook a rattledrum and exited the general store. It was only after his figure vanished from sight that the proprietor chuckled and shook his head. Glancing down at the silver coin, he was momentarily taken aback. It was sufficient to purchase 15 tea eggs. The following morning, as the shops along Huichang Street opened their doors for business, a fresh piece of news spread like wildfire. The locksmith, Uncle Chun, had commenced work. Someone had summoned him to unlock the 5th shop on the south side of the street, the Huiji sauce shop. Surprisingly, the individuals requesting Uncle Chun's services were neither Ouyang Hui nor the Wang family, but rather a petite girl resembling a sprout, who in Huichang Street was unaware of the troubles plaguing the Huiji sauce shop. The couple had been frantically seeking someone to sublease, almost driven to madness in their attempts to become sublandlords. However, Ouyang Hui and his wife, having collected the rent, were not inclined to share with Elder Yi. They were, in fact, the primary landlords. Could it be that this shop had been leased out? Yet, if that were the case, why would they require a locksmith? Had Ouyang Hui and his wife not provided a key? Uncertain as to who ventured first to witness the spectacle, one person went, followed by another. Then a third and fourth. In the blink of an eye, a crowd had gathered around the entrance of the Huiji sauce shop. Uncle Chun was in the midst of unlocking the door when a neighbor shouted, "Uncle Chun, make sure you verify before you proceed. What if it's a thief? Be cautious, lest Ouyang Hui come after you." No sooner had the warning been uttered than the heavy padlock clicked open with a resounding snap. As Chuehuai tidied his tools, he remarked, "Of course, I came only after confirming the situation. They possess a written contract, and the appointed agents have accompanied them. Could they possibly be thieves?" The crowd then turned their attention to a young man and woman standing aside. The girl, perhaps 14 or even younger, was not unattractive. Albeit excessively slender and frail, yet her large, bright eyes sparkled with vitality. The young man, in his 20s, was of modest height, almost matching the young girl's stature, with a small nose, narrow eyes, and a pointed face, giving him an air of furtiveness. In the Great Wei dynasty, there were no female agents. Thus, the agent Chuehuai referred to must be this diminutive figure. Is this truly an agent? Don't agents usually possess a more respectable appearance and demeanor? I am an agent. A government-appointed one. Behold my seal. Yumin proclaimed, presenting his insignia with both hands for all to see. One should not underestimate this seal. It bore the official stamp of the Pingxing Prefecture, inscribed with the words Yumin seal, an accolade he had labored 3 years to obtain. Bao pushed his way to the front, initially perplexed by the apparent shift from brother to sister in the agent's identity. However, when the sister winked at him, his confusion dissipated, realizing that the sister and brother were indeed the same person, merely clad in different attire. Bao was currently learning to read under his grandfather's tutelage, and he recognized all 4 characters on the seal. With a loud voice, Bao read aloud, "Yumin Yuin." The neighbors paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. Make way, make way." A shrill voice suddenly pierced the air. The crowd turned to see Ouyang Hui and Wan Shi pushing their way through the throng. Upon recognizing them, the crowd promptly parted to allow passage. "What are you all doing in front of my shop? Have you ceased trading?" Wang exclaimed loudly. The neighbors remained motionless, sensing that something was amiss. Perhaps it was wise to observe the situation further. Noticing that the crowd showed no intention of dispersing, Yang Xuehuai chose to disregard it. He glanced at the open lock, then at the departing Chan, before finally fixing his gaze upon the man and woman before him. The man cradled an official seal, the seal of the tooth collector. As for the woman, Yan Xuehuai, upon catching Yang Xuehuai's gaze, promptly addressed Wang, saying, "We agreed yesterday that I would come to collect the property this morning. Look, I've even brought the tooth collector with me, yet you have only just arrived. Thus, I had no choice but to have the locksmith open the lock." Wang scrutinized Yan Xuehuai from head to toe. "You are a woman?" "Of course, I am a woman. When have I ever claimed otherwise?" As soon as Yan Xuehuai finished speaking, laughter erupted from the crowd, a clear, youthful sound. Wang, infuriated, turned her gaze towards the source of the laughter, discovering a boy of 17 or 18, shaking a rattledrum as he chuckled. "Bah!" Wang spat at the boy, then turned back to Yan Xuehuai, saying, "Let the lock be open then. Do you have the remaining 110 taels?" Yan Xuehuai blinked in confusion, asking, "What 110 taels?" "The rent, the remaining rent. We had an agreement. If you bring the remaining silver, I will rent you this shop." Wang was greatly vexed, as she awaited that silver to rescue her plight, bewildered by the child's apparent naivety. Chapter 18. A resounding slap. Rent. The rent for this shop was paid to the landlord yesterday. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Yuya. But what does it concern you? Yan Xuehuai wore a perplexed expression. The so-called dental accounts refer to the financial records submitted by various officials to the authorities for filing. Different local offices have varying deadlines for submission. Pingqing Prefecture submits its accounts every 10 days, and yesterday marked the end of that period. Yumin hurriedly completed the necessary paperwork for this transaction. Yang Xuehuai felt a weight in his heart. He stepped forward, reaching out to snatch the contract from Yumin's hands, but she deftly evaded him, leaving Yang Xuehuai grasping at air. "What are you doing? Are you attempting to seize the contract?" Yang Xuehuai's expression fluctuated between anger and confusion. "Who are you? A fraud masquerading as a representative? I, the landlord, am oblivious to this matter. With whom did you establish this contract?" "They naturally established it with me," came a frail yet resolute voice. Everyone froze in surprise as an elderly woman, supported by a middle-aged lady, emerged from the crowd. "Is that old Madame Yi?" "Indeed. It is old Madame Yi. What brings old Madame Yi here?" "Sure, have you forgotten? This shop originally belonged to old Madame Yi." Wan Shi glared at the approaching old Madame Yi, her eyes ablaze with fury. "So it is you, you deceitful old hag, conspiring with outsiders to deceive us. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Madame Yi did not cast even a glance in her direction, but instead turned to face the gathering crowd. "Esteemed neighbors, this young lady, Miss Yan, is the new tenant of this shop. The lease has been duly arranged under my auspices, with Yu Yaji as the guarantor, and the contract stands validated for a term of 1 year, with the rent fully paid. I assure you, I shall not demand an extra coin. The notion of 120 taels is entirely foreign to me." With every word uttered by Madame Yi, Yumin nodded in affirmation. Once Madame Yi concluded her statement, Yumin promptly added, "Indeed, this esteemed lady is the proprietor of the establishment. I have examined the ledger of fish scales, and it is both authentic and valid." Mrs. Wang nearly succumbed to a fit of rage, utterly incensed by the malice of Madame Yi, who was clearly colluding with this so-called guarantor to oppress them. "Nonsense! What authority does he possess to claim such a title? Listen closely. Does he declare himself a guarantor and presume it to be true? Moreover, even if he were a guarantor, there ought to be some semblance of reason, for I have never encountered him upon Huichang Street." The smile that had adorned Yumin's lips vanished instantaneously. No wonder Miss Yan had repeatedly urged him to build his confidence. Observing the woman before him, it was evident she intended to undermine his self-assurance. "Madam, if you have not encountered me on Huichang Street, that is indeed correct. I am a guarantor for beheld. Should you harbor doubts, you may inquire at the Pingqing Prefecture or consult Master Jiao. If my name holds no weight, I shall accompany you to meet the authorities this very instant." Upon hearing the name of Master Jiao, Mrs. Wang's complexion drained of color. She pointed incredulously at Yumin, exclaiming, "You mean beheld? The one on Shunqing Street?" "Certainly. It is located on Shunqing Street, and I too am from Shunqing Street. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Mr. Jiao." Yumin puffed out his chest, for he had the support of others, leaning against Mr. Jiao. Wang Shi plopped down onto the ground, fully aware of who Mr. Jiao was. Her brother, Wang Xiaoxi, had lost his leg at Mr. Jiao's behest. When the incident was reported to the authorities, the county magistrate happened to be the brother-in-law of Yan Xuehuai. That brother-in-law, upon hearing that Wang Xiaoxi was a mere ruffian, chose to disregard the matter. When the news reached the clan leader summoned Yan Xuehuai for a reprimand, advising him to steer clear of the troubles of the Yu family. Wang Shi felt a surge of resentment, pounding her thighs and weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, my son." Suddenly, as if recalling something, she sprang to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at Yan Xuehuai, exclaiming, "Do not think you can usurp my shop. That shop belongs to me." Yan Xuehuai, shaking the receipt in her hand, wore a sympathetic expression. "But you have already transferred the shop to me, as evidenced by this document, complete with your thumbprint." "Nonsense. That was merely a deposit." Yan Xuehuai smiled helplessly and turned to the crowd, asking, "Would someone please come forward to read this receipt aloud, so that all present may hear and discern the truth?" As soon as she finished speaking, a young boy squeezed through the crowd, declaring, "I will read it." Wang Shi shot a venomous glance at the boy, who held a rattle-drum in his hand, grinning mischievously. "Today, I received the transfer of the shop located at the 5th unit on the south side of Jiazi Street for the sum of 12 taels. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Such a substantial shop transferred for merely 10 taels was indeed a bargain too good to be true. The 10 taels were merely items within the shop, devoid of any rental fees. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since the Ouyang couple engaged in any legitimate business, suggesting they possessed little inventory. Indeed, it was true. "You foolish woman, deceived by others, you have effectively condemned your son to death. My Ouyang family has endured 8 generations of misfortune by marrying into your prodigal lineage." With that slap, Wang's mouth bled, yet her mind became remarkably clear. "The head of the household, we shall not move. As long as we remain in this shop, it belongs to us. Unless they kill us, we will not leave. And we shall see what they do." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang's mouth fell agape, frozen in shock. The locksmith, known as Xuehuai, had, unbeknownst to them, replaced the shop's lock with a new one. Yan Xuehuai was now brandishing a set of 3 or 4 new keys, the sound of them jingling together resonating in the air. With a bemused expression, Yan Xuehuai regarded her, challenging, "If you have the capability, go ahead and enter, otherwise, I shall offer this vacant space at the entrance for you to sleep. Fraud! You wretched girl, I shall fight you to the end." Wang flailed her sharp nails and lunged at Yan Xuehuai. Taken by surprise, Yan Xuehuai saw Wang's claws nearing her face when suddenly an object shot out from the side, landing squarely on Wang's hand with a resounding crack. Wang staggered back, shaking her painfully struck hand, and burst into heart-wrenching sobs. "My poor son, it is not that I cannot gather the money to save you, but these people are colluding to bully us." Yan Xuehuai discerned that the object striking Wang's hand was a rattle-drum. Yang Xuehui's mind raced with clarity. This was a trap, a scheme devised by the old matriarch Yi. The young girl surnamed Yin and that foolish toothless man were merely naive adolescents, utterly oblivious to the intricacies at play. It was highly likely that both were hired by the cunning Yi. Yang Xuehui took a few steps forward and, with a resounding thud, knelt before the matriarch. "Aunt, for the sake of our shared kinship, I implore you to save my dear Exine. The bandits have captured him and are demanding 500 taels." Chapter 19. The bandits' Yang Xuehui's first wife perished during childbirth, leaving neither mother nor child to survive. It was 5 years after Wang entered the family that Exine was born, and thereafter, she was unable to conceive again. Yang Xuehui and Wang cherished Exine as if he were their very own eye. Within the Ouyang household, Exine represented their strength, for it was because of their son that they dared to boast before the clan elders of their commitment to care for the elderly matriarch Yi. After searching tirelessly for several hours at all of Exine's usual haunts, Yang Xuehui and Wang found no trace of him. The letter instructed them to prepare 500 taels of silver and place it beneath the offering table at the village temple 2 miles outside the city by sunset. Failure to comply would result in the loss of a finger from Exine, and should they dare to report the matter to the authorities, his very life would be at stake. Enclosed within the letter was a talisman, a protective charm Wang had procured from the Guanyin temple, which Exine had always kept close, never parting with it. Yang Xuehui and Wang dared not speak of their ordeal, nor did they consider reporting it to the authorities. In the past, Madame Wang toiled tirelessly to help them amass wealth, yet in the past 2 years, much of it has been squandered. Fortunately, the 100 taels of retirement silver given to Madame Wang by the Huang family remains intact. Of course, it would have been even better if the matriarch Yi could have contributed 500 taels. However, They never anticipated that not only would they not receive the 110 taels from Yan Xuehuai, but that matriarch Yi had evidently allied with others to conspire against them. This made it increasingly difficult for them to persuade her to part with silver to secure their release. Yang Hui would certainly not disclose the matter regarding the bandits demanding that the silver be delivered to the Earth God Temple. The risk of a malicious individual exposing this information, leading to the silver being snatched away or the authorities intervening, leaving them bereft of both money and hope, was far too great. Onlookers whispered among themselves, while Matriarch Yi remained impassive, regarding Yang Hui and his wife as one might regard a jester. As an elderly woman, how can I possibly confront those bandits to rescue your child? You ought to report this to the authorities rather than seek help from me. No sooner had Matriarch Yi finished speaking than Wan Shi erupted into a shriek. It must be your doing, you old hag. You colluded with the bandits to kidnap my ex-Yan Xuehuai. You heartless wretch, you deserve the death of your own son and grandson. With a cold laugh, Matriarch Yi turned on her heel and departed. Yang Hui, seething with rage, struck Wan Shi across the face. I will strike you down, you brazen woman. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Please wait. Don't stoop to Wan Shi's level. You must save ex-Yan Xuehuai. Yang Hui, preoccupied with pursuing old Madame Yi, found herself abruptly tripped by an unknown assailant, causing her to stumble comically. Upon regaining her composure, she realized that both old Madame Yi and the woman had vanished without a trace. Frustration welled within her as she yearned to identify the culprit behind her misfortune. Who dares to stand before me? She fumed, knowing full well that only a fool would confess to such mischief. Meanwhile, Wang, having endured 2 slaps, was utterly undeterred. Seated on the ground while lamenting and cursing, you old widow Yi, and you, little harlot. You've abducted my son and stolen my shop. May you both meet a most dismal fate. In the midst of her wails, a thought struck her, although old Madame Yi had departed. The impudent girl who had pilfered her shop remained. With renewed vigor, she sprang to her feet and lunged toward Yan Xuehuai. I shall tear you apart, little harlot. Return my shop and my son. Wang flailed her arms, attempting to grasp Yan Xuehuai's hair, while the latter dodged desperately, crying out for help. Uncertain if she could overpower Wang in a fight, Yan Xuehuai had no desire for conflict. She was but a frail blossom. Why should she engage in such a fray? Aunt, help. Someone please. The delicate young girl, unable to withstand Wang's relentless assault, sought refuge in the crowd. A few women, who had previously clashed with Wang, rushed to her aid. Some encircled Wang from behind, while others shielded Yan Xuehuai, though they were strangers to her. They recognized that a girl of merely 13 or 14 would not venture out alone to rent a shop unless she had no one to rely upon. Wang was audacious enough to strike someone in public, merely because she perceived the young girl to be without support, in her 30s or 40s. Which mother does not have children of her own? Wang, do you possess no sense of shame? We usually refrain from stooping to your level when you act like a spoiled child, yet you resort to bullying even the young ones. It is no wonder your son was captured by bandits. Indeed, it is astonishing to witness such behavior, rather than searching for your own lost son. You come here to torment another's child. Have you no conscience left? The women around her chimed in, each voice adding to the chorus of indignation. They all conducted their businesses on the same street, and Wang was no stranger to conflict, having often clashed with them. At this moment, however, the animosity was palpable. Wang's ire flared as they interfered, and she unleashed a torrent of invectives. Yet, Yang Hui stood in silence, his expression darkened. When Wang's tirade seemed interminable, Yumin could no longer contain himself. He had always dreaded encountering such a shrew. From childhood, he would distance himself at the sight of a woman berating others. But who was the target of this tirade? It was Miss Yan. And who was Miss Yan? She was his very first client in the dental profession. Yumin cautiously maneuvered around the 2 women blocking his path, inadvertently brushing against one's elbow. He quickly offered an apologetic smile, and the woman, her attention riveted on Wang, merely grunted in acknowledgement. At last, Yumin stood before Wang, took a deep breath, straightened his spine, and summoned all his strength to shout. Silence! If you dare to speak further nonsense, I shall summon Master Jiao. Wang was momentarily taken aback, her mind conjuring the image of Wang Xiaoxi writhing on the ground after losing a leg. You dare not. Do not invoke Lord Jiao to instill fear. He is not present here. The pitiable little white flower could no longer contain her impulsive tongue and chirped in a sweet voice. Indeed, Lord Jiao is not here. He is on Shunqing Street. Oh, how coincidental. Your maternal home is also on Shunqing Street. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in raucous laughter. particularly from those gentlemen who had been observing the women's scuffle. Indeed, Yang Hui, are you not concerned about your wife? Do you still believe that the troubles in your household are insufficiently scandalous? Yang Hui, if a report to the officials is warranted, then proceed. If not, hasten to gather funds. Are you not esteemed within your clan? Let the clan assist you in raising the necessary money. That is the matter at hand. Chapter 20. A token of gratitude. Yang Hui's countenance darkened. Were it not for Wang's loquaciousness, the old matriarch would not have departed so abruptly. Had Wang not been so mercenary, how could a perfectly fine shop have fallen into another's hands? He cast a gloomy glance at Yan Xuehuai, merely an outsider seeking refuge. Time is on his side. He clenched his jaw and delivered another resounding slap to Wang's face, scolding, "You have brought shame upon the Yang family." As Yang Hui and Wang left in disgrace, the youth wielding a rattle burst into laughter. Initially, the onlookers had refrained from mocking out of neighborly courtesy. But with one person leading the mirth, others could not help but join in the laughter. Wang, who relished petty gains and was notoriously domineering, had offended many on Huichang Street over the years. Those who had come to defend Yan Xuehuai were no allies of hers. Witnessing her in such disarray brought a sense of vindication to the crowd. Yang Hui and Wan Shi walked a considerable distance. Yet they could still hear the laughter of those people. As the head of the family, we cannot let this matter rest. Yang Hui snorted coldly. That shop belonged to him, as did the wealth of the old matriarch. It was only a matter of time. Are you only thinking about that and neglecting Xin? Wan Shi would never disregard Xin, although not particularly astute. She understood well that if anything were to happen to Xin, her own place in the Ouyang household would be jeopardized. Let us seek out elder brother. As the clan leader, he cannot turn a blind eye to this. The sign of Hui's sauce shop had been taken down. Yan Xuehuai paid Uncle A Chun his wages and then expressed her gratitude to the courageous aunts who had come to their aid. Although the young girl appeared pale and emaciated, her words were sweet as she addressed them affectionately. One aunt, curious, inquired, "Is this shop solely yours, without any adults?" "My mother is an excellent cook, and this shop is run by her. Hence, you must come and try her culinary skills." It became clear that it was just the two of them, a mother and daughter left alone, evoking a sense of pity for their plight as they were without a man to support them. "Your accent suggests you are from the south. Did you come here to escape?" "We hail from the old capital. My mother and I have endured much hardship to reach the capital." Yan Xuehuai's voice grew softer, and she lowered her head to stifle a sniffle. The aunt felt a twinge of regret. The young girl seemed on the verge of tears. In these tumultuous times, reaching the capital is no small feat. Now that Duke Dinghua has arrived, there is no place safer than our new capital. Indeed, Yan Xuehuai lifted her small, cherubic face, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Things are better now, and they will only improve from here. Once again, it is the Duke of Dinghua. Since her arrival in Xinjiang, Yan Xuehuai has lost count of how many times she has heard the name of the Duke. As the crowd outside the shop gradually disperses, she spots the boy with the rattle drum. While others have departed, he remains. "Thank you for today." "Thank me?" Yan Shi raises an eyebrow, standing close enough to feel the warmth of their proximity. Suddenly, he is struck by the familiarity of this slender child. It is not from the time they shared the bean curd, but rather from another encounter. "Indeed, the Wang family wanted to seize me, and you struck her hand with the rattle drum." The spring breeze touzles Yan Xuehuai's bangs, enlivening her countenance. Yan Shi observes that this young girl possesses elegantly arched brows and captivating peach blossom eyes. He contemplates revealing that he also noticed how she traded 5 tea eggs for a few words from Li Fu. However, what escapes his lips is, "How will you thank me? Once my shop opens, I shall grant you a discount." For reasons unknown, Yan Shi feels a twinge of disappointment. He gestures toward a nearby stall run by Dan Bo. "How about treating me to tea eggs? 5 of them?" "5? How very ungracious of you," she replies, handing him the oil paper package. As a token of gratitude, Yan Shi accepts the package and returns the rattle drum to Yan Xuehuai. In return, Yan Xuehuai is taken aback. She intended to repay a kindness, yet he has reciprocated. At that moment, someone at the end of the street waves in their direction. Yan Shi nods slightly and turns to Yan Xuehuai, saying, "I wish you prosperous business in advance." Having spoken, he hastily departed to meet the individual across the street, and soon both vanished around the corner. Neither of them noticed that among the onlookers, one had not entered any shop along the street, but instead exited Huichang Street and proceeded to Shunqing Street. "Master Jiao, I have something to discuss." One of the subordinates leaned in and whispered a few words in Master Jiao's ear. "What you mean?" Master Jiao lifted his teacup and took a sip. It's you, seer. Do you remember him? He is the one who brought you 2 dead fish as a tribute, claiming they were leftovers from his family's fish stall, insisting you should not feel obliged. With a sudden burst of laughter, Master Jiao couldn't contain himself, spitting out the tea and shaking the droplets off his silk shirt. He really has become a tooth puller? His subordinate took a cloth from the waiter and handed it to Master Jiao to dry his hands, chuckling as he spoke. That lad must have found some audacity, daring to use your name to intimidate people on Huichang Street, leaving them utterly bewildered. Did he truly manage to frighten them? Master Jiao resumed his seat and poured himself a new cup of tea. Your name surely possesses the power to instill fear. It's undoubtedly effective. By the way, can you guess who he managed to frighten? Who? Master Jiao tossed a peanut into his mouth, still amused by the memory of Yusia bringing him fish. It's the eldest daughter of the Dao Yixiang family, Wang Xiaoxi's sister. Yusia must be fortunate to have encountered someone from the Wang family nowadays. Just hearing your name sends them into a panic. In the beginning, Wang Xiaoxi was either under some misguided influence or perhaps had suffered a blow to the head, as he brazenly collected protection fees on Shunqing Street. In my opinion, Master Jiao, your temperament is too lenient, considering the gravity of his actions. Breaking only one of his legs was insufficient. The Wang family would not dare to utter a word of protest. Master Jiao waved his hand and remarked nonchalantly, enough. That is in the past and should not be revisited. By the way, that you see, is he named Yuming? He seems quite sensible. Please ensure he is given a few lucrative opportunities. One of his subordinates scratched his head and replied, Master Jiao, his name is Yumin. Yumin it is then. He indeed exhibits a certain level of understanding. How could he not? Huichang Street is not under Master Jiao's jurisdiction. Yet Yumin ventures there without forgetting to bolster Master Jiao's reputation. One wonders if he is feigning ignorance or simply fortunate. There are 3 establishments, both official and private, on Shunqing Street, comprising dozens of workers. It is rather surprising that the first person to receive Master Jiao's attention is that incompetent Yumin. Chapter 21, Apple's uncle who? You have extensive connections. Could you assist us in locating where to procure these items? Master, who took the list, raised an eyebrow and inquired, are you planning to open a restaurant? Has the shop been secured as discussed the other day? Yan Xuehuai beamed with delight and replied, it has been rented, and the contract is signed. When we open, you must come and sample our offerings. Ever since Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai moved in, Master who has enjoyed the delicacies brought by Yan Xuehuai. Now, even the meals prepared specifically for him in the kitchen seem unappetizing in comparison. Upon hearing Yan Xuehuai's words, Manager who instinctively licked his lips and replied with a smile, that is certainly the case. This time, as manager who scrutinized the list more closely, he concluded that there was no necessity to purchase new tables and chairs. It would be too late to have them made from scratch. Instead, he suggested visiting old Chui, who specialized in acquiring used furniture and employed skilled craftsmen for repairs. Simply mention that I sent you, and see if there is anything to your liking. For pots, bowls, and utensils, venture into the unnamed alley behind the Lantern Market. The 3rd establishment within that alley is where you will find Sun Sheng. Despite his shop's discreet location, he supplies a significant portion of the inns and taverns in Pingxing. No matter your requirements, whether extravagant or modest, he can procure it for you. As for rice, flour, and cooking oil, there is no need for haste. Once the shop is set up, I will send someone to assist you. They are longtime associates who regularly supply our inn. Thus, every trade has its own pathways. It is perfectly fine to be unfamiliar at first. The key lies in finding the right people and the appropriate avenues. Grateful to the utmost, Yan Xuehuai presented a basin of marinated chicken feet to manager who, as a gesture of appreciation, the following morning. Upon tasting it, manager who discerned that it had already absorbed the flavors, evidently prepared the day before. Li Qinyang followed Yan Xuehuai to Huichang Street. Upon entering the shop, her eyes lit up at the sight of a large vat of soy sauce. My mother can make sauce and pickle vegetables, she remarked, but this vat seems rather excessive. Indeed, it is abundant. This establishment previously operated as a soy sauce shop. Behind the store lay a small courtyard, bearing the remnants of where sauce blocks had once been sun-dried. Li Qinyang was instantly enamored with the courtyard, exploring every nook and cranny. Yan Xuehuai pointed to 2 rooms within the courtyard and remarked, Mother, let us reside there from now on. The rooms had previously been occupied by an elderly matriarch from the Wang family, who had passed away in the backyard. While others might perceive this as an ill omen or feel apprehensive, Li Qinyang remained unfazed, much to Yan Xuehuai's astonishment. Both Yan Xuehuai and the Wang family were not known for their industriousness, transforming a once pristine space into disarray. Yan Xuehuai left Li Qinyang to tidy up the shop while she sought out old Shui as per manager whose instructions. Upon entering old Shui's workshop, Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. She had anticipated the collection of old furniture to resemble the gathering of refuse. But she was astonished to discover the scale of old Shui's enterprise. There were over a dozen craftsmen diligently at work, not including the apprentices assisting them. Old Shui, a tall man with a scruffy beard and sun-kissed skin, had a charcoal pencil tucked behind his ear. Upon learning that Yan Xuehuai was introduced by manager Hu, he beckoned a young boy, instructing, accompany her to the storeroom in the back. Whatever catches her eye, have it brought out. Upon entering the storeroom, Yan Xuehuai knew she had arrived at the right place. It was filled with discarded tables and chairs from various restaurants. She selected several tables, a dozen chairs, along with a counter and a flower rack, and also chose a bed, vanity, and basin stand for the rooms she and Li Qinyang would inhabit. The young worker removed the household items, and Yan Xuehuai inquired about the price. Old Shui chuckled, saying, "The items you have chosen are merely inexpensive goods, lacking in value. Since you were introduced by old Hu, I'll offer them to you at cost, but you cannot skimp on the expenses for repairs and varnishing." The old furniture was acquired as scrap, yet the restoration and finishing are skilled tasks. Without hesitation, Yan Xuehuai agreed. Old Shui quoted a price. For a large assortment of items, including repairs and varnishing, he requested only 3 taels of silver and even offered free delivery. Yan Xuehuai expressed her gratitude profusely. As she exited, she noticed an elderly man selling apples, with a substantial basket still unsold. She purchased the entire remaining stock and requested the old man to assist her in transporting the apples to Old Shui. After placing the apples down and wiping her brow, she departed. Old Shui looked at her retreating figure, nodding in satisfaction. The youth who had guided Yan Xuehuai earlier ran over, picked up an apple, wiped it on his sleeve, and took a hearty bite. Upon witnessing this, Old Shui scolded him. "Look at how considerate she is, and then look at you. All you do is eat. Take some apples to the masters." The boy stuffed an apple into his clothing and hurried off. The masters, having evidently overheard the earlier exchange, greeted him with laughter. "Chui Jiao Jiao, has your father taught you manners again?" Infuriated, the boy threw the apple onto a rickety table and shouted, "Say that again. My name is Chui Jiao, not Chui Jiao Jiao." The masters laughed heartily. "Is there really a difference? You're still Chui Jiao Jiao." Frustrated, Chui Jiao turned and ran away. With her furniture settled, Yan Xuehuai felt a sense of tranquility and proceeded to the alley on Lantern Market Street, where she found a man named Sun Sheng. And according to the list provided by Li Qinyang, she placed an order for pots, bowls, and basins. Upon reviewing the list, Sun Sheng noticed the accompanying blueprints and inquired, "Are these objects drawn by you?" "They were sketched by my mother. She is a chef," Yan Xuehuai replied, her expression unwavering. Sun Sheng glanced at her before returning his gaze to the blueprints and then back to her. "You are not from New Beijing, are you?" "No. What you see here is based on the designs from our hometown," she clarified. Understanding dawned on Sun Sheng as he paused and remarked, "Other items can be discussed. But these blueprints will require a few more days. We must find someone to custom make them." "That is perfectly acceptable. My shop is not yet fully organized, so I can wait." Yan Xuehuai expressed her relief at not having arrived last. She had considered postponing her visit until all other matters were settled. "How large is your shop? Why do you need so many bowls and chopsticks, most of which are rather inexpensive?" Sun Sheng inquired. "The Zhuangyuan building has 2 levels, and the initial order for bowls and chopsticks was no more than this. However, they demanded only the finest blue and white porcelain. Unlike this young lady, who seems to require bowls and chopsticks that barely suffice for display. A shop like yours may not attract discerning diners," he observed. "My shop is modest, with only 4 tables," Yan Xuehuai replied cheerfully. Sun Sheng chose not to press further. Although the young lady was not of considerable age, she did not seem naive. His inquiry might encroach upon her business affairs, and it was wiser to refrain from delving deeper. Having exited Lantern Market Street, Yan Xuehuai sought out someone to arrange for the painting of her house, securing an appointment for the following day. As she reached the street corner, she spotted 2 familiar figures, the siblings from Qingyun Ridge. The sister led the way, brandishing a riding whip, nonchalantly swinging it about, as if oblivious to her surroundings. Yan Xuehuai followed his gaze and noticed that behind the brother and sister, approximately 2 zhang away, a man was leisurely trailing them. The man, in his 30s, had a fair complexion with a slight beard, donned a cobalt blue silk robe, and held a folding fan, resembling an intellectual. Chapter 22. The jar Yan Xuehuai. Dressed in coarse cloth and modest attire, blended seamlessly into the twilight streets. The trio brushed past her and entered the Tongfu Inn. She recalled the child, Yan Xuehuai, who had been kidnapped by bandits. Her initial intention was to incite trouble for the Ouyang couple, hoping that the brother and sister would distract them, leaving them unable to attend to matters here. She had envisioned them setting fire to Yan Xuehuai's residence, rendering the couple bedridden. Yet she never anticipated that they would resort to kidnapping the child. She had some understanding of the siblings' temperament, and this did not seem like an act they would commit. However, they were backed by Qingyun Ridge, where highway robbery and kidnapping were indeed the bandits' daily fare. Perhaps it was not the siblings who took action, but rather the man following them. Inside the Tongfu Inn, Dong Wanqian sat upright, chin held high, arms crossed, shoulders squared, legs crossed casually, and toes tapping rhythmically. I want to burn down the house, yet you prevent me. Instead, you opt to kidnap the child, daring not to demand more than 500 taels. Look. They brought the silver. You should simply release the child. Why not just give the couple a delightful distraction to amuse themselves? How splendid. Bah, I disdain such triviality. If one must act, let it be grand. What is this? Has the reputation of Qingyun Ridge been discarded? Beside them, Dong Xuehuai glanced at Dong Wanwan, whose face was a canvas of defiance, and nodded incessantly. Her sister spoke with such truth. It was indeed so. After all, I had procured the oil and gathered the flint. Had it not been for your interference, Yan Xuehuai's house would have already been ablaze, leaving him terrified and begging for mercy, wouldn't it, sister? Lu Lin closed his eyes, finding solace in the moment, while the siblings bickered animatedly around him. Yet he remained steadfast and unmoved. In a fit of rage, Dong Wanquan slammed her fist onto the table, which, contrary to her expectations of splintering, remained intact. While her hand throbbed with pain, she yelped and shook her hand, hopping around the room in frustration. Dong Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with mischief as she dashed towards Lu Lin. His breathing remained steady, undisturbed. Dong Xiaobai turned and shushed Dong Wanquan, and together, they tiptoed cautiously to the door, which they opened silently. However, as they peeked out, they collided with a solid barrier of flesh. Ersha and Hanyo stood like sentinels at the threshold. Dong Xiaobai, filled with dread, spun around. Lu Lin was still asleep, still asleep, still asleep. She shrank back, intimidated by the strategist's formidable presence. Sister, does your hand still ache? Shall I massage it for you? Massage your own head. Dong Wanwan retorted, hands on her hips, nostrils flaring with frustration, resembling a tempestuous young bull. Her father had eloquently suggested that the siblings venture to New Beijing to broaden their horizons, yet he had also insisted that the strategist accompany them. If he dares, let him take our lives. But does he have the courage? Sister, I am only 11. I do not wish to die. If he dares, let him take my life. But does he have the courage? Sister, losing one's head must be excruciating. Let us consider another option. With a sense of defiance, Lu Lin, reclining in his chair, finally opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and unwavering, devoid of any drowsiness. The chief entrusted me with observing you, not with your execution. Thus, there is no need for you to deliberate on my willingness to act. Should you truly wish for death, simply send a message to the chief. If he consents, I shall promptly take your lives. Dong Wanqian, seething with anger, stomped his foot. You prevent us from burning down the house. You have had that child bound, demanding merely 500 taels. Look, they have brought the money, yet you still refuse to release the child. So, this matter will be resolved, will it? We have allowed those two vile individuals to bully us, and we are to blame, are we? Lu Lin sat up, gently fanning himself, articulating each word with precision. This is new capital. Should you set fire to the house, it will immediately alert the authorities. Do you think this is Qingyun Ridge? I had them capture their son. They would never dare report it to the officials, and can only scramble to gather the silver. Do you comprehend how they managed to procure those 500 taels? I had them lure them into borrowing at exorbitant interest, compounding over time. Their future will not be easy. They will likely have to hide for a while. If you commit arson, they will be the victims, while you will be the criminals pursued by the authorities. Presently, they live in constant fear, akin to cornered rats, while you merely observe their plight. Dong Xuehuai blinked, tugging at Dong Wanqian's sleeve. Sister, the strategist makes a valid point. Humph. Dong Wanqian turned her neck away defiantly. Lu Lin, shaking his head in resignation, closed his eyes again as if feigning sleep. Yan Xuehuai gazed at the last two large jars, and then surveyed the empty room. What has become of the jars? Have they all been smashed? Li Qingyang pulled out a 10-taels silver note and then produced 5 taels in silver, all of which she handed to Yan Xuehuai. This is the money from selling the jars. Take it. Sell the jars? Have you truly sold all of them? Can they fetch such a sum? 15 taels. Yan Xuehuai exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Previously, Wang had intended to sell these large jars to a scrap collector, and the transfer fee she had given Wang was merely 10 taels. These are aged sauce jars, valuable indeed. Those who lack discernment would certainly overlook them. I visited the Huang family sauce workshop and learned that they are from the prestigious Fugitive brand. The workers there wasted no time. They dispatched 4 large carts to collect them all. I overheard the transporters mention that the original master of Fugitive's sauce shop came from the Huang family workshop, and these jars were secretly acquired from Huang's, all over 20 years old. I have kept these 2 jars for our own use. Ah, I see. If it weren't for Yan Xuehuai's timely intervention, Wang would have hastily sold those large jars to the scrap collector, and they would have ended up at the Huang family workshop. Yan Xuehuai approached the jars, crouching down to examine them. Indeed, there was a prominent yellow character embossed on the surface. Mother, from whom did you hear about the Huang family sauce workshop? Li Qingyang smiled. I hired a sedan chair at the street corner and inquired whether there were any century-old sauce workshops in New Capital. The chair bearer promptly took me there. The Huang family workshop boasts a spacious establishment in the city, while the actual garden is located outside the city, spanning 2 to 3 acres. A venerable establishment with a history of several hundred years. Yan Xuehuai gave Li Qingyang a thumbs up. In recent days, Li Qingyang had been tirelessly tending to the stove, to the point that Yan Xuehuai almost forgot that her mother, aside from wielding a kitchen knife, had once operated a tavern in the old capital. Chapter 23. Clippings. Yan Xuehuai caught sight of a rattle drum resting on the windowsill and exclaimed softly. It was the token of gratitude gifted by the youth from the previous day, which she had carelessly tossed aside. Noticing that the rattle drum appeared new, she refrained from discarding it, intending to gift it to a child in need of amusement. Li Qingyang picked up the rattle drum and wiped it clean with a cloth. Yan Xuehuai reached for it, shook it, and the drum produced a delightful sound. This is mine. I exchanged 5 tea eggs for it, and no one else can have it. Li Qingyang chuckled at her daughter's antics, marveling at how grown she had become. If you desire the rattle drum, simply use your own money to purchase it. There is no need to barter with tea eggs. You truly are still a child. I can wash it myself. You cannot clean it properly. Nonetheless, I shall not allow you to wash it. I am 14. You have been washed by your mother since you were little. When you become a mother, I will no longer wash for you. That night, for the very first time, Yan Xuehuai allowed someone else to bathe her. Initially, she felt an overwhelming discomfort, as every pore of her body resisted the sensation. However, as Li Qingyang's hands gently glided over her skin, an unexpected tranquility enveloped her, and all her worries faded away. A yellowed clipping surfaced in her mind, the lead-printed words seemingly gaining life. Seeping into her very being, a young mother slays her beastly stepfather to save her daughter. You see how thin you've become. The latter part of her words caught in her throat. Li Qingyang felt the skin of her subordinate trembling, and that tremor made her uneasy. Startled, Li Qingyang dropped the cloth into the wooden bucket and reached out to check her daughter's forehead. Are you feeling cold? Let me see. Yan Xuehuai, as if awakening from a dream, exhaled a breath, grasped Li Qingyang's hand, half reproachful and half playful. Please don't overreact, mother. I'm not cold at all. Hurry up. The water is getting cold. Li Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. Weren't you just ill? I was merely inquiring. Is that a mistake? No, mother is right. Mother is the best in the world. You sweet-talking little girl. Yan Xuehuai grinned widely, her face beaming with joy. Seeing her daughter's smile filled Li Qingyang's heart with immense satisfaction. In a residence not far from Huichang Street, Yan Qi looked around, nodding in satisfaction. A peaceful retreat amidst the chaos. Quite nice. Lu Jingxing snorted coldly, waving his folding fan, which made a rustling sound. Do you have any idea how much silver was spent to rent this place? Noticing that Yan Qi was ignoring him, Lu Jingxing continued, 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels per year, paid all at once for the entire year. And yet, there are still 3 or 4 newly arrived officials competing with each other. How did you manage to secure it then? Before Lu Jingxing could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yan Qi. Lu Jingxing, accustomed to Yan Qi's rudeness, paid it no mind. The two had grown up together, and in their childhood, he had even pulled the covers off Yan Qi. I gave the steward 100 taels of silver. Another steward? Yan Qi recalled the dentist she had encountered on Huichang Street. His name was Yu Min. Oh, And what about that girl who seemed both boyish and girlish? Her surname was either Yin or Yin, and since she had such a fondness for coriander, let us simply call her Yan Xuehuai. Lu Jingxing continued to speak to himself. Could someone like Yin Qi truly engage him in a question-and-answer dialogue? In the present day, such exclusive residences in Xinjiang are exceedingly sought after, not to mention these lower-tier properties. Even Yidi's estate is merely rented, serving as a faade. Given his current circumstances, countless individuals would eagerly offer him grand abodes, yet he would undoubtedly refrain from accepting them. Yidi, the current second assistant, might soon ascend to the position of first assistant. Upon mentioning Yi, Yin Qi finally reacted. What is Tao Zheng up to? What else could he be doing but being ill? However, rest assured, the Empress Dowager will not act against him just yet. Lu Jingxing waved his fan, exuding an air of leisure. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qi considered investigating whether the Tao family had any pregnant concubines or overlooked illegitimate sons to discreetly extract and send away from Xinjiang. Lu Jingxing shook his head repeatedly. Tao Zheng would certainly refuse. Back in the old capital, Han Qijin had approached him, but he declined, leaving Han Qijin empty-handed. Times have changed. Had Tao Zheng not relocated his family to Xinjiang, the Du family would not have let the matter rest, and at that time, Tao Zheng's residence was already under the watch of the Flying Fish Guards. Han Qijin could not take everyone away, and it would have provided Du with an opportunity to bring charges against Tao Zheng. At present, the Tao family has arrived in the capital. In the eyes of the Du family, the Tao family is merely a sitting duck, vulnerable to her whims of destruction. The entire Tao residence is resigned to its inevitable demise. Therefore, your extraction of an inconspicuous individual from the Tao family at this juncture. Suddenly, Yin Qi approached the rosewood flower stand, parted the leaves of the spider plant, retrieved the dough figurine inserted in the soil, and said with displeasure, "Why did you stick the dough figurine in the flower pot? Don't you know it will mold?" Lu Jinheng noticed that he had been discussing serious matters, yet he abruptly shifted his attention to the dough figurine. Besides this seventh master, no one else could change their demeanor so swiftly. "I've never seen a more unsightly dough figurine. I assumed you didn't want it anymore, so when moving from the inn, I casually stuck it in the flower pot." "Unsightly? What do you know? This is Neza." Yin Qi used a handkerchief to wipe the dirt from the wooden stick and placed the dough figurine on the sunny windowsill. The profligate Lu Jinheng nearly ruined his Neza, which he had obtained in exchange for an entire bowl of coriander. The spendthrift Lu Jinheng was even more perplexed. "Neza? This thing is actually Neza?" Which uniquely gifted and cerebrally inflated individual told seventh master that? "What about the affairs of the Tao family? Just proceed as I instructed. The sooner the better." Qi Wei has already arrived in the capital. With his support, the Du family won't wait much longer. The Du family mentioned by Yin Qi is the most esteemed woman in the Great Wei dynasty for the past 30 years, the Grand Empress Dowager Du. Lu Jinheng assented verbally but recalled another matter. In the capital, Yidi's relative, Yin Qi, interrupted him once more. "There is no need to follow up. I have investigated. She has no ties with Yidi. If she did, she wouldn't have dared to offend even a minor official from Pingcheng." "You investigated? You did it personally?" Lu Jingxing's eyes widened. "I casually wandered the streets and happened to gather some information. Is that not sufficient?" Yin Qi replied tersely. "Of course it is sufficient. You can do whatever you wish." Lu Jingxing concealed himself behind a fan, giving himself a light slap on the mouth, pondering why he couldn't keep quiet. However, some matters must be addressed. There are quite a few newcomers from the old capital. Perhaps someone might recognize you. If possible, avoid going out. What if I get captured? Wouldn't you come to rescue me?" "Of course I would," Yin Qi asserted. "But this is a splendid opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. Do not let it slip away." Lu Jingxing silently protested. "I wish to achieve greatness, yet not in such a perilous manner." Chapter 24. A few days passed swiftly, and the shop underwent a thorough renovation, its walls painted a pristine white, and the stove meticulously arranged. Old Shui's household items had been delivered, prompting Yan Xuehuai to exclaim in admiration, "This is the craftsmanship passed down from our ancestors." The repaired furniture does not appear worn, but instead exudes an air of timeless elegance. Li Qinyang, mindful of her finances, had purchased fabric and cotton before the household items arrived. After 2 days and nights of effort, she completed the bedding. Now that they had a bed, Li Qinyang decided to vacate the inn and moved in with Yan Xuehuai. As they departed, the mother and daughter expressed their gratitude to Proprietor Hu repeatedly. Proprietor Hu, along with the clerk and 2 shop assistants, were quite reluctant to see them leave. proprietor who, in particular, had enjoyed 10 days of fine dining during their stay. It is easy to become accustomed to luxury, but difficult to return to simplicity. His palate had become refined, and he wondered what he would do now that they were gone. Fortunately, the inn was not far from Huichang Street, and he resolved to patronize their establishment whenever he had the opportunity. In the afternoon, Sun Sheng delivered the items that Yan Xuehuai had requested, which was sooner than she had anticipated. Li Qinyang picked up each item, examining them with a sigh. It's a pity that my cleaver is gone. Yan Xuehuai quickly placed the new cleaver in Li Qinyang's hand. Mother, try this new knife and see if it suits you. Li Qinyang weighed it in her hand, still sighing that one was used by your maternal grandfather. After surviving 2 near-death experiences, this was the first time Yan Xuehuai had seen Li Qinyang lamenting. Who would have thought that her mother's melancholy was not for her tragic life, nor for that scoundrel Yin Lao heir, but for a cleaver? Well, a cleaver is more useful than a scoundrel. A cleaver can be used to protect a daughter, but a scoundrel cannot. Yan Xuehuai vowed that once she had money, she would buy Li Qinyang a dozen or 20 cleavers to console her longing for her knife. That night, lying on the new bed, with new quilts and mattresses. Even the Kong mattress was new. Yan Xuehuai felt the Kong mattress beneath her, which was as thick as half her palm, with 2 more layers of mattresses on top. Well, her entire palm was about that long. Mother, how much cotton have you used? Isn't it comfortable? This is new cotton. You have become too thin. I fear the hard bed will press against your delicate bones. Yan Xuehuai reached beneath her clothing, feeling her 2 slender ribs, one reminiscent of braised meat, the other like steamed fish. She recalled the fairy tale she had heard in the orphanage about a pea hidden beneath layers of bedding that kept one awake at night. She regarded all those fairy tales as mere jokes. She could sleep soundly, even on stones. At that moment, Li Qinyang wrapped her arms around her, gently patting her back while humming a soft tune. The moon is bright, the wind is still, the leaves shade the window. Close your eyes, my baby. The familiar voice and the reminiscent lyrics eluded Yan Xuehuai's memory, and as drowsiness enveloped her, her mind gradually became hazy, leading her swiftly into the realm of dreams. In her dream, a woman wielded a kitchen knife, striking it repeatedly upon a man's body. She yearned to discern the woman's face, yet everything before her blurred, rendering her vision useless. The following morning, Li Qinyang took Yan Xuehuai to Lantern Market Street. Years ago, there were 2 lantern workshops there, thriving in business, especially as the Mid-Autumn Festival and Lantern Festival approached. After the passing of Emperor Renzong, the Empress Dowager, grieving for her son, altered the regulations set during the establishment of the court regarding weddings and festivities. She decreed a 100-day cessation of official and military marriages, along with a 49-day prohibition on slaughtering, affecting both officials and civilians alike, for a span of 3 years. Subsequently, a maiden found herself unable to marry, as her fiancé tragically passed away during his filial duties. Since she had not yet wed, she bore no children and was bound to live in widowhood for the sake of her betrothed, even if his family permitted her to return home. It would be after 3 years. In those 3 years, her youth would fade, leading some to despair, as one unfortunate soul met her demise by colliding with the stone lion at the entrance of the magistrate's office. A month later, Prince Yu raised his banner. And even though the Empress Dowager adhered to the regulations established during the reign of Emperor Renzong, they amounted to little more than empty words. The Lantern Market, once vibrant with lights, gradually transformed into the largest vegetable market in the new capital. Here, one could find not only fresh produce, but also fish and meat. Everything related to the culinary arts, from grains and vegetables to dried goods from the north and south, was available at the Lantern Market. The bustling atmosphere continued to grow, with the alleys on either side filled with merchants of the same trade. Sun Sheng operated a modest business in an alley behind the Lantern Market, lacking a storefront, yet thriving nonetheless. Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai ventured there to procure spices and dried goods. With the market's throngs and distractions, Yan Xuehuai was concerned that Li Qinyang might be discovered by the Yin family, initially hesitant to let her go. However, with her vision clouded, Li Qinyang, being an expert in her own right, insisted on attending to the purchase of spices and dried goods. Manager Hu recommended 2 shops, both well known to them, as the mother and daughter duo planned to browse the market before visiting these establishments. Everything proceeded smoothly, and an hour later, Yan Xuehuai and Li Qinyang emerged from the Lantern Market, laden with large and small bundles. Mother, let us hire a donkey cart, Li Qinyang suggested. Just then, someone nearby exclaimed, Sister-in-law, is that you? Li Qinyang turned her head to look and saw a young man who seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment's hesitation, She recalled, "Are you the steward of the Huang family's soy sauce shop? It was you who brought the mule cart when the shop received the large jars." An elderly man accompanying the young man quickly interjected, "This is not the steward. He is our family's eldest young master." "The eldest young master of the Huang family's soy sauce shop? Is he not the grandson of the Huang family's madam?" "Sister-in-law, my name is Huang Bo. Are you here to procure supplies for the shop?" "Huang Bo?" Yan Xuehuai raised her eyebrows slightly. The name rang in her ears, and she bit her tongue to suppress a laugh. So he is the young master. How utterly blind I was to not recognize such a figure. "I truly appreciate your assistance in lifting those 2 large jars to the back the other day. I apologize for the trouble." Despite her words, there was no hint of anxiety in Li Qinyang's tone, only sincerity. "Sister-in-law, you are too kind. Has your shop opened yet?" Huang Bo noticed the young girl beside Li Qinyang stifling a laugh and, somewhat puzzled, instinctively glanced down at his attire, which was neat and proper. "Not yet. We are in preparation. We will open on the 16th. If young Master Huang is free, do come and visit." The 16th was a date Li Qinyang had chosen herself. She had not consulted the almanac, believing that any day that was an even number was auspicious. "The 16th of this month? Very well. I shall remember and make a point to visit." Huang Bo, noticing the items held by the mother and daughter, promptly said, "Sister-in-law, I am heading to the garden outside the city, and it would be my pleasure to give you a ride. With so many things in hand, it would be quite inconvenient for you." Li Qinyang smiled and politely declined. "Oh, that would be too much trouble. Wouldn't it delay your important matters?" "It will not cause any delay. Even without you, I would still pass by the intersection of Huichang Street," Huang Bo assured her. His words held truth. Regardless of which city gate one aimed for from Desher Street, one must traverse the intersection of Huichang Street. Li Qinyang did not insist on her refusal. The old servant assisted them in placing their bundles onto the mule cart, which was specifically designed for transporting goods. Huang Bo took a seat at the front, while the mother and daughter settled closely together at the back. Upon noticing a dozen small jars, each half a foot high, on the cart, Li Qinyang inquired, "Does Huang's merchandise also reach Desher Street?" "I didn't see any today." "Not yet, but soon," Huang Bo replied. "For many years, we have only had one old shop in the city, but I have recently secured a storefront on Dengsher Street to open a branch. It is common for century-old establishments to adopt a somewhat conservative approach to business, and Huang's sauce factory is no exception. The old shop in the city is perpetually lined with long queues from dawn till dusk. If one arrives too late, they may not even reach the front before closing time. The residents of Pingqing often admonish their children for being too lazy, with an old saying that goes, "If you're lazy, you shall not savor Huang's pickles." Intrigued, Li Qinyang remarked, "I have heard that your soy sauce is even more renowned than the pickles and fermented bean paste. Was it not once supplied to the Liquor and Vinegar Bureau?" "That was during the reign of Emperor Taizong, when the capital was still in the old capital. Our ancestors were reluctant to relocate the garden to the old capital, and Pingqing was too far away. The soy sauce had to be transported over great distances, resulting in significant spoilage. The eunuchs from the Bureau of Wine and Vinegar could not afford to take on such responsibilities, and over time, the supply ceased. Although it was still Huang's soy sauce, the change in fermentation pits and water would greatly diminish the flavor of the soy sauce. This was the reason why the ancestors of the Huang family preferred to forego the imperial supply business rather than relocate. Yan Xuehuai was utterly ignorant of these matters. Had she known this day would come, she would have chosen to study culinary arts instead of French in her past life. However, Li Qinyang seemed genuinely intrigued. "Huang Xiaodong, I would like to use your family's soy sauce for my small shop. Is there a way to avoid the queue?" "Sister-in-law, please call me ABO. Speaking of which, your shop has some connections to my family. As a business person, your purchasing needs differ from those of an ordinary household. The wholesale price is also different. If you wish to procure our products, simply reach out to Quan Bo. From now on, the shops on Lantern Market Street will be managed by him. If you go to the old shop, you can find Tian Bo, whom you met that day. He is also one of my family's elder servants." Quan Bo is the elderly servant who follows Huang Bo. Li Qinyang expressed her gratitude, then suddenly remembered her daughter beside her and quickly added, "Look at me. I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Li, and this is my daughter, still quite young." A woman in her 30s typically introduces herself by her husband's surname. For instance, "My husband's surname is Li," or the head of the household surname is Li. It was a novelty for Huang Bo to encounter someone like Li Qinyang, who directly stated, "My surname is Li." Even the renowned female head of the Chao gang referred to herself by her family name, Zhao of the Li clan. Although Huang Bo found Li Qinyang's self-identification peculiar, he dismissed it as a fleeting thought. This was merely a matter concerning others and did not pertain to him. He smiled and nodded, addressing her as Sister Li or Miss Li. Yan Xuehuai noticed his assumption that she bore the surname Li, yet she chose not to correct him. She was eager to dissociate herself from the Yan family. Li Qinyang also refrained from making a correction, had the authorities permitted children, aside from adopted sons, to freely change their surnames. She would have promptly had her daughter adopt her surname. As the mule cart halted at the intersection of Huichang Street, Huang Bo disembarked, carrying items to escort Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai to the entrance of the shop. Huang Bo did not enter, placing the goods at the threshold before bidding them farewell. Yan Xuehuai opened the shop, and as mother and daughter prepared to enter, the proprietress of the nearby fried goods shop approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, buying so many items. Are you about to open for business?" Yan Xuehuai recognized this proprietress as one of the women who had assisted her in the quarrel with Wang Shi. The head of her household bore the surname Zhang, being the fifth in the family, and the neighbors affectionately referred to them as Brother Zhang and Sister Zhang. Li Qinyang had heard her daughter speak of this Sister Zhang's assistance, and she promptly replied with a smile, "We're opening on the 16th. You must come by then." On Huichang Street, it is not merely the widow's establishment that thrives. The most prosperous of all is the Changji cloth shop, owned by a widow herself. She manages the family business alongside her mother-in-law, nurturing 2 sons and a daughter to adulthood. Their enterprise has flourished significantly, with branches established in Xinjing, Baozhou, and Shenzhou. In the city of Xinjing, when the name of the venerable Mrs. Fan from the Chang family is mentioned, no one dares to refer to her as merely Chang the widow. Instead, they show her utmost respect. When the shop opened its doors on the 16th, Sister Zhang's smile reached her eyes. "How delightful. I shall no longer need to cook. I can simply dine at your establishment. As you say, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Just call out when you arrive, and I'll bring it over to you," replied Yan Xuehuai, who had approached. Sister Zhang's fondness for Yan Xuehuai grew with each glance. Initially, she thought the girl too slender, but upon closer inspection, she noted her delicate features. With a bit more weight, she would be quite a lovely young lady. More importantly, this young woman is capable. Just consider the shop. To have secured it from the Wang family speaks volumes of her competence. Sister Zhang has 2 sons, both around 15 or 16 years of age, and as she observes girls of a similar age, she instinctively envisions them as potential brides for her sons. A capable daughter-in-law would be well suited for the eldest, aiding him in sustaining the family business. As for the younger son, he would require a gentle and obedient wife, ensuring that one daughter-in-law manages the external affairs while the other attends to domestic matters, leading to a harmonious and prosperous household. With her thoughts racing, Sister Zhang pointed towards a distant figure still visible. "Was that person just now a relative of yours? The young man seems rather young, doesn't he?" Li Qinyang did not ponder for long and directly stated, "That is the young master of the supplier from whom we procure our goods. He happened to be delivering and, noticing the volume of our items, offered us a ride. It was merely a matter of business, as long as he was not a prospective son-in-law." She was indifferent to which family he belonged. In the evening, while idly snacking and chatting, she added licorice to the mix, knowing that indulging too much would not lead to any unpleasantness. Yan Xuehuai escorted Zhang Wusao out, and just as she was about to close the door, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. She hurried over, and "Mou, are you here to see me?" The woman in question was the middle-aged lady named Mou, who served by the side of old Lady Yi. Chapter 26. Steamed Dumplings. Mou appeared slightly embarrassed. "Miss Yin, I would like to inquire about that gentleman, Yi, from the other day. Which tooth shop does he belong to? The contract is kept with the old lady, so I cannot see it." Clearly, old lady Yi was unaware of this matter. "It is from the tooth shop on Shunqing Street." "And Mou, are you looking to request him as a guarantor?" Yan Xuehuai inquired. "Not precisely a guarantor. I merely wish to consult him. Other tooth shops may not be reliable, but I perceive that gentleman Yu to be a decent person. Hence my desire to seek him out." Yan Xuehuai smiled, acknowledging that whether Yu Min would remain a good person in the future was uncertain, at least for now. He had yet to master the craftiness often associated with tooth merchants and retained an innocent disposition. "It's getting late today. Let us visit him together tomorrow. I still owe him my gratitude for the previous matter," Yan Xuehuai remarked, then shifted the topic. "And Mou, may I inquire what that matter was?" "Of course. If it is inconvenient for you to share, I shall not press. One must know the limits of assistance. Not every request can be accommodated." Mou hurriedly replied. "It's quite convenient. Truly, there is no inconvenience at all. This is not a secret. After all, are we not discussing the construction of a palace? The land enclosed for the palace includes a portion of the old lady's dowry. Before Mo could finish her sentence, Yan Xuehuai was so taken aback that she nearly fell to the ground. It was not her intention to be rude, but with her limited intellect, she simply could not fathom the notion of land designated for a palace. I apologize. I did not foresee this. Please continue. Mo took no offense. Viewing Yan Xuehuai as merely a child, albeit one more capable than others, yet still a child nonetheless. Yesterday, officials from the Ministry of Works visited the residence to announce the land requisition and promptly departed. As you have witnessed, the old lady's temper is quite formidable. She declared that she would rather face execution than sign or seal the document. However, how can that be? The royal decree for land requisition is non-negotiable. Even if the old lady refuses to sign or seal, the land will still be taken. Moreover, the shops and residences over there are all leased out. What if the tenants refuse to vacate? Would we not be liable for compensation? To be frank with you, I spent the entire night awake. And I came by this morning, but you were not present. Yan Xuehuai was momentarily stunned. Does the palace not provide compensation for the land requisition? What is compensation for requisition? Mo asked, perplexed. Yan Xuehuai took a deep breath, realizing she had overthought the matter. In this world, all land belongs to the emperor. Regardless of whose name appears on the land registry, that parcel of land is ultimately the emperor's. This realm is his. He can construct a palace wherever he desires. Land requisition? Purchase of land? Such concepts do not exist. Instead, they may write a few words for the sake of appearances and reward a few trinkets from the palace, glorifying it as a legacy for future generations. Encountering the shameless individual who has encroached upon your territory is, in a twisted sense, a privilege. If one were a high-ranking official, this would present an opportunity to curry favor with the emperor, potentially securing a modest position for the younger generation at home. However, for the solitary Lady Yi, such prospects are ephemeral and devoid of utility. As Mo expressed her gratitude and prepared to depart, Yan Xuehuai called out to her, "And Mo, please wait a moment." That evening, Yan Xuehuai spoke with Li Qinyang about the land requisition by the palace, and subsequently, the affairs of Lady Yi. Li Qinyang sighed repeatedly, lamenting, "It is indeed a misfortune for a parent to outlive their child, yet Lady Yi has endured this tragedy thrice. Alas, she has little contact with her relatives. I imagine she receives scant support. Henceforth, I shall prepare extra food while cooking and deliver it to her." Yan Xuehuai expressed no dissent. Having rented the shop for 35 taels, she felt it only right to extend her culinary efforts to the elderly lady within her means. The following day, the individual introduced by manager who arrived early, tasked with supplying grains and oils for the tavern. As Li Qinyang engaged in business discussions, Mo entered, prompting Yan Xuehuai to invite her in with haste. The steamer and cloths were impeccably clean. Mo produced a silver ingot weighing 5 taels and, with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "To be candid, the old lady also hails from the south. My culinary skills are lacking, and I cannot replicate the exquisite glutinous rice dumplings. The old lady particularly enjoyed yesterday's offering. It has been quite some time since I witnessed her eat so heartily. This silver is entrusted to me by the old lady as payment for your meals. Any surplus is for your future use. If you are not preoccupied each evening, please deliver the food to Persimmon Alley." Upon hearing, Yan Xuehuai promptly declined, saying it was unnecessary to accept payment for such a meager offering. The young lady was unaware of the matriarch's temperament. Should you refuse her the money, she would certainly not partake of your offerings. It would be best to accept the silver. Henceforth, you may charge as appropriate for the provisions. Once this sum is exhausted, simply inform me, and I shall bring more. Given that Mo had suggested this, Yan Xuehuai felt no hesitance and entered the room to hand the silver to Li Qinyang, who, occupied with guests, refrained from further inquiries. After exchanging a few words with Li Qinyang, Yan Xuehuai accompanied Mo to Shunqing Street. As usual, Shunqing Street was bustling, a lively blend of various characters. Yan Xuehuai sought out the sole official establishment on the street, and before entering, she noticed men escorting a guest out. The patron donned a dark red silk robe adorned with floral patterns and sported 2 gleaming gold rings shaped like horseshoes, clearly a businessman. Yumin bowed graciously as she bid farewell to the gentleman, but just as she turned to re-enter, someone clapped her shoulder. "Miss you. Quite the catch, that last client. I see your business is flourishing." A radiant smile illuminated Yumin's face, her joy unmistakable. "Indeed. He is a silk merchant who has asked me to act as an intermediary for him." "Ah, Now that is truly a significant transaction. Well done, well done. Thanks to your kindness. Without your assistance in securing my first client, I would not have had the opportunity for such business. Yumin spoke with sincerity. Genuinely grateful for Miss Yan's support. Yan Xuehuai gestured towards MOU, stating, I have matters to discuss with you today. Do you still remember this esteemed Aunt MOU? Yumin nodded eagerly, recalling that the elderly lady was a confidant of the esteemed Lady Yu. Indeed, if you have the time, let us retreat to the tea house ahead. I shall treat you, he proposed. Yan Xuehuai glanced toward the bustling tea house in the distance, where a throng of children congregated at the entrance. Captivated by the tales being spun within, I insist on treating you. Please, Miss Yan, do not contest this. This round of tea is certainly on me. Yumin declared as he made his way toward the tea house. Ever since he assisted Yan Xuehuai in securing a shop, fortune had smiled upon him. Culminating in 3 successful transactions within a mere 10 days. Yumin firmly believed that his newfound luck was a gift from Yan Xuehuai, even in her absence today. He felt compelled to bring her 2 fish as a token of gratitude. Chapter 27. Chestnuts. This tea house on Shunqing Street was the largest of its kind, teeming with patrons both inside and out. The storyteller regaled the audience with the well-known tale of Zhuge Liang's 3 visits to the thatched cottage, a narrative that held little intrigue for Yan Xuehuai. Yet, witnessing the spark of excitement in Yumin's eyes and the animated expressions of the other listeners, she could not help but reflect on her own lack of enthusiasm. The only vacant table was situated somewhat off to the side. Not the best spot for listening to the story, but ideal for conversation. The trio settled in, and Yumin generously ordered a pot of pre-arranged tea, 2 dried and 2 fresh varieties. Since it was previously agreed that he would treat, Yan Xuehuai graciously accepted, sharing the purpose of her visit while cracking sunflower seeds and listening to the 2 converse. Although Yumin had not been a tooth merchant for long, his position within the official establishment made him quite familiar with the various edicts issued from the government. Indeed, a new palace is to be constructed in the newly established capital, not merely a palace, but one that adheres to the architectural style of the old capital. The new city is to feature both an imperial city and a palace city. At the northern end of Huichang Street, beyond the intersection, and after traversing another 20 zhangzi, a city gate is to be erected, for such gates will be built in total, oriented towards the cardinal directions. Within these gates lies the imperial city, and within the imperial city resides the palace city. The land that the elderly Lady Yi brought as a dowry is located on Chiwu Street, with the Ministry of Works delineating that half of Chiwu Street falls within the palace city, while the other half is situated within the imperial city. All the prominent officials have already received word of the impending increase in land prices on Huichang Street, while the land within the imperial city remains unattainable for the common populace. Even those with wealth have no hope of residing there. According to the customs of the old capital, only officials of the 3rd rank and above, as well as royal family members and noble families, are deemed qualified. All current households within the imperial city, with the exception of the Duke of Fu's residence, are required to vacate. Insider information reveals that the compensation plan set forth by the Ministry of Internal Affairs is calculated based on the number of courtyards and shops. Whether it be a large estate comprising 5 courtyards or a modest single courtyard, regardless of how many cross-courtyards are present, as long as there is one main entrance, it is all counted as a single courtyard. Similarly, whether it is a multi-story grand restaurant or a tiny shop that can accommodate merely 2 tables, as long as it has a roof, it is counted as one establishment. Each courtyard will receive a compensation of 200 taels, while each shop will be compensated 100 taels. Lady Yi possesses the entirety of Chiwu Street, which encompasses 8 shops and 6 courtyards, amounting to a total compensation of 2,000 taels. Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. Is this not extortion? Not at all. The current offer is indeed generous. It reflects his virtuous and enlightened nature, coupled with a genuine concern for the welfare of his people. Yumin sighed and remarked, fortunately, Old Lady Ye's ancestral home is not located on Kawuji. Otherwise, the losses would have been more grievous. The Su family is quite notorious in this regard. Their grand residence is situated on Erdeo Street, which is also encompassed within the imperial city. The legitimate descendants of the Su family occupy the eastern side of Erdeo Street. The family's ancestors were adamant about not allowing other households to establish separate entrances. Even after the family divisions, they were required to reside together, with all 3 branches using the same main gate. According to the current compensation regulations, the extensive estate of the Su family must be accounted for as a single courtyard. A mere 200 taels? That amount scarcely suffices for the sustenance of the 100-odd members of the Su family for a month. In comparison, old lady Ye's situation appears relatively favorable. As Yan Xuehuai pieced together Yu Min's remarks, a troubling realization dawned upon her. The officials from the Ministry of Works had already visited old lady Yi, yet they had omitted any mention of compensation. This proposal, purportedly from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, seems to remain merely a proposal and has not been formally enacted. Could it still be subject to revision? Yu Min, smacking her thigh in excitement, gave Yan Xuehuai a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Miss Yan, you are truly remarkable. You have pieced it all together. Is it true that the Ministry of Internal Affairs has not approved it yet?" Yan Xuehuai inquired. Yu Min glanced around furtively. Crouching slightly and peering over the tabletop with only her head visible, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have heard that this matter is currently stalled with the Duke of Dinghua. He has not given his consent. As for the reason behind his refusal, I am at a loss." Days later, Yan Xuehuai once again encountered the mention of the Duke of Dinghua. This indeed presented a formidable challenge, especially since the terms of compensation from the court have yet to be finalized. If the eventual proposal proves less favorable than the current situation, it would pose an even greater dilemma. Mou sighed, feeling no inclination to linger in this place. Having gathered the information she sought, Yan Xuehuai accompanied Mou out of the tea house and bid farewell to Yu Min as they departed from Shunqing Street. One of her subordinates chuckled, remarking that Yusier, even adorned in a dragon robe, bore no resemblance to a prince. The long gown on him appeared more akin to a monkey donning a hat. Who accompanied him? Is he from Shunqing Street as well? Mr. Jiao inquired, picking up a candied chestnut and meticulously peeling away its shell. Are you referring to the older one or the younger? His subordinate asked. Both, do share, he replied. Mr. Jiao placed the peeled chestnut into his mouth, took a bite, and spat it out, exclaiming, "This chestnut is not sweet. To be frank, I haven't encountered the younger one, but the younger had previously visited Shunqing Street, inviting Yusier to serve as an intermediary on Huichang Street. That woman from the Wang family, along with her husband, fell into her hands. She seems neither male nor female, merely a young girl, not very old, surnamed Yan, with a southern accent, likely having fled from the south." Mr. Jiao furrowed his brow and pushed the candied chestnuts away. Old Tang's chestnuts are growing increasingly unpalatable. Do ask him if he wishes to quit. If so, he ought to change his profession. Yan Xuehuai then recounted everything regarding the old lady Ye's monetary deposit for meals and the matter of Kawuji being incorporated into the imperial city. Upon hearing this, Li Qiliang could only sigh. Although she had never been to Kawuji, it was evident that being included in the imperial city signified a prime location. Having engaged in commerce herself, she knew that the shops and residences on Kawuji, if sold individually, could fetch no less than 50 to 60,000 taels when estimated against the former housing prices of the old capital. Selling off at a bargain can still yield 20 to 30,000 taels. However, now confined within the imperial city and the palace, this land no longer belongs to oneself. 2,000 taels barely suffice to cover the cost of bricks and tiles. Chapter 28. Steamed buns before long. It was the 16th day, and the shop had opened. Li's Food Record. This name was chosen by Li Qiliang without much thought, reminiscent of the eatery in the old capital that bore the same name. In earlier times, Li's father had established 3 branches of Li's Food Record, but only the one dowry to Li Qiliang remained. She was uncertain if that establishment still existed. Rumor had it that during wartime, officials would demolish civilian houses to use the bricks and tiles for fortifying the city walls, though its veracity was uncertain. Yan Xuehuai found the name delightful, easy to remember and pronounce, recognizable to anyone who could read. On the eve of the openings, she asked Li Qiliang to steam several large batches of buns and delivered a few to each shop along Huichang Street. The buns were placed in small baskets, custom-made by Sunxing using the cheapest corn husks. In the Dewei dynasty, corn was referred to as fan mai, a name derived from the Buddhist monks who introduced it during the reign of Emperor Taizong. Although fan mai had become quite common in Dewei, it was Yan Xuehuai's first experience using its husks to weave baskets. She lacked the skill, so Sunxing had someone do it. And it turned out to be relatively easy, even simpler than with willow strips. However, these baskets were not durable. They could not withstand moisture and would deteriorate after a few uses. Yan Xuehuai chose to use fan mai husks for the baskets in order to save costs. Each basket contained 2 pork and green onion buns, 2 mushroom and vegetable buns, and 2 red bean paste buns. 6 buns were nestled within the rather flimsy baskets, adorned with a red paper bearing the 3 characters of Li's Food Record. Each shop received a portion. serving not only as a means of neighborly exchange but also as a promotion for the new establishment. On the inaugural day of business, Yumin arrived early, bringing with her 2 fish, barely alive and clinging to their last breath. These were from my family's stall, and there was no need for formality. It was then that Yan Xuehuai realized that Yumin's mother was a fishmonger, renowned in Shunqing Street as the famous fish seller. Mrs. Yu, you arrived just in time. Please help me set off the firecrackers. The neighbors, hearing the commotion, flocked over to offer their congratulations, having savored her buns the day before. It was only fitting they exchanged auspicious words today. As the steaming buns emerged from the steamer, memories of yesterday's delightful taste flooded back, prompting requests for 1 or 2 baskets. Li Qinyang had risen before dawn to prepare them, and within half an hour, they were all sold out. While everyone clamored for buns, no one seemed interested in the stir-fried dishes. Once the crowd had dissipated, a young man in a long robe jogged over, sweat glistening on his brow, inquiring, "Are there any buns left?" "Alas, the buns are gone. Come in and sit. We have some home-style dishes, freshly stir-fried." As she watched his retreating figure, Yan Xuehuai found herself momentarily lost in thought, realizing she had overlooked something important. Huichang Street may not be the most bustling area in the new capital, but it certainly ranks among the 2nd or 3rd. Following the enclosure of the imperial city, Huichang Street transformed into the closest thoroughfare to the palace, rapidly evolving into the liveliest place in the new capital. The various administrative offices of the Great Wei dynasty were either located within the palace or in close proximity to it. What was this? An opportunity for commerce. After toiling for most of the day, aside from the buns, there had been little else in terms of business. Li Qinyang's spatula lay quietly in wait. In the evening, Huang Bo arrived, ordering 2 small dishes and a bowl of chicken soup wontons. After savoring a few bites, he raised his thumb in approval. "Sisterly, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I never expected you to master the northern flavors so adeptly." Li Qinyang, feeling a bit shy, replied, "My father traveled extensively in his youth, mastering both northern and southern cuisines, and I learned a bit from him." Yan Xuehuai, wrapping a clay pot filled with chicken soup wontons in a large cloth, smiled and said, "My grandfather was a renowned chef. My mother's skills are a family legacy." When Huang Bo entered, he initially did not see Yan Xuehuai. However, upon noticing her engaging him in conversation, he promptly set down his chopsticks and stood up. "Greetings, Miss Li." Yan Xuehuai chuckled, finding it amusing that he still addressed her as Miss Li. "Hello, Huang Xiaodong. Please, do not call me Xiaodong. Just like Sister Li. You may call me Abo." Huang Bo instinctively adjusted his robe, which, in reality, bore not a single wrinkle. Yan Xuehuai, her demeanor cheerful, continued walking toward the door. "All right. You take care of your business." Huang Bo sat down, scooping up a wonton and placing it in his mouth. The filling contained water chestnuts, offering a crunchy and refreshing taste, a southern style of preparation, reminiscent of that young lady, who spoke Mandarin as though it were a soft Wu dialect, sweet and melodious. Truly delightful. Yan Xuehuai was on her way to deliver a meal to old lady Yi. Upon encountering Mou, she promptly apologized. "I sincerely apologize. Today is the grand opening of our shop, and my mother and I were quite occupied. It was only in the afternoon, once we had a moment to eat, that I realized I had forgotten to deliver a meal to the esteemed lady. My mother was quite anxious and scolded me. Please rest assured, Animo. I promise to deliver the meal punctually tomorrow." Mou suddenly recalled that today was the 16th and hurriedly said, "You need not come this way anymore. I have no obligations. I shall come over at noon to collect it. As for dinner tonight, we shall treat you." Yan Xuehuai, more than eager, politely responded after a brief hesitation. Once she departed, old Madame Yi emerged from behind the screen, snorting softly, and remarked to Mou, "You are such a simple-minded one. That young girl's words are laced with traps, just waiting for you to fall in." Mou was taken aback. "What traps? Where are the traps? The young lady is both sincere and considerate. How wonderful." Ah, the temperament of the old madam. Today, she had agreed with Mou that henceforth, the young lady would come by at noon to collect her meals, and they would deliver dinner in the evening. Li Qinyang was startled. "So we are to order lunch as well?" Previously, she had understood from Yan Xuehuai that old madam Yi had only arranged for dinner. Why, after merely one delivery? Were they already ordering lunch? "Well, your cooking is delightful, and old Madame Yi enjoys it." Yan Xuehuai smiled innocently. The mother and daughter sat at a polished table, their reflection shimmering upon its surface. After a long day, it was a rare moment to sit down for a meal. Li Qinyang remarked with a smile, "On our opening day, today's business has been quite satisfactory. The 100 taels they had secretly brought out initially had dwindled to 80 taels. After receiving 5 taels from old Madame Yi yesterday and selling buns along with this table from Huangbo today, without considering costs, they had made a total of 1 tael and 3 coins throughout the day. The total cash in hand for the mother and daughter was now 14 taels and 3 coins. They were still far from the path to prosperity. Yan Xuehuai recalled a saying from a wealthy magnate in her previous life: young people ought to set small goals for themselves. Her current aspiration is to acquire a residence in the new capital, a place to call home for her and her daughter, even if it is merely a modest courtyard, situated in a less desirable location. 14 taels of silver, she estimates, would scarcely suffice to purchase the 2 trees at the entrance of a courtyard in the new capital. Chapter 29. The burden. Yan Xuehuai, lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed, "Mother, let us prepare a rice dish tomorrow." A rice dish? Li Qinyang regarded Yan Xuehuai with contemplation. Yan Xuehuai had a sudden realization. Perhaps such a dish did not exist in this era. It consists of cooking a large pot of rice and stir-frying several dishes, ensuring there is plenty of vegetable broth. Yes, that is the topping. The large bowls you urge me to buy will come in handy. Very well, my dear. This will be less laborious than steaming buns. We shall prepare it first thing in the morning. In her past life, from the moment she could remember, Yan Xuehuai dined at the orphanage cafeteria. During her years wandering the streets, she would indulge when she had the means, and if not, she would scrounge for food. Later, with the assistance of kind-hearted individuals, she returned to school, continuing to eat at the cafeteria from middle school through to university, until she was abruptly thrust into this new reality by the relentless wheels of fate. To think of cooking was a foreign concept. She had never even stepped into a kitchen. Before dawn the next day, Li Qinyang rose quietly, careful not to disturb her daughter. Yet, as she reached the door, Yan Xuehuai leapt from her bed, declaring, "Mother, allow me to assist you. I will handle what I can. I may not know how to chop vegetables, but surely I can wash them." However, the vegetables washed by Yan Xuehuai were subsequently rinsed a second time by Li Qinyang. Notwithstanding, Li Qinyang maintained a perpetual smile, her heart brimming with sweetness. Her daughter was truly remarkable, never expressing disdain and always defending her. This cherished child, nurtured with tenderness, endured hardships alongside her without a single complaint. Yan Xuehuai, however, found Li Qinyang to be exceedingly astute, capable of drawing inferences effortlessly. Upon merely mentioning what a rice-topping dish entailed, Li Qinyang promptly concocted 4 varieties: braised pork, sauced eggplant, chicken with mushrooms, and stir-fried vegetables with tofu. She even prepared a savory broth to poach eggs, causing Yan Xuehuai to become so absorbed in peeling the eggs that everything around her seemed to require skinning. Should business flourish, they could certainly add a few more dishes. This afternoon, she planned to visit Lantern Market Street to procure some chicken legs, feet, and necks, along with a selection of duck delicacies, as many travelers were arriving from the south. Yan Xuehuai had little understanding of such matters. She believed that merely devising a rice-topping dish was a display of her intellectual prowess. At noon, she set up a long table at the entrance, presenting several large bowls of toppings that released steam and an enticing aroma, mingling the fragrance of vegetables with that of rice, wafting through the entirety of Huichang Street. Among the various shops lining Huichang Street, only a few would ignite their stoves, and that was typically after closing for the evening. During the day, patrons either brought their own provisions or settled for a hasty meal. Those who could manage to open a shop on Huichang Street were unlikely to be impoverished. While they might forego lavish feasts, a few buns or a bowl of rice topping was certainly within their means. This was her inaugural attempt at crafting rice topping dishes, presenting only 4 varieties, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, divided into large and small portions. The large meat portion was priced at 10 won, while the vegetable portion was 7 won. The small meat portion cost 7 won, and the vegetable portion 5 won. Should one desire only the toppings without rice, the pricing mirrored that of the large rice portion, with meat at 10 won and vegetables at 7 won. When purchasing rice, one may acquire it alongside a ladle of sauce, whereas acquiring the sauce separately requires 2 ladles. In addition to the rice dishes, there are also buns, both meat and vegetable, just as yesterday, along with takeaway bean buns. Li Qinyang has prepared a pot of millet porridge, accompanied by 4 varieties of cold dishes, which can be sold in combination, small bowls the size of a fist, priced at 3 won each. Within a mere span of time, Yan Xuehuai observed that the rice dishes were selling more briskly than the buns, as many patrons opted to indulge in their meals right there in the shop. All 4 tables inside were filled, and a few patrons occupied the small benches outside. A beheld, the child from Uncle Dan's family, sat on a small bench, savoring a bowl of fragrant mushroom and chicken rice, his little face nearly buried in the bowl. Grains of rice dotting the tip of his nose. Yan Xuehuai added a braised egg to his bowl and whispered, "This is a gift from your sister." "Thank you, sister." Abeo replied, lifting his small face, adorned with rice grains. "Oh, this rice with sauce is delightful." A young man, noticing the rice dishes, inquired, "I need to take 10 bowls to the yamen. Can you deliver them?" Yan Xuehuai hesitated, about to decline, when Li Qinyang interjected, "Yes, we can deliver. Just provide us with an address, and we shall bring it to you." There's a large courtyard with 5 entrances on Sandow Street, marked by stone lions at the entrance. If you mention you're delivering to the Wujuan Duda mansion, they will allow you entry. We are situated in the 4th courtyard, and there's a sign hanging outside that reads Wujuan Duda mansion, so please ensure you do not deliver to the wrong place. The young man, still uncertain, asked, "Can you read?" Li Qinyang promptly replied, "I may not recognize many characters, but I can read these few." The young man was quite cheerful, having ordered 10 large bowls of meat. And he repeatedly urged Li Qinyang to ensure that the delivery reached the correct location, as there were several official offices in the vicinity. No sooner had the young man departed than Zhang Wusao arrived with her eldest son. Noticing Li Qinyang removing her apron, as if preparing to go out, she inquired, "Where are you off to?" Upon seeing her, Li Qinyang hastily asked, "Wusao, do you have a shoulder pole at home? Someone has ordered food, and I need to deliver it, but I hadn't thought to prepare a pole in advance." Zhang Zhaoping, at 17, possessed a square face, thick brows, and large eyes. His countenance exuded an air of sincerity. He spoke with utmost courtesy, clearly indicating he had received an education. Li Qinyang, without any pretense, expressed her gratitude, then packed the 10 bowls of rice into a basket. Zhang Zhaoping shouldered the burden, while Li Qinyang assisted him. Before departing, she reminded Yan Xuehuai to prepare additional buns for Zhang Wusao. Zhang Wusao had come specifically to purchase food, bringing her son along for the errand. Her son was not only literate, but also presented a respectable appearance. The family of 4 ordered 4 large bowls of rice, each choosing a different dish, and additionally purchased vegetarian buns and millet porridge for 2 helpers. Yan Xuehuai charged her the proper amount, adding a few extra red bean buns for Zhang Wusao, along with a generous serving of side dishes. Zhang Wusao beamed with delight, appreciating the girl's business acumen and efficiency. The girl's mother was equally commendable. Being industrious and capable of earning income, such a mother-in-law would surely not burden her son-in-law but rather provide support. Chapter 30. Large bowls with Zhang Zhaoping as her assistant and guide. Li Qinyang swiftly located the spacious courtyard that the young man had described. At the entrance stood not officials, but a line of soldiers. On her journey to the capital, Li Qinyang encountered the troops of Duke Dinghua. These soldiers, clad in uniforms similar to those of their counterparts, exhibited a more polished and imposing appearance, with gleaming helmets and immaculate armor. The gatekeeper, evidently briefed, scrutinized the 2 individuals before gesturing toward Li Qinyang. "The woman may enter, while the man must remain outside." Zhang Zhaoping quickly interjected, "Sir, we are together. This burden is too heavy for my aunt to carry." "Enough chatter. The orders specify that only the woman is permitted inside." The gatekeeper retorted with a scowl directed at Zhang Zhaoping. Li Qinyang promptly smiled in acquiescence. "I shall enter. I kindly request your guidance, sir." She hoisted the burden and followed a young soldier through a side door. The soldier led her into the 2nd courtyard and pointed ahead, instructing, "That way. Deliver your load swiftly and do not wander about, lest you incur punishment." Grateful, Li Qinyang swayed her way forward with her load. Outside the corridor, more soldiers were on guard, and upon seeing her, one inquired, "A woman?" Li Qinyang, somewhat exasperated, responded, "Yes, indeed. I am merely delivering food to the Wujuan Duda mansion." "I hope for your indulgence, sir." "Very well. Proceed," the soldier replied with a nod, indicating that prior arrangements had been made. Li Qinyang was taken aback to discover that within this courtyard, which appeared smaller than the county office, were the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Justice, the Imperial Clan Court, and the Wujuan Duda mansion. Among these, the Wujuan Duda mansion occupied the largest area, with a sign reading Central Army hanging before the main hall, while the side rooms bore the labels of Left Army, Right Army, Front Army, and Rear Army. Li Qinyang was at a loss as to which path to take when a figure emerged from the main hall, dressed in official robes and possessing a commanding stature. The man caught her attention. Just as she was about to inquire, he exclaimed, "Aren't you the one with the surname that wielded a cleaver?" Startled, Li Qinyang quickly recognized him. She set down her burden and gracefully knelt to pay her respects, saying, "The humble woman greets the great general." Hao Chong regarded the woman with curiosity, asking, "Have you come to seek me? Is there something of concern? Have you committed another act of violence? Is someone troubling your daughter? Where is she? Is she well now?" Li Qinyang turned her head, recognizing the young man who had previously visited the shop to order food. She bowed once more to Hao Chong, replying, "This humble woman comes to deliver a meal." The young man also caught sight of Hao Chong and hurried over with great deference, saying, "General Hao, this is the woman who has brought our meal. I apologize for the intrusion." Hao Chong's curiosity deepened. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, and it dawned on him that it was indeed a meal delivery. Perhaps it was instinctive, but his stomach gurgled audibly, a sound that both Li Qinyang and the young man could hear. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the young man asked, "General Hao, have you not yet dined?" Hao Chong thought to himself, "If I had already eaten, would my stomach still be rumbling? Do you think my innards are akin to a plow horse, mooing whether there is a reason or not? Who is this young lad? He has never seen the battlefield and cannot even speak properly. If I knew who your father was, I would certainly have words with him." The young man cast a sidelong glance at Li Qinyang and addressed Hao Chong. "We ordered more food than necessary. Allow me to serve you a bowl. This establishment is newly opened, and I would like you to sample its fare. If it pleases your palate, we can have them deliver more tomorrow." Li Qinyang promptly bent down and lifted the white floral cloth covering the basket, presenting a bowl of braised pork rice. The young man's lips twitched. How generous this woman was. Could she not have served the mushroom chicken instead? "No, let us have 2 bowls. No, 3 bowls, none with mushrooms. All must be this dish." Indeed, indeed. Hao Chong personally carried 2 large bowls of braised pork rice inside, the hefty bowl steady in his grasp. The young man's expression of resignation vanished instantly as he pointed towards the main house adorned with the military insignia and whispered, "Be cautious once you enter. The Duke is within." Li Qinyang felt a stir of apprehension and hastened inside. Just as she crossed the threshold, Hao Chong emerged, exclaiming in a loud voice, "Why the delay? Hand it over, hand it over." Xuehuai sat behind the writing desk, observing the 3 large bowls of rice before Hao Chong at the low table opposite him, then glancing at his own solitary bowl made of coarse porcelain. "This isn't from the residence, is it?" "No, it's from the boys at the rear army's residence. I managed to snatch a few bowls," Hao Chong replied. "Do try it. You must eat while it's hot. If you don't pick up your chopsticks, I shan't eat either." Hao Chong inhaled the savory aroma of the meat. His gaze fixed eagerly on Xuehuai's hands. Amused, Xuehuai lifted his chopsticks, saying, "Let us eat." Hao Chong had been training at the military camp outside the city since dawn, and it was no doubt that he was already quite famished. The Empress Dowager granted the Duke's residence, albeit not even half the size of the one in the old capital, yet it still felt rather spacious for a solitary man. Thus, he invited Hao Chong along with several other esteemed generals to reside together. In the new capital, securing a dwelling proved challenging, as most either lacked family or had left them behind. Cohabiting not only simplified matters, but also conserved resources. The steward and servants were all newcomers. And in the absence of female household members, the situation was somewhat manageable. However, the quality of the meals was another matter entirely. Those accustomed to the rigors of battle consumed their food swiftly, and Hao Chong, feeling particularly ravenous, ate even faster than usual. Before Xuehuai had finished a single bowl of rice, Hao Chong had already emptied a second. He exhaled contentedly, relishing the sensation of his stomach being filled, albeit only partially. "By the way, Duke, can you guess who brought the meals?" Xuehuai, who typically refrained from speaking during meals, finished his food and set down his chopsticks. He picked up the cup of tea and savored a sip before responding. "Who?" A woman's face, illuminated by firelight, flashed through Xuehuai's mind, causing him to furrow his brow. "Are you referring to that mother and daughter duo?" "Only the mother came. I didn't see your daughter. It was the rearguard's rascals who ordered the food, and she delivered it." Alas, in these times, it is no easy feat after finally arriving in the capital. She has to show her face. What a burden for a woman to bear. The rearguard's lot is utterly disgraceful. Making a woman deliver meals, what sort of men are they? Wouldn't you agree? Hao Chong glanced at the last bowl of rice before him, swallowing hard. "Duke, why don't you finish this bowl?" Hao Chong was filled with joy as he picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge in his meal when he heard Xuehuai's soft inquiry. "Did you pay for the meal?" Hao Chong was taken aback, startled by the notion that one must pay to dine. Chapter 31. Stir-frying dishes. Yan Xuehuai proposed the idea of serving rice topped with various dishes. A brilliant notion that had suddenly occurred to her. She anticipated that business would surpass the previous day's performance, yet she had not foreseen such a significant improvement. Li Qinyang ladled the final spoonful of braised pork over the rice, diligently scraping the pot to ensure every drop of savory sauce was collected, ultimately assembling 4 bowls of rice for the Wujuan governor's residence. Li Qinyang shouldered her burden once more and set off to deliver the meals. This time, Zhang Xiaoping did not accompany her. Yan Xuehuai smiled and remarked, "Brother Zhang, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have even known where to go." The young girl before him had eyes that sparkled like dewdrops, seemingly capable of speech, and her long, dense eyelashes resembled 2 rows of delicate brushes. Zhang Xiaoping's face flushed crimson. "Oh, there's no need for such formality. We are merely neighbors, after all." Yan Xuehuai felt a twinge of confusion. She hadn't said anything particularly noteworthy, so why was he blushing? "Is there still rice available?" A voice called from behind, diverting Yan Xuehuai's attention from her musings about Zhang Xiaoping's embarrassment. She turned to prepare to persuade the customer to purchase some buns instead, as they had sold out of the topped rice. Yet, she was greeted by a familiar face. "A rattledrum. You are not the one." In an instant, Yan Xuehuai donned a balanced smile, welcoming the guest. "Welcome. Our shop is offering a 3-day opening discount, with stir-fried dishes at 10% off and cold dishes at 20% off. Please, come inside." 10% off? 20% off? Yan Qi inquired with curiosity. "You are offering discounts for 3 days? What day is today?" Yan Xuehuai extended her delicate fingers, exclaiming, "Timeliness is indeed a virtue. Your arrival is perfectly timed. Today marks the 2nd day of our opening, and you have 2 days and 4 opportunities to enjoy discounts. Just look at your good fortune." "My luck seems rather favorable," replied Yan Qi, observing the 4 or 5 individuals seated at the entrance, each savoring their meals from large bowls. The enticing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, stirring a pang of hunger within Yan Qi. Seizing the moment, Yan Xuehuai ushered Yan Qi into the establishment, pondering whether to offer him rice with toppings or steamed buns. After all, she may not possess the ability to discern faces, but she believed in the concept of charisma. The presence of a refined guest warranted the presentation of several exquisite dishes. Caught off guard by the enthusiastic young lady, Yan Qi instinctively followed her into the shop and settled at a nearby table. "Do you cook?" he inquired. The moment the words left his lips, he recalled that Yan Xiangcai had mentioned that her mother was the culinary expert. Curiosity piqued, he wondered about the appearance of Yan Xiangcai's mother and whether she, too, shared a fondness for coriander. "My mother is the true chef," Yan Xuehuai declared, her tone brimming with pride. "Have you noticed our sign? Li Shiji, Li Shiji." She pronounced each character with emphasis, savoring the sound. "In our Jiangnan region, do you understand the significance of Li Shiji?" Yan Qi shook his head, clearly unaware. Yan Xuehuai regarded him with a gaze filled with sympathy, as if to say, "It's quite astonishing that you've grown up without ever hearing of Li Shiji. I would be grateful to hear the details. From birth, humanity is but a crude being. It is culture that elevates us above beasts. Gastronomy, too, is a form of culture, an art, a knowledge that has been passed down through the ages, imbuing the world with its essence." The characterly, seemingly ordinary, when adorning the name of a dining establishment, signifies heritage, the lineage of the Li family, safeguarded through generations over the span of centuries. This legacy remains unforgotten by the passage of time and undiminished by the trials of life, with each generation passing the torch to the next. My mother, bearing the surname Li, stands as the current custodian of this legacy, and only she possesses the right to inscribe this character upon the sign of our establishment. Yan Qi felt a shiver run down her spine. The mere mention of the character Li had prompted Yan Xiangcai to expound at such length. What must the dishes from her family be worth? Having discussed Li, let us now turn our attention to the character Shi. Yan Xuehuai paused momentarily. With Li Qinyang just departed, she needed to devise a means to delay time, lest the opportunity slip away. As the ancients proclaimed, food is heaven for the people. Can one truly live without sustenance? Certainly not. Whether in the throes of battle or on the path to civil service, one cannot succeed on an empty stomach. Thus, Shi embodies the essence of the populace. Of utmost importance. And what of the character Ji? It represents Ji and Li Shiji, a sentiment uniquely held by the descendants of the Li family. This sentiment may manifest as an ancestral kitchen knife, a few drops of soy sauce added while cooking, or perhaps a longing for the culinary heritage of Jiangnan's Li Shiji. Memory begets nostalgia, from south to north, from old to new. the landscape remains unchanged. The sentiment persists. With the reopening of Li Shiji, we honor the past while cherishing the present. And what is the present? Suddenly, Yan Xuehuai halted. Her gaze fixed upon a figure approaching in the distance, carrying an empty burden. Yan Qi was momentarily taken aback as he spotted Li Qinyang approaching. In a flash of insight, he recalled where he had encountered Yan Xiangcai before. Not only had he met Yan Xiangcai, but he had also seen her mother. Yan Xiangcai appeared slightly plumper, yet undeniably more attractive. No wonder he had failed to recognize her on the previous occasions. A smile graced Yan Qi's face as he listened to the exchange between the mother and daughter, discovering that Yan Xiangcai's mother had gone to deliver a meal. He perused the menu and ordered 7 or 8 dishes, along with a bowl of soup. Yan Xuehuai, curious, inquired, "Do you have friends coming over?" No. Yan Xuehuai would not think to caution her guest against ordering too much. What right did she have to do so? She was not wielding a knife to compel him to select dishes. Moreover, this individual exuded an air of shrewdness, certainly not resembling a fool easily taken advantage of. "Very well, please hold on," Yan Xuehuai exclaimed as she picked up a cloth, polishing the already immaculate table until it gleamed. One after another, the dishes were delivered, each more delightful than the last. Although they were merely homely fare, Yan Qi found himself savoring the nostalgia infused within them. For instance, the stuffed tofu reminded him of his childhood, a dish he had relished, well known to many. However, it had vanished from the dining table over time. Upon inquiring with his elder brother, he learned that the skilled chef who prepared it had been bribed. He remained unaware of that chef's fate, never having asked, knowing full well that even if he did, there would be no answers. Since then, he had not tasted stuffed tofu again. Similarly, the stir-fried pork was the sole dish his mother had ever prepared. Unfortunately, she had forgotten to add salt while cooking. At that tender age, he naively believed that was the inherent taste of the dish. He considered it the most unpalatable meal in existence and never tasted it again. Yan Qi gazed intently at the stuffed tofu and stir-fried meat, as if the chopsticks in his hands bore a weight of 1,000 pounds. Yan Xuehuai observed coldly. Having witnessed many a face reading, yet never one that involved scrutinizing a dish. Had he never tasted it? Or did he hesitate to indulge? Chapter 32. The willow tree. Aside from the stuffed tofu and stir-fried meat, Yan Qi consumed a considerable amount of every other dish. Along with 2 bowls of rice and a bowl of soup, he set down his chopsticks with great satisfaction, relishing the most delightful meal since arriving in New Beijing. For the sake of caution, Lu Jinhang refrained from hiring a cook, nor did he employ any servants for cleaning. Meals were either procured from outside or prepared by themselves. Whether it was Lu Jinhang or the likes of Pearl and Agate, they were all individuals devoid of culinary talent, yet eager to showcase their skills. Such behavior was contemptible. Were the 2 dishes unappetizing? Yan Xuehuai's voice was soft and delicate, causing a slight tingling in Yan Qi's ears, though his reply was quick-witted. Not at all. Then, does that mean you simply do not enjoy them? The restaurant had only been open for 2 days, and these were the only 2 customers requesting cooked dishes. As the young proprietor, Yan Xuehuai needed to understand their feedback. Yan Qi was at a loss for words. To claim he did not relish them would contradict his earlier order. After all, no one had forced him with a knife. He had ordered on a whim. Momentarily forgetting his aversion, "Rest assured, I will settle the bill as it should be. I have no intention of being dishonest." Yan Xuehuai was gratified. Truly fearful that Yan Qi might refuse to pay for those 2 dishes, she quickly calculated the total for 4 cold and 4 hot dishes. The amount due was 92 won, discounted to 73 won. Both bowls of rice and the bowl of soup were complimentary. As she spoke, she smiled and handed over a piece of paper, scrawled with indecipherable names of dishes and prices. Yan Qi's furrowed brow relaxed, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. How could such a clever and astute Yan Xiangcai produce such a legible handwriting, even though he had personally chosen each dish? He struggled to decipher the meanings inscribed on the paper. He retrieved a tin-tail silver note and placed it on the table. "I lack change, so there's no need for you to return any. I shall dine here daily. Consider this payment in advance, and I shall settle the balance once it is exhausted." Yan Xuehuai was utterly taken aback. The Palaogu was indeed a man of means. To someone like Yan Xuehuai, who possessed a mere 14 taels, a single payment of 10 taels by Yan Qi was nothing short of extraordinary. "Please hold on. I shall prepare a receipt for you." Yan Qi shook his head dismissively. "There is no need for a receipt. It is merely 10 taels. You need not worry about my absconding." Yan Xuehuai suspected that the Palaogu must have had his head kicked by a donkey. She secretly hoped he would indeed flee, for then the 10 taels would entirely belong to her and Li Qinyang. You should run. Why haven't you left yet? Still, she insisted on writing a receipt. Yan Qi glanced at the equally cryptic receipt, his lips twitching slightly. Once Yan Qi had departed, Li Qinyang finally found the time to hand over the meal payment she had received from the Wujuan Duda mansion to Yan Xuehuai. Interestingly, when I delivered the meals today, I encountered General Hao, the one who brought us to the Yan household, and I also heard that the Duke is present there as well. Yan Xuehuai recalled what Yumin had mentioned, so the Duke of Dingwu was stationed at the Wujuan Duda mansion. She had mistakenly thought he entered the palace daily. Li Qinyang remarked with a smile that General Hao is truly a man of integrity, although that young fellow had already settled the bill. General Hao insisted on treating him again. I declined, yet he puffed up his cheeks and glared at me. Business was quite good today. The mother and daughter shared laughter and conversation. As evening approached, Li Qinyang promptly prepared the meal for the elderly Madame Yi. Yan Xuehuai eagerly volunteered to deliver it. But Li Qinyang wished to prevent her from going out at night. Just as she was about to dissuade her, the second shopkeeper from the nearby apothecary walked in, accompanied by Dr. Mao from the clinic. Madam, the braised pork we had earlier was delightful. Please prepare another serving, along with some kung pao chicken and a cold dish. The second shopkeeper and Dr. Mao settled at a table by the window, requesting, and please bring us a pot of Pingqing's finest. While Li Qinyang busied herself attending to the guests, she realized that her daughter had long since disappeared. The Shitsi alley was not far, and Yan Xuehuai handed the food box to Mou, casually inquiring about the relocation. Mou sighed and replied, Alas, the Ministry of Works sent someone again today. This time, it wasn't an official but rather someone from the lower ranks, urging us to move quickly. They didn't mention any compensation. So it seems that matter is still undecided. With no compensation in place, they were being hastened to vacate. The palace's land acquisition was indeed brazen. Yan Xuehuai felt helpless and could only offer a few words of comfort. Concerned that Li Qinyang might be overwhelmed alone, she bid farewell to Mou, carrying the empty food box as she left the Yi residence. Exiting Shitsi Alley, night had already fallen. Suddenly, Yan Xuehuai recalled Yan Qi. Would he also come to the shop for dinner? If he did, Li Qinyang would truly be swamped. How wonderful it would be to have a companion, Yan Xuehuai mused, contemplating her modest aspiration of owning her own home one day. As she walked, lost in her thoughts, she remained oblivious to the presence of someone behind her. By the time she realized, she found herself suddenly embraced from behind. Startled, Yan Xuehuai instinctively swung the food box in her hand backward, striking the intruder on the head. The unexpected blow caused him to wince, and his grip around her waist loosened momentarily. In that fleeting instant, she spun around and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Caught off guard, he staggered back a few steps, but did not fall. This body felt so frail, yet as night descended, the absence of tea stalls and the usual patrons rendered the thick trunk of the old poplar tree, with its lush, sprawling branches, an ideal place for nefarious deeds. Observing the assailant's fearless demeanor, Yan Xuehuai suspected she was not the first unfortunate soul to encounter him. He had likely harassed solitary women before. The current state of New Beijing was chaotic, teeming with all manner of individuals, some harboring malicious intent, while others were lonely and vulnerable. With a disdainful spit, she noted the man's face was obscured by the night, but his robust physique was unmistakable, resembling that of a bull. Unable to recall if she had encountered him before, she had no time to ponder, for he was already lunging at her. Little did he expect her to possess such tenacity. He had clearly underestimated her resolve. Yan Xuehuai stood motionless, channeling all her strength into her right leg. The figure before her towered over her, and she yearned to strike with precision. Contemplating a leap into the air, though uncertainty gnawed at her confidence. Just as the man was about to pounce, a flash of silver streaked through the darkness. In the robust form, akin to that of a water buffalo, crashed heavily to the ground. The man emitted a muffled groan, struggling to rise. But Yan Xuehuai would not afford him the opportunity. She swiftly advanced and delivered a decisive kick to his head. Chapter 33 In the Shroud of Night. The muscular man lay sprawled on his back, as a pair of feet adorned in embroidered shoes relentlessly struck at his head. The man succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet Yan Xuehuai's next kick landed squarely on his lower body. Footsteps echoed in the distance, prompting her to immediately assume a defensive stance. Her fists raised to shield her chest and ribs, prepared for whatever approached. Who could it be? Was it an accomplice of the man? The footsteps drew closer on her right side. With a surge of energy, Yan Xuehuai executed a side kick, only for Lu Jingxing to narrowly evade the blow aimed at his chest. Yet he could not escape the impact on his right shoulder. A sudden jolt of pain coursed through his shoulder and down his entire arm, causing Lu Jingxing to grimace, his words faltering. Why you? In his moment of anguish, Yan Qi, who followed closely behind, finally discerned the girl's face. Yan Xuehuai. Moments earlier, he had only witnessed the struggle between two figures and heard the man brazenly speaking, aware that someone had abducted a woman. However, it was not until this moment that he realized the girl who had been taken was none other than Yan Xuehuai. Lu Jingxing did not recognize Yan Xuehuai. When Yan Qi launched her concealed weapon, he did not intervene. His purpose was to mitigate the aftermath. Yan Qi's weapon was specially crafted and should not remain in plain sight. But who had he offended? It was Yan Qi who drew her blade to assist. Yet he was the one injured. Moreover, did this girl even require assistance with a blade? With a mere kick, she could strike his shoulder. If she were to grow another 2 inches, could she not then shatter his skull? We are here to aid you, yet you respond like a dog biting El Dongbin. Alas, my shoulder aches terribly. Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. She recalled that she had not even had the chance to act before the burly man had collapsed. It was not her who had felled him, but could it be that the legendary concealed weapon had indeed been at play? She cast a furtive glance at the man on the ground, but saw no throwing knife. They were all acquaintances. It was best to let it go. A familiar voice reached her ears, and upon looking, she realized it was indeed someone she knew. It was the rattle drum. What are you doing here? As the words escaped her lips, a sense of alarm resonated within her. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Could the rattle drum, in this man, who had just received a kick, harbor ill intentions? In her past life, she had ventured out at the age of 13, and she had encountered such tricks numerous times. This heroic rescue ploy was often employed against Na'vi young girls, who, when led into the fire pit to earn money through their flesh, would even express gratitude towards their supposed saviors. What a coincidence, you are also here. The two statements were laden with different meanings. The first was genuine surprise, while the latter was laced with skepticism, true skepticism. Yan Qi raised an eyebrow. Did Yan Xuehuai believe he and the burly man were performing a comedic act? What a coincidence indeed. We reside here. Yan Qi pointed to the alley opposite the large willow tree, his toes accidentally kicking something. He bent down to investigate, discovering it to be a food box. We had initially intended to dine at your shop, but unexpectedly encountered you upon stepping outside. Are you delivering meals? Yan Xuehuai recalled that several grand residences were situated within that alley. During her search for housing, she had noticed the presence of several towering willows and assumed the adjacent properties would be inexpensive, even inquiring about them. In her hometown, there existed a custom that willows attracted spirits, thus they were never planted around residences. However, she was astonished to find that the residents of New Beijing were not bound by such superstitions. The properties were not only not cheap, but also were not available for individual lease, as entire courtyards were rented out. So, the Pao Langu resided here. How serendipitous. Thank you for today. I apologize for injuring your friend. There is a pharmacy on Wuchang Street. Let me accompany you to take a look. No need, no need. He replied. He is not that delicate. A doctor is unnecessary. The moon had ascended, casting a soft glow upon the young girl's visage, which appeared ethereal, shrouded in a delicate veil. Yet her bright, lively eyes remained undimmed. Yan Xuehuai was truly beautiful. It was the first time Yan Qi realized that one could possess such allure, regardless of gender. Lu Jingxing was on the verge of tears. Before he could utter a word, Yan Qi insisted that a doctor was unnecessary. He suspected that his scapula was shattered, for otherwise, how could the pain be so intense? His injured arm could hardly be lifted, and despite the agony, Lu Jingxing gritted his teeth and used his remaining hand to rummage through the burly figure's body, extracting an oddly shaped object from the man's backside. It was not a flying dagger, and before Yan Xuehuai could discern its form, Lu Jingxing hastily wrapped it in a cloth and tucked it into his sleeve. With a sigh of relief, Lu Jingxing felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Had that person perished, he would have had to bear the burden of his injuries while concealing the evidence. After Yan Qi finished speaking, he turned to Yan Xuehuai and said, "Let us depart. I shall escort you." The expert he referred to was, of course, Lu Jingxing. Noticing Yan Xuehuai's lingering hesitation, Yan Qi chuckled softly. "I merely wish to dine at Lishurji. It is on the way." With this, Yan Xuehuai found herself without further objections and turned to Lu Jingxing with an apologetic smile, expressing her gratitude. "I appreciate your help." Yet, her thoughts wandered to the possibility of retribution from that burly man. If she were to divulge the truth about the rattle drum, would her conscience be troubled? Nonetheless, If the rattle drum truly served the noble cause of aiding others, she would remain silent about the concealed weapon. However, if she discovered that today's unfolding was orchestrated by the rattle drum, she would not hesitate to sever ties. On their way back, Yanxi inquired, "Were you genuinely here to deliver a meal?" "Indeed, it was a meal delivery, but not for you. I was unaware of your residence here." Yan Xuehuai chose not to mention old Madame Yi, wishing to keep the innocent unentangled. "With your striking appearance, it would be wise to refrain from venturing out after dark." Yanxi spoke these words with sincere concern, believing Yan Xuehuai too enchanting to be out at night, where she might attract the wrong kind of attention. However, to Yan Xuehuai, the remark took on a different tone. "Do not roam about after dark to frighten others." She touched her face, though slender. She was not so emaciated as to appear skeletal. Surely she was not frightful. At 14, still in the throes of adolescence, she had little in the way of curves. And having recently recovered from illness, she had become quite the delicate sprout. In recent days, Yan Xuehuai has silently accepted her androgynous appearance. Thus, even when she suspected that Yanxi was indirectly calling her unattractive, she did not feel anger. "Well, I understand. I must thank you once again today." She recalled a previous occasion when she expressed her gratitude, requesting 5 tea eggs from the rattle drum, and later reciprocated with the very rattle drum itself. How many tea eggs should she ask for this time? Fair is fair. She would not return the 10 taels of silver. "My surname is Yan, which sounds quite similar to yours. I am the 7th child in my family, so you may call me Brother Yanxi." Yan Xuehuai remembered that there was a historical figure named Yanzi. Was Yanxi a descendant of Yanzi? He was tall and imposing, certainly not inheriting his ancestors' short stature. "Young Master Yanxi, there is no need for such formalities," Yanxi replied, somewhat disappointed. "Just call me Yanxi." "Very well." Yanxi. The rattle drum consists of 3 characters, while Yanxi has only 2, making it easy to pronounce and remember. By the way, your friend will escort that person to the yamen, won't he? He seems quite familiar with the process. This likely isn't his first time. Who knows? He might even uncover other cases along the way. As Yan Xuehuai envisioned the man's brawny physique, her brows knitted together. If the individual had targeted someone else today, a delicate young girl, and if Yanxi and his companion had not fortuitously passed by, that person might have succeeded. Yanxi was speechless. Was Yan Xuehuai genuinely concerned about Lu Jingxing? Only the blind would worry about someone as ruthless as he. Since Yan Xuehuai did not appear to be blind, her concern must be genuine. There is no need for that. He should be fine. It is advisable to take a look. It should not consume much time. It is likely that the matter has already been taken to the authorities. My acquaintance, though appearing refined and cultured, possesses remarkable martial prowess, so there is no need for concern. Under the moonlight, Yanxi's visage glows with a luminescent pallor. A strikingly exquisite face that is delicate yet not effeminate, lacking the robust righteousness often associated with noble appearances. Instead, there is a hint of roguishness. A carefree demeanor that exudes an air of privilege, reminiscent of a pampered scion from an affluent family. His companion, if one could call them that, seems more akin to a subordinate, someone who follows his lead. Viewed in this light, Yanxi resembles a more cunning figure than that hulking brute. Pray tell, what is it that you wish to do? Despite her apprehension towards Yanxi's unique hidden weaponry, Yan Xuehuai mustered the courage to pose the question. She and Li Qiliang relied solely on each other, with no family to shield them from the storms of life and no enduring possessions to secure their existence. They could only navigate each step as it came, braving the winds and snow. Long-term strategies were beyond their means, and when faced with adversity, they could not afford to wait passively for a second betrayal. Yanxi was momentarily taken aback. What was his intention? Merely to admire Yan Xuehuai's beauty. To steal a few more glances, what else could he do? He was not like that brutish figure. However, he realized that Yan Xuehuai evidently presumed he was allied with the brute. Just moments prior, when he mentioned residing in the area, Yan Xuehuai did not press further, harboring suspicion rather than belief. Do not call her Yan Xuehuai. Henceforth, refer to her as Yan Hedgehog. He contemplated retrieving his house key to show Yan Xuehuai, to substantiate that he indeed resided there. However, upon touching her body, she suddenly remembered that the key was with Lu Jingxing. Yanxi could only say, "Have you forgotten? You once gave me a dough figurine of Neza. This is not our first encounter. We had met before the establishment of Li Shiji. If I wish to extend my kindness to you, why resort to such a poor method? And that large water buffalo if I were in need of assistance. I would not seek out someone so foolish." Yan Xuehuai blinked, recalling that she indeed had purchased a Neza figurine. which she had casually given to someone dining across from her while following that pair of siblings. So it was you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yan Qi, feeling helpless, realized the fault lay with him for not disclosing it sooner. Had he mentioned it, Yan Xuehuai might have thought he was attempting to ingratiate himself through the figurine. Never mind. His father had once advised him not to engage in verbal sparring with women unless they wished to concede. Otherwise, one would never prevail. If I were to ask now, would you be inclined to offer me an additional 2 dishes? Yan Xuehuai's smile reached her eyes. This meal is on me, however. You must not reveal today's events to my mother. Li Qinyong was entirely focused on her daughter and only then noticed the spirited young man, Yan Qi, who had visited at noon. Gratefully, Li Qinyong was about to say something more when Yan Xuehuai urged her inward, saying, Mother, young Master Yin is here to dine. Indeed. Li Qinyong recalled that this young man had provided 10 taels of silver for the meal. She promptly invited Yan Qi inside, where the second manager and the doctor of the pharmacy were still present, sipping wine and engaging in trivial conversation. Yan Xuehuai presented the menu to Yan Qi, lowering her voice. Fear not. This meal shall not be charged to your account. Yan Qi felt a smile tugging at her lips, thinking, why would I be worried? Yan Xuehuai then ventured into the kitchen, where Li Qinyong pointed to a small clay pot beside her. You should eat first. You are still growing. Throughout history, those who run eateries must wait until all patrons have departed before partaking in their own meals. Li Qinyong had long grown accustomed to this. Yet she could not bear to see her daughter go without. No, I shall wait until all the guests have left to dine with you. But you must eat a little first. Be obedient and good. Yan Xuehuai could not resist her mother's gentle coaxing. Li Qinyong was the first to speak to her in such a manner, and she cherished it dearly. Secretly fearing that if she did not comply, Li Qinyong might never speak to her in that tone again. The small pot contained a serving of chicken congee. Just enough for one. Yan Xuehuai took a generous handful of cilantro from the preparation bowl and sprinkled it atop the congee, then retrieved a salted duck egg before emerging from the kitchen. There were still 2 empty tables in the shop. She chose one to sit at, and upon raising her gaze, found herself staring directly into Yan Qi's face. Are you having a private meal? What private meal? It is all prepared by my mother. Yan Qi craned her neck to glimpse the contents of the clay pot but could only see a vibrant green. What is that? Yan Xuehuai inhaled deeply, speaking with satisfaction. Chicken congee. Would you care for a bowl? I have yet to touch it. Is that green thing cilantro? Yan Qi asked, her heart racing. Indeed. Fresh cilantro, Yan Xuehuai replied, swallowing hard. Yan Qi shook her head. No, thank you. You enjoy it yourself. Yan Xuehuai suddenly remembered that Yan Qi did not eat cilantro. When she first met him, she had consumed all the cilantro on his table. How could there be someone in this world who does not enjoy cilantro? Do they not feel a sense of loss for missing out on such a delightful flavor? Does consuming cilantro cause you to break out in acne? No, it does not. Yan Qi was baffled by Yan Xuehuai's line of questioning. Does it induce difficulty in breathing, causing one to feel suffocated? Not at all. What sort of inquiries are these? Does it lead to an upset stomach? Absolutely not. Yan Qi refuted once more. Yan Xuehuai found the situation perplexing. There were no allergy symptoms whatsoever. Why then would he abstain? Never mind. It was someone else's business and did not concern her. Chapter 35. Noodle dough. Yan Qi took an extended time to finish her meal. The second shopkeeper and the doctor from the apothecary had long since departed. When Mrs. Zhang approached and saw Yan Qi, she cheerfully inquired of Yan Xuehuai, Do you have a guest? Where is your mother? Yan Xuehuai called out loudly, Mother, Aunt Zhang has arrived. Li Qinyong, as she walked over while removing her apron, greeted Mrs. Zhang, saying, Aunt Wu, have you eaten? Mrs. Zhang glanced at Yan Qi once more and remarked, At this hour, I have already dined. Do you still deliver meals from your shop? Li Qinyong found Mrs. Zhang's words somewhat peculiar, considering that earlier at noon, Mrs. Zhang had requested Zhang Xiaoping to assist her in delivering meals to the 5 armies governor's office. Indeed, for some guests who find it inconvenient to come, we offer delivery services. Precisely, you have such kind hearts, Mrs. Zhang replied, her gaze drifting back to Yan Qi. This time, even Li Qinyong noticed and asked, Aunt Wu, your shop must be closing soon, right? Are you about to close? By the way, do you have any noodle dough here? Xiaoping has a yearning for the steamed buns I prepared, yet there is no ready dough available at home. Wait here, I shall fetch it, I replied. Ever since relocating here, Sister Zhang Wu's family has been of great assistance, and Li Qinyong feels a deep sense of gratitude. She would willingly help Sister Zhang Wu steam buns, even if it were just a piece of dough. Seizing the moment while Li Qinyong retrieves the dough from the kitchen, Sister Zhang Wu scrutinizes Yan Qi with keen interest. Yan Qi, having trained in concealed weaponry, possesses an acute awareness, particularly as Sister Zhang Wu stands beside him, allowing him to observe her with a mere glance. Lu Jinxing mentioned that perhaps someone in the new capital might recognize him. Yet the way this woman in the marketplace regards him is surely not due to any familiarity. At this juncture, Sister Zhang Wu addresses Yan Xuehuai, saying, Sister Huai, if your mother is ever overwhelmed, do not hesitate to call upon your Xiaopinga next door to accompany you in delivering meals. Recently, many newcomers have arrived in the new capital, and there are those who may take advantage of your inexperience, presenting themselves one way and acting another behind your back. You may be deceived without even realizing it. Yan Qi ponders whether the deceitful individual Sister Zhang Wu refers to could possibly be speaking of him. Sister Huai? Does Yan Xiangkai address her as Sister Huai? It lacks charm. Yan Xiangkai suits her far better, though her words flowed smoothly, ostensibly expressing gratitude. They neither acknowledged Sister Zhang Wu's well-meaning caution nor agreed to let Zhang Xiaoping accompany her. Li Qinyang emerged from the kitchen, a cloth wrapped around a piece of dough, and handed it to Sister Zhang Wu, stating, I may lack other provisions, but my kitchen is well stocked. I always have dough on hand. Just let me know when you need it, and I shall have Sister Huai deliver it to you. Having received the fertilizer, Zhang Wusao felt it was no longer appropriate to linger, as even casual conversations must be timed, especially with customers still present in the shop. Safe travels. See you tomorrow. She bid farewell. After escorting Zhang Wusao out, Yan Xuehuai retrieved a new food container from the kitchen and placed it before Yan Qi. This is for your friend. I accidentally hurt him today. It was my fault. Yan Qi glanced at the container, realizing that Yan Xiangcai was preparing to send someone off. Very well. He had eaten sufficiently and decided it was time to depart. He picked up the food container and made his way outside, where Yan Xuehuai courteously accompanied him to the door. Suddenly, Yan Qi inquired softly, will you be delivering food again tomorrow night? Why? Yan Xuehuai immediately raised her guard. Yan Qi sensed the prickliness emanating from her, as if it might pierce through her attire, and quickly added, I mean no harm. Just try to be early and stay safe. He felt a twinge of sympathy for El Dongbin, who had been bitten by a dog. No, Yan Xiangcai was not a dog. She was a hedgehog. After sending off the last customer, the mother and daughter closed up shop. Yan Xuehuai sighed in resignation. Initially, Li Qinyang had held no suspicions, but Zhang Wusao's gossipy demeanor had aroused her curiosity. What a coincidence that you encountered him. Do you remember the tea stall owned by old Lady Yi? He resides in the alley directly opposite it. He has a friend waiting at home for dinner. Yan Xuehuai responded fluently, and Li Qinyang remained unconvinced. Lu Jinxing sat in a grand chair, bare-chested, exposing his smooth skin, while Zhenju applied medicinal alcohol to him. Yan Qi frowned. He was being overly delicate. Lu Jinxing felt exceedingly wronged. Just take a look for yourself. It's all bruised and swollen. If she grows just another couple of inches, she might very well kick my head off. Yan Qi genuinely walked over to inspect the situation and couldn't help but smile. Her expression tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. How foolish you are, unable to defeat a mere girl. Who said I couldn't defeat her? It was merely a surprise. Who could have anticipated that such a slender little girl could kick so high? And it was a side kick at that. By the way, you haven't encountered that Lu Sanner, have you? He might very well be rendered childless and without heirs. That little girl is truly ruthless. TSK. What Lu Sanner? Yan Qi inquired. That hulking brute, Lu Sanner. Without me needing to lay a finger on him, that lad divulged everything. He is a refugee who has been up to no good lately, but today's debacle wasn't initiated by him. He was hired by someone. As Lu Jinxing recounted this, he gestured to Zhenju. All right, I'll handle it myself. Are you applying medicinal liquor? It seems more akin to kneading dough. Zhenju, holding her hand saturated with the medicinal liquor, summoned Agate to assist Yan Qi with changing her clothes. Yan Qi's attention remained fixated on Lu Jinxing's last remark. Someone hired him? Who could it be? Take a guess, Lu Jinxing replied, fanning himself with a folding fan, twisting his body to create a breeze. The medicinal liquor brought by Zhenju seemed to contain some unknown ingredient, burning hot against his skin. Spill it. Yan Qi's voice carried an edge of impatience. Lu Jinxing dared not prolong the suspense. He was well aware of Yan Qi's temper, having experienced it firsthand. Li Shiji was originally associated with the former shopkeeper. Lu Sanner mentioned that a young girl surnamed Yan deceived the shopkeeper, prompting him to offer 10 taels of silver to Lu Sanner to deal with her. Lu Sanner believed this task would be simple, only to discover that the girl was quite formidable, ultimately rendering him incapable. The former shopkeeper's claims were nonsensical. The proprietor of that shop bore the surname Yi, a relative of Yi Di in the capital. It could not have been her who employed Lu Sanner. It must have been Yang Xuehuai. Yan Qi, suppressing his anger, inquired about Lu Sanner's whereabouts. He has been silenced and tossed into the cellar, awaiting your command for further action. Lu Jingxing discerned Yan Qi's fury and promptly set aside his fan, wiped his shoulder with a handkerchief, donned his coat, and feigned departure. After all, that scoundrel was rendered useless. His existence was merely a burden now. I shall go and eliminate him. Indeed, Lu Sanner was killed by Yang Xuehuai. It is time to report to the authorities. Yan Qi's voice was cold, like shattered jade against ice. Chapter 36. The new book Jinghong Lu has been published. I raised an emperor. I leaped into a river. I bore the weight of a building. The new book Jinghong Lu has been released. I hope everyone will enjoy it. Chapter 37. Sunflower seeds. The next day, before dawn, Li Qinyang rose early. She kept the breakfast warm on the stove and quietly stepped outside. Concerned for her daughter's safety alone in the shop, Li Qinyang locked the door. Yan Xuehuai chuckled softly, wondering if Li Qinyang thought her daughter was merely 3 or 4 years old. She stood there, holding a note, lost in thought. In her previous life, her memories began at the tender age of 8, within the confines of an orphanage bustling with children even younger than herself. The caregivers maintained a rigid demeanor, enforcing rules with unwavering consistency. She learned to bathe independently, to make her own bed, and to endure hunger if she missed mealtime. In her quest for a simple ice pop, she would clandestinely collect scrap materials after school. Yan Xuehuai meticulously folded a note and placed it within her makeup box. A cherished gift from Li Qinyang, who insisted on buying it for her. Li Qinyang often reminisced about a superior box she once owned, left behind in the southern regions. Perpetually feeling indebted to Yan Xuehuai, she would probably retrieve the stars from the sky if her daughter wished for them. With a sigh, Yan Xuehuai remarked, "Then I shall wash with hot water." "That won't do. You lack the skill. Just leave it there, and I shall wash it. Your mother has bought you a melon. Hurry and taste its sweetness." "Mother, I can wash it." "You won't clean it properly." "Go on. Don't make a fuss here. Be obedient." Reluctantly, Yan Xuehuai scampered off to fetch the melon, washing it thoroughly before breaking off a piece and offering it to Li Qinyang. "Is it sweet?" Li Qinyang, her eyes crinkling with delight, mumbled, "You eat it. I don't care for this." Yet her demeanor clearly indicated otherwise. Bouncing joyfully into the kitchen, Yan Xuehuai was met with the satisfied gaze of Li Qinyang, who smiled at her retreating figure. Just then, Yan Xuehuai rushed out to find Sister Zhang, who stood half inside, half outside the door. Upon seeing Yan Xuehuai, Sister Zhang beamed broadly, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Where is your mother?" Yan Xuehuai pointed towards the backyard. "She is back there." Sister Zhang, adopting a conspiratorial tone, glanced around before whispering, "Did you two not go out this morning?" "My mother ventured to the vegetable market on Dingshi Street, and I remained indoors." "What transpired?" Yan Xuehuai was quite intrigued. It was evident that Zhang Wusao was eager to share some gossip. "Ah, no wonder. Yang Xuehuai has encountered trouble." Zhang Wusao emphasized this with heightened intensity. The first thought that crossed Yan Xuehuai's mind was of that pair of siblings. Could it be that they had not yet avenged themselves and were now seeking retribution against Yang Xuehuai and the Wang family? It was not merely a matter concerning the children. Early in the morning, the officers from the Wuqing division had visited Yang Xuehuai's residence, claiming that someone had reported a murder. Yang Xuehuai had killed someone. Who was murdered? Li Qinyang inquired as she wiped her hands with a cloth while walking. Upon spotting Zhang Wusao, she quickly asked, "Sister Wu, who did you say was murdered?" Zhang Wusao hastily replied, "It was the family that used to run the soy sauce shop here. They reside not far from us, just across the street. When my husband and I came over this morning, we happened to witness it. Oh, it was truly terrifying." Li Qinyang was unaware of the conflict between Yan Xuehuai and Yang Xuehuai, yet she was informed about Yang Xuehuai's forceful takeover of old Madame Ye's shop. Upon hearing this, she inquired, "Oh, they live in the vicinity? They didn't used to live here. However, they somehow attracted the attention of bandits, who kidnapped their son. It is said that they borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates and mortgaged their house, which they have yet to repay. They only moved here recently, having borrowed the house from his cousin, the clan leader. Oh dear, that house will likely never be inhabited again." Yan Xuehuai was indifferent to the whereabouts of Yang Xuehuai and his wife. When bandits strike, they are never merciful. Who was the victim of this murder? This remains uncertain. The individuals from the Wuqing division may still be present there. That residence has now become a house of ill fortune. Alas, his cousin is truly unfortunate. He used to assist him in every endeavor, only to be ultimately betrayed. Zhang Wusao offered Yan Xuehuai a handful of sunflower seeds, suggesting she try the salted variety. What purpose does the county magistrate serve? We are in the capital now, and it is the Wuqing division that is handling the case, an esteemed authority indeed. What significance does the county magistrate hold? Don't you agree, Aunt? Zhang Wusao handed more seeds to Li Qingyang, who waved her hand, stating, no more. I shall go steam some buns. Zhang Wusao clucked in admiration and remarked to Yan Xuehuai, Sister Huai, you are indeed fortunate to have such a capable and caring mother. Yan Xuehuai responded with a bright smile, indeed, I feel exceedingly blessed. After bidding farewell to Zhang Wusao, Yan Xuehuai increasingly sensed that there was something amiss with the situation. Mother, I am going out to get some fresh air. Li Qingyang, realizing her daughter wished to observe the commotion, cautioned, stay away from the officials. They are armed with swords. I understand. Yan Xuehuai replied as she dashed outside, without needing to inquire further. She quickly joined the crowd gathered at the scene of the incident. The courtyard gate was already sealed, with individuals dressed in military attire standing guard. Their uniforms differed from those of the army and were not akin to the officials seen on the streets. Yan Xuehuai surmised that these individuals belonged to the Wuqing division. At that moment, a sedan chair halted at the intersection, and before it could come to a complete stop, a middle-aged man clad in a silk shirt emerged, striding directly towards the entrance of the residence. Someone beside recognized him. This is the head of the Ouyang family, and this residence belongs to him. Unfortunately, it seems that this house will likely not be rented out in the future. Yan Xuehuai observed the Ouyang patriarch, noticing him in conversation with the gate soldiers. The soldiers shook their heads, and the patriarch appeared dejected, nearly stumbling as he entered the sedan. The sedan arrived and departed, with onlookers suggesting that he was headed to the Pingqing County office. Yan Xuehuai inquired of a nearby spectator, did you see the corpse? Yes, I've been here the whole time. The death was truly tragic. Was it a man or a woman? A man, a large fellow. I never realized it before. Ouyang Hui has become quite emaciated, yet this man was significantly larger. It took 3 or 5 men from the Wuqing division to carry him out. He was as robust as an ox. Yan Xuehuai's brows furrowed slightly. Coincidentally, she had encountered a man as robust as an ox just the previous night. In Chapter 38, the noodle soup, both Ouyang Hui and Wang were taken away by the Wuqing division, as the case remains unresolved. The residence where the corpse was discovered has been sealed, prohibiting entry to anyone, as the crowd asserted. The most innocent and unfortunate party in this matter is undoubtedly the Ouyang patriarch. Observing the patriarch's visibly distressed demeanor, it was evident that he had been significantly rattled. Yan Xuehuai felt an urge to laugh. This is what one might call retribution. Had it not been for the Ouyang patriarch's partiality, how could Ouyang Hui have usurped the old lady's shop? Now, it seems, Ouyang Hui has failed to seize the old lady's establishment, yet single-handedly caused the Ouyang patriarch both financial loss and distress. The citizens of New Capital relish in the spectacle. From a distance, one could gaze at a sealed door for quite some time. Suddenly, Yan Xuehuai spotted a familiar figure. Yan Qi. Yan Qi also recognized Yan Xuehuai. This time, however, Yan Qi was devoid of the companion from the previous day. Yan Xuehuai's expression darkened, while Yan Qi remained impassive. Both took a step forward and halted as they brushed past one another, each avoiding the other's gaze, akin to two strangers. The individual from yesterday? Indeed. Why commit murder? To silence witnesses. What of Ouyang Hui? He was hired by him. For revenge against me? Indeed. Armed with all the knowledge she sought, Yan Xuehuai proceeded towards her shop. Before long, noon arrived, and once again, the people from the 5 Armies Commander South Office came to place their order. This time, however, not only was the young man from yesterday present, but also a lad of about 17 or 18 years. Li Qingyang found the youth somewhat familiar and was about to speak when the young man from yesterday preemptively introduced him. Sister-in-law, this is Brother Fuxing, who is close to the Duke. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Qingyang, signaling her to be cautious and not to confuse quality with mediocrity. Fuxing nodded and inquired, do you serve noodle soup? Just 1 bowl will suffice. Li Qingyang promptly responded, yes, freshly made. Would you prefer thin or wide noodles? Fuxing, adopting a serious tone befitting his official capacity, instructed, thin noodles with a touch of minced ginger, in addition to the bowl of noodles. Fuxing ordered 5 bowls of braised pork rice, while the young man, as before, ordered 10 bowls. The doorman was the same as yesterday, upon seeing Li Qinyang. He waved her in without a word. Li Qinyang, now well versed in her duties, smoothly entered the final courtyard, calling out loudly, "Delivery from Li's food." Fu Sheng was the first to emerge, immediately inquiring, "Did you add ginger to the noodle soup?" "Yes, I did, and I've brought an extra bowl, if that's insufficient." "I can add more," Li Qinyang replied as she carefully handed the small clay pot to Fu Sheng. Just as she was about to speak, Hao Chong strode out, exclaiming, "The food has arrived. It must be braised pork, right?" "Indeed, it is all braised pork," Li Qinyang hurriedly affirmed. "Oh, by the way, sister-in-law, next time, please bring 2 heads of garlic," Hao Chong said nonchalantly. Fu Sheng shot a glance at Hao Chong, his tone icy. The Duke has stated that garlic and leeks are not permitted within the official compound. Hao Chong was momentarily taken aback, wanting to chastise Fu Sheng for being meddlesome. But fearing that the young man might report him, he was just in time to see someone from the rear camp approach for their meal. Hao Chong brusquely addressed the young man. "With so many of you, you only consume 10 bowls of rice. No wonder you all resemble weak little chicks, utterly useless." The young man awkwardly chuckled. Right. I'll make sure to eat a couple more bowls next time." The delicate noodles were served in a clear broth, enhanced with finely chopped pickled vegetables and sprinkled with scallions, concealing a poached egg beneath. Suddenly, Xuehuai felt a strong urge for food. He devoured a large bowl of the soup and noodles, feeling warmth envelop him from within. This noodle is delightful," Xuehuai remarked as he stood and paced around the room. Spotting a small bed next door, he collapsed onto it and fell asleep, only to awaken to the evening's embrace. "Sir, you are awake. How do you feel? Is it better?" Fu Sheng approached, offering a warm towel. Xuehuai wiped his face, feeling significantly improved. "Have you finished your duties?" He gazed out at the sky. "Ah, dusk has arrived," Fu Sheng remarked. "And what of the others?" The others referred to by Xuehuai were Hao Chong, Lu Ju, Wei Mingzheng, and Su Jiasheng, all of whom currently resided in the Duke's residence. Fu Sheng gestured outside and said, "They are playing dice." Xuehuai shook his head in resignation, lamenting such a meager ambition. "They even insist on dragging along the younger ones, who have chosen to ignore them." Fu Sheng quickly added. At that moment, a rumble emanated from his stomach, prompting Xuehuai to frown and inquire, "Have you all eaten?" "Not yet," they replied. Fu Sheng considered mentioning that Hao Chong and the others had secretly been drinking, but thought better of it, knowing the Duke was unwell and wishing to avoid further agitation. "Very well then." As Fu Sheng stepped outside, he noted that only the Central Army's quarters were still illuminated within the courtyard of the military governor's residence. He sighed, suddenly recalling a line of poetry. "The lonely phoenix tree in the secluded courtyard locks away the clear autumn." Alas, it was not autumn, and there were no phoenix trees to be found in the courtyard. In essence, it was merely a gathering of solitary souls, enveloped in loneliness and chill. In stark contrast, Li Shiji was bustling with activity. All 4 tables were filled with patrons. One table was occupied by a scholar in his 30s, sporting a slight beard and clad in a silk robe, while another table held the second shopkeeper from the pharmacy who had visited the day before, accompanied by a rural herbal trader. Additionally, a table was taken by the master shoemaker from Fuliansheng's shop along with his 2 apprentices, and the wall-side table hosted manager Hu and Mr. Lu from the accounting office. On the day of the grand opening, manager Hu had sent a 3-legged fortune toad as a congratulatory gift, which now adorned the counter. However, in recent days, matters at the inn have been quite numerous, and it was not until today that Master Hu made his appearance. Li Qinyang has been exceedingly busy, barely able to catch her breath. Upon seeing her, Master Hu remarked, "It seems you require additional assistance here." Li Qinyang concurred, recognizing the lack of manpower, and contemplated discussing the matter with her daughter that evening to find a helping hand. Chapter 39. The food box today, Madame Ye's tea stall closed early. Even though a significant portion of her dowry had been claimed by the encroachment of the imperial city, she harbored no worries regarding sustenance. Madame Ye did not set up her tea stall for profit. Rather, it served as a venue for her to engage with patrons, exchanging tales of who had found a lost child or apprehended a kidnapper. Whenever she caught wind of such news, she would not hesitate to spend money to investigate. Year after year, she expended substantial sums, yet her son and grandson remained elusive. This morning's events reached Madame Ye at her tea stall, where onlookers recounted the happenings with great fervor, describing the 5 city division's fearsome demeanor, Ouyang Hui's steadfast denial, and Wang's dramatic antics. Madame Ye scoffed. "This is simply divine justice. They deserve it." Mou, somewhat perplexed, pondered, "Divine justice? Are you referring to the 5 city division?" "Indeed. If it were not for their swift resolution of the case, who knows when the murdered individual would have seen their grievances addressed. Madame Yi cast a glance at her, remarking, "You have grown older, but not wiser." Uncertain of what had transpired, Yu chose not to concern herself with it. After all, Madame Yi had expressed similar sentiments to her on numerous occasions. When Yan Xuehuai arrived to deliver the meal, Yu cheerfully spoke of Yan Xuehuai, then expressed sympathy for the victim. "Alas, I heard someone has already come to identify the body, a person who fled here. How pitiful must this individual be? After enduring so much to finally reach the capital, believing they could lead a stable life, only to be slain by Yan Xuehuai. Oh, how tragic. Indeed, truly tragic." Yan Xuehuai responded through gritted teeth. As the ancient saying goes, those who are pitiable must possess something detestable. Having learned from past misfortunes, Yan Xuehuai hurried from the Yi residence before nightfall. Although the water buffalo had perished and Yan Xuehuai was apprehended, this incident served as a stark warning for her. In her previous life, she was utterly alone, with nothing to lose, but this time was different. She had Li Qinyang. If anything were to happen to her, what would become of Li Qinyang? Lost in thought, Yan Xuehuai startled at the realization that, in her past life, she was not entirely alone. She had a mother. Though she was unaware until merely an hour before the car accident, when she learned of this person's existence from a lawyer, by then, that person had long since departed. "Ah, Yan Xuehuai, what a coincidence to meet you again." A voice interrupted Yan Xuehuai's reverie. She turned to see Yan Qi and Lu Jingxing. Having just reached the entrance of Lu Tree Alley, where, as Yan Qi had mentioned yesterday, they resided. "Indeed, you are quite early today," Yan Qi remarked. At that moment, someone passed by, and once they were out of sight, Yan Xuehuai turned to Yan Qi and Lu Jingxing, saying, "Thank you for yesterday." Lu Jingxing quickly replied, "No need for thanks. Our actions were not solely for your sake." Yan Qi cast a glance at him, and Lu Jingxing immediately felt as though a snowball had been hurled his way. He hastily cleared his throat, refraining from further comments, yet inwardly he harbored resentment. "It was originally intended to smooth things over for you. If you had not intervened, it would have been one matter, but since you did, Lu Sanner must meet his demise." Thus, whether Lu Sanner intended to harm this young girl or some matron on the street, as long as you are the one who witnesses the injustice, Lu Sanner cannot be allowed to live. The exchange between the two was entirely observed by Yan Xuehuai, who realized they were reluctant to accept her goodwill. This suited her perfectly. In Li Shiji, Li Qinyang was bustling about, her feet barely touching the ground. Upon noticing that all 4 tables were occupied, Yan Xuehuai fetched 2 stools to place outside and prepared some sunflower seeds and peanuts, inviting Yan Qi and Lu Jingxing to sit and wait. As soon as she turned her back, Lu Jingxing remarked to Yan Qi, "This won't do. You cannot sit here." "Why not?" Yan Qi said, placing a peanut in her mouth. "Anyone passing by will see you," Lu Jingxing replied, unfurling his folding fan to shield Yan Qi's face. Annoyed, Yan Qi swatted the fan aside, retorting, "Is it me who cannot be seen, or is it you? If you cannot be seen, then leave me be." Lu Jingxing sniffed. "Perhaps we should have that little girl bring us some food." No sooner had he spoken than another snowball was thrown, sending a chill down Lu Jingxing's spine. Had he misspoken again? Where's the error? He pondered. "You are a man, neither old nor frail. Why should someone else bring you food?" Lu Jingxing, feeling choked, replied weakly, "I do this for you, not for myself. I need not your aid." Yan Qi's voice was icy. "Fine, you needn't bother. It is I who am being foolish." Lu Jingxing sighed, his eyes inadvertently glancing into the shop. He flicked his fan again, obscuring Yan Qi's face once more. Fu Sheng emerged from Li's food shop, each hand grasping a sizable food box, and as he passed by the two, he courteously nodded. "Excuse me. Thank you." Yan Qi reopened the fan that shielded him, but before he could unleash his ire, Lu Jingxing, lowering his voice, gestured towards Fu Sheng's retreating figure with a slight lift of his chin, saying, "Qi Fu Sheng." Who? Yan Qi had never heard of that name. Upon finishing his whispered remark, Lu Jingxing smirked coldly. "I never expected Qi Wei to be dining here as well. It's truly serendipitous. Akin to finding something long sought after effortlessly." Yan Qi shot him a glance, retorting irritably, "If you intend to take action, do so from a distance. Do not involve the innocent." "Innocent? Who is innocent?" As soon as Lu Jingxing finished speaking, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from within. "Time to settle the bill." Yan Xuehuai hurried over with the bill, her voice racing ahead of her legs. "The total is 1 tael and 3 coins, and since it's our 3rd day in business, I'll give you a discount, rounding it to 1 tael. Lu Jingxing began to comprehend the situation. Placing his hand over his chest, he pointed his index finger inward. The innocent you speak of is her? Is that a problem? Yan Qi shot him a glare. Even a hero can falter before a beauty. Yet this girl hardly qualifies as such. She scarcely resembles a woman at all. With a frame as slender as a bean sprout, just skin and bones, yet her voice, soft and delicate, when one closes their eyes and listens, it does possess a certain charm. Perhaps it is not mere beauty that the king of hell is drawn to, but rather the fierce spirit of this young lady. Indeed, it must be so. Not only is she formidable, but her skills are also commendable. It is only fitting to believe that the king of hell is one who appreciates talent. How amusing it is that I did not anticipate the elevation of your realm. Lu Jingxing chuckled awkwardly. Yan Qi glanced at him. You possess discerning eyes. Chapter 40. Century egg inside the room, for middle-aged gentlemen squatted in the grand armchairs, imbibing wine and engaging in a game of dice. There were no side dishes to accompany their drink, and they had somehow procured large green onions, alternating bites of onion with sips of wine. The mingling aromas of alcohol, onion, sweat, and the freshly baked stench of feet enveloped the air, causing Fu Sheng to recoil several steps. Hao Chong, with keen eyes, spotted the food box in Fu Sheng's hands. With a swift motion, he vaulted over the 8 immortals table and darted towards the door. Hey there, young lad. You've brought us dinner. Thank you. Fu Sheng shot him a glance. His expression stern. Lower your voice. The Duke has already awakened. Hao Chong shrank back, turning to his 3 companions with a shushing gesture. They hastily concealed the dice and scattered coins on the table, while Hao Chong added, Don't forget the wine. Hide that too. Fu Sheng mused that the Duke had long been aware of their activities in the room, but chose to ignore them. He turned to leave, but Hao Chong grasped his arm. Good child, thanks to you, I shall have someone arrange a lovely bride for you in the future. Fu Sheng scoffed lightly, retorting with irritation, I'm not in a hurry. You should find a bride for yourself first. Wei Mingzheng could not contain his laughter as he leaned over the 8 immortals table, chuckling heartily. Among the 4, he was the only one who had been married, though his wife had remained in their hometown for 5 or 6 years without a reunion. Upon seeing Fu Sheng depart, Su Jiangxing joined in the mirth, remarking, Old Hao, do you not find yourself idle? Why provoke that young lad for no reason? Now look, you've been outdone by a child. Does that bring you comfort? The group erupted in laughter once more. Qi Wei observed the sand pot that Fu Sheng brought over. It was the same as before, even the cloth wrapping it, adorned with blue flowers on a white background, was unchanged. However, the contents within were different. At noon, they had had hot noodle soup, and for dinner, it was porridge. Qi Wei stirred the mixture with a spoon, revealing century egg and lean meat porridge. The young one inquired if there was any readily available food, to which the proprietress of Li Shiji replied that there was indeed century egg and lean meat porridge, noting that there was none for sale in the shop. The young one pondered that perhaps this porridge was reserved for their own consumption, likely prepared with great care. You should give it a try, Fu Sheng suggested. Presenting a small dish, this is also something they pickled themselves. Qi Wei tasted it. The dish was a delightful combination of sweet and sour, crisp and refreshing, reminiscent of lettuce, accompanied by finely sliced tender ginger. Qi Wei was not particular about food and never picky. However, he never found century eggs appealing, always sensing an odd flavor. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed nearly half of the sandpot's porridge. Hu Zhonggui, without hesitation, accepted the oiled paper bundle and remarked, I have heard that Duke Dinghua has ordered the fortification of the city walls. The approval has been granted, and the Ministry of Works has already contracted this task. Such work is typically bundled with meals, and the quality is rather coarse. Esteemed establishments tend to overlook this business. You should keep an eye out to see if you can secure a share. Yan Xuehuai felt a stirring in her heart, and promptly expressed her gratitude to Hu Zhonggui. He waved the oiled paper bundle dismissively, saying, What is there to thank for? It is all here. Li Qinyang, with nimble hands, busily prepared the ingredients and informed Yan Xuehuai, Mother has sold the porridge I made for you earlier and has just cooked another pot. However, it will take a little while longer. If you are hungry, you may eat a bun in the meantime. Yan Xuehuai relished having porridge in the evenings. Li Qinyang made it for her every night, knowing that she was growing and easily hungry. The patrons of their eatery would eat only after all the guests had departed, and Li Qinyang could not bear to let her daughter go hungry, always urging her to eat first. Feeling indeed hungry, Yan Xuehuai took a bun from the steamer and, while eating, proposed to Li Qinyang, Mother, let us find some help. Li Qinyang had also entertained this thought. After stirring the pot a few times and covering it, she replied to Yan Xuehuai, I was thinking the same. Tomorrow, I shall write a notice on red paper to post on the door. After a moment's contemplation, she added, it would be best to hire a woman, regardless of age. With only the two of them at home, Li Qinyang instinctively felt that if they were to employ someone, it should be a woman. She had no objections to hiring a man, but was concerned about the gossip from neighbors that might affect her daughter. Yan Xuehuai did not ponder too deeply. Her intention was merely to hire a robust young man capable of lifting heavy sacks of rice. However, Li Qinyang preferred to employ a woman, and Yan Xuehuai expressed no objections, for whether it involved running a eatery or wielding a spatula, she was a novice. While Li Qinyang was the expert, Yan Qi waited patiently, sipping tea for quite some time, until he finally saw Yan Xuehuai emerging from the kitchen, bearing 2 dishes. Yan Xiangsai's lips glistened with oil, clearly indicating she had indulged in some culinary theft. He recalled the scene from the previous day when Yan Xiangsai had been savoring a large bowl of cilantro while enjoying her porridge, and a smile crept upon his face. Lu Jingxing, observing quietly, noticed Yan Xuehuai turning to leave and, with a sudden flourish, snapped open his folding fan to shield half his face, lowering his voice to inquire, you cannot truly be infatuated with that girl? Yan Qi cast a meaningful glance in his direction, picked up his chopsticks, and slowly placed a piece of tofu into his mouth. Lu Jingxing's lips twitched in disbelief. How could he be so shameless? The young girl appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years old, and yet Yan Qi seemed intent on pursuing her. She bore a striking resemblance to his younger sister, a Yuan, who was only 10. Yan Qi lifted his gaze, fixating on Lu Jingxing with an intense stare. Are you hungry? Yes, I am hungry. Let us eat. Lu Jingxing mentally berated himself, regretting his impulsive words. Yan Qi, however, set down his chopsticks, feeling that Lu Jingxing was deliberately provoking him. Yuan was indeed Lu Jingxing's younger sister, merely 10 years of age. When Yan Xuehuai returned with the braised pork ribs and pearl meatball soup, she noticed Yan Qi gazing intently at her. Instinctively, she wiped her face with her hand and asked, what is it? Nothing, Yan Qi replied, lowering his gaze as he focused on picking up a rib. Lu Jingxing acted with intention. Yan Xiangsai, tall and slender, with long legs and a slim waist, is incomparable to Lu Jingxing's plump little sister. Chapter 41. The toilet. As Yan Xuehuai turned to leave, Yan Qizhong lifted his head once more. Yan Xiangsai's silhouette was remarkably straight, accentuating her height. Lu Jingxing closed his fan and waved it in front of him, asking, what is so captivating? Indeed, it is captivating, Yan Qizhong retorted, turning to glare at Lu Jingxing. What are you looking at? Lu Jingxing had initially been admiring Yan Xuehuai's figure, but quickly shifted his gaze at the comment, pointing towards the door. Look. The crescent moon is so beautiful. Yan Qizhong coldly replied, today is the 18th. 18th? The moon on the 18th, even if not perfectly round, certainly should not be crescent. Later that evening, before bedtime, Yan Xuehuai said to Li Qinyang, tomorrow morning, you should take me along to buy groceries. No need, you should sleep a bit longer. I can go by myself, Li Qinyang replied. You intend to lock me in the house. What if there's an earthquake? I wouldn't be able to escape. And then you would regret it. Li Qinyang was startled by Yan Xuehuai's peculiar reasoning. Indeed, she hadn't considered that, even in the absence of an earthquake. What if there was a flood? If her daughter were locked inside, calling for help would be futile. Just contemplating this made Li Qinyang shiver, and she quickly responded, all right. All right, you should sleep early. Tomorrow, I will take you to buy groceries. While she urged her daughter to sleep, once Yan Xuehuai had washed up and nestled into bed, Li Qinyang pulled her out again, tenderly cleansing her face, hands, and even her little feet, before tucking her back under the covers. Yan Xuehuai mused that her original self had likely been spoiled by Li Qinyang to the point of being unable to care for herself. For instance, she had a habit of kicking off her covers, often waking in the middle of the night from the cold. However, now every morning, she awoke to find her blanket snugly wrapped around her, as Li Qinyang would cover her several times throughout the night. Reflecting on Li Qinyang's kindness, Yan Xuehuai drifted back into a hazy sleep. In her dreams, she once again encountered that woman who wielded a knife, striking it into a man's body repeatedly. Yan Xuehuai yearned to discern the woman's face. Yet, as in every previous instance, the features remained obscured, leaving her blind to the truth. Suddenly jolting awake, her heart raced violently. Next to her, Li Qinyang's steady breathing brought her an unexpected calm. At 13, she had departed from the orphanage, leaving school behind. She fought, drank, and assisted others in smuggling goods, becoming the delinquent girl in the eyes of many. Until one day, a meticulously dressed female lawyer approached her, claiming that a benefactor wished to support her. Without hesitation, she accepted the offer. With a reckless spirit and no fear, she deemed the wealthy's charity foolish. That year, she was 17. The benefactor never materialized, and the lawyer only appeared at the start of each semester, providing her with money and capturing a photograph of her. Yan Xuehuai smiled wryly, pondering what merit she possessed to attract the attention of a benefactor. Regrettably, she realized far too late that the foolish woman, who had succumbed to illness in prison, refused to see her one last time. Due to the emotional turmoil, she had forgotten everyone and everything from before the age of 8. The funds for her university expenses came from the demolition compensation of her family's old residence. Yan Xuehuai lamented the events of that fateful day. She regretted not having sought a photograph of that woman from the lawyer, and she regretted not inquiring further about the woman's name or origin. She would never have the chance to ask again. In a daze, she exited the law office, and it was only at the moment when the speeding car ran over her body that she recalled nothing of that night from 8 years ago. The only image that flashed through her mind was the large headline from a yellowed newspaper clipping: "Young mother kills brutal stepfather to save daughter." The woman, whose name, origin, and appearance were all unknown to her, was her mother. Alas, even the name in the clipping was an alias. Yan Xuehuai sighed, for it seemed no one else could understand the sorrow of discovering, only in the final hour of life, that one had once experienced a mother's love. "Huaijia, are you awake? Do you need to relieve yourself? The chamber pot is outside. Hold on, I'll bring it in." Li Qinyong fumbled to get off the bed to fetch the pot, but Yan Xuehuai quickly responded, "Mother, please don't go out. I don't need to go." "Hurry back up. Don't catch a chill. Are you truly not in need? You can't hold it in if you have to go. Just wait. I'll be back shortly." Yan Xuehuai turned to embrace Li Qinyong tightly. "Don't stick your arms out, or you'll catch cold." "I'm not cold. Truly not cold." "Quickly, put your arms back under the covers." The following morning, the mother and daughter ventured to Lantern Market Street. In all of the capital, there is no place more comprehensive in terms of ingredients and spices than Lantern Market Street. While they were selecting vegetables, a familiar voice called out from behind them, "Sisterly, Miss Li." Yan Xuehuai recalled that Huang Bo had mentioned Huang Ji soy sauce shop would open a branch on Lantern Market Street. To her surprise, Huang Bo, as the young master, had come early in the morning. Li Qinyong also noticed Huang Bo and inquired about the new branch. Huang Bo replied, "It will officially open at the end of the month, but we already have stock here. If Sister Li needs anything, there's no need to go to the old shop. Everything you require is available here." Li Qinyong was delighted and asked, "Do you have fermented bean curd?" Huang Bo glanced at Quan Bo, who managed this branch. Quan Bo promptly responded, "Yes, we just brought over a dozen jars from the garden yesterday, and some have already been ordered. If you wish, we can spare 2 jars for you." Li Qinyong exclaimed, "That's wonderful. For our small business, 2 jars will suffice." Huang Bo suggested they visit the shop, and Li Qinyong was inclined to do so. Yan Xuehuai then said, "Mother, you go with young Master Huang. I will keep an eye on our things here." Noticing a vendor selling fried cakes nearby, Li Qinyong purchased one and handed it to Yan Xuehuai, advising, "Be careful not to burn your mouth." Observing her daughter savoring the fried cake, Li Qinyong felt reassured and followed Huang Bo and Quan Bo to the shop. Yan Xuehuai pondered whether her mother had forgotten that she was already 14, perhaps still perceiving her as a mere 4-year-old. Morning is the most bustling time on Lantern Market Street, where throngs of people can be seen in every direction. Yan Xuehuai delights in such lively places. She yearns to observe the myriad of individuals and understand this era, as well as the essence of the newly established Jing City. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 42. The kidnappers. Following the sound, Yan Xuehuai glimpsed a man gripping a young woman tightly, while another man tugged at her hair, the scream emanating from the girl herself. Yan Xuehuai had gained considerable insight. It was brazen audacity to harass a woman in broad daylight. She was not one to meddle in others' affairs, especially since she had just seen members of the Wuqing division patrolling nearby. She called out to a child who was watching the commotion, "Do you know where the Wuqing division officers are at this time of day?" "They're at Old Lady Wang's breakfast stall," replied the child, who belonged to a nearby merchant and was accustomed to playing in Lantern Market Street all day. Yan Xuehuai produced 2 copper coins and handed them to the child. "Take these coins and find someone from the Wuqing division. Tell them there are villains forcibly abducting a woman. Once they arrive, I will give you 2 more coins." The child accepted the coins and darted off. Yan Xuehuai noticed that the girl was still struggling against the 2 men, who were dragging her along as she sat on the ground, crying out, "Help! Help!" In the bustling marketplace, the crowd continued to swell, and a middle-aged man shouted, "Stop! What is happening here?" It turned out that a father had come out in search of his daughter. The girl vehemently shook her head and cried out, "No, he is not my father. I have been abducted by them." Onlookers pointed and whispered, yet none stepped forward to intervene. Yan Xuehuai let out a cold laugh. This was undoubtedly the ploy of human traffickers. Her gaze fell upon the young woman's face. Previously, she had been preoccupied with the scuffle and had neglected to observe the girl's features. Now, upon closer inspection, her head buzzed with recognition. It was a face she knew all too well. Yan Xuehuai took a deep breath, scanning her surroundings until her eyes landed on the old vendor's shoulder pole resting nearby. She strode over, seized the pole, and charged at the two men. "You scoundrels! How dare you abduct someone in broad daylight? I will strike you down." The two men were momentarily taken aback, unable to react in time, and one was swiftly knocked to the ground. "Young lady, mind your own business. They are a family." An older woman hastily interjected. "Oh dear, this girl is so naive. She mustn't cause trouble. Whose child is she? Where are her elders?" "Utter nonsense. Their accents are entirely different. Can you not discern that?" Yan Xuehuai retorted, her hands relentless. Just as one of the men attempted to rise, she struck him again, sending him sprawling like a dog in defeat. The other man, witnessing this, lunged to snatch the pole from Yan Xuehuai, but she retaliated with a swift kick, causing him to stumble back with a yelp. The crowd murmured in discussion. Indeed, listen to how differently this girl speaks compared to those two. If they were truly family, their accents would not vary. "Make way, make way. What is happening here?" Several authoritative voices shouted, prompting the crowd to part. It turned out that the officials from the 5 Cities Division had arrived. Sir, this girl is attacking. Look, she nearly killed my brother." One of the men, a scoundrel, sought to shift blame. The officials from the 5 Cities Division glanced at Yan Xuehuai, then at the man lying on the ground, their skepticism evident. They inquired, "Did you strike him?" "It was I who struck him. They are human traffickers," replied Yan Xuehuai. "Esteemed official, this young lady speaks the truth. They are indeed human traffickers. My brother and I came to Xianjing to search for family and hired their carriage. They bound us, sold my brother on the way, and intended to sell me to a brothel. I barely managed to escape." The speaker was the young woman, and upon closer inspection, Yan Xuehuai recognized her as Xiao Pei. The resemblance was striking. The last time she had seen Xiao Pei, she was 11, and now the young woman before her appeared to be 15 or 16, resembling the grown-up Xiao Pei even more. "Do not be deceived, esteemed official. This is the niece of a lowly man, a beloved daughter. Her father dotes on her. How could he bear to sell her? She disobeyed and ran away from home." The man continued to fabricate his story. Yan Xuehuai chuckled, "Then tell us. From where do you hail?" The leading official of the 5 Cities Division nodded. "Indeed, do enlighten us about your origins." The man's eyes darted about as he forced a smile. "We, my brothers and I, are peddlers, traveling far and wide. Our accent is somewhat mixed, indeed." Yan Xuehuai replied with a wry smile. "The official inquires about your origins. Why mention your accent?" The onlookers joined in laughter, observing the man's comically strained expression. It was highly likely, as the young woman had asserted, that these two were indeed traffickers. "You must be from the Tangyin area. Your accent is identical to old Sue's from her shop," a nearby gentleman remarked, to which the young woman promptly interjected, speaking not in the official dialect, "I am from Zhejiang." After stating this, she reiterated in the official language, her accent reminiscent of Yan Xuehuai, unmistakably bearing the tones of Jiangnan. Upon being exposed, the man disregarded his companion sprawled on the ground and attempted to flee, only to be obstructed by the gathering crowd of onlookers. "Damn the trafficker, trying to escape. We loathe traffickers." At that moment, Li Qinyang rushed over, followed closely by Huang Bo. They had just emerged from Huang Ji's shop, unaware of Yan Xuehuai's presence until an elderly vegetable vendor pointed to the crowd ahead, exclaiming, "There they are. You must compensate me for my carrying pole." Observing her daughter clutching the pole, it was evident she had been wronged and was merely defending herself. Li Qinyang quickly spotted the man being restrained and delivered a resounding slap. "How dare you bully my daughter? I will end you." Yan Xuehuai hurriedly intervened, grasping her mother's arm. "Mother, it's all right. It doesn't concern us. There are officials present." Only then did Li Qinyang notice the few individuals in official attire, their eyes wide with disbelief. What could this mean? Surely they hadn't misinterpreted the situation. It was clear that the young woman had struck him. Why was this mother immediately ready to avenge her daughter? Just as Li Qinyang was about to speak, Yan Xuehuai pulled her away, for the matter had been clarified, and it was no longer their concern. Moreover, the other trafficker, still incapacitated from the beating, posed a risk, according to the laws of the Dewei dynasty. She could be held accountable if he were to suffer lasting harm. After taking a few steps, Yan Xuehuai turned around to glance at the young woman, only to find that the girl was also looking back at her, her eyes filled with profound gratitude. Yan Xuehuai addressed Li Qianyan, saying, "Mother, please wait for me a moment." She approached the young woman and whispered in her ear, "If you find yourself without a place to go once this matter is resolved, you may come to Li Shiji on Huichang Street to find me." Before the girl could respond, Yan Xuehuai swiftly tugged at Li Qianyan and hurried away. As they passed by the old vegetable vendor, he grumbled, "Don't walk away, you owe me money." Yan Xuehuai thought to herself that if it came to it, she could always head to the magistrate's office. Aside from school, the police station had been the place she frequented most in her past life. Now at the age of 14, she pondered whether the ancient laws would offer any protection for minors. To her surprise, the old man shook his head and declared, "Who said anything about compensating for the carrying pole? You owe me money, 30 copper coins, not a single coin less." Realizing the old man merely wished to acquire a new carrying pole, Yan Xuehuai felt a sense of clarity. After all, the new carrying pole purchased a few days prior had only cost 15 coins. 30 copper coins would be sufficient to buy 2 new poles. Without hesitation, Li Qianyan produced 2 strings of copper coins, tied together with red thread, weighing about 30 or 40 coins. She handed both strings to the old man, saying, "The child is still naive. Please use this to buy yourself a new carrying pole." The old man examined the coins, tucked them into his pocket, and said to Yan Xuehuai, "Little girl, I am here every day. If you ever need a carrying pole again, do come find me." Amused, Yan Xuehuai thought to herself how contrary to the stereotype of hardworking individuals being simple and unassuming, they could be quite shrewd in their dealings. "Where are the vegetables?" Li Qianyan suddenly inquired. Yan Xuehuai soon realized that in her eagerness to engage in combat, she had neglected the items that Li Qianyan had instructed her to watch over. The heap of belongings had just been placed beside the old man's vegetable stall, yet now, not even a single leaf of vegetable remained. "Old man, have you seen my things?" she inquired. The old man extended his hand, revealing 2 copper coins. Gritting her teeth, Yan Xuehuai handed him the coins. And the old man pointed ahead. "The young master from Huang's family has taken your belongings and loaded them onto the cart." Indeed, not far ahead, a mule cart was parked, with Huang Bo waving at them. A sinister smile spread across Yan Xuehuai's face as she gave the old man a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're quite the sly one, impressive." However, the matter was not yet concluded. Just as the mother and daughter approached Huang's mule cart, the earlier boy hurried after them, demanding, "You promised to call someone over before giving me the 2 copper coins. Why did you run off?" Yan Xuehuai pointed at the old man, questioning the boy, "Is he part of your family?" The boy blinked. "How did you know?" "That's my grandfather. Resigned." Yan Xuehuai once more produced 2 copper coins to send the boy on his way. Meanwhile, Li Qianyan was expressing her gratitude to Huang Bo, who replied, "Sister-in-law, please don't mention it. I was just heading that way and thought to offer you a ride." He then glanced at the perplexed Yan Xuehuai, adding, "Miss Li, your valor is truly admirable." Yan Xuehuai forced a smile, responding, "Too kind." Although Li Qianyan was still trying to grasp the unfolding events, she felt elated by Huang Bo's praise of his daughter. Huang Ji's mule cart, devoid of a carriage, was laden with jars of various sizes filled with sauce. Li Qianyan and Yan Xuehuai reclined against the jars, while Huang Bo sat at the front alongside the carman, maintaining a respectful distance from the mother and daughter. Their journey marked by silence. Upon arrival, Huang Bo assisted them in unloading the items, bidding farewell without entering the premises. Yan Xuehuai recounted the events in detail, anxious that Li Qianyan might reproach her for meddling, and discreetly gauged her expression. To her surprise, Li Qianyan's reaction was even more intense. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "Those scoundrels deserve nothing less than death. Stealing children and taking lives are indistinguishable. My daughter acted rightly. Those beasts should be punished." Yan Xuehuai felt a flush of embarrassment. She had never been one to intervene in the face of injustice. Today, her involvement was solely because that girl bore a striking resemblance to Xiaopei. Reflecting on Xiaopei, she sighed inwardly. Xiaopei had been rescued from human traffickers, and when her relatives could not be located, the police had no choice but to place her in an orphanage. Eventually, a bereaved couple, seeking to adopt a child, found Xiaopei resembled their deceased daughter and took her in. Was the girl she encountered that morning perhaps Xiaopei? If she could traverse such distances, might Xiaopei also have the ability to do so? As evening fell, Yan Xuehuai noted that Yin Qi and Lu Jingxing had not joined for dinner. Though puzzled, she dismissed the thought. Yin Qi clearly possessed wealth. Perhaps he had grown weary of the fare here and sought a change elsewhere, a perfectly reasonable inclination. However, it was the young lad named Fuxing, who served beside the Duke of Dinghua, that came by at noon to drop off 2 ingots of silver, instructing that meals be delivered every noon and evening. One portion was to be prepared separately, without restrictions, yet accompanied by soup. Li Qinyang was elated. The Li's eatery was a modest business, and considering the current trade, 20 taels of silver amounted to a month's profit. What was particularly remarkable was the lack of fuss from the patron. The following day, Yan Xuehuai did not accompany Li Qinyang to the market. Instead, she ventured to Shunxing Street to inquire with Yumin about the wall repairs. Upon hearing of this, Yumin explained that numerous craftsmen would be required for the wall reconstruction. Their guild had failed to secure this contract, yet they had obtained some intelligence. We have just arrived in the new capital and cannot find anyone to assist us. Could you help us ascertain how the craftsmen are being fed? Are they given silver to procure their own meals, or is it provided for them? If it is the latter, it certainly cannot be managed by just 1 or 2 eateries. They must seek several establishments. Might we, at Li's eatery, manage to obtain a share of the leftovers? Yumin smacked his thigh, exclaiming, this matter might indeed bear fruit. Our master has been visiting the Ministry of Works daily. I shall ask him to inquire. In that moment, Yan Xuehuai was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Should she perhaps procure an old almanac to consult before venturing out in the future? Her nose, so charming, was it damaged in any way? Chapter 44. Inger, are you all right? A gentle male voice inquired. Through the misty haze, Yan Xuehuai recognized a familiar figure who was clutching his shoulder while gazing at her. A retainer hastily approached, pointing at Yan Xuehuai and berating her. You there? Can't you watch where you're going? Dare to collide with Master Jiao? Are you seeking oblivion? Master Jiao? Yan Xuehuai's mind, ensnared by pain, suddenly cleared. No wonder this person seemed familiar. He was indeed Master Jiao, whom she had glimpsed from a distance during her first visit to Shunxing Street. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and scrutinized him closely. It was unmistakably him. Just as she was about to apologize, Yumin emerged upon hearing the commotion. Upon spotting Master Jiao and seeing Yan Xuehuai standing before him, she overheard the last phrase, "Are you seeking oblivion?" Yumin was startled, momentarily forgetting her fear, and stepped forward. Master Jiao, this is my friend. She does not know you. Please, show mercy and spare her this time. Yan Xuehuai was taken aback that someone as timid as Yumin would stand up for her. Filled with gratitude, yet aware that Yumin's family depended on their livelihood in Shunxing Street, she could not involve them in her troubles. She gently pushed Yumin aside, insisting, this matter does not concern you. Stay out of it. Due to the collision with her nose, her voice came out oddly, causing Master Jiao to furrow his brow. He pointed at Yumin and inquired of his subordinate, is this the one known as Yuseer? The subordinate quickly affirmed, yes. Indeed, it is he. The lad is disoriented. I shall discipline him immediately. Master Jiao chuckled, gesturing for his subordinate to step aside. Go wait over there. He then turned his gaze back to Yan Xuehuai, appraising her from head to toe. What brings you to tears? Am I truly that fearsome? Jiao Ye's appearance was indeed not frightening. He possessed a scholarly and refined demeanor, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, and even exuded a hint of innocence. He embodied the type favored by elderly ladies, entirely unlike a ruffian leader. Yan Xuehuai touched her nose, sobbing softly, my nose hurts, although she did not wish to cry. The connection between her nose and tear ducts caused tears to flow uncontrollably as discomfort surged. Jiao Yu squinted, scrutinizing Yan Xuehuai's nose, and remarked with a click of his tongue, it's quite red, looks swollen. His words, rather than providing relief, intensified her pain, prompting tears to cascade freely. Jiao Yi sighed, all right, stop crying. Go see a doctor. Yumin was taken aback, astonished by Jiao Ye's unexpected leniency, and inquired hastily, Jiao Yi, can we truly leave? Jiao Yi regarded him as if he were foolish, replying, did I say anything to you? I've permitted her to go. What about your ears? Yumin instinctively touched his ears, relieved to find them intact. Nearby, a burly subordinate bellowed, what are you still standing there for? Are you blocking the way? Jiao Yi has granted you permission to leave. Why aren't you moving? Yan Xuehuai quickly interjected, I'm going. She winked at Yumin, signaling that all was well, and then took off running. Zhao Yi observed her retreating figure, furrowing his brow and sighing. Not even a farewell, truly impolite. Yan Xuehuai dashed out of Shuncheng Street, seeking an unoccupied corner, where she vigorously blew her nose, discovering it stained with blood. Her previous foolish demeanor was partly genuine, yet also a fade. She believed that on that fateful day, when she had urged Yu Min to use Master Zhao's name to intimidate the Wang family, Master Zhao had most likely become aware of it. Originally, she thought that in the future, she could simply avoid him. As long as she did not fall into his clutches, everything would be fine. However, today she had encountered him directly. If she did not run away, would she rather stay and face his wrath? She wiped away the traces of tears from her face and hurried towards Huichang Street. Before she could reach Li's eatery, she spotted a young woman standing at the entrance, appearing hesitant to enter. "Oh, you've arrived." Yan Xuehuai greeted her with familiarity. The girl turned at the sound, revealing herself to be the same young woman from Lantern Market Street yesterday. Upon seeing Yan Xuehuai, she immediately knelt down to bow, which startled Yan Xuehuai, who quickly pulled her up. "Not in the street. Please don't draw attention to us." The girl instantly grasped the implication, her face flushing with embarrassment. Realizing how foolish she had been, her benefactor was a young woman, and this was indeed causing her trouble. Observing the girl's awkwardness and uncertainty, Yan Xuehuai opened the door with one hand while guiding the girl into the shop with the other. It was still before mealtime, and the shop was empty. The sound of chopping echoed from the kitchen, where Li Qinyang was busy preparing the ingredients. Peering out from the kitchen with a knife in hand, Li Qinyang said, "I've made some stewed pear with rock sugar. You should have a bowl to soothe your throat." Upon noticing another person in the shop, she inquired, "Do we have a guest?" The girl quickly stood up, but Yan Xuehuai gestured for her to sit down, explaining to Li Qinyang, "It's just the girl we encountered yesterday." With a clang, Li Qinyang cast aside her kitchen knife and emerged from the back kitchen. Yan Xuehuai hurriedly turned away, concealing her nose, while Li Qinyang's attention was entirely captivated by the young woman, her face radiant with a smile. "Why, dear, do fetch the candied pear. It has cooled and is perfect for drinking now." Fearing that Li Qinyang might catch sight of her nose, Yan Xuehuai swiftly retreated to the kitchen. After their departure, the young woman and the two kidnappers were taken to the Wuqingxi. After a few strikes, the two miscreants confessed everything. They were originally laborers who had seized the opportunity to earn ill-gotten gains amidst the chaos. The young woman and her brother were their third victims. The girl was named El Inger, 15 years of age, while her brother El Ping was merely 10. Hailing from Jiao, their father was a scholar with a modest estate of over 10 acres. Their mother had passed away during El Ping's birth. When the capital relocated, El's father found it difficult to leave his homeland, believing that as a commoner, he would not be troubled by the approaching forces of the Yuan. Thus, he chose not to flee. Little did he anticipate that before the Yuan's army arrived, turmoil would erupt in the region. The Gao family, a prominent household in Juyong with ancestral ties to a general, was rumored to have connections with the court and the support of high-ranking officials, rendering even the local magistrate hesitant to provoke them. The Gao family, known for their oppressive demeanor, seized the opportunity to amass wealth amidst the unrest, hiring thugs to plunder and pillage. Initially, they sought to propose a marriage to the El family, with the elderly patriarch of the Gao family, over 60 years old, desiring El Ingo as a concubine. L's father, a man of principle, vehemently refused and vocally berated the matchmaker on the spot. That night, the Gao family came to abduct the bride. Father L concealed the siblings in the cellar to escape disaster, though he was left gravely injured. The following day, Father L breathed his last, urging El Inger to flee with El Ping to seek refuge with their aunt in the new capital. The siblings dared not hold a funeral, hastily burying their father in the backyard, exerting tremendous effort to evade the Gao family's watchful eyes and embarking on a northern journey. Just as they neared the city, misfortune struck. The two abductors sold El Ping to a family of refugees along the way, while they opted to retain El Inger, awaiting a lucrative sale in the new capital. Yesterday morning, seizing the moment while the abductors were preoccupied with breakfast, El Inger made her escape. She was astute, heading towards crowded areas, which led to the events of yesterday. Chapter 45. The companion Yan Xuehuai recalled her words to El Inger from the previous day, suggesting that if she had nowhere to go, she could come to Li's food shop. Could it be that El Inger had not found her aunt? Indeed, Yan Xuehuai's intuition proved accurate. It was fortunate for me that the Duke had been inspecting the Wuqing division yesterday. Upon hearing of the capture of abductors, he arranged for me to be sent to my aunt's house. However, Inger lowered her head. Now, in the new capital, whenever the Duke is mentioned, both adults and children naturally think of Duke Xuehuai. Li Qingyang immediately inquired, "What is the matter? Does your aunt disdain you?" She had her daughter to rely on, while Inger was left with no kin at her side. Inger was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Li Qingyang had misunderstood her. She quickly clarified, "I followed the address given by my father, but the family residing there is not my aunt's. They informed me that they purchased the property from a pawnshop 2 years ago, and they have not seen the original owners, nor do they know where they have relocated." Li Qingyang let out a sigh of relief. Sometimes, being unable to find one's relatives is far more fortunate than being rejected by them. The absence of a trace offers hope, and as long as one possesses hope, there remains motivation, vigor, and spirit. "My dear, as you can see, in our shop, it is only the two of us, and we are perpetually busy. If you do not mind the simplicity of our establishment, you may work here for now. We will provide you with food and lodging. Should you find your aunt, you are free to leave at any time. The monthly wage is 1 tael of silver, which aligns with what the other workers on Huichang Street receive. If business flourishes, we shall increase your pay accordingly, and I assure you, I will not shortchange you in the slightest. What do you think?" Yan Xuehuai felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had merely intended to offer Inger shelter for a few days, yet Li Qingyang was already discussing wages. When it comes to commerce, Li Qingyang truly excels. That morning, before dawn, Inger had ventured out from Wuchengxi, wandering the streets alone. The bustling expanse of the new capital was teeming with life. Yet she found no refuge within it. She inquired at several shops about job openings. She possessed skills in needlework and calligraphy. However, upon seeing her gender, the shopkeepers dismissed her without hesitation, and one even lewdly suggested she visit Yinji Alley. Although she had grown up in the countryside, she was well aware that Yinji Alley was not a respectable place. She would rather starve than venture there. As she walked along, she lifted her gaze and saw the 3 characters of Huichang Street. This sight reminded her of the kind-hearted young girl and the words she had spoken. With a touch of audacity, she approached. Inger had no inclination to refuse. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Madam, I could not ask for anything more. Rest assured, I will diligently perform my duties and never indulge in idleness. Although I may appear slender, I possess considerable strength. My mother passed away early, and I have raised my younger brother myself. I am capable of washing clothes and cooking, and I can also weave and embroider. Oh, and I have experience in sericulture. I have raised many silkworms at home." Yan Xuehuai chuckled softly. "We do not have that much work here, nor do we require silkworms. You need only assist my mother." Li Qingyang joined her in laughter, appreciating the girl's sincerity, hoping she would prove to be industrious. In the afternoon, Yan Xuehuai took Inger to Old Chui's to purchase a single bed, and then to a tailor's shop to buy her 2 outfits. Inger adamantly refused, but Yan Xuehuai insisted, "Now that you are a partner at Li's food stall, you cannot be seen in tattered clothing. Consider these 2 outfits as work attire. Once you receive your wages, you may choose whatever you desire." Inger was taken aback. "Work attire? What is that?" Yan Xuehuai sighed, for she had relinquished the last vestiges of hope. Inger was indeed Inger. No matter how similar they appeared, she was not Xiaopei. Work attire referred to the garments worn while laboring. Inger shook her head. "I cannot bear to wear such new clothes for work." Well then, Yan Xuehuai decided to abandon her explanation. Inger would have to figure it out for herself. In the Li's eatery, an additional individual had joined, the first to notice being Zhang Wusao. Observing Zhang Wusao's inquisitive nature, Yan Xuehuai initially contemplated dismissing Inger. However, upon reflection, she recognized that Zhang Wusao, a native of Pingqing and a garrulous person, might prove to be a valuable ally in uncovering the whereabouts of Inger's aunt. Aunt Wu is a kind-hearted woman. Perhaps if you share the details regarding your aunt, she might know something," Yan encouraged. "Indeed, do share. My relatives and friends reside in Pingqing. Even if I am unfamiliar with them, I can still assist in your inquiries," Zhang Wusao replied, brimming with pride, as the sense of superiority of a local resident surged within her. "Thank you, Aunt Wu. My uncle's surname is Dai, and his name is Dai Guozhen. He works as an accountant in a rice shop. My aunt has 1 son and 2 daughters, and they previously lived in Tiego Alley. Though that house was sold 2 years ago," Inger explained. Zhang Wusao blinked. "Your uncle works as an accountant in a rice shop? Their family must be quite well off." "Yes. I have heard my father mention that my uncle has been an accountant for 20 years, Inger hurriedly responded. "All right, Aunt will help you inquire. Do not fret. Just continue your work here. Your Aunt Li is truly a good person, Zhang Wusao said with a smile. With an extra pair of hands in the shop, the atmosphere had indeed become much more relaxed. Both Yan Xuehuai and Lu Ying'er yearned to assist Li Qinyang in delivering meals to the Wujuan Dudu mansion. However, Li Qinyang declined, believing that such a place was unsuitable for young ladies. Fortunately, the meals only needed to be delivered at noon, and in the evening, a man named Fuxing would come personally. After 2 more busy days, Lu Ying'er became increasingly adept at her tasks. Li Qinyang was exceedingly pleased with her. This young lady was not only industrious, but also remarkably skilled, mastering tasks with just a single demonstration. Since the arrival of Lu Ying'er, Li Qinyang has felt considerably more at ease. However, Yan Xuehuai has noticed a peculiar matter. Yan Qi has not made an appearance for several days. One evening, while delivering meals to old Madame Yi, Yan Xuehuai intentionally took a detour through Willow Tree Alley to observe. The gate of Yan Qi's residence was firmly shut, yet it was not locked, indicating that someone was indeed inside. Furrowing her brow, Yan Xuehuai pondered whether he had grown weary of Li's food shop and sought out a different establishment. Chapter 46. Breakfast on the following morning. As Li's food shop opened its doors, a guest arrived. The individual was tall and slender, adorned in a royal blue long gown, with a folding fan tucked into the collar at the back of his neck. He did not appear to be a scholar nor a servant. Upon entering, he inquired, "Do you serve breakfast?" Lu Ying'er was busy polishing the table and promptly replied, "Our shop only offers lunch and dinner. We do not serve breakfast. There are breakfast stalls on the street corners. You might want to check those out." Upon hearing this, the man frowned, his countenance darkening with displeasure. "Oh, you little girl. Instead of attending to business, you are directing customers elsewhere. Are you not, perhaps, taking advantage of 2 establishments, working here while collecting wages from another?" Lu Ying'er was taken aback. How had she become accused of such disloyalty? The shop simply did not offer breakfast. Li's food shop had only recently opened and was focused primarily on serving the neighborhood, while 2 other establishments on Wuhang Street had been specializing in breakfast for over a decade, and the locals were accustomed to patronizing those 2 places. After discussions, Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai ultimately decided against serving breakfast, not out of a desire to compete with those shops, but rather due to the overwhelming demands of their current operations. Lu Ying'er found herself at a loss in navigating such a situation for the first time. Just as she struggled to articulate an explanation, Yan Xuehuai approached, overhearing the exchange. Internally cursing the audacity of the person, she nevertheless spoke sweetly. "You see, our humble establishment serves only lunch and dinner, and we do not provide breakfast. To be candid, our breakfast is procured from elsewhere. If you find it beneath your dignity to eat breakfast at a stall, we can fetch it for you, and you may enjoy it here with us." Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor visibly softened, and he plopped down onto a chair, inquiring, "What breakfast options do you have?" "Sesame cakes, deep-fried dough sticks, crispy rings, sweet pancakes, tiger-shaped fried pastries, sliced cake, mung bean juice, soy milk, bean curd, plain rice porridge, millet porridge, dregs porridge, tea eggs, poached eggs, boiled eggs, braised eggs, and assorted cold dishes available for a platter," Yan Xuehuai enumerated in one breath, leaving Lu Ying'er astonished. Has the young master practiced this? The man clicked his tongue thoughtfully. 2 sesame cakes, 2 dough sticks, and a bowl of bean curd. No chives or garlic for the bean curd. I have business to discuss shortly. Also, add 2 braised eggs and a platter of cold dishes. Certainly, Yan Xuehuai instructed Lu Ying'er to procure the breakfast. Meanwhile, she retrieved 2 braised eggs from the kitchen and arranged a plate of prepared cold dishes to serve. While Lu Ying'er could not discern the man's profession, Yan Xuehuai was keenly aware. In the new capital, those who wore long gowns and carried fans could only belong to one class, the toothy merchants. When Yu Min accompanied her to meet old Madame Yi for the first time, she too had attempted to insert a fan into her collar, only to be dissuaded by Yan Xuehuai. With her frail and lanky frame, Yu Min resembled a small rooster that had narrowly escaped death upon adorning the fan. Certainly, Yan Xuehuai did not express her innermost thoughts. She merely informed Yu Min that this made her appear even shorter, prompting Yu Min to refrain from fanning herself further. Yan Xuehuai felt a deep envy. She too yearned to acquire a shop. How much silver does that shop cost? Is it not permissible to inquire if one cannot afford it? The landlord, eager for silver, was selling it at a modest price of 800 taels. The broker was unfazed, but Yan Xuehuai was nearly knocked off her feet in astonishment. The residence of the Yin family in Drumbeat Alley had only cost 500 taels when purchased years ago. In merely 2 years, The property prices in the new capital had escalated so dramatically. 800 taels, indeed. Yan Xuehuai felt a chill in her heart. A shop would demand 800 taels. And a residence would surely be even more expensive. 800 taels is truly not exorbitant. You know the imperial city, right? Just proceed straight ahead to that intersection. And beyond it lies the entrance to the imperial city. Huichang Street is right there at the entrance. What a splendid location. Nowadays, shops on Huichang Street are unattainable even for those with ample wealth. If not for the landlord's urgent need for funds, he would not be selling it at such a bargain. Can you believe that even if he priced it at 1,000 taels, there would still be prospective buyers? After lamenting the soaring housing prices for a while, Yan Xuehuai dismissed the matter from her mind. That evening, old Zhang's wife, who sold shoes and socks, came over with her mother-in-law for dinner, sighing heavily. Being neighbors, the Zhang family frequently visited Li's food stand for buns and rice dishes, fostering a close camaraderie. Old Zhang's wife turned to Yan Xuehuai and said, "My dear, it seems I shall no longer be able to dine here." Yan Xuehuai promptly inquired, "Have you found a place to open a shop?" Old Zhang's wife sighed once more, lamenting that finding a shop in the new capital was a daunting task. It would take time to locate one, and she had deliberated with her mother-in-law about setting up a stall right outside their home. Regardless of the circumstances, they must sell off the remaining shoes and socks, for these goods represented money held in their hands. That evening, after closing, Yan Xuehuai spoke with Li Qinyang about this matter. Li Qinyang sighed, expressing uncertainty about the state of shops in the old capital. Yan Xuehuai vaguely recalled that Li Qinyang's dowry included not only a shop, but also rice fields. The original owner seemed indifferent to these assets, thus leaving Yan Xuehuai with scant memories. "Mother, how much property do you still possess in the old capital? Is that shop closed? Or has it been entrusted to someone else?" When the Yan family departed from the old capital, Prince Yu had not yet launched his attack. Yan Xuehuai felt that, given Li Qinyang's character, she would not simply abandon the shop without oversight. "The shop has been entrusted to Uncle Tong, an elder who was close to your grandfather. At that time, I advised him that in critical moments, preserving one's life takes precedence over the shop. If it came to a dire situation, we might have to relinquish it. Alas, I wonder how Uncle Tong is faring now. Besides the shop, there are also 2 small estates, one 100 acres, the other 200. I fear they may have already fallen into disrepair." With a sigh, Li Qinyang recalled the pot. "During those chaotic times, I have no idea which army seized the pot. Recently, I have been delivering meals to the military governor's office and have contemplated asking General Hao for assistance in inquiring about it, but I hesitate, fearing it may be inappropriate." Li Qinyang's eyes brightened at the thought of Fuxing, who appeared to be merely 16 or 17, exhibiting a courteous demeanor that suggested he would be easy to converse with. The mother and daughter engaged in conversation before retiring for the night, completely unaware that the following morning would bring an unexpected guest to Li Shiji. In the same evening, the lights remained aglow in the Yan family's residence on Drum Tower Alley. A few days later, a messenger sent by the advisor arrived at Drum Tower Alley, arranging a meeting with Yan Zhaoshi at the Scholars' Pavilion. Yan Zhaoshi honored the appointment, and upon this occasion, the advisor's previously haughty demeanor had softened, revealing a more approachable nature. He introduced himself as Wang Fong, having served by Yi Sifu's side for many years. Wang Fong bore 2 pieces of good news for Yan Zhaoshi. Currently, there were numerous vacancies in the capital's offices, and with Yan Zhaoshi's status as a Jiren, it was certainly feasible for him to enter officialdom. However, this path would preclude him from participating in the imperial examinations henceforth. This statement was clear, and Yan Zhaoshi understood the implications. Back in the old capital, should he have sought a position as a low-ranking clerk in the county office, it would not have posed much difficulty. Yet, with his Jiren title, he would likely remain confined to the 8th or 9th rank for life. Conversely, if he succeeded in the imperial examinations and became a Jinshi, he could expect at least a 7th rank position, with far more promising prospects thereafter. The advisor's message, reflecting Yi Sifu's sentiments, was a caution against haste. The upcoming examination next year represented a significant opportunity for him to realize his ambitions. Once he became a Jinshi, backed by Yi Sifu's influence, a bright future awaited him. Yan Zhaoshi seemed to envision the path to success unfolding before him. The stature of Yi Sifu was such that it warranted a personal envoy to guide him. Overflowing with gratitude, Yan Zhaoshi departed from the Scholars' Pavilion, accompanying Wang Fong to Rouge Alley. The following day, Yan Zhaoshi and Wang Fong emerged from Yinji Alley. Wang Fong spoke of his wife at home, lamenting his humble beginnings. His spouse toiled to support his education, and now, fortunate to accompany Lord Yi, she devoted her days to vegetarianism and prayer, beseeching the Bodhisattva for enlightenment to alleviate Lord Ye's burdens. As they passed by the Jinyu Pavilion, Yan Xuehuai asked Wang Feng to wait momentarily while he entered the establishment alone. Moments later, he emerged, cradling an exquisite wooden box containing a resplendent golden Buddha. Wang Feng discreetly gauged its weight, estimating it to be no more than half a jin, hollow within. Unbeknownst to Yan Xuehuai, who was oblivious to the slight smirk at the corners of Wang Feng's mouth, he insisted on gifting the golden Buddha to Wang Feng, who, unable to decline, reluctantly accepted the offering. As they parted, Wang Feng earnestly vowed to speak favorably of him before Yi Sifu, assuring him there was no need for formality, as it was but a trifling effort. Furthermore, he added that when Yin II achieves high honors, he would need to elevate his own status as his aide. With his worries assuaged, Yan Xuehuai found himself restless with excitement that night, drawing close to Xiuzhu, who was with child. Since that day when Yan Jingxiu had driven her from the western chamber, Xiuzhu had taken residence in the rear chamber, which also housed Yan Xuejiao and Yan Xueping. Consequently, Yan Xueping had to share a room with Yan Xuejiao, and during these days, he had not hesitated to berate Xiuzhu. Xiuzhu carried her pregnancy with utmost caution, fearful of any misfortune, hoping fervently for a son, yearning for the elevated status that motherhood would bring, enduring the insults in silence. Yan Xuehuai was becoming increasingly anxious, contemplating sending a maid to call for assistance when he caught sight of a recently acquired young maid whose beauty struck him profoundly. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded Xiuzhu and forcibly drew the maid onto the bed. In the west wing, the third family resided, and the children, with their keen ears, were quick to notice. Yin Jinglong turned to Zheng Shi and inquired, "Mother, is there a quarrel in second uncle's room? I hear someone crying, and it seems to be a woman." Zheng Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. During this time, Xiuzhu had been residing in the back room, and was there another woman in the second household? In a hushed tone, Zheng Shi replied, "Jinglong, you are not mistaken. Indeed, someone is crying, and your second uncle is there trying to console her, with all those tender affections." TSK. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaolin's interest was piqued, and he momentarily disregarded his son's presence, asking, "Xiuzhu? Did he not fear the child overhearing?" "Nay, it is not Xiuzhu," he retorted. "The voice seems familiar. Upon reflection, it must be that maid named Dying, who is of a similar age to the second daughter. Your second uncle is indeed daring." Zheng Shi, after speaking, suddenly noticed envy gleaming in Yan Xiaolin's eyes. Realization dawned upon her, and she playfully smacked his arm, exclaiming, "Do not harbor any ill intentions. I must inform you, your second uncle has no sons. He is merely grasping at straws. You, however, are different." With that, Zheng Shi tugged Yan Jinglong before Yan Xiaolin, declaring, "Look closely, this is your son." Yan Xiaolin, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "You foolish woman. What are you thinking about all day? Is having a son such a remarkable feat? Just look at elder sister-in-law. She has borne 3, and you have only 1. In a fit of anger, Zheng Shi shoved Yan Jinglong away and laid down on the bed, sulking. For several consecutive days, Yan Xuehuai was in exceptionally high spirits. Today, there was a poetry gathering at the Ryushu Pavilion, attended by intellectuals from the old capital, and Yan Xuehuai received an invitation to join. The leading lady of the Ryushu Pavilion was named Rui, well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Coincidentally, Yan Xuehuai shared the same surname, which seemed to resonate with the phrase "there is beauty like jade in the books." At that moment, Miss Rui playfully seated herself in Yan Xiaoshir's lap, feeding him wine with her cherry-like lips. A scholar by the surname of Tang, inspired by the atmosphere, spontaneously composed a line, "In Rui Pavilion, there is beauty like jade." With spirits high and a beautiful maiden in his embrace, Yan Xiaoshi responded promptly, fragrance contained within her small lips. The merit of the poetry was secondary. What mattered was the essence conveyed, which was well understood by all present, resulting in an immediate burst of applause. The matron of the Ryushu Pavilion quickly summoned ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone, inviting both the Tang scholar and Yan Xiaoshi to inscribe their verses for display. Since arriving in the new capital, Yan Xiaoshi had attended various gatherings. Yet it was only at this moment that he truly garnered attention through his poetry. Elated, with a radiant countenance, he entered his home still floating on air. The Yin residence was modest, and as Yan Xiaoshi, feeling as if he were walking on clouds, approached the venerable Madame Gua, he discovered that his elder brother Yan Xiaoshan, younger brother Yan Xiaolin, along with his sister-in-law Sun and brother-in-law Zhang, as well as his 2 nieces and 3 nephews, had all gathered, with the exception of Yan Jingxiu, who resided at the academy. The entire Yan family, young and old, had come together. Yan Xiaoshi, half awake from his intoxication, hurriedly inquired, "What is happening? It is so late. Why are you all still awake?" Typically, both Yan Xiaoshan and Yan Xiaolin had their own engagements, making it rare for the entire family to be gathered together. The first to speak was Yan Xiaoshan, the elder brother, who was like a father to Yan Xiaoshi, who held him in high regard. When Yan Xiaoshan mentioned his wife, Yan Xiaoshi paused momentarily, struggling to recall who she was. It was no exaggeration. Several images flashed through his mind. The delicate Ru Yu who had just been in his embrace, the pregnant Xiu Zhu, and even the young maid who had cried beneath him the previous night. After some effort, he finally remembered Li Qinyang, a woman neither young nor charming, marked by a sin of copper. The thought alone repulsed him. Li Qinyang? Hasn't she run away? It's not as though we haven't searched for her. We did our utmost. Did we not? Yan Xiaoshi's words seemed directed at Yan Xiaoshan, but resonated more deeply as a self-reprimand. Li Qinyang had taken away his daughter. He had indeed searched for her, for Yan Xuehuai was his blood, a daughter of the Yan family. How could he not seek her? If he could not find her, he could not be blamed. The fault lay with Li Qinyang for not adhering to her marital duties, which had led to their daughter's plight. Yes, this was not his fault. It was entirely Li Qinyang's misdoing. Upon hearing him mention her name, old lady Guo removed her shoe and hurled it towards Yan Xiaoshi, striking him in the face and extinguishing the last remnants of his inebriation. "Mother, why are you so angry? Since they cannot be found, let us consider them deceased. Xiuzhu carries your grandson within her womb." Before Yan Xiaoshi could finish his words, an expectoration from old lady Gu landed nearby, causing him to hastily cover his face. The spittle clung to his sleeve, which he brushed off in disgust, yet he dared not utter another word. Old lady Gu, however, had already succumbed to tears. "Oh, your father departed too soon, leaving me to endure hardships alone, raising them with great toil, to ensure that the second could pursue his studies. The eldest and I scrimped and saved, sharing even a single bowl of rice to provide for him. We would rather go hungry than deny him paper and ink. He has married and forgotten his mother, forsaking his entire family for a wretched woman who seduces men. Our family's dignity has been utterly tarnished by him. Oh, your father. Come quickly and take me away. I can no longer bear this shame. I wish to cease to exist." Sun and Zheng hurried to console her, one soothing while the other wiped her tears. Yan Xuejiao and Yan Xueping comforted old lady Gu while furtively glancing at Yan Xiaoshi. Bewildered, Yan Xiaoshi stood there, seeking help from Yan Xiaoshan. "Elder brother, what is happening? What has occurred? What has occurred?" "Second brother, you have kept us in the dark quite well," Yan Xiaoshan scoffed. Yan Xiaolin, unable to contain himself any longer, snapped at Yan Xiaoshi. "Second brother, do not pretend to be oblivious. Where did the money come from for your wife and daughter to open a shop? That is a store on Weichong Street, after all, the eldest's territory. Without the money you secretly provided, how could these 2 women manage it? A shop? What shop?" Yan Xiaoshi was even more perplexed. "Li's Food Journal, second brother. Can you truly assert that it is not sister-in-law who established it?" Yan Xiaolin grew increasingly agitated, for the Yan family had yet to be divided. Second brother's family clandestinely running a shop. What is their intention? Do they intend to keep the profits from the shop from being contributed to the family treasury? Noticing that Yan Xiaoshi's demeanor did not seem feigned, Yan Xiaoshan's ire lessened somewhat. He spoke in a deep voice. "A new eatery has opened on Huichong Street, named Li's Food Journal." Upon hearing this, your sister-in-law's nephew inquired further. It turns out the proprietor of Li's Food Journal is a woman bearing the surname Li, hailing from the south. She and her daughter operate the establishment. Second brother, you cannot possibly claim this as mere coincidence. That another woman with the surname Li has also opened a Li's Food Journal? Yan Xiaoshi was taken aback. He had been so preoccupied with pressing matters lately that he had not the faintest idea of such trivialities. As for Huichong Street, he had never even heard of it. Observing his dazed expression, old lady Guo's ire intensified. "Second brother, you ungrateful wretch. Concealing matters from the family while secretly allowing your wife to open a shop outside. Have you forgotten from whose womb you emerged? Have you forgotten who toiled tirelessly to raise you? For the sake of a mere woman, you forsake your own mother?" Only then did Yan Xiaoshi suddenly grasp the situation. No wonder mother and elder brother were so furious. They believed that he had financed Li Qinyang's shop. "Mother, elder brother, I genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. Li Qingyang. That woman recognizes nothing but silver. She must have hidden funds from me. I did not provide the money for that shop. Xiaozhu is about to give birth. She carries my son. Why would I squander money on Li Qingyang and the child she bore? There was yet another sentence that Yan Xuehuai refrained from uttering. He currently possessed scant silver and could scarcely bear the thought of opening a food stall. In truth, old lady Gu had long surmised that Yan Xuehuai was oblivious to this matter. However, had she not staged a scene, the second son would have found it difficult to sever ties with that mother and daughter decisively. Second son, speak honestly. Do you genuinely not know about this? Old lady Gu inquired. Yan Xuehuai hastily knelt, exclaiming, Mother, please believe your son. He truly knows nothing of it. It was rare for old lady Gu to address Yan Xuehuai with gentleness, yet her words struck like a knife scraping fish scales, causing his scalp to prickle. Mother, now is not the time for a divorce. Your son's bright future lies ahead. If news of a divorce were to emerge now, it would not bode well if Yusufu were to learn of it. Before old lady Gu could respond, Sunshur interjected, Oh dear, second uncle. Do you truly believe that someone as high-ranking as Yi Sifu would concern himself with the trivialities of your marital affairs? Second uncle, do you think we are uneducated and unaware of the matters of the court? With that, she rolled her eyes and added, Whom are you disparaging? Sunshur was nearly consumed with hatred for Li Qingyang and Yan Xuehuai, particularly for that little vixen, Yan Xuehuai, who had threatened her with Jingwen's life and manipulated her at will. She now waited Yan Xuehuai to cast off Li Qingyang and simultaneously expel Yan Xuehuai from the Yan family. At which point she would seize Yan Xuehuai by her hair and deliver 2 or 3 dozen slaps. Chapter 49, The Granddaughter Suddenly. Yan Xuehuai recalled the words spoken by Wang Feng. Times have changed. In the past, he was merely the uncle of a classmate of Yi Sifu's servant's grandson. But now he was someone whom Yusufa had particularly taken notice of. This was the bond between a teacher and his student. After the upcoming imperial examination, he would officially become a disciple of Yusufu. With this thought, Yan Xuehuai could not help but puff out his chest, his eyes gleaming with ambition. To Yin Dala Yu Zhaoshan, Yan Zhaoshur's ambition appeared as arrogance, a disdain for others. They came from the same womb. Who was truly superior? Why should the second son be a successful scholar while he remained a mere commoner? Of course, he was no longer a commoner, yet when others spoke of him, he was still referred to as the elder brother of the scholar Yan. What justified this? If he had not only studied for a year, he too might have been a scholar, perhaps even a jinshi by now. A wave of resentment surged within Yi Zhaoshan. Pointing a finger at Yan Xuehuai, he scolded. Second brother, your sister-in-law is right. There is no need to constantly invoke Yusufu's name. He is preoccupied with matters of the state, with little time for your domestic concerns. Moreover, your wife's lack of propriety is hardly commendable. After all the knowledge you've acquired, do you not understand the principles of marital conduct? Even if Yi Sifu were to learn of this, he would not cast blame upon you. Have you ever seen an official whose wife is unfaithful? Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. He did not believe that Li Qingyang would betray him. After all, they had been married for over a decade. Though she may be mundane, she was not a woman of loose morals. However, my elder brother's words hold truth. Li Qingyang's departure from home signifies her disregard for the virtues of a wife. It is entirely reasonable for a husband to part ways with a woman who does not uphold her marital duties. Yusufa may feel no shame in favoring a concubine over a wife, yet he has not taken a concubine. He currently has only one maid, who is also with child. There has been no favoring of a mistress over a wife, not at all. The heavy burden weighing on Yan Zhaoshui's heart has finally been lifted. The Buddhists speak of enlightenment akin to a sudden realization. This must be the essence of it. Though my elder brother's words may be coarse, they have indeed illuminated my thoughts. Very well, I shall proceed to divorce her tomorrow. Yan Zhaoshui resolved himself. This is the essence of marital authority. Old Lady Gu scolded, You foolish child, have your studies rendered you senseless? Not only should you divorce her, but you must also reclaim the shop. That is our family's property, ours. Mrs. Sun interjected, Mother, do not rush. With a divorce decree from his second uncle, the shop will naturally belong to us. Along with her dowry, it shall be ours, even if the matter reaches the authorities. However, the shop and estate that accompanied Li Qingyang's dowry lie to the south and are likely lost to us by now. Yet, Yan Zhaoshui thought of the residence in Drumbeat Alley, which Li Qingyang had purchased. Although the property deed bears his name, what is there to fear? That wretched girl is no better than her mother. Our Yan family lacks no granddaughters. Old Lady Gu could hardly suppress her anger at the memory of Yan Xuehuai, pressing a silver hairpin against her grandson's chest. The Sun and Zeng families harbored an intense desire to see Yan Xuehuai suffer greatly. Zeng pushed Yan Jinglong before Yan Zhaoshi, urging him to reveal the scar on his head and recount how his elder sister had kicked him in the chest that fateful day. In truth, it was Yan Xuehuai who had been ambushed from behind with a shovel, leaving him with only a minor injury that had now faded to a mere white mark. However, upon hearing his mother's words, he was instantly reminded of that day. At around 10 years of age, a boy is particularly sensitive to his pride, and he felt that the most humiliating moment of his life had been that incident. Overcome with emotion, he began to cry. Elder sister wants to kill me. She really wants to kill me. What could Yan Xuehuai possibly do to him? He was still just a child. How could she be so cruel? It was evident that Li Qinyang had taught her, a woman so coarse that she only knew how to wield a cooking spatula, utterly unfit to guide her daughter, who had turned into a village ruffian. Yan Zhaoshi, having no sons of his own, was fond of his nephews, especially his eldest nephew, Yan Jingxiu. Though these younger boys did not compare to Yan Jingxiu, they were still the male heirs of the Yan family, his own flesh and blood. Grabbing Yan Jinglong, he spoke with regret. Do not worry, Jinglong. Your second uncle will certainly teach your elder sister a lesson and avenge you. Sun rolled her eyes at the spectacle, thinking to herself how shrewd Zeng was to seize the opportunity. Clearly, her own son, Jingwen, was the most wronged, nearly meeting his end at the hands of Yan Xuehuai. It seemed that the matriarch had no intention of allowing that wretched girl into their home. Whether that wretched girl lived or died was of no concern to her. She merely needed to beat her to a pulp to vent her frustrations. It is said that Huichang Street is quite bustling. Therefore, let us engage there, preferably tearing garments and exposing skin, thereby tarnishing that wretched girl's reputation, ensuring she remains unmarriageable for life. Mother, I fear that uncle alone may not suffice. Should that Li woman create a scene in public, being a scholar, he may struggle to handle her. It would be prudent for me to accompany him. If Li were to throw a tantrum, I could assist uncle in managing her. Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sister-in-law Sun has always been one to rise early for profit, and it simply will not do for her to monopolize the benefits. Though Zhang could not yet discern the advantages of this situation, she felt compelled to insert herself wherever Sun sought to gain. Indeed, sister-in-law speaks wisely. I shall accompany you as well. Mother, what do you think? Grandmother Gu's gaze swept over her two daughters-in-law. She needed no divination to comprehend their thoughts. It would be beneficial for them to vent their frustrations, preventing Li Qinyang from seeking them out to cause further disturbances. This time, they must subdue her and her mother. Very well, bring along Granny Gao and Granny Di, as well as a Kai and a Wang. The more, the merrier for our endeavors. With a decisive thump on the table, Grandmother Gu solidified their plan. Yan Zhaoshi felt a twinge of reluctance. He turned to Grandmother Gu and said, Mother, Why girl is already 14 and will soon reach her coming-of-age ceremony. Such a young lady should not be constantly associating with the outside, should anything untoward occur. It would bring disgrace upon our Yan family. Grandmother Gu slammed her hand on the Kong table. I shall reiterate, our Yan family does not lack for granddaughters. As she spoke, she proudly gestured towards Yan Xuejiao and Yan Xueping, declaring, These are my granddaughters. That wretched girl Huai Jie is unworthy. Chapter 50. Daughter. In the early morning, Yan Xuehuai was still asleep when Li Qinyang rose. After completing her morning ablutions, she prepared the washing water and qingyan for her daughter before changing her attire and getting ready to leave. Yinger, having risen even earlier, first tended to the stove in the kitchen, then proceeded to wash and comb her hair. Once she was properly dressed, she went to open the shop. Li Shiji did not serve breakfast, and at this hour, there were no customers. Occasionally, some would come to deliver grains and flour. Yinger carried a small bucket of water, intended for cleaning the entrance. She placed the bucket at her feet, exerted herself to remove the door bolt, and pushed the door open from inside. As the door swung open, with a broom in one hand and the water bucket in the other, she stepped 1 foot inside and 1 foot outside, just as someone unexpectedly rushed in. Yinger was caught off guard and collided with the individual, causing the water in her bucket to splash onto his robe. Startled, she exclaimed, I'm so sorry. Before she could finish her apology, the person spoke. Huai Jie? Yinger thought to herself that this person must be acquainted with the mistress and her daughter, and instinctively glanced behind her, but saw no sign of Yan Xuehuai. Could it be that this person had mistaken her for Huai Jie? Taking a step back, she scrutinized the individual before her, a fair-faced man with a slight beard. Dressed in a silk robe, adorned with a jade hairpin, a jade pendant at his waist, and holding a folding fan. It appeared that he was a distinguished gentleman. Clearly, he was not familiar with the mistress. Otherwise, he would not have mistaken her for Huai Jie. Sir, I am not. Before Inger could finish her words, two women approached, followed by two men and two women, all dressed as servants. Inger was taken aback, momentarily stunned, when the leading woman shrieked. She is not Huai Jie. Where is Li Qinyang? Let Li Qinyang come out. The newcomers were indeed Yan Xuehuai, Sun Shi, and Zheng Shi, along with a Wang and a Kai, accompanied by two old women. Who is seeking me? Came Li Qinyang's voice from behind, as she prepared to venture out to buy vegetables. Before she could reach the entrance, she heard the piercing cries at the door. That was Sun Shi's voice. Li Qinyang's heart stirred. She swiftly retreated to the kitchen, seizing a kitchen knife from the cutting board and tucking it into her bosom, while casually picking up the carrying pole used for delivering meals. She stepped out with an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing Li Qinyang, Inger pointed at the group before her and said, Master, it is they. Do you recognize them? Inger was astute and had already sensed the malice in their approach. Before Li Qinyang could respond, Sun Shi began to scream, Ah, Li Qinyang, it truly is you. TSK, 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 how shameless of you to secretly set up shop here without the family's knowledge. At that moment, it was the hour when many shops opened for business. Except for a few, most shops had little activity in the morning, as everyone was busy tidying up both the interiors and exteriors. Sun Shi's voice carried particularly far, prompting Zhang Wusa, who was sweeping outside her shop, to approach, while others from nearby shops began to glance over. What is happening? Zhang Wusa inquired, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Li Qinyang and her daughter. Sun cast a glance at Zhang Wusa, observing that although she wielded a broom, her hair was impeccably slicked back, and her wrist adorned with a wide golden bracelet, likely indicating her status as the proprietress of a shop. Zhang Wusa, momentarily taken aback, pointed at Li Shiji and inquired, Are you asserting that this is your family's establishment? Beside her, Zheng hurriedly interjected, fearful that Sun would seize the limelight, proclaiming, Indeed, this is our family's shop. It would be one thing if a passerby had overheard, but Zhang Wusa had witnessed the transformation of Hui Ji's shop into Li Shiji's herself. Who is this imbecile? Do you even know how to read? Can you recognize the character for Li? Is your surname Li? Zhang Wusa retorted sharply. Sun had anticipated this remark and cast a triumphant glance at Li Qinyang, only to find her glaring back, her eyes brimming with hostility as if poised to pounce. Startled, Sun surveyed her surroundings and noticed a gathering of onlookers, drawn by the spectacle. She quickly urged Yan Xuehuai, Uncle, hasten to deliver the divorce papers to her, so we may reclaim the shop. Divorce papers? Whom do you intend to divorce? A youthful voice chimed in, prompting Li Qinyang to turn and see Yan Xuehuai approaching from behind. Yan Xuehuai also caught sight of Yan Xuehuai, glancing between her and the mistakenly identified Lu Inger. Could this emaciated figure truly be his daughter? Yan Xuehuai had just risen, her hair unkempt and face untouched by water, having a habit of morning exercises. She preferred to practice her kicks and punches in the courtyard, currently clad in a loose garment of coarse fabric. Her disheveled appearance would typically prompt Li Qinyang to suggest a change of attire, yet in Yan Xuehuai's eyes, she resembled a grotesque figure, inferior even to the common village women. He recalled that his daughter had always been a beauty, a mother of one of his classmates, who had once entered the palace. Remarked upon seeing Huai Jie as a child that it was a pity the emperor was too young to select concubines, for otherwise, Huai Jie would surely have been chosen. Having arrived in the new capital barely 2 months ago, how could his daughter have transformed into this? She paled in comparison to the young girl beside her. With her slender frame resembling that of a bean sprout and a pallid complexion, she bore no semblance to a blossoming maiden. It was unlikely that even Yixin would take notice of her. Indeed, Yixin, being of the same age as Yan Jingxiu and yet unbetrothed, had crossed Yan Zhaoshi's mind as a potential match for Yan Xuehuai. However, having heard from Yan Jingxiu that Yixin had lofty standards and sought a beautiful companion, Yan Zhaoshi now believed that Yixin would certainly overlook Yan Xuehuai. He was even reluctant to cast her a second glance. Noticing Yan Zhaoshi's silence, Yan Xuehuai inquired further. Who are you speaking of to dismiss? Why the sudden silence? Sun and Zheng also recognized Yan Xuehuai. Unlike Yan Zhaoshi, they had seen her once since her arrival in the capital. In comparison to that time, Yan Xuehuai appeared slightly fuller now. Shifting her gaze from Yan Zhaoshi to Sun, she asked, Where is Jing Wen? I miss him. He must be at school by now. I shall visit him when I have the opportunity. These seemingly ordinary words sent a chill down Sun's spine, conjuring the image of Yan Xuehuai threatening her with a hairpin pressed against Yan Jingwen's chest. Instinctively, she exclaimed, "If you dare to harm Jingwen, I shall kill you." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a bystander, an elderly woman, expressed her discontent, saying, "At your age, shouting threats at a young girl, what on earth are you doing? I've never seen such behavior on Huichang Street before." Indeed, the proprietress of Li's food house was a familiar face, and that must be her daughter. Sun retorted angrily, "This is a matter concerning the Yin family. What business is it of yours?" Zhang Wusao promptly interjected, "Ah, so you are of the Yin clan. Yet this is clearly Li's food house, named after the Lice." Chapter 51. The divorce letter. Amidst the surrounding murmurs, Yan Xuehuai remained unfazed, nearly forgetting about this entire family. One cannot entirely blame her for being so indifferent. Her subconscious had little grasp of familial ties, especially as she had been preoccupied with the struggles of daily life, casting the Yin family far from her mind. Her gaze flitted between Sun and Zhang, sending a shiver down their spines. Zhang remained silent, furtively observing Yan Xuehuai. Although Yan Xuehuai had survived her grave illness, retaining her sharp tongue and competitive spirit, Zhang sensed a profound change in her. She had become ruthless, and not merely in a trivial sense. She possessed the capacity to take a life. Zhang pondered inwardly, bolstering her courage. After all, it was merely a young girl. One who dared only to confront children like Jinglong and Jingwen. With 7 of them united, how could they possibly be outmatched by a single girl? Yet, she hesitated to charge forward. Her words to Yin Zhaoshi the previous day were not exaggerated. Yan Xuehuai had indeed delivered a kick to Yan Jinglong's chest. Had her strength been a fraction greater, Zhang dreaded to contemplate the consequences. She began to regret accompanying them, especially when Yan Xuehuai's cold gaze lingered on her for a moment, a faint smirk gracing her lips, prompting Zhang to involuntarily take a step back. Yan Xuehuai smiled, diverting her attention away from Zhang, who dared not meet her eyes again. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoshi produced a divorce document from his bosom, hurling it at Li Qinyang's face. Berating her, "You unworthy woman, take this divorce. The Yin family shall no longer recognize you as a daughter-in-law." Li Qinyang bent to retrieve the document, not even glancing at it, as she fixed her gaze on Yan Zhaoshi. "You wish to divorce me?" Before Yan Zhaoshi could respond, Sun interjected, "Indeed. We intend to divorce you. You have betrayed your marriage, consorting with others and corrupting your daughter. If we do not divorce you, whom shall we divorce?" Li Qinyang articulated her rebuttal with clarity and fervor, delivering a rapid-fire tirade that not only chastised Yan Zhaoshi, but was also intended for the ears of the onlookers. Sun's earlier remarks had been excessively harsh, and while Li Qinyang could disregard her own reputation, she could not allow her daughter to suffer. Her daughter deserved to live a life of integrity and to marry with dignity. The atmosphere around suddenly became charged with excitement. Yet, Li Qinyang had not finished her words. Stepping forward, she forcefully shoved Yan Zhaoshi aside. Uncertain of her intentions, Yan Zhaoshi attempted to stop her, but Li Qinyang swung the carrying pole in her hand, striking him sharply. He froze, even the pain from the blow hardly registering. Though Li Qinyang was coarse and unsophisticated, she had never dared to defy him. He was her absolute authority, her heaven. Now, not only did she audaciously retort with the most offensive words, but she also dared to strike him, ignoring his presence. Li Qinyang approached the entrance of the shop and pointed to the sign above, declaring, "Dear neighbors, the 3 characters of Li Shiji were not chosen by me. They have been passed down through generations of the Li family. My family has run a tavern, and it was my father who, despite knowing that Yan Zhaoshi came from a poor background, recognized his scholarly potential and betrothed me to him. I brought with me a tavern and a farm as my dowry. For all these years, the entire Yan family has relied on me for sustenance. Now that my father and brothers are no longer here, they wish to harm both me and my daughter. When their initial attempts failed, they resorted to such despicable schemes, intending to divorce me and seize not only my dowry but also the shop that sustains us. Neighbors, though my education is limited, I understand the principles of justice. I simply wish to ask, can such matters be taken to court?" Immediately, someone in the crowd shouted, "Yes, sue him. He may look respectable, but he is nothing but a parasite. The cultured scoundrel, along with his sister-in-law and brother's wife, are no better. Did you not hear the proprietress mention that this family wishes to suffocate her, feigning it as suicide? Is this humanity? Is this the conduct of beasts? Wait. I seem to have heard that his daughter fell ill. He fears passing the illness to his concubine, hence leaving his daughter behind on the path of escape. In this chaotic turmoil, Does his daughter not hold more value than the concubine? This is sheer folly, prioritizing the concubine over his own flesh and blood. Zhang Wusao spat vehemently, exclaiming, "Sue him! Take him to the magistrate." Li Qiliang proclaimed loudly, "Very well, since we can lodge a complaint. I shall accuse Yan Zhaoshi of favoring his concubine over his wife, the Yan family women of attempted murder, and the Yan household of deceit and usurpation of private property." With that, she grasped the divorce decree, disdainfully waved it, turned to Yan Zhaoshi, and tore the document into shreds, scattering the remnants over his face and attire. A woman from the crowd shouted in approval, and others joined in the chorus. Yan Zhaoshi, proud of his scholarly identity, had never set foot in such a bustling market. Caught off guard by such a spectacle. Sun, however, was different. Her family resided in the same village as the Yan family. Her mother was notorious for her fierce temperament. Had her mother not been so unruly, no one within 10 villages would have dared to ally with her family. And she would not have married into the impoverished Yan household. Her purpose for being here today was driven by a thirst for revenge. What do women fear the most? Naturally, it is their reputation, which is why every word she uttered aimed to tarnish the names of Li Qiliang and Yan Xuehuai. At this moment, Li Qiliang's arrogance was palpable as the onlookers rallied around her, leaving Yan Zhaoshi utterly speechless and Sun's teeth ground in frustration. Before Sun could finish her words, Li Qiliang delivered a resounding slap. Insulting her was one thing, but daring to insult her daughter was entirely unacceptable. Caught off guard and unable to evade, Sun felt the full force of the blow land squarely on her face. Although Li Qiliang had never trained in martial arts, her daily labor of chopping vegetables, meat, and bones endowed her with a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary woman. The impact left Sun's ears ringing and her face burning. Chapter 52. Twisted pastry. Unnoticed by anyone, a young man discreetly slipped out of the crowd, hastening his steps down Huichang Street, moving with remarkable swiftness until he arrived at the gates of the Wujuan Duda mansion. Qi was just about to mount his horse when he spotted the hurried approach of Fuxing. "Did you inform the eatery?" Qi inquired. He was quite pleased with Fuxing's initiative. He had inspected the troops stationed outside the city that day, and during a brief interlude at the office, Fuxing had taken it upon himself to inform the usual catering establishment that there would be no need for deliveries that day, though it was a minor affair. Qi appreciated Fuxing's increasing attentiveness and growing sense of responsibility. "Yes," Fuxing nodded. Beside them, Hao Chong pointed at Fuxing and chuckled, "Nephew, did that proprietress treat you to crispy twisted pastries again?" Fuxing shot him a glare. "Who is your nephew?" "The proprietress is facing troubles and did not treat me to any crispy twisted pastries." As Qi mounted his horse, he furrowed his brow at the revelation. What troubles has she encountered? Fuxing recounted what he had witnessed. It turned out that the proprietress and her daughter had escaped from their home, as their family sought to take their lives. Now, upon seeing them establish a shop, they intended to divorce her to seize the establishment. How could such shameless individuals exist in this world? Her husband, no less, was a scholar. Hao Chong spat disdainfully and cursed. "Scholars are nothing but worthless hypocrites." This remark disparaged all educated individuals under heaven. The Duke had several scholars in his employ, whom Fuxing rather admired, if only because they bathed their feet daily. "If you possess the audacity, repeat those words before Mr. Yuan." Hao Chong, fearless of the world, yet wary of the Duke and Mr. Yuan, suddenly felt a pang of guilt. With a grimace, he confessed, "Duke, we have no women in our army, hence my predicament." He had inadvertently become an adulterer. Yet, he was still a young man, untouched. The proprietress's daughter was already well into her teens. It seemed he was the one at a disadvantage. "Duke, I shall confront that family. By heavens, they seek to take advantage of me. No way." Upon saying this, he instinctively slapped his own face, regretting his choice of words in front of the Duke. Qi ignored him, turning instead to Fuxing. "You mentioned that the proprietress intends to take legal action?" "Indeed. She has torn up the divorce papers and declared her intent to sue Scholar Yan for taking a concubine and abandoning his wife, to accuse the Yan family's women of attempted murder, and to charge the entire Yan household with misappropriation of private property." Qi nodded, acknowledging that this proprietress was indeed a woman of insight and ambition, a rare find. He recalled the scene of that blood-soaked woman wielding a kitchen knife to protect her daughter and said to Fuxing, "Indeed, this matter was not thoroughly considered on my part. I should not have entrusted it to old Hao, which has led to these troubles. You need not follow me to the camp. Since that proprietress intends to pursue legal action, you should greet the county office on her behalf, and facilitate the proceedings without burdening the vulnerable woman. Fuxing hastily replied, Your Excellency, if I do not accompany you, who will attend to your needs? Xuehuai chuckled softly, I am neither ill nor injured. My visit to the camp is merely for an inspection. There is no need for anyone to attend to me. Fuxing acquiesced, watching as Xuehuai's cavalry trotted towards the city gate. He was about to head to the Pingxing County office when he heard the sound of hoofbeats behind him. Turning around, he found Hao Chong returning. Uncle, I brought you some snacks, Hao Chong offered, handing over a bulging silver pouch. Fuxing did not accept it. Eyeing Hao Chong suspiciously, What are you up to? Hao Chong grinned broadly, Those Yan family members have smeared my name. You should teach them a lesson on my behalf. Fuxing frowned. Why don't you go deal with them yourself? My status is too elevated. If those rascals at the Wuqing division find out, it would be quite embarrassing. You, on the other hand, are just a young lad. Besides, isn't beating people with a club your forte? Fuxing, infuriated, snatched the silver pouch from Hao Chong's hands and dashed away. He made his way directly to Pingxing County, only to discover upon reaching the county office that the case concerning Yan Xuehuai's murder had been directly submitted to the Ministry of Justice by the Wuqing division. The county magistrate of Pingxing happened to be Yan Xuehuai's brother-in-law, and in an effort to facilitate matters for Yan Xuehuai, he had attempted to leverage connections. Somehow, this maneuver had come to the attention of the Wuqing division, leading to an escalation of the situation. In light of these circumstances, the magistrate had no choice but to suspend the county magistrate from his duties. Since Pingxing had become a new capital, not only had the county itself become superfluous, but the entire Pingxing prefecture also found itself in an awkward position. The prefect was preoccupied with concerns for his own security, and at this inopportune moment, his subordinate was creating additional turmoil, perhaps in a bid to hasten his own dismissal. Without hesitation, the prefect ordered the county magistrate to distance himself from the matter. With only the county deputy present in the office, upon learning that the visitor hailed from the military governor's office, he was taken aback, nearly tripping over the threshold as he stepped outside to receive him. Seeing him with his hat askew, Fuxing felt a surge of disdain and curtly remarked, If there are any cases against the scholar, do not entertain them. Instruct them to go directly to the Pingxing prefecture. The county deputy, bewildered, blinked in confusion, hesitant to inquire further. Fuxing cast him a glance and coldly stated, That case is far too significant for a mere county deputy to adjudicate. Realization dawned on the deputy, and he breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that one must be discerning in their duties. The magistrate had clearly lacked such discernment, now reflecting in isolation. Understood. I comprehend now. Fuxing turned and departed, leaving the deputy nodding profusely. Fuxing then proceeded to the Pingxing prefecture, where the prefect, upon learning that the visitor was Fuxing, a confidant of the Duke of Dinghua, hurriedly came out to greet him. Ah, Master Fuxing, what an unexpected pleasure to see you today. How is His Excellency's health? The prefect's face radiated with delight. Fuxing gazed at the multitude of wrinkles adorning his face and mused that he appeared far older than the Duke. In the past few days, should any relatives seek to divorce their wives, alleging that the wife accused her husband of doting on a concubine while neglecting her, or if there were cases of in-laws plotting murder for inheritance, you are to take them on. The Duke has instructed you to handle these matters, and do not trouble the delicate women involved. The governor was taken aback and promptly stood upright with his hands at his sides. Please convey to the Duke that I am at his command, and I shall surely enforce the law. Very well, that will be all for now. Fuxing did not even touch the tea beside him and rose to depart. It was only after Fuxing had left the government office that the governor exhaled a long sigh of relief. His aides eagerly chimed in, Congratulations, my lord. This is indeed a momentous occasion, as the Duke has entrusted you with such responsibilities. The governor gently stroked the sparse hairs of his chin, equally overjoyed. The case Fuxing mentioned seemed trivial, yet the esteemed Duke had sent someone specifically to guide him. It was highly likely that it involved relatives or acquaintances of the chief family. The governor felt he had grasped the implications and turned his gaze towards the door, where sunlight streamed into the once lonely government office of Pingxing, shining brightly. Chapter 53. The Pale Face on Weichong Street. No sooner had Fuxing departed than Sun and Li Qinyong were embroiled in a fierce altercation. Sun lunged at Li Qinyong with outstretched arms, who had momentarily set down her carrying pole, leaning it against the wall. As Sun charged, Li Qinyong swiftly grabbed the pole and swung it at her assailant. Sun screamed, and the accompanying Gao and Di women rushed forward. One seized Li Qinyong around the waist while the other attempted to wrest the pole from her grasp. Witnessing this, Lu Inger let out a loud cry and lunged to pull Gao's hair. Zheng hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. She discreetly glanced at Yan Xuehuai, who had already rushed forward. At that moment, Yan Zhaoshi had regained his composure. It was certainly inappropriate for him to involve himself in a public altercation between women, yet he felt confident he could manage his daughter. Suddenly, Yan Xuehuai felt a grip on her arm and turned to see it was Yan Zhaoshi who had seized her. How absurd! While he may lack many skills, he certainly excelled at pulling her back. Amusement mixed with anger crossed Yan Xuehuai's face. She swiftly yanked her arm free and prepared to retaliate. Meanwhile, Li Qinyang, whose hair was caught in the clutches of Posey, happened to turn her head just in time to see Yan Xuehuai preparing to kick Yan Zhaoshi. In a panic, she shouted, "Daughter, no!" Regardless of the era, a daughter must never strike her father. Having lived as an orphan for so many years, Yan Xuehuai was oblivious to such a notion, which is why she acted without hesitation against Yan Zhaoshi. However, she was not foolish nor impulsive. Upon hearing Li Qinyang's cry, she immediately withdrew her foot, disregarding Yan Zhaoshi entirely, and took 2 swift steps before delivering a powerful kick aimed at Posey's lower back. After a month or 2 of recuperation, Yan Xuehuai, though still slender, radiated vitality and had gained considerable strength. This kick was far more forceful than the one she had delivered to Yan Jinglong. Posey instinctively loosened her grip on Li Qinyang's hair, her body hurtling backward and crashing into Zhang, who was still deliberating whether to assist. The 2 of them tumbled together like a stack of dominoes, struggling to rise. Seeing this, Sun let out a piercing scream. Someone's been killed. A life has been lost. Li Qinyang had just been seized by Posey by her hair, and now unshackled, she swung her burden towards Sun Shi. Sun Shi attempted to pull Gao Posey to shield herself, but Gao Posey, being more robust, resisted her efforts. Li Qinyang's load struck Sun Shi with force, causing her to lose her balance and fall face down onto the ground. Witnessing this, Yan Xuehuai aimed a kick at Gao Posey, who stumbled back, inadvertently stepping on Sun Shi's hand, eliciting a scream from Sun Shi akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Startled, Gao Posey plummeted onto Sun Shi's body. With her considerable size, the impact left Sun Shi feeling as if half of her body had shattered, the pain overwhelming her cries. Yan Zhaoshi, having previously overheard Sun Shi and Xing Shi berating Yan Xuehuai, had not truly empathized until now, as he distinctly observed the kick aimed at him. Though it did not connect, it nonetheless astonished him greatly. Unfilial daughter, indeed, an unfilial daughter. He recalled that his daughter, besides her beauty, possessed no remarkable qualities. Having been pampered by Li Qinyang into a spoiled and selfish temperament, even the mere mention of his 2 nieces receiving a flower from her would provoke her incessant complaints. Old Madame Guo often compelled Yan Zhaoshi to discipline his daughter, and he had attempted it several times. Yet, no sooner had he finished than Yan Xuehuai would chase after his concubines. After several such incidents, Yan Zhaoshi concluded that his daughter was beyond redemption, merely waiting for the day she could be married off to a prominent family, should she find a suitable match. Her husband might even assist him and Yan Jingxiu in the future. However, the fact that Yan Xuehuai would resort to violence against him, her own father, transcended mere petulance. It was an act of profound rebellion. More importantly, she has now lost even her meager beauty. Can one still expect her to support her family after marriage? Mother was right. She is nothing but a liability, an ungrateful wretch. Yan Zhaoshi cast a glance at the fallen Zhang and approached the already petrified Akai and Wang, commanding, "What are you 2 doing standing there foolishly? Go and bind that unfilial daughter." The onlookers, who were initially engrossed in the spectacle of a woman fighting, had failed to notice Yan Zhaoshi. But as he approached and issued his orders, his words reached the ears of everyone nearby. To instruct 2 men to bind his own daughter? This was something even ordinary folk would not contemplate, let alone a scholar. The nearest observer, a boy of about 11 or 12, with keen ears, heard Yan Zhaoshi's words clearly and immediately pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Are you even human? It would be one thing to be cruel to your wife, but to spare not even your own daughter? Even a dog possesses more compassion than you. You are lower than a beast." Back in the south, since becoming a scholar, Yan Zhaoshi had been revered and respected almost daily, but now, amidst a crowd of destitute scholars in the new capital, he found himself the most esteemed among them. Even in his youth, he had never endured such disrespect from a child. Enraged and humiliated, he unleashed all the frustrations he had endured from Yan Xuehuai upon this boy. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, scolding, "You ill-mannered brat, today I will discipline you on behalf of your family." Although Yan Zhaoshi was merely a scholar, lacking any physical prowess, he was nonetheless an adult, and his slap carried some weight. Upon witnessing that the two elders had not suffered, a Wang and a Kai clamored to seize Yan Xuehuai. The child appeared momentarily dazed from the blow, covering his face in shock before bursting into tears, exclaiming, "Sister, sister, I was hit," just as the last word left his lips. A little girl clad in red pushed her way through the crowd, declaring, make way, the whip is blind, being struck is futile." The onlookers instinctively parted as Dong Wanqian hurriedly approached Dong Xiaobai, demanding, "What are you wailing about?" Dong Xiaobai, one hand shielding his face and the other pointing at Yan Zhaoshi, replied, "He hit me." Upon turning to face Yan Zhaoshi, Dong Wanqian discovered an elderly man with a pale complexion. "You old fool, how dare you strike my brother? Are you seeking death?" Before he could finish his sentence, the horsewhip in Dong Wanqian's hand lashed out with a sharp crack, striking Yan Zhaoshi's face. Taken aback by the unexpected assault, Yan Zhaoshi stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Dong Wanqian seized Dong Xiaobai by the collar, scolding, "You spineless coward, crying after being struck? Go and retaliate against him." Having reached the age of 11, Dong Xiaobai had endured his father's beatings, yet his father had never struck his face. Asserting that a man's face is his courage, and to strike it is to instill fear. Having been struck without provocation, Dong Xiaobai felt profoundly insulted. As he witnessed the pale-faced Yan Zhaoshi being knocked to the ground by his sister, he immediately rushed forward. Being of diminutive stature, he could only mount Yan Zhaoshi. Unleashing a flurry of slaps upon his face, while lamenting through tears, "Woe is me! You shall compensate for my dignity. You shall pay for my face, you scoundrel." In Chapter 54, Loss of Face, the once undaunted Yan heir, now thoroughly humiliated and enraged, seemed to lose consciousness from the overwhelming shame. He questioned why, despite his apparent fainting, his awareness remained intact, and why his loyal servants, A Wang and A Kai, had not come to his rescue. In truth, Yan Zhaoshi had wrongfully accused A Wang and A Kai of neglect. Their hesitation to intervene stemmed not from a lack of desire to assist him, but from their own perilous circumstances. Previously, as several women engaged in a brawl, onlookers merely observed the spectacle. Despite the Yan family's notoriety, it remained their private affair, eliciting only outrage from compassionate souls like Sister Zhang, who could only voice her indignation rather than intervene. However, should A Wang and A Kai involve themselves, boldly proclaiming their intent to abduct Yan Xuehuai, the nature of the situation would dramatically shift. Most spectators remained oblivious to A Wang and A Kai's identities, and in their sudden entry into the fray, many assumed they were mere ruffians seeking to exploit the chaos to prey upon virtuous women. Alongside them stood two apprentices from the lacquer shop, both in their late teens, known for their fiery tempers and great fondness for tales of chivalry and justice. The three young lads, without a word of consultation, rushed forward in unison. The physique of Northerners is generally more robust than that of Southerners, and among them, these three boys stood tall, resembling young bulls, towering over A Wang and A Kai. Before A Wang and A Kai could grasp the situation, they were knocked to the ground, their bodies besieged by a flurry of fists, eliciting cries of despair. Had it not been for the master craftsman from the lacquer shop, who hurried over upon hearing the commotion to admonish his apprentices, A Wang and A Kai would have been beaten to a pulp. "Master, I haven't had my fill yet." "Neither have I." "Don't leave. What about the medical expenses?" Upon hearing this, the master's second apprentice raised his fist, as large as a wine bowl, directed at A Wang. "You expect compensation for medical fees?" "Not a chance," A Wang replied, cradling his head. "Where did your injuries come from?" the second apprentice inquired. "I tripped while walking," A Wang hastily explained. "Yes, our eyesight was poor. We fell while walking," A Kai quickly chimed in. At last, the second apprentice turned to the second shopkeeper. "Uncle, is that sufficient?" The second shopkeeper sighed in relief. "That's enough." However, still feeling uneasy, he instructed his son to accompany the master's two apprentices while he remained behind. Indeed, a commotion arose from outside the crowd. The 5 Cities Division is coming. Yet today, the street was teeming with people. Most of the residents had gathered together. The patrol from the 5 Cities Division was the same group that had recently discovered a corpse at Yan Xuehuai's residence. Given the proximity of the two locations, upon witnessing the throng of people, a sense of alarm began to resonate within the patrol. Could there be another incident? Make way, make way. Upon seeing the arrival of the officials from the Wuqing Division, the townsfolk hastily scattered, creating a clear passage. Zheng had already regained consciousness. However, upon hearing that the officials were present, she shut her eyes once more, feigning death. Sun, on the other hand, struggled to rise, exclaiming, Sir, Quickly apprehend them. They have killed someone. They have killed someone. Gao, who had just received a kick from Yan Xuehuai, managed to stand but dared not confront her again. Instead, she seized upon the seemingly weakest Lu Ying'er, grabbing her by the hair, causing Lu Ying'er to become disheveled. The officials from the Wuqing division merely glanced at the women before their attention was drawn to a Wang and a Sai, who lay on the ground, as well as Yan Zhaoshi, who was pinned beneath Dong Xiaobai. A few of them approached a Wang and a Sai, inquiring, "What has happened to these two?" The second shopkeeper, relieved to have remained, promptly replied, "They fell on their own." A Wang and a Sai, still bewildered by the identity of their visitors and fearful of further punishment, eagerly echoed, "We fell on our own." They spoke with such fluency, having repeated it only moments before. Meanwhile, other officials approached Yan Zhaoshi and Dong Xiaobai, forcibly pulling Dong Xiaobai down and demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" Dong Xiaobai cried aloud, "He hit me, he struck my face." Dong Wancheng, puffing out his chest and rolling up his sleeves, pointed at the bruised Yan Zhaoshi, declaring, "This pale-faced bully has mistreated my brother. Just look at my brother's face." Indeed, several red handprints were clearly visible on Dong Xiaobai's plump little face. Onlookers eagerly attested to the situation. Indeed, that man is a scholar. Yet he had two men bind his own daughter. How shameless. The child, unable to bear witness, spoke up, and in response, he struck the poor innocent. Fortunately, the child's father was absent. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Another added, "If it were my child who was assaulted, I would rush in to defend them. Just look at that child's delicate face. Oh, we mustn't let it be harmed." Dong Xiaobai touched his own face, weeping even more sorrowfully, for it had been struck, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. If the brothers from the mountains were to learn of this, he would surely be the subject of their mockery. The officials of the 5 cities were equally incensed. Upon observing the fine silks adorning Yan Zhaoshi, they mused on the man's lack of decency for striking a child in the street. Unable to contain themselves, one of them kicked Yan Zhaoshi lightly. "Are you all right? Can you stand?" To be smacked about by a child, and yet lie there feigning death. Yan Zhaoshi felt a sharp pain across his face. Upon touching it, he discovered blood. He recalled being lashed by that little girl moments earlier. Struggling to rise, he noticed a Wang and a Kai also attempting to regain their footing. He hastily proclaimed, "I possess the title of scholar. They assaulted me in public, and the authorities must render justice for Yan. They should all be apprehended." The officials of the 5 cities found this amusing, pointing at a Wang and a Kai. "They have already stated that they injured themselves." Then, gesturing toward Dong Xiaobai, they continued, "While we witnessed this child striking you, it is equally true that you retaliated. You are a scholar. And do you truly intend to take this matter to court, claiming that a child has assaulted you? Indeed, a distinguished scholar brazenly assaults a child in the street, only for the child to retaliate in self-defense, resulting in the scholar suing the child for striking him. Very well, if you are unashamed, proceed with your complaint." Chapter 55. Worthlessness. The nobility and court officials represent 2 distinct circles. In earlier years, martial officials could occasionally be overshadowed by their literary counterparts. However, since the rebellion of Prince Yu, the aristocrats, led by Duke Qi have completely gained the upper hand over the martial forces. Those who serve in the 5 cities division are either scions of the aristocracy or offspring of military families, even if they are not direct descendants. They are closely related by blood or marriage. From a young age, they have been surrounded by the privileged offspring of illustrious families. Thus, it is no wonder that Yan Zhaoshi, a mere scholar without an official title, is looked down upon by the members of the 5 cities division. Even if he were a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, Yan Zhaoshi has frequently attended poetry gatherings and banquets, and he is fully aware of the backgrounds of those in the 5 cities division. However, having just been dazed by the assault of the Dong siblings, he momentarily failed to discern whether the approaching individuals were from the Pingqing prefecture or the 5 cities division. Should they have been officials from the Pingqing prefecture, he could have asserted the airs of a scholar. Yet now, as he regains his composure and recognizes that they are from the 5 cities division, he realizes that his academic credentials will not only be of no assistance, but may even work against him. A wave of despondency washes over Yan Zhaoshi, and he shoots a fierce glare at Dong Xiaobai, who cries out, "Sister, he is glaring at me." Dong Wanwan turns to address the officials of the 5 cities division, saying, "Esteemed officers, my brother is timid and has been frightened into silence. He demands compensation." Yan Zhaoshi points to his own face, exclaiming, "How barbaric and rude. It is you who have injured me, and if compensation is to be sought, It should be from you to me. Dong Xiaobai immediately shouted, "Esteemed official, he is extorting me. You must apprehend him at once." The members of the 5-city division stood speechless, while the leader managed to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth. Useless. This was certainly not directed at Dong Xiaobai. Yan Zhaoshi instinctively felt it was an insult aimed at him. However, since no names were mentioned, he could not possibly acknowledge it. Fuming with indignation, Yan Zhaoshi's gaze fell upon Zhang Shi, who was still sprawled on the ground, while Sun Shi and the 2 women beside her appeared disheveled, each more disordered than the last. This sight invigorated him, and he addressed the members of the 5-city division, "I have come to seek a divorce. Yet as you can see, they have assaulted me in public. My sister-in-law has been beaten, and my brother's wife is in a state of uncertainty regarding her life or death." Before Yan Zhaoshi could finish his statement, Zhang Shi let out a piercing scream and scrambled to her feet. Nearby, Yan Xuehuai was casually shaking her hands, exuding an air of composure. No one could fathom what she had just done to Zhang Shi, who seemed to have forgotten even the pretense of feigning death. The members of the 5-city division stifled their laughter and remarked to Yan Zhaoshi, "Is that your sister-in-law? She certainly does not appear to be in a state of uncertainty. By the way, have you brought your sister-in-law and brother's wife here to assault your wife?" These officers, who routinely patrolled Huichang Street, were well aware of the newly opened Li's food place. Moreover, the slender young lady from Li's had even treated them to steamed buns, which, to their surprise, were quite delicious. Yan Zhaoshi was taken aback, sensing something amiss in the words of the 5-city division members. Meanwhile, the onlookers, most of whom were common folk, burst into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder he seeks a divorce. It seems he has taken a liking to his sister-in-law." These people, unrefined and brash, paid no heed to decorum. At that moment, Li Qinyang approached, one hand grasping a shoulder pole while the other rested against her chest, a kitchen knife concealed within her garments. Had it not been for the arrival of the officials from the witching division, she might have drawn it forth by now. Upon seeing Li Qinyang, Yan Zhaoshi immediately perked up, eager to unleash the humiliation he had just endured. He pointed an accusatory finger at her, bellowing, "Poisonous woman! How dare you show your face here? You forsake your wifely duties, hoard private possessions, disrespect your husband, and assault your sisters-in-law." Li Qinyang, however, did not deign to acknowledge him. Instead, she addressed the officials from the Wuching division, saying, "I apologize for causing you trouble, esteemed sirs." The officials waved their hands dismissively, for no significant trouble had been caused. A Wang and Akai had injured themselves, and Yan Zhaoshi had been struck by a child. As for the women, though their hair was disheveled and they appeared disheartened, no lives had been lost. Turning to the gathered onlookers, she proclaimed, "Good people, you have all witnessed this." "Am I mistaken?" No, we have all seen it," came the chorus of agreement. "This family is utterly inhumane. Their bullying knows no bounds." Yan Zhaoshi stood there, bewildered. What did this mean? How had the words from Yan Xuehuai transformed into an implication that he intended to kill Li Qinyang? Moreover, why was the Duke of Dinghua being mentioned? Was he a figure one could casually invoke? The officials exchanged glances, their expressions growing more solemn. The foremost valiant general under the Duke of Dinghua was none other than surnamed Hao. This was Xinjing. This mother and daughter were unlikely to boast of such matters lightly, suggesting that there was truth to the claim. Yan Zhaoshi was dumbfounded. The Duke of Dinghua? Had his men truly visited Lugu Alley? How could he be unaware? And why had no one mentioned it to him? Yan Xuehuai spoke nothing but the truth, albeit with slight embellishments. With an air of confidence, she continued, observing that the people from the Wuching division displayed no signs of skepticism. "Today, with the officials present, the Yan family dares not lay a hand on us. Yet, can the officials remain here perpetually? What if they seize the opportunity in the absence of the officials, or under the cover of darkness, to scale the walls and eliminate us? What then? It would be akin to that unfortunate family down the street, who were caught off guard when a corpse was discovered in their woodshed. Ah, the thought alone sends shivers down my spine." The family she referenced was, of course, the Ouyang family. Those who had stumbled upon the body were now present, and they exchanged knowing glances toward Li Shiji. They were responsible for this area. Should a tragedy befall Li Shiji, the blame would inevitably rest upon their shoulders. "What shall we do?" One among them, unable to contain himself, inquired. "I wish to accompany my mother to the magistrate to lodge a complaint against the Yan family for plotting to harm us for their gain, so that the officials may take appropriate action. However, I fear that before we even locate the magistrate's office, we might be intercepted and sold." As Yan Xuehuai uttered her final words, her small finger pointed directly at Yan Zhaoshi. Chapter 56. The Lawsuit. As Yan Xuehuai's finger nearly poked his nose, Yan Zhaoshi could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed in fury, "You wretched child! I am your father. Would I ever sell you?" Yan Zhaoshi found himself at a loss for words when confronted. This audacious girl not only possessed a sharp tongue, but also invoked the name of the Duke of Dinghua. Yan Zhaoshi, having successfully passed the imperial examination, was certainly no fool. To deny such a benefactor would be to reject the Duke's graciousness. And with so many eyes upon him, including those of the vigilant Five Cities Division, he could only swallow the words that hovered on the tip of his tongue. With Yan Zhaoshi rendered speechless, Sun and Zhang were even more reticent. Zhang lamented her decision to join this gathering, regretting deeply why she had simply stayed home, fanning herself and enjoying the spectacle from a distance. Sun shared her regret. Although Yan Zhaoshi had moved away from their village to a county town over 50 miles from the old capital after becoming a scholar, the indolent Yan Zhaolin could neither farm nor cultivate the land. Grandmother Gua, concerned for her family's fields, insisted that the eldest, Yan Zhaoshan, and son remain in the countryside to tend to the land, allowing only Yan Jingxiu and Yan Xuejiao to reside in the county town. It was not until 3 years ago that Yan Zhaoshan and son, through considerable effort, persuaded Grandmother Gui to agree to lease out 10 acres of rice paddies to others, enabling them to move into the grand residence that belonged to Li Qinyang as part of her dowry. Li Qinyang operated a restaurant in the old capital, flitting between the two towns, and thus had little time to manage domestic affairs, allowing Sun to finally hold her head high beside Grandmother Gua. Unfortunately, their newfound prosperity was short-lived, as they soon found themselves fleeing to the new capital once again. Sun had lived for over 30 years, and the highest official she had ever encountered was merely the county magistrate's clerk who had dined at her home, a mere 9th rank. At this moment, witnessing the disdain with which the officials from the Wuchengxi regarded Yan Zhaoshi's status as a successful candidate, Sun was taken aback. In her heart, she silently cursed Li Qinyang as a vixen for associating with someone in power. She recalled her son Yan Jingxiu's remark that the capital was unlike the county. Here, even a fallen plaque could bring down a few 3rd or 4th rank officials. This thought rendered Sun even more reticent. She lowered her head, her eyes furtively glancing in that direction. The full name of Wuchengxi is the Wucheng Military Command, which encompasses the 5 military command offices of the Central, East, West, South, and North. The area around Huichang Street falls under the jurisdiction of the Central City Military Command, overseen by Deputy Commander Cheng Jin. Today, the leading figure among the Wuchengxi officials was none other than Cheng Jin himself. Cheng Jin was the younger brother of the Duke of Ning'an and had once been a member of the raucous youth in the old capital. Whom do the young rakes disdain the most? Not those who rely on their elders, but rather those who live off the fortune of others, especially in a manner akin to Yan Zhaoshi, who depended on a widow's fortune. If one wishes to live off another, they should formally marry into the family. There is no shame in that. However, to live off a widow is a different matter entirely. Is this something a person should do? Furthermore, Li Shiji had never charged a fee for the buns served to the Wuchengxi officials. This exemplifies the notion of precedence. Moreover, Yan Xuehuai had even invoked the Duke of Dinghua. Cheng Jin's gaze toward Yan Zhaoshi grew increasingly contemptuous. He inquired of Li Qinyang, "Do you intend to file a complaint?" Li Qinyang nodded earnestly. "I wish to lodge a complaint." Yan Zhaoshi was rendered speechless by his daughter's audacity. However, in the presence of Li Qinyang, he exhibited no semblance of restraint. The shameless vixen, a wife accusing her husband of disrespect. "If you dare to accuse me, the authorities shall first hold you accountable for your impudence." Both Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai were momentarily taken aback. Was such a thing possible? Gritting her teeth, Li Qinyang declared, "If the authorities wish to punish me, so be it. As long as I draw breath, I shall lodge my complaint." "Bravo!" came a resounding voice from the crowd. Yan Xuehuai turned to see that it was Dong Wanqian who had voiced his approval. Upon noticing her gaze, Dong Wanqian waved his fist in a threatening gesture. Yan Xuehuai felt a twinge of confusion. Had she inadvertently revealed something? Why else would this bandit girl harbor such animosity towards her? Indeed, Yan Xuehuai had not forgotten how she had seized the shop. Yet, what brought this pair of siblings here? Ever since Ouyang Hui's son was kidnapped for ransom, she had not encountered them. At this moment, however, she had no time for contemplation. She overheard Li Qinyang instructing Lu Inger, "Please fetch the gentleman at the street corner who assists in drafting complaints." Just as Lu Inger was about to depart, a voice from the crowd interjected, "No need to go. I am right here." All eyes turned to see an elderly man with a grizzled beard, clad in a coarse cloth robe. Making his way through the throng, Yan Xuehuai recognized him. Mr. Liu, a fellow refugee, reputed to be an old scholar. He had set up a stand at the street corner, offering to draft letters and complaints, though it seemed he received more requests for letters than for legal documents. Li Qinyang bowed respectfully to Mr. Liu and produced a small piece of silver, saying, "I kindly ask you, Mr. Liu, to assist me in drafting a petition." Mr. Liu glanced at Yan Zhaoshi and replied, "I have witnessed everything, and there is no need for you to be overly courteous. Once I finish the petition, you may settle the payment." Inger hurriedly entered the room to fetch the writing materials, placing them on the table typically used for selling bonds. Mr. Liu examined the paper and remarked, "This paper is inadequate. I must retrieve some from the stall." Zhang Wusao promptly interjected, "There is paper in my shop, which my son uses for practicing calligraphy." As he spread the paper on the table and prepared to write, Yan Xuehuai approached and said, "Sir, please hold on." Everyone turned to face Yan Xuehuai, and some sighed inwardly, recognizing that blood ties run deep. Ultimately, the daughter did not wish for her mother to sue her biological father. A woman could not restrain herself from saying, "My dear girl, your mother cares for you immensely. It is essential to maintain fairness." Yan Xuehuai smiled gratefully at the woman, assuring her, "Auntie, rest assured, I shall remain impartial." Turning to Mr. Liu, she inquired, "Since you are capable of drafting petitions, I presume you possess knowledge of the law?" Mr. Liu nodded, "I know a little." "What kind of punishment may a wife expect when suing her husband?" Yan Xuehuai asked. Mr. Liu responded, "According to the laws of the Great Way, should one sue close family members such as a spouse or grandparents, even if the claims hold merit, the punishment is a minimum of 2 years of penal servitude. For more severe accusations, the penalty is reduced by 1 degree. Conversely, for false accusations, the penalty is increased by 3 degrees. Yan Xuehuai comprehended the gravity of the situation, regardless of her husband's actual guilt. The wife would inevitably face a minimum of 2 years of imprisonment. She smiled and said to Mr. Liu, "Then please draft 2 petitions." "2 petitions?" Mr. Liu inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. Since a wife is suing her husband for criminal charges, the first petition should request the court to dissolve my parents' marriage." Dissolution? For the common people of the Great Wei dynasty, the term was familiar. They had heard of princesses and noble women who, unable to endure their husbands, sought divorce to remarry. Yet, they had never witnessed a common woman seeking such separation. "Is this permitted by the court?" Noticing Mr. Liu's hesitation, Yan Xuehuai asked, "Is there no provision for divorce in the laws of the Great Wei?" Mr. Liu paused, then replied, "If a couple is discordant, they may indeed seek a divorce. But it requires the consent of the clan leader and must be reported to the court. After dissolution, both parties are free to marry again, with no further ties. However, despite the law, divorces are exceedingly rare. What woman does not endure? Life is but a single journey. If one can manage, it suffices." Chapter 57. Father Yan Xuehuai bowed to Mr. Liu, expressing her gratitude. She then turned to her mother, asking, "Mother, do you wish to dissolve your marriage with Lord Yan?" The onlookers may not have discerned the implications of her words, but Mr. Liu understood clearly. When a daughter refers to her father as Lord Yan, it signifies a desire to sever ties with him. What does this imply? It suggests that the young lady would subsequently lack a clan, rendering her inferior in marriage negotiations. And upon marrying, she would have no familial support, making her position even more precarious than that of an orphan daughter. Mr. Liu also glanced at Li Qinyang, hoping she would comprehend the underlying principle. Even in the event of a separation, their daughter ought to remain within the Yan family. Li Qinyang, having evidently heard the words from the second master Yan, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She nodded and declared, "Mother is willing to part ways. I fear no hardship. Every coin I earn henceforth shall be yours, and I shall ensure you have a splendid wedding." Li Qinyang intentionally raised her voice. Her words not only directed at her daughter, but also intended for Yan Zhaoshi to understand that she was resolute in her decision to leave the Yan household with her child. Yan Zhaoshi trembled with rage, exclaiming, "You are dreaming." Having perused the laws of the Great Wei, he was indeed aware that separation was permissible. However, what right did a woman without familial support possess to seek such a separation? Did she truly believe she was worthy? Should Li Qinyang desire to leave the Yan family, it could only be through his dismissal. Li Qinyang's gaze merely skimmed across his face before she turned to Mr. Liu, stating, "My daughter's wishes align with mine. Please proceed." "Sir." Mr. Liu sighed and began to write. Yan Xuehuai, not idle, approached Qing Jin and respectfully bowed, saying, "Sir, my maternal grandfather and uncle are no longer present." Should a separation occur, I can only request the village chief's assistance. Might you send someone to accompany me in this matter? I fear that traversing alone may result in being captured and sold by the Yan family. Very well, Yan Zhaoshi nearly spat blood in disbelief. Was Yan Xuehuai not merely a pawn of Li Qinyang, specifically designed to ensnare him? When had he ever suggested he would sell her? Cheng Jin listened to Yan Xuehuai express her repeated concerns about being sold off by the Yan family, and could not help but smile. He found it hard to believe that Yan Zhaoshi would truly harm his own daughter. However, since the young lady was determined to set a trap for her father, he might as well lend her a hand. After all, he had nothing else to occupy his time, and the Yan family certainly appeared contemptible. Cheng Jin promptly summoned 2 subordinates, prepare the necessary tools, and escort Miss Yan to the village chief's residence. Be vigilant on the way. The 2 responded affirmatively and set off with Yan Xuehuai towards the village chief's home. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, astonished at the audacity of the Yan family to seize someone in public. Even the officers of the Wuqing division seemed to be on high alert around them. Yan Xuehuai had invited the officers of the Wuqing division to accompany her to seek the village chief's assistance, not out of fear of the Yan family, but rather out of concern that the chief might refuse to intervene. Indeed, upon hearing that she wished to divorce, the village chief shook his head vehemently. I would rather dismantle 10 temples than break a single marriage. This is out of the question. If it were any other family, he might not have been so quick to refuse. However, as the mother and daughter of Li Shiji had only just moved in, the chief was unfamiliar with them and thus would not offer his support. Yan Xuehuai glanced outside for help, prompting the village chief to inquire, "Is there anyone else accompanying you?" "Yes, the officials from the Wuqing division are with me. They are waiting just outside," she replied. The village chief was taken aback. After the incident involving Ouyang Hui, he had avoided confrontation with the Wuqing division, and now, hearing their name, gave him a headache. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" he exclaimed, hastily donning his shoes to go out, only to find familiar faces. Indeed, it was Cheng's deputy commander who had sent them. The village head could no longer afford to be obstinate, and followed Yan Xuehuai to Li Shiji. This surprising turn of events left the neighbors astonished, as they had not anticipated that our village head would be so agreeable. Dong Xibai inquired of Dong Wanwan, "This person has struck me. Shall we file a complaint?" To her surprise, Dong Wanwan genuinely contemplated the idea of lodging a complaint, having never done so before and curious about the experience. "Indeed, let us file a complaint. That elder will assist us." Yan Zhaoshi's face turned pale. "You are not permitted to file a complaint. You have struck me as well." After uttering these words, he glanced furtively at Cheng Jin, who was engaged in conversation with someone nearby and had not taken notice of them. This brought him some relief. "But you are the adult, and I cannot overpower you. It is evident that you have gained the upper hand." Dong Xiaobai placed her hands on her hips and stood on her tiptoes, recalling her strategist's advice that this was a negotiation. "Yet you are unscathed. It is I who has been injured." Yan Zhaoshi lowered his voice, casting wary glances around, fearful of being overheard. "Who claims I am uninjured? You have reddened my face with your strike. If you wish to prevent me from filing a complaint, then compensate me for my medical expenses." Dong Xiaobai remained composed. Yan Zhaoshi sighed in relief as he discreetly retrieved a small silver ingot weighing approximately 1 tael from his pocket, concealing it within his sleeve to avoid detection, and attempted to hand it to Dong Xiaobai through the fabric. Dong Wanwan and Dong Xiaobai were quite perceptive. A mere glance sufficed for them to ascertain the weight of the silver. "What do they take us for, beggars?" Dong Wanwan was on the verge of expressing her indignation. But Dong Xiaobai, with a quick thought, asked Yan Zhaoshi, "Where do you reside?" Yan Zhaoshi, perplexed yet sensing that this brother-sister duo was troublesome, retorted with a sneer, "If you do not wish to accept my compensation, then let it be." Yan Xuehuai had been attentively observing the situation, and upon hearing Dong Xiaobai inquire about Yan Zhaoshi's residence, she immediately comprehended the implications. She declared loudly, "The Yan family's residence is situated in Luogu Alley. Purchased with my mother's funds, and Mr. Lu's name must be included." Dong Wanjin and Dong Xiaobai exchanged glances, realizing the significance of Luogu Alley. However, they soon found themselves troubled, contemplating whether to set fire directly or to first demand a ransom before igniting the flames. Mr. Lu, well-versed in the law, promptly completed 2 legal documents, even appending the dowry list for Li Qinyang. This dowry list had been recounted by Li Qinyang, as the original remained in the southern region and was not brought along. Cheng Jin was taken aback by the swift completion of the documents. He glanced at Mr. Lu and said to Li Qinyang, "Since it is ready, let us proceed to the yamen." Cheng Jin had no intention of accompanying them. Instead, He instructed the two individuals who had just followed Yan Xuehuai to summon the village chief to join them. A Wang and A Kai were severely injured and thus could not attend the yamen, while Granny Gao and Aunt Di needed to assist the wounded Sun family member. Consequently, the once formidable group from the Yan family dwindled to just Yan Zhaoshi making his way to the yamen alone. Chapter 58. The yamen at this hour. The streets began to teem with pedestrians. Business at Li Shiji was not to be conducted today, and Li Qinyong advised Lu Yinger, "You need not accompany us. If you feel frightened alone in the shop, simply lock the door and take refuge at Sister Zhang's establishment." In truth, Li Qinyong also wished to prevent Yan Xuehuai from joining, believing that the yamen was an unsuitable place for a child. However, she could not dissuade Yan Xuehuai, and fortunately, Lu Yinger was obedient. Yet, there were still some who spontaneously followed behind Li Qinyong and her companions to the yamen to witness the spectacle. Zhang Wusao also joined them, for the headman of the village shared the same surname, Zhang, and was somewhat related to her, being her uncle by marriage. Zhang Wusao had ample justification for her presence. Her elderly husband required companionship, and should he stumble, someone must be there to assist him, whether in the former Pingqing or the present Xinjing. The various yamens were all situated not far from Huichang Street. The county yamen of Pingqing was merely a street away, and upon arriving at its entrance, the crowd beheld a constable standing before the drum of grievances. Yan Xuehuai intended to strike the drum, but Li Qinyong interjected. "Allow me." Zhang Wusao added, "You must not interfere in this matter. Let your mother approach the drum." Understanding their intentions, Yan Xuehuai stepped back, permitting Li Qinyong to proceed. As Li Qinyong reached the drum of grievances, the constable inquired, "Does the person you wish to accuse hold any official title?" Taken aback, Li Qinyong realized this was her first time seeking justice in Xinjing. She had only heard that those with official titles could stand before the magistrate without kneeling. Could it be that even striking the grievance drum was beyond her reach? With a blank expression, she replied, "He is a Jiren." The constable's eyes lit up. "A Jiren? Then you should go to the Pingqing prefecture." This response displeased even those from the Wuqing division who had accompanied her. While others might be oblivious, they were well aware that the officials of the Pingqing yamen were notoriously incompetent. They were astonished that even the constable would judge based on status. What was this? Could a Jiren not file a complaint? Which law of the Great Wei dynasty stipulated such a thing? This is indeed not the case, unless a commoner strikes the drum of grievances at the Dali Temple, where they would first receive punishment before their case is heard. Otherwise, whether one is suing a scholar or even a nobleman, it is essential that one first possesses the ability to submit their complaint to the court. The constables recognized the two individuals from the Five Cities division. The crowd understood that the county magistrate was absent, and the deputy magistrate was not attending to matters. Fortunately, Pingqing prefecture was not far away, so they proceeded there. Before the drum of grievances at the entrance of Pingqing prefecture stood two constables. Li Qinyong approached once again to strike the drum, and the two constables scrutinized her, inquiring, "Are you here to file a complaint?" Li Qinyong nodded. "Indeed, I am here to lodge a complaint. I kindly ask for your assistance, esteemed constables. Whom do you wish to accuse?" One constable glanced towards the crowd and immediately spotted the most distinguished-looking gentleman, Master Yan. With a sigh, Li Qinyong reluctantly stated, "I wish to accuse my husband." Indeed, uttering the words "my husband" made her feel quite nauseous. The two constables exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with smiles. They had long awaited this moment. Li Qinyong had never encountered constables who were so amicable. Indeed, the new capital was different. Even the constables were unlike those from the old capital. One constable hurried inside to report the news while the other, beaming with joy, accompanied Li Qinyong and her companions inside. The demeanor of the constables resembled that of welcoming attendants at a grand banquet hall. Those who had come to watch the spectacle could not enter. They had to remain outside. However, it mattered not, for since the court had accepted the case, they would soon witness the proceedings. Since the establishment of the Five Cities Division, the Pingqing Prefecture has not convened for over a month. In the past, during the era of the old capital, the Five Cities Division and the local government coexisted, collaborating effectively and fulfilling their respective roles. Unlike the current chaos in the new capital, Dong Wanwan and Dong Xiaobai have also arrived, their excitement palpable as if they were the ones involved in a lawsuit. "Sister, do they use a wooden block for the hearings? Do you have to remove your trousers for that? What if the person hasn't bathed?" Li Qinyong, Yan Zhaoshi, and Yan Xuehuai were escorted into the courthouse. Yan Xuehuai anticipated a lengthy wait, but to her surprise, they had scarcely entered when a clerk hurriedly approached. The clerk glanced at Li Qinyong, then at Yan Xuehuai, ultimately fixing his gaze on Li Qingyang. Without uttering a word, he accepted her petition, scrutinized it, and furrowed his brow. You wish to divorce? Li Qingyang nodded affirmatively. I wish to divorce. Only a divorce and no lawsuit? The clerk inquired. Yan Xuehuai found the clerk of the Pingqing prefecture rather peculiar. Was he eager for someone to file a lawsuit? Just as he was about to speak, Li Qingyang interjected. First the divorce, then the lawsuit. If a wife wishes to sue her husband, it results in a criminal sentence. Once divorced, they are no longer a couple, and thus, a lawsuit is permissible. You all stay here and do not wander off. The clerk took the petition and entered the inner chambers. Moments later, a constable approached them. You are to proceed to the front. The prefect wishes to commence the proceedings. Even Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. Was the efficiency of the Pingqing prefecture truly this remarkable? Was the prefect of Pingqing truly so unoccupied? Yan Xuehuai had already contemplated the situation on the road. Such petitions for divorce were typically dismissed by the authorities. And even if accepted, they would likely be postponed, with a high probability of being returned to the family for resolution before any formal record could be made. What merit did a wife possess in initiating a divorce? Even if cohabitation had become unbearable, it was customary for the husband to initiate the separation. However, not only did the Pingqing prefecture accept the petition, but they also intended to proceed with an immediate hearing. This filled Yan Xuehuai with trepidation, should word of this spread. Regardless of whether Li Qingyang would prevail in her case, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, a source of mockery at future poetry gatherings and literary events. The thought of the gentle demeanor of Miss Ruyu and the accolades received at the poetry gathering made him long to flee. Yet, being in the court, he was bound to remain until the case was concluded. Yan Xuehuai observed him coldly. The demise of the original owner was attributable not only to the band of refugees, but also to Yan Xuehuai, this so-called father. Contemplating this, her heart hardened further. Chapter 59, The Courtroom, wishing you a peaceful dragon boat festival. The constable summoned Li Qingyang and Yan Xuehuai to the court, and Yan Xuehuai hurried a few steps to follow them. A constable blocked her path. Who are you? Yan Xuehuai replied hastily. I am their daughter. It is not your concern. You need not attend the proceedings, the constable stated. Of course it concerns me. My father has forsaken his wife and daughter, favoring his illegitimate children over his legitimate ones. My mother seeks a divorce largely for my sake. Constable, tell me, if I do not go to testify, can I still consider myself a dutiful child? The constable thought to himself, you intend to testify against your father? That hardly seems like the act of a dutiful child. Seeing that the constable remained obstinate, Yan Xuehuai continued, just a moment ago, my father instructed 2 men to abduct me for the purpose of selling me. Fortunately, the neighbors intervened, preventing their scheme from succeeding. Constable, if I were to be handed over to my father, he would undoubtedly sell me. Although the governor is wise and discerning, he cannot possibly be aware of the affairs of every household. A man as clear-minded as he may very well be deceived by my father. Alas, should he decide to grant my father custody, it could lead to a tragedy, and the governor's illustrious reputation would be tarnished in an instant. At this point, Yan Xuehuai gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment as she stared at the constable. The constable, perplexed, touched his face and inquired, Why are you looking at me? Yan Xuehuai glanced around and lowered her voice, Brother, you wouldn't happen to harbor a grudge against the governor, would you? Is that why you refused to let me accompany you? Simply to ensure the governor makes an error? The constable's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. Who had he offended? In just a few moments, he had been cast as the governor's adversary? Having frequented the police station more often than the park in her young life, Yan Xuehuai had lost her fear of such places. After all, it was merely a matter of receiving admonishment. At worst, she would spend a night there and enjoy a couple of hearty meals. Noticing the constable's intense gaze, Yan Xuehuai offered a pitiful smile, resembling a delicate white flower swaying in the wind. The constable adopted a stern expression, stating, You may wait here in the hall. If the governor instructs you to testify, then you may proceed. Otherwise, you are not permitted to enter the hall at will. Once inside, you must refrain from speaking recklessly. Do you understand? Yan Xuehuai nodded eagerly, assuring, Understood, brother. Rest assured, on a day when we have leisure, I shall bring my sister-in-law to Li's food memoir. I will treat you both to steamed buns. My mother's buns are simply delightful. It was only when Yan Xuehuai dashed off to the court that the constable recalled. Sister-in-law? He doesn't even have a wife. Outside the court, a considerable crowd had gathered, some having followed from Huichang Street, while others happened to pass by, intrigued. How curious. It had been quite some time since the court last convened. Indeed, ever since our town became part of the capital, there have been no court hearings. What sort of case could this be, and why were there women involved? The onlookers from Huichang Street perked up, for they were well versed in this topic. They had seen the gentleman in question, a man of respectable appearance and a Jiren, who, in a fit of selfishness, had abandoned his own daughter for the sake of a concubine's child, nearly causing the child's demise. Fearing the repercussions of such a scandal, the entire family conspired to silence his wife. In truth, the Yan family's intention to harm Li Qingyang was not merely to eliminate a witness. Yet the imagination of the masses ran wild, weaving a tale of murder to cover up a secret. Good heavens, is this true? Is it genuine? Indeed. More authentic than pearls. That woman is currently running a shop on Huichang Street, Li's food memoir. You know, the newly opened one. I've heard of it. Though I haven't dined there. How's the food? Delicious. They serve rice dishes. What do they call them? Oh yes, braised pork over rice, exceptionally tasty. Especially the meat broth, simply divine. How much does a bowl cost? Is it expensive? Yan Xuehuai swallowed hard and said, Sister, I wish to savor a bowl of braised pork over rice. Dong Wanwan shot him a glare, responding, Once our shop opens, you may indulge as much as you desire. Sister, isn't our shop specializing in barbecue? Barbecue is far more delicious than braised pork, Dong Xiaobai pouted. But I crave braised pork. Look, the governor is coming out. The governor has gained more weight, he remarked. That is a sign of prosperity. The prosperous governor surveyed the 2 men and 1 woman before him, his gaze lingering particularly on the woman. She appeared quite delicate, though her face bore 2 streaks of blood. The governor, not being a coroner, could nonetheless discern that these marks were the result of fingernail scratches. Do not inquire how the governor possessed such knowledge. It was a familiarity he had long since acquired. Li Qingyang and Zhang Lijing knelt before him, while Yan Zhaoshi performed a deep bow. Who are the individuals before me? The governor inquired. Yan Zhaoshi stepped forward, stating, I am Yan, named Zhaoshi, a scholar from the 11th year of the Dexian era. The governor frowned and glanced at his clerk, who then bellowed, Who is the plaintiff? The clerk turned to the nearby Lijing and asked, What about you? Lijing replied, I'm the Lijing of Huichang Street. The Li family wishes to separate from her husband, and having no maternal relatives, I have agreed to act as her guarantor. The governor nodded. Having already perused the case documents in the back room and heard from the clerk that Li possessed another document, seeking first to separate before pursuing further claims. Li family. Do you wish to separate from your husband? Li Qingyang affirmed with determination, This humble woman seeks a separation. I implore your excellency to adjudicate. The governor inquired of Yan Zhaoshi, Do you also wish to part ways? He then turned to Li Qingyang. Is your husband's accusation substantiated? Li Qingyang, calm and composed, replied, Yan Zhaoshi claims that this humble woman possesses private property, yet the village head can attest to my situation. The residence I occupy on Huichang Street belongs to the venerable Lady Yu. My daughter and I reside there, making a modest living through our culinary skills. I possess neither wealth nor employment. How could I possibly have private property? The village head concurred. What Madame Li states is indeed true. The shop in question is certainly the property of Lady Yi. Although there were no male heirs left in Lady Ye's family, the governor, having spent several years in Pingqing, was well aware of her status. With the village head's affirmation, it was clear that the shop belonged to Lady Yu. Yan Zhaoshi was taken aback, feeling a twinge of regret, reflecting on the previous day's conversation with his mother and elder brother and sister-in-law. He realized he had hastily agreed to take over the shop without due consideration. He must have been inebriated, for how else could he have so readily believed their claims? Alas, his mother and elder brother and sister-in-law, lacking formal education and broader perspectives, assumed that since Li Qingyang had opened a shop, it must belong to her. Little did they know, the shop was merely rented. Even if they were to seize it, it would only amount to a few tables and stools. Yan Zhaoshi's mouth fell agape as he listened to Li Qingyang continue speaking. Yan Zhaoshi remarked that the young woman was childless. Yet her daughter was already 14 years of age, and the young woman herself was merely 29, still well within the age of childbearing. Furthermore, over the years, the young woman had provided Yan Zhaoshi with 5 concubines, with 1 currently pregnant. During their escape from the old capital to the new, the young woman's daughter fell ill. Fearing that his legitimate daughter might contract the illness from the concubine, Yan Zhaoshi callously abandoned the little girl on the roadside. One may inquire of Yan Zhaoshi whether this event indeed transpired. Had this not been in a court of law, he would have already struck a blow. After years of marriage, today he discovered that Li Qingyang possessed a sharp tongue. Having reached this point in her discourse, if he continued to assert that Li Qingyang was without children, thus committing the grievous offense of 7 departures. She would then accuse him of favoring a concubine over his wife. As a scholar, should the charge of favoring a concubine over his wife be substantiated, the preservation of his academic title would be uncertain, yet it was certain that Yusufu would no longer employ him. Chapter 60. Divorce. The citizens listening outside the courtroom had already erupted in outrage. Even those who were previously aware of the situation now joined in the condemnation. I have heard that the chaos outside the city is severe. How could this man, Yan, abandon his daughter by the roadside? Is he truly her father? What is a concubine, then? Is it merely a mistress? No, it is a servant girl, one who has been taken by her master. What? He cast aside his own daughter for the sake of a servant girl? The clamor from outside grew increasingly fervent until the constables struck the ground with their clubs, bellowing for silence, compelling the citizens to lower their voices. The gaze of the governor oscillated between Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai, finally pausing upon Yan Xuehuai's face. A chill coursed down Yan Xuehuai's spine, as though ants were traversing along his back. Trembling, he hastily lowered his eyes. The governor internally scoffed, recalling how, just yesterday, officials reminisced about the splendor of the old capital, extolling its century-old heritage and illustrious figures. After all, Yan Xuehuai hailed from that very old capital, did he not? He asked, Scholar Yan, can what Li has asserted be deemed truthful? Yan Xuehuai clenched his teeth, responding, if Li asserts that she has raised 5 concubines for the student, then why does she not mention her role in the demise of the illegitimate child? This is indeed a family disgrace. Had it not been for Li's uproar in court, I would have preferred to keep it unspoken. A wave of murmurs rippled through the listening crowd. What? The demise of an illegitimate child? Yan Xuehuai felt a flicker of satisfaction. He straightened his posture and proclaimed loudly, it is indeed true that I have 5 concubines. Yet each time one of them has been pregnant, misfortunes have befallen, either miscarriage or early death. Even the current concubine, who is with child, has suffered a miscarriage in the past. This is beyond dispute. The governor furrowed his brow. Do you believe Li is responsible for all of this? Without a doubt. The Yan family, both young and old, are all honest and upright individuals. Li, however, is not. She runs a tavern, engaging in mercantile endeavors solely for profit, lacking refinement. Furthermore, she is childless, which breeds jealousy. Who else, if not she, could be responsible for the death of the student's child? The governor's frown deepened, a hint of displeasure evident. After all, his family was in the business sector. In Pingqing, who was unaware of such matters. Did Yan Xuehuai truly not know? Yan Xuehuai was truly oblivious to the reality that, despite his daily social engagements, the conversations among his peers revolved around trivial matters of romance and leisure, seldom touching upon the affairs of the state. Such a focus on material gain, too preoccupied with self-interest. Since the founding of this dynasty by the great ancestor, numerous restrictions imposed on merchants by the previous regime had been abolished. The descendants of merchants were afforded the opportunity to pursue education and public service. For those who could not pass examinations, there remained the option to purchase official titles. The court even conferred official status upon successful merchants who made notable contributions, as exemplified by the Li family of the Zongbang. Thus, Yan Xuehuai's scathing remarks against Li Qinyang not only offended the governor, but also alienated the attentive citizens outside the courtroom. The urban populace differed markedly from their rural counterparts. While the latter were predominantly engaged in agriculture, city dwellers either ran small businesses or labored for other merchants. Even scholars depended on their families' commercial endeavors or manual labor for sustenance, thereby rendering them the crude individuals Yan Xuehuai so disparagingly described. The governor, his expression darkened, inquired, Scholar Yan, you assert that the Li family is responsible for your child's demise. Do you possess any tangible evidence, such as witnesses or physical proof? Have you witnessed this with your own eyes? Yan Xuehuai hesitated, fully aware that he had not seen anything firsthand. He had merely heard the accounts from old Lady Gua, his elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law, with similar assertions from his elder brother and third brother. If the Li family intended to commit such a heinous act, they would naturally ensure that no one could witness it. The governor sneered, so there are neither witnesses nor evidence, merely your unfounded allegations and nonsensical ramblings? Yan Xuehuai yearned to defend his position, yet he found himself at a loss for words and could only respond, if it is not her, then who could it possibly be? She cannot bear a son herself and thus seeks to harm mine. The governor, unable to endure any longer, struck the gavel with a resounding thud and proclaimed, You possess no tangible evidence. Cease your nonsensical utterances lest you bring disgrace to our esteemed discourse. Momentarily taken aback, he found himself at a loss for words, refraining from further deceit. Observing his silence, the governor's demeanor softened somewhat, yet his expression remained stern. Yan Xuehuai, do you consent to the divorce? Noticing his hesitation, the clerk felt a sense of urgency. This case had garnered the attention of the Duke of Gua, and the future of their master hinged upon it. What was Yan dilly-dallying for? In a hushed tone, audible only to those present, the clerk urged, Scholar Yan, since you harbor disdain for the Li family, why not agree to the divorce? You could soon remarry a woman of noble lineage, and any offspring from that union would be legitimate, far superior to those born of a concubine. A thought stirred within Yan Xuehuai's heart as he recalled the poet's sister, Miss Tang. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also excelled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The Tang family was renowned for its scholarly heritage, and the poet held his sister in high regard, often taking her to poetry gatherings and introducing her to distinguished guests. He had once fantasized that if he could wed a woman of such talent, his life would be complete. However, given her noble status, it was inconceivable for her to become a concubine. But what if he were to part ways with Li Qinyang? The thought ignited a flicker of hope within him. I agree. As soon as the words left his lips, the governor's gavel struck the table once more, echoing through the chamber. Very well, this court hereby decrees your divorce. From henceforth, you shall be free to marry whomever you choose, and shall have no further ties to one another. Upon the governor's command, the clerk swiftly prepared the divorce document, complete with signatures and seals, and presented the dowry list submitted by Li Qinyang to Yan Xuehuai. Can the dowry listed here be considered valid? Yan Xuehuai scrutinized the items, noting that the shops and estates were all located in the south, managed by individuals from Li Qinyang's maternal family. Despite repeated offers from Lord Yin and Lord Yin San to assist in management, Li Qinyang had consistently declined, which had provoked considerable ire from old Madame Gua. Consequently, Yan Xuehuai generously marked these items as confirmed, while he categorically dismissed the jewelry and antique furnishings listed, claiming they had been lost during their flight, rendering them impossible to recover. Li Qinyang did not contest this, allowing Yan Xuehuai to strike through the items until he reached the final entry. He paused, taken aback by the mention of the 3-entry residence on Gambit Alley. That was purchased by me, and is unrelated to the Li family. The official records will confirm it under my name. The clerk cast a sympathetic glance at Li Qinyang, who merely smiled in response and inquired, then, who shall the daughter belong to? Upon hearing Li Qinyang mention their daughter, Yan Xuehuai's mind instinctively recalled the kick delivered by Yan Xuehuai. Without hesitation, he asserted, the Yin family has no such unfilial daughter. Li Qinyang chuckled lightly and addressed the clerk. Since the Yin family does not want her, then she shall belong to the Li family. It was then that Yan Xuehuai grasped the implications, hastily countering, but she is of the Yin bloodline. Till death, she shall bear the Yin surname. The clerk looked once more at Li Qinyang, who smirked with a hint of derision, retorting, it is merely a surname. I shall not contest you over it. Listening intently to the commotion in the hall, Yan Xuehuai finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been concerned that her mother might contest the property in Gambit Alley. But thankfully, that was not the case. As for herself, Yan Xuehuai was well aware that even if Yan Xuehuai desired her, old Lady Gu would certainly not acquiesce. Once the dowry was clarified, the procedures for the divorce would be finalized. The magistrate, recalling what the clerk had mentioned, inquired, do both parties have any further matters to discuss? If not, we shall adjourn. Li Qinyang presented the document she had been holding with both hands, declaring, I, Li, the humble woman, hereby accuse the scholar Yan Xuehuai and his family of murder for gain. I beseech the esteemed magistrate to seek justice on my behalf. Chapter 61. The chains. Yan Xuehuai's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. This woman, Li Qinyang, truly dared to accuse him. Your Honor, this cannot be. He lacked experience in court and intended to refute the vile woman's slander, but he forgot that only the magistrate could determine whether to accept the accusation in this court. Before he could finish his protest, the bailiffs struck their rods, and the magistrate's expression darkened. The gavel struck again. You audacious defendant. How dare you, a scholar, show such contempt for this court and raise your voice here? Bailiffs, take the defendant outside for questioning. Yan Xuehuai felt utterly wronged and wished to argue his case. But as 2 bailiffs approached, brandishing their rods, he was forced to retreat until he found himself outside the hall. Meanwhile, Yan Xuehuai was immersed in her own emotional turmoil. Li Qinyang filed a lawsuit against the Yin family, and Yan Xuehuai served as a crucial witness. However, according to the laws of the Great Way, relatives are obligated to conceal one another, with the exception of the 10 heinous crimes such as treason and great disrespect. For any offenses committed by direct blood relatives within 3 generations, descendants have no obligation to report or testify. They may even assist in concealment without facing punishment. Should they choose to report, even if the elder faces consequences, the descendants too will be punished for their lack of filial piety. When Mr. Liu drafted the petition, he discreetly advised Yan Xuehuai, who was not foolish enough to suffer alongside her family. She had her own intentions. Now, she regretted not bringing some mustard with her. Her hair proved useless. She plucked a few strands, poked her nose with them, and sneezed several times, yet not a single tear fell. Yan Xuehuai stumbled out of the courtroom, nearly falling, and upon turning his head, he caught sight of Yan Xuehuai, who was rubbing her nose. Yan Xuehuai was well aware of the reason behind Yan Zhaoshi's emergence, and she cast a few more glances in his direction. However, to Yan Zhaoshi, it appeared as though Yan Xuehuai reveled in his misfortune. Having lost his father early and with the Yan family in poverty, he had endured considerable bullying in his childhood. Being the second son, overshadowed by an elder brother who was the head of the household and a younger brother indulged by their mother, he became the least favored child, which bred a character that feared the strong and bullied the weak. Once a personality is formed, it is challenging to alter. Yan Zhaoshi had lived for over 30 years without change, and it was unlikely he would do so in the future. When reprimanded by the governor, he dared not retort. Yet, faced with his own 14-year-old daughter, the shame and indignation within him erupted into a furious blaze. You unfilial daughter, just like your mother, a wretched creature. Here. Outside the courtroom, although Yan Zhaoshi was seething with anger, he could only lower his voice. The waiting area outside the court was barely the size of a palm. And Yan Zhaoshi and Yan Xuehuai were already in close proximity. Yan Xuehuai appeared to be petrified, retreating in fear, while Yan Zhaoshi pressed closer with every step. Suddenly, something tripped Yan Xuehuai's heel, causing her to tumble to the ground with a thud. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me," she cried, clearly so frightened that her legs had gone weak. She had no choice but to prop herself up with her hands, inching backward on the ground. "Father, I beg you, don't kill me, please." A constable turned to leave and, just as he stepped out, he caught sight of Yan Xuehuai sitting on the ground and Yan Zhaoshi advancing menacingly. Upon seeing the constable, Yan Xuehuai screamed, "Officer, save me! Officer, save me!" The constable, startled, shouted, "No violence allowed." At this moment, not only did the governor hear, but also Li Qinyang and the citizens waiting outside the court. Li Qinyang rose, ready to rush out, but the clerk, sharp-eyed, called out, "Kneel down, kneel down." The governor's expression darkened as several constables brought Yan Zhaoshi and Yan Xuehuai inside. It was only then that the governor noticed Yan Xuehuai. The young girl appeared frail, looking quite young, her hair disheveled, and her face marked by fear. She limped as she walked, clearly having been severely beaten. While it is not uncommon for a father to strike his daughter, the circumstances of Yan Zhaoshi abandoning his daughter for a concubine changed the implications of the matter entirely. The governor shook his head, reflecting that this young girl was indeed unfortunate, cursed to be born as Yan Zhaoshi's daughter. "I did not strike her. This unfilial daughter fell on her own," Yan Zhaoshi shouted. Yan Xuehuai had long been too frightened to speak, curling up beside Li Qinyang like a startled creature. The magistrate, furious, declared, "Defendant, you have repeatedly roared in this court, showing utter disregard for the law. Take the defendant away and imprison him for 3 days. Fine him 10 taels." Yan Zhaoshi could hardly believe that he, the defendant, had not even been formally tried yet was already sentenced to imprisonment, although it was merely 3 days. It was an immense humiliation. What shocked him further was that after his removal, the magistrate sent someone to Drum Alley. Yan Zhaoshan, the esteemed elder of the Yan family, was not home, and thus the youngest, Yan Zhaolin, intended to seek out Yan Zhaoshi. However, he was stopped by old Lady Gua, who admonished, "Where do you think you're going? You have 2 older brothers. It is not your place to go. Stay quietly at home." Son, enduring her own pain, was incensed, feeling the old lady's favoritism was too blatant. She was well aware that the second son had gone to the magistrate's office, yet she allowed her own man to seek out the defendant. Yan Zhaolin was already a father. He was no longer a child. At that moment, a young maid rushed in, breathless with panic. "Old lady, someone from the magistrate's office has arrived." Everyone was taken aback. Yan Zhaolin hurried outside and soon learned that they had come to detain someone. He wanted to inquire further, but the officials refused to elaborate, only stating they were there to take old Lady Gua and Sunday. Old Lady Gua wailed, "I will not go. Let me die instead. I would rather perish than set foot in an official's door." She lamented, "Why not arresting? She was clearly there today." Yes, it was Li Qinyang who had filed the complaint. Li Qinyang was slandering. She was falsely accusing. Third uncle, you must go tell the officials that Li Qinyang is lying. Yan Xiaolin was greatly startled, ignoring the words spoken by Sunday. The officials dispatched by the governor were not mere underlings, but rather officers of the law. These captors had dealt with their fair share of apprehensions and were accustomed to the cries of despair. Such lamentations held little sway over them, merely eliciting annoyance. Hurry up. Do not dawdle. If you do not emerge soon, we shall resort to immediate confinement. In Chapter 62, Dog Urine, both Old Lady Gua and Sun were brought before the court. Sun trembled with fear, while Old Lady Gua stole a glance at the governor seated in the hall. Noticing his rotund figure and amiable demeanor, her trepidation dissipated. However, when her gaze fell upon the entwined forms of Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai, a realization dawned upon her. Sun and Zhang were indeed correct. This mother-daughter duo had come to lodge a complaint. Before the officials could instruct her to kneel, Old Lady Gua plopped down onto the floor, bursting into tears, eventually losing consciousness amidst her wails. The kind-hearted governor was taken aback. What had transpired? He had done nothing. Yet this elderly woman had fainted. Bring assistance. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun shrieked, Mother, oh mother, do not leave us. There is a life at stake. The governor was momentarily stunned, as was the scribe. Then, a bright voice rang out, Fear not, fear not. My grandmother suffers from a chronic condition. A splash of dog urine will remedy her. The scribe momentarily froze, then quickly reacted, shouting, Quickly, fetch a dog. Outside the official's office, a dog happened to be taking a stroll. As it approached a tree, preparing to lift its leg, someone shouted, Don't urinate, you're needed to save someone. Consequently, another voice rang out in the court, my lord, there's a dog holding back its urine. The clerk hastily urged the constable, Quickly, bring the dog here. Strangely enough, just as the clerk finished speaking, the seemingly lifeless old lady Gu suddenly sat up, awakened. The clerk sighed and said to the constable, Tell that dog it need not hold it in, as it is detrimental to its health. At this, old Lady Gu dared not cry out or feign death any longer. Although advanced in years, her senses remained sharp. She had clearly heard that it was that wretched girl, Yan Xuehuai, who threatened to douse her with dog urine. Yan Xiaolin had also come along, and he and Zhang Shi hid among the crowd of onlookers, fearful of being recognized. In the courtroom, the governor inquired about old Lady Gu and Sun's conspiracy against Li Qinyang. Initially, both denied the accusations, but as the governor threatened to resort to punishment, Sun immediately exclaimed, It was Gao and Di who did it. I merely tried to stop them, but to no avail. She then turned to Li Qinyang and said, Sister-in-law, I have never wronged you over the years, have I? You must have been confused that day. It was clearly Gao and Di who intended to harm you, and I was trying to intervene. She then addressed Yan Xuehuai, second niece. You witnessed it with your own eyes. Gao and Di sought to harm your mother, and your aunt tried to stop them, didn't she? Yan Xuehuai shook her head, saying, The old woman Gao and the old woman Di have no enmity with my mother. Why would they harm her? Besides, they only heed your and grandmother's words. Whatever you instruct them to do, they will follow. That day, indeed, the old woman Gao and the old woman Di were present, but as Yan Xuehuai stated, they are merely servants. Sun spoke hastily in our household. It is your grandmother who holds authority. As a daughter-in-law, how could I possibly make decisions? In her heart, old Lady Gu secretly scolded Sun, thinking, The eldest daughter-in-law is also cunning. She seeks to place the blame squarely on me. I am but an old woman, powerless and without influence. Who would heed my words? Those two wretched individuals, are they to consult me? The magistrate spoke solemnly, Bring the old woman Gao and the old woman Di here. In Li Qinyang's accusations, indeed, old Lady Gua and Sun were mentioned, along with their servants, as having acted against her. This was a fact. Yet those with clear insight understood that the two servants were merely following orders. However, now old Lady Gua and Sun firmly insisted that the old woman Gao and the old woman Di were the masterminds, portraying themselves as the unfortunate victims of servant abuse. A narrative that Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai would certainly not accept. Li Qinyang did not visit old Madame Gua and Sun. Instead, she bowed her head and addressed the governor, saying, My lord, I have witnessed with my own eyes and heard with my own ears that Yan Gua ordered two maids to suffocate me. I struggled fiercely, but they could not subdue me. Yan Gua then commanded them to smother my mouth and nose with a pillow, while Yan Sun held my legs, rendering me immobile. The two maids acted merely on orders. Yan Gua is the principal offender, and Yan Sun is an accomplice. The governor, well aware of General Hao's reputation, realized that the wild man mentioned by old Madame Guo was none other than Hao Chong. In a fit of rage, he struck the judgment block with a resounding thud and exclaimed, "You audacious woman, how dare you slander an official of the court? Guards, bring forth the wooden clamps." Old Madame Guo and son were unfamiliar with the method of punishment, but they understood it involved torture. Just as old Madame Guo was about to raise her voice in protest, her 10 fingers were already ensnared in the clamps. The guards had not even exerted force when old Madame Guo fainted. This time, it was genuine unconsciousness. High Granny and D Granny were brought to the court, both of them already injured and now frightened. When questioned by the governor, they confessed as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Upon hearing their statements, Sun hurriedly proclaimed her innocence. "I was coerced, truly coerced, according to the laws of the Great Way in cases of homicide. If the crime was plotted but no harm was inflicted, the punishment is 100 strokes of the rod and 3 years of imprisonment. Accomplices receive 100 strokes each." As old Madame Guo had yet to regain consciousness and could not sign, at that moment, a guard hurried over and whispered something in the clerk's ear. The governor inquired, "What is it?" The clerk replied, "There is someone outside claiming to be the eldest grandson of the Yan family, wishing to testify for this case." The governor furrowed his brow, eager to resolve the case expeditiously. However, with a witness willing to testify, failing to summon that individual to the stand would likely complicate matters further. "Let him come forth," he murmured to his secretary, their voices barely audible to those present in the hall. Yet, the order for someone to ascend the platform did not escape the notice of the crowd. At this juncture, who else could possibly arrive? Chapter 63. The contract and the memories bequeathed to Yan Xuehuai by the original owner, aside from the phrase a prodigy. There lingered another 5 words: his father dotes on him. Indeed, within the original owner's recollections, the father, Yan Zhaoshi, regarded Yan Jingxiu as his own flesh and blood. From a young age, Yan Jingxiu possessed a captivating charm, and Yan Zhaoshi taught him to read. After just one lesson, the boy would remember all. Moreover, at the tender age of 5 or 6, Yan Jingxiu would sneak off to the village's private school, enchanted by the lessons he overheard through the window. Later, after marrying Li Qinyang and finding himself with some surplus funds, Yan Zhaoshi kept Yan Jingxiu close, personally instructing him. Eventually, after Yan Zhaoshi passed the imperial examination and the Yan family relocated to the county seat, only Yan Zhaoshan and his wife's son remained in the countryside to farm. Yan Jingxiu then enrolled in the county academy. Whenever Yan Zhaoshi had social engagements, he would take Yan Jingxiu along. The year before, when Yan Jingxiu accompanied Yuxing to the new capital, Yan Zhaoshi traveled great distances to ensure his son's arrival, even securing a residence in Drum Alley for Yan Jingxiu to inhabit. It is worth noting that Yan Jingxiu spent far more time with his uncle, Yan Zhaoshi, than with his own parents. In her childhood, Yan Xuehuai was 5 years younger than Yan Jingxiu, who was a boy, and thus they seldom played together. When Yan Xuehuai reached the age of 8 or 9, Yan Jingxiu moved to the county school and later to the new capital, resulting in little interaction between them. Yan Xuehuai could not comprehend why Yan Jingxiu had suddenly appeared here. However, Sun and the recently awakened old Madame Gu were overjoyed. Old Madame Gu, having lost the strength to wail, was in tears. "Jingxiu, my dear grandson, you have finally arrived. You must stand up for your grandmother. I have been wronged." The governor's mouth twitched in confusion, wondering if he had wronged her. Sun, having learned her lesson, dared not speak, instead gazing hopefully at Yan Jingxiu as he entered slowly. Yet, Yan Jingxiu appeared oblivious to them, lifting his robe to kneel. "I am Yan Jingxiu, a student of Shuren Academy, a 4th-year scholar of the year Baokong." The governor, noticing his refined appearance and demeanor, which was markedly different from the others in the Yan family, felt a sense of goodwill and gently inquired, "Young scholar Yan, where is your evidence?" As he spoke, Yan Jingxiu solemnly bowed once more and then turned to Li Qinyang, offering his respects. Li Qinyang coldly replied, "I have divorced Yan Zhaoshi. Do not address me as aunt anymore." Yan Jingxiu remained unperturbed, his demeanor humble and respectful. He said to the governor, "I have brought the person who sought out my second aunt and cousin that day. He is waiting outside now." The governor nodded, and the secretary remarked, "Bring him in." A man named Yu Wu, originally a bodyguard from the Lunghu escort agency, claimed that over 2 months ago, the Yan family had paid him 200 taels of silver to assist in locating Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai. He engaged fellow travelers in the search, and indeed, he managed to find them. However, before the bodies could be delivered to the capital, he learned that he had been misled. With no other choice, he buried the 2 corpses himself. As he spoke, Yu Wu produced a contract, which the scribe accepted and presented to the magistrate. The magistrate remarked, This only serves to confirm that your Yin family did indeed seek out Li Qingyang and her daughter. However, the evidence is irrefutable that Yan Xuehuai and Yan Xuehuai, along with 2 servants, had intentions of murder. Yan Jingxiu sighed, admitting, I do not dare to refute this. However, my grandmother and mother were indeed misled by wicked servants, mistakenly believing that my second aunt was possessed by a ghost, which led to their grievous error. Xuehuai added, yes, I merely followed my mother-in-law's words, believing there was a ghost as well. Grandmother Gua shot her a fierce glare, realizing that Xuehuai intended to shift the blame onto her, revealing her less than virtuous nature. Yan Jingxiu respectfully bowed his head and addressed the magistrate. My grandmother and mother, lacking discernment and credulous, have wronged both themselves and Lady Li. According to the law, they should be punished. Yet, given my grandmother's advanced age and my mother's frail health, I am willing to accept the punishment on their behalf and offer my sincerest apologies to Lady Li. A stir arose outside. Those of age shook their heads and sighed. Although the Yin family was far from virtuous, they had raised a dutiful son. Not merely dutiful, for he had even spent his own money in the search for his aunt and cousin, surpassing the efforts of his uncle by far. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate to be born into the Yin family. However, he mentioned that Yan Xuehuai has also sought assistance. What is he looking for? Did you not see that the contract was signed between him and the escort? It has nothing to do with his uncle. True, the one seeking help is him, not his uncle. Oh dear, this nephew is truly remarkable. Let us observe how the magistrate adjudicates. It cannot be that he alone bears the punishment meant for 2. Such an admirable person should not be harmed, according to the laws of the Great Way, except for the gravest offenses warranting capital punishment. The corporal punishment decreed for grandparents and parents can be borne by their descendants. This is inscribed in the penal code, known not only to the magistrate but also to the common folk. The magistrate sighed, like the townsfolk. He felt a sense of pity for the young man named Yan Jingxiu. Such a radiant and promising individual was inevitably bound to be encumbered by his family's burdens. Consequently, the magistrate developed a fondness for talent. Nonetheless, he had to ensure the proper handling of the matter concerning the public transport of the nation. He turned to Li Qingyang and inquired, does Yan Xuehuai consent to return your entire dowry? Chapter 64. Wealth. Li Qingyang replied, he only agrees to return the properties I possess in the south, while claiming that my jewelry, the antique furnishings brought from the south, and a box of gold have all been lost on the journey. The residence on Drum Lane, where the Yan family currently resides, was also purchased with my silver, and none of these have been returned, due to the absence of the dowry ledger, signed by 2 families, which was not brought forth. Apart from the assets listed under the Li family in the fish scale ledger, the remainder cannot be definitively attributed to Li Qingyang. Particularly, the jewels and gold, lacking any named ownership, remain unproven as hers, even if they lay before one. Furthermore, the property on Drumbeat Alley is registered under Yan Xuehuai's name, complicating matters further. The governor furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Regardless of the number of properties in the south, they appeared to be devoid of value. Consequently, aside from a burdensome daughter, Li Qingyang has seemingly brought nothing with her. This situation is untenable. The Duke of Dinghua had instructed him to act justly, not to muddle the waters. After a moment's contemplation, the governor instructed his secretary, let us temporarily adjourn and reconvene in half an hour. The onlookers, who were engrossed in the proceedings, were abruptly interrupted and expressed their dissatisfaction. Particularly anxious were Dong Wanxian and Dong Xiaobai, who were eager to witness the pale-faced man stripped of his trousers and punished. Sister, do you think his bottom is pale? You shall soon find out. Why the haste? The governor excused himself for a moment to refresh, while the secretary summoned Yan Jingxiu to the back hall. According to the laws of Dawei, your grandmother is to receive 100 strokes and a 3-year sentence. You may bear the brunt of the corporal punishment for her, yet she must still endure the imprisonment. Moreover, being your own grandmother, while you will not be held accountable collectively, your prospects along with your brothers will inevitably be affected to some extent. There remains a crucial point unspoken by the advisor. Yet Yan Jingxiu comprehends it instinctively. Should either grandmother Gua or son pass away, he would be compelled to observe a period of mourning. If grandmother Gua were to die, he would mourn for a year. If son were to perish, the mourning would extend to 3 years. Next year, apart from the imperial examination, there exists the opportunity for enrollment in the Imperial Academy. In the past decade, the Academy has ceased to admit students from impoverished backgrounds. Those who gain entry are invariably from noble families. Though the Yin family lacks official status, Yi Sifu has already pledged to recommend Yi Sheng and Yan Xuehuai for admission to the academy next year. Studying at the academy not only imparts knowledge, but also fosters valuable connections. The academy only recruits every 3 years. Should he miss this opportunity, he would have to wait another 3 years, and the future remains uncertain. Yan Xuehuai is determined not to let this fortuitous chance slip away. He gazes at the advisor with unwavering resolve, inquiring whether Madame Li might consent to a private settlement. A private settlement? How so? The advisor muses, stroking his goat-like beard with a bemused expression. A thought strikes Yan Xuehuai. Has the advisor perhaps accepted a bribe from Li Qinyang? Esteemed advisor, I am but a young and inexperienced student, and my elders are unable to assist. You possess the wisdom. How have other cases been settled privately? Yan Xuehuai frowns, aware only that the residence on Drumbeat Alley was purchased by his second uncle from Li Qinyang for a sum of money. Yet he is oblivious to the presence of gold and the whereabouts of Li Qinyang's jewelry. Without much contemplation, he deduces the likely location of these valuables. The Yan family, accustomed to a life of hardship, would never carelessly misplace such possessions. It is certain that his mother and third aunt must have hidden them away. And perhaps even his elder sister has played a part in this concealment. Upon reflecting on them, Yan Xuehuai gritted his teeth, filled with resentment, lamenting the short-sightedness of those who only seek trifling gains. Master Clerk, why not have the Li family propose a sum? I shall discuss it with my family. The Master Clerk chuckled. Over the years in New Jing, there have been few cases of wives suing their husbands. Thus, it is evident that today's case holds significant weight. We must proceed swiftly. The governor has just stated that the court will convene in half an hour, and the crowd outside eagerly awaits. By the time you finish your discussions, alas. The Master Clerk sighed, but then proposed, your scholar uncle is currently detained in the yamen. How about I arrange for someone to take you there, allowing you both a moment to converse and negotiate? Yan Xuehuai had no choice but to express his gratitude. The Master Clerk waved him off and summoned Li Qinyang inside. While Li Qinyang awaited her turn with Yan Xuehuai outside, Yan Xuehuai inquired, do you truly not wish to claim those items? They could be exchanged for silver, after all. Besides, there will be ample opportunities to confront them later. Li Qinyang tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied, rest assured, Mother will not allow you to suffer any losses. Yan Xuehuai felt embarrassed, wondering how this had transformed into a promise of protection. Just then, a bailiff approached and instructed Li Qinyang to enter. She embraced her daughter, saying, be good and wait for your mother here. Upon seeing Li Qinyang, the Master Clerk remarked, Yan Xuehuai has just mentioned that should it come to a monetary compensation, would you be willing to accept it? Li Qinyang inquired, what amount are they prepared to offer? The Master Clerk silently commended her forthrightness. This woman was undeniably straightforward. He has asked you to propose a figure. Li Qinyang remarked, the residence on Drum Tower Lane now commands a price of at least 3,000 taels in the capital. My collection of gold amounts to 300 taels, which translates to 3,000 taels in silver. Furthermore, my jewelry and antiques, alas, these are trifling matters. Yet they too can be valued at around 3,000 taels. In total, my assets in silver sum to 9,000 taels. Moreover, they intend to take my life. This is indeed true. If they wish for me to withdraw my lawsuit, they must provide compensation. I do not seek much, merely a round sum of 1,000 taels. Together with my possessions, the total comes to 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels? The clerk thought he misheard her, yet Li Qinyang articulated each item with clarity. It was indeed 10,000 taels, without error. Should old Lady Gu face sentencing, the maximum punishment would be 100 strokes and a fine of 100 taels, plus 3 years of exile. The strokes could be borne by her descendants, and the Yan family would pay the fine of 100 taels, followed by 3 years of exile for old Lady Gu, with provisions for her sustenance and lodging. Should she pass away, they would even provide a simple coffin. As for Li Qinyang, aside from the satisfaction of revenge, she would gain nothing. Nevertheless, the prospect of extracting 10,000 taels from her enemies provided a far sweeter form of retribution. Is it truly 10,000 taels? Have you made your decision? Or is there room for negotiation? The clerk inquired. Li Qinyang responded with unwavering certainty, it is 10,000 taels. Whether it is 10,000 taels or a judgment based on the crime, let the Yan family decide. Upon exiting the inner hall, Yan Xuehuai asked, Mother, how much did you demand? Li Qinyang smiled. How do you know that Mother is seeking silver? Yan Xuehuai thought to herself, did you not just assure me that I would not suffer loss? Aside from the gleaming silver, I can hardly conceive of anything else that could placate my tender, youthful heart. Chapter 65. The request was modest, yet I am well aware of the Yan's family fortune. With a little effort, They could manage to scrape together that amount. However, if the sum were to increase significantly, it would be beyond their means. The advisor had not followed. For had he done so, he would scarcely believe his eyes. At this moment, Li Qinyang appeared utterly transformed from the resolute woman in court. Her eyes brimmed with affection, tinged with a hint of trepidation, as if her daughter, before her, were a precious treasure returned from oblivion, liable to vanish at the slightest misstep. Too little? How much is that? Yan Xuehuai pondered, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. 10,000 taels, Li Qinyang declared. 10,000 taels? Yan Xuehuai immediately lowered her voice, leaning closer to inquire, can the Yan family truly muster such a sum? Li Qinyang smiled. Isn't it as you said? The current real estate market in new capital is exorbitant. Even the wealthy struggle to acquire desirable properties. Yan Xuehuai nodded in agreement. Not only had she heard this from Li Qinyang, but patrons of Li Shiji often echoed similar sentiments. It was rumored that many officials from the southern regions, despite their wealth, found themselves unable to purchase homes. Even Yusufa resided in a rented accommodation. 10,000 taels may seem neither excessive nor insufficient. Should they sell the residence on Guogua Alley, they could not only gather the requisite amount, but perhaps even have surplus funds to support the child born of his concubine. The he mentioned by Li Qinyang undoubtedly referred to the second master of the Yan family, although Yan Xuehuai did not vocalize it. She held a deep-seated admiration for Li Qinyang. When a decision was to be made, she acted decisively, without hesitation or mercy. Even in the era in which Yan Xuehuai lived, not every woman possessed the fortitude and resolve that Li Qinyang exhibited. In the back office, the clerk relayed the sum that Li Qinyang desired to Yan Jingxiu. As anticipated, Yan Jingxiu was taken aback, left in a state of shock for quite a while before exclaiming, "So much?" The Yan family's financial stability had only been secured in the recent 15 years. Yan Jingxiu, being astute and precocious, recalled a time when his family was quite impoverished. Although their circumstances improved over time, their wealth remained meager compared to that of others. A burning sensation flushed his face, as the clerk's implication was clear. The Yan family was expected to relinquish their ill-gotten gains. The notion of losing anything was absurd. I wish to confer with my second uncle. Might it be convenient for you, sir? The clerk waved his hand decisively, indicating he had the authority to permit this. Yan Erlao was imprisoned 2 hours prior, and to him, those 2 hours felt like an eternity of torment. The jail housed numerous individuals, predominantly petty thieves and rascals. Upon the arrival of a gentleman clad in a long robe, various speculations arose among the inmates. He must be a teacher from the academy. How could a teacher find himself in such a predicament? He must have been caught in a compromising situation with one of his students' mothers. I doubt that, in my view. He must have been involved with a student. A student? All students are male. And so what? Haven't you heard of those with such inclinations? Look at him. He possesses a rather appealing appearance, which suggests he might be inclined that way. If you don't believe it, go ahead and pinch his rear, if he allows it. Then it's not true. If he resists, then it certainly is. Thus, the feeble Lord Yan, lacking the strength to swat a fly, was subjected to several pinches by others. Fortunately, the jailer, concerned about potential repercussions, confined Lord Yan to a separate cell, sparing him the indignity of having his behind pinched into a shape resembling garlic cloves. He waited and hoped, yet to his astonishment, the person who arrived was Yan Jingxiu. "Ah Xiu, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be attending classes at the academy?" Yan Jingxiu could hardly be bothered to explain his absence, which was due to a classmate having spotted Yan Zhaoshi on Huichang Street. This particular classmate was a day scholar who had encountered Yan Jingxiu's uncle, a candidate for the imperial examination. Thus, upon passing Huichang Street that morning and witnessing a brawl between Yan Zhaoshi and a woman, he relayed the news to Yan Jingxiu upon arriving at the academy. Yan Jingxiu hastily sought permission from his teacher to leave and made his way to the magistrate's office, where he encountered his third uncle, Yan Zhaolin. It was then that he learned that Li Qinyang had not only divorced, but had also brought a lawsuit against the Yan family. Fortunately, Yu Wu was still in the capital. Yan Jingxiu sought him out and arrived at the courtroom with the contract. But alas, he was too late. The evidence against old lady Guo and Sun Shi, along with 2 maidservants, was irrefutable, and such matters did not require reporting to the Ministry of Justice. The governor held the authority to render a verdict. Upon seeing the disheveled and woeful figure of Yan Zhaoshi, a surge of rage welled up within Yan Jingxiu. Were it not for the presence of onlookers and the fact that this man was his uncle, he might have unleashed a punch in that moment. A distinguished scholar, unable to handle a mere woman, was indeed a disgrace to his scholarly dignity. Yan Jingxiu stifled his fury and recounted in detail the matter of Li Qinyang demanding 10,000 taels of silver. Yan Zhaoshi erupted in anger. That wretched woman. She clearly brought a box of silver ingots from the south. How could it possibly have transformed into a box of gold? Yan Jingxiu was taken aback. He had heard Li Qinyang mention a box of gold in the court, and then the steward spoke of the same in the back hall, so he harbored no suspicions. Uncle, think carefully. Is it gold or silver? Of course it is silver. Yan Zhaoshi gritted his teeth. In these tumultuous times, I've heard that inns along the way refuse to accept silver notes and only recognize gold, silver, and copper coins. It's said that the two royals have fled, and the old capital is in chaos, with many looting occurring. Not only are thieves robbing, but even soldiers are taking things. We didn't dare to exchange silver at the bank. That box of silver ingots is the liquid silver in the hands of the Li family. Each ingot weighing 10 taels, totaling 30 ingots, amounting to 300 taels, without a doubt. What about that box of silver? Has it been lost? Yan Jingxiu inquired. Yan Zhaoshi swallowed hard. With such a large family in the capital needing food and clothing, who wouldn't require silver? Isn't it necessary to prepare? A mere 300 taels would have been nearly exhausted by now. Furthermore, since the Li family is married into ours, these possessions naturally belong to us. There are no inscriptions of the Li character on those ingots, so what right does she have to claim them as hers? Yan Jingxiu suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. It was no wonder his uncle had never passed the imperial examination. His intellect was evidently lacking. The silver ingots bore no Li inscription. Thus Li Qinyang could not prove that the box of silver was hers, and likewise, they could not demonstrate that what lay within was silver and not gold. The Yan family had consumed the 300 taels from Li Qinyang, yet now they were faced with the prospect of compensating with 300 taels of gold. Chapter 66. The bored Yan Zhaoshi was momentarily taken aback and said, "You should seek out Yi Xing." Before he could finish his sentence, Yan Jingxiu resolutely interjected, "Second uncle. It would be best if such family matters did not reach the Yi family." Yan Zhaoshi's demeanor instantly deflated, akin to a punctured ball. The accusation against him included the phrase favoring a concubine over a wife, which Yi Sifu despised above all else. "Xiu, your grandmother is aging. And as the eldest grandson, you cannot simply stand by and watch her be sent to labor, can you?" A flicker of disdain flickered in Yan Jingxiu's eyes. It was clear that the trouble had been instigated by Yan Zhaoshi, yet the burden was now being cast upon his nephew. The labor for female offenders is not particularly harsh. It merely entails milling rice at Longshiba, Yan Jingxiu coldly remarked. Having just arrived in the capital, Yan Zhaoshi was unfamiliar with the locations designated for offenders' labor. Upon hearing that female offenders only milled rice, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Recalling that old Lady Gua had toiled in the fields a decade ago, which was far more arduous than milling rice. However, he quickly chastised himself for such a thought and asserted, "How can that be? This is unfilial. Sai, second uncle is trapped here and cannot leave for the time being. You must think of a way to handle this. After all, Li is merely a common woman. Even if she were to receive a silver or two, she would have no means to do anything," Yan Zhaoshi continued earnestly. Yan Jingxiu nodded and replied, "Take care, second uncle. I shall devise a solution." He turned and exited the prison cell. Once he stood under the sunlight, the calm facade on his face finally faded, and his gaze darkened as it fell upon the distant rear hall. He could distinctly sense the favoritism exhibited by the magistrate and his assistant towards Li Qinyang and her daughter, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. He recalled his third uncle, Yan Zhaolin, mentioning that the only one vouching for Li Qinyang was merely the village head of the Wenchang Street area. Although the village head held an official title, his jurisdiction extended to a mere 80 households. Were this the county office, the village head might cultivate a rapport with the county magistrate, but before the governor, he held no significance whatsoever. Could it be that the governor had received some form of benefit from Li Qinyang? What could she possibly offer? Money? She possessed only a rented small shop, and her total assets likely did not exceed 50 taels. Beauty? Li Qinyang was but a coarse and unrefined woman of the marketplace. Could the governor truly take an interest in her? Yet, Yan Xuehuai was in the bloom of youth. Perhaps it was she who had captured the governor's attention? Contemplating these matters, Yan Jingxiu's expression grew even more frigid. He could not remain passive, should his grandmother be sentenced to penal servitude, disregarding his second uncle for the moment. At the very least, his future would be jeopardized. He recalled this morning when a classmate spoke of Yan Zhaoshi fighting with a woman in the street. The scorn reflected in his eyes made Yan Jingxiu feel as though a multitude of ants was crawling over him. He had painstakingly managed to present himself well, possessing knowledge, intellect, and lofty ambitions, He could not allow a trivial matter to lead to the loss of everything he might otherwise attain. Yan Xuehuai swallowed hard. 10,000 taels was no insignificant sum. Our family must devise a plan. Might you consider granting us a few extra days? He merely spoke thus. As the longer the payment was deferred, the better, be it a day, a year, or even a lifetime. To his surprise, however, the assistant took his words quite seriously and inquired, a few extra days? Then specifically which day? Yan Xuehuai was momentarily taken aback. How was he to respond? Noticing his silence, the steward stroked his goatee and stated, let it be 3 days. 3 days? That hardly seems sufficient. Some assets cannot be liquidated at a moment's notice. Might it be possible to extend this period? The steward pondered for a moment, let out a sigh, and replied, very well, 5 days it shall be, but no more. The longer such matters are prolonged, the more rumors will proliferate. As a scholar, I trust you grasp this without further admonition. Yan Xuehuai certainly understood. He clenched his teeth and declared, I shall deliver the silver to the Li family in 5 days. No, the case is under the jurisdiction of the magistrate. Hence you must present the silver to the magistrate's office, which will then convey it to the Li family. After the steward spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Yan Xuehuai, reflecting that the youth was merely being overly clever. Yan Xuehuai was immediately subjected to 100 lashes. The 100 lashes meted out by old Lady Gua fell upon Yan Xuehuai, while Sun, as an accomplice, along with the 2 elderly women, could only endure their punishment. Both the governor and the steward felt a twinge of regret for Yan Xuehuai. Thus, during the execution, the constables were somewhat lenient, although the strokes were high. They landed lightly. Despite receiving 100 lashes, Yan Xuehuai was not severely injured, suffering only superficial wounds. Being young, he would soon recover. In contrast, Sun and the 2 elderly women were not afforded such leniency. Already bearing injuries, they were left in a state of agony after their 100 lashes. The 2 women, Gao Posey and Di Posey, were discarded outside the yamen, lying on the ground as passers-by sighed in pity. Some pointed at them to educate their children, saying, do you see? This is the fate of those who sell themselves into servitude. The master sends them to do wicked deeds, and when trouble arises, they are cast aside to face the consequences. If they die, they may not even find someone to collect their remains. Though the silver given by Hao Chong was meager, even the smallest of sparrows is still meat. Having accepted the payment, one must fulfill the task. Yan Xuehuai was eager to learn how the court had ruled. When he saw the jailer approaching, he quickly inquired, has the trial concluded? The jailer rolled his eyes at him and replied, you. Step out and go to the cell over there. Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. Were they moving him to another cell? He wished to ask about the proceedings further, but the jailer was already urging him along. Reluctantly, he proceeded to the adjacent cell, which already housed 2 or 3 inmates, each robust and menacing, their crimes unknown. Yan Xuehuai's legs grew weak, and he stumbled, nearly falling. The jailer frowned in disdain, locked the cell door, and turned to leave. Yan Xuehuai steadied himself against the bars. But before he could turn around, a pair of iron-like hands seized his shoulder, followed by a flurry of punches raining down upon him. Help! Help! Not far away. The jailer pulled out the silver hidden in his sleeve, glanced at it with delight, and tucked it into his bosom. Chapter 67. The dagger. Have you begun your business at noon? Li Qinyang asked in surprise. Inger felt a tinge of embarrassment, saying, there are no stir-fried dishes. Only rice bowls and buns. My cooking is not as delectable as the boss ladies, and I have yet to sell out all the food. Li Qinyang picked up her chopsticks to sample the remaining stir-fry and nodded in approval. Not bad. Starting tomorrow, you shall join me in the kitchen. Inger paused for a moment before shaking her head. I think I should just assist. Yan Xuehuai chuckled. It's not like we're asking you to be the head chef. It's just that when my mother is too busy, you can lend a hand. Inger quickly glanced at Li Qinyang, who smiled and nodded. Huai Jia is right. When I am overwhelmed, you can step in. All right. Inger nodded earnestly and hurried outside, exclaiming, I will go boil some water. You both should wash up and rid yourselves of any misfortune. By the time the mother and daughter emerged, Inger had already prepared 2 bowls of noodles. The pristine strands topped with a savory mixture of wood-ear mushrooms and shredded meat. One bowl was garnished with a sprinkle of scallions, while the other was adorned with a layer of cilantro. Yan Xuehuai picked up the bowl with the vibrant green garnish and devoured half of it in one breath. Raising her head, she noticed Li Qinyang leisurely savoring her meal and leaned closer. Mother, have you made a decision? Should we escape with the silver or hire someone to rob us? Li Qinyang set down her bowl. Hire someone to rob us? Yes, even if the officials remain silent. The Yin family will not let us off easily. They will surely spread the word that we possess 10,000 taels of silver. In these chaotic times, it's not just 10,000. If anyone discovers that we have 1,000 taels, we can forget about sleeping soundly. Li Qinyang remained silent, quietly finishing her bowl of noodles, then addressed Yan Xuehuai. Tomorrow, let us visit the dentist and inquire if there are any smaller houses nearby. This place is destined for business. It is best not to have anyone living here. Yan Xuehuai concurred with this notion, contemplating the hiring of 2 additional individuals, preferably males. Li Qinyang remarked to Yan Xuehuai and Ellinger, "The neighbors have been quite helpful today. Since we shall not conduct business this evening, we ought to invite all the neighbors for a meal. However, with only 4 tables, it is impossible to accommodate everyone. The village head will undoubtedly be invited. And we should also invite Brother Zhang and Sister Zhang to keep us company, as they are kin. Furthermore, we must extend invitations to the second shopkeeper of the pharmacy and the master craftsman from the lacquer shop, along with their respective head shopkeepers. Unfortunately, there is no time left to steam buns. I shall prepare meat pies, and you can deliver them to each household." Madame Yi had already heard about the happenings at Li's food record at the tea stall. Usually, when Yan Xuehuai visited, Madame Yi would pay her little attention, leaving it to Mou to engage her. Today, however, Madame Yi unusually regarded her with more interest and inquired, "Why did the Yin family not summon you?" Mou, sensing the awkwardness of the old lady's words, cast a worried glance, fearing that Yan Xuehuai, being sensitive, might take offense. Yet, Yan Xuehuai felt no impropriety in the remark. Smiling, she replied, "The Yin family never held me in high regard, and besides, I am not a male heir. In truth, I would prefer they not summon me." Madame Yu snorted in disdain. "Fool." Yan Xuehuai, taken aback, pointed to her own nose in disbelief and asked, "Am I foolish? I do not perceive it." Madame Yu sighed, saying, "Regardless of how the Yin family treats you, it remains your maternal home. In 2 or 3 years, you shall be seeking a suitor. A woman without her maternal family is often looked down upon in her husband's household." Yan Xuehuai smiled and replied, "My mother is no longer with the Yin family. Thus it is no longer my maternal home. If my husband's family were to regard me with disdain for this reason, I would rather remain unmarried. Living with my mother was quite satisfactory." Madame Yi furrowed her brow upon hearing this. It is no easy feat for a woman to sustain a household. You are still quite naive. Yan Xuehuai pondered, mentioning that Madame Yi had managed for many years, yet refrained from voicing this thought, not wishing to evoke sorrowful memories. "Tonight, our shop shall remain closed as we host dinner for our neighbors. This meal is on us, not to be recorded in the accounts," Yan Xuehuai informed Mou. Mou promptly expressed her gratitude and, as she accompanied Yan Xuehuai to the door, whispered, "Madame Yi may speak sharply, but she has a kind heart. She was worrying about you today. Do not mind her harsh words." "It's quite all right." Yan Xuehuai chuckled lightly, genuinely unperturbed. Mou, relieved, kindly cautioned, "The Yin family will not let this matter rest easily. Do take care and keep a watchful eye on the doors tonight." Yan Xuehuai thanked her and added, "Tomorrow, I shall visit the dental shop to find a place. The shop will remain the shop, and home will remain home. They must be kept separate." "Indeed. That is sound reasoning," Mou agreed. After lingering a while longer with Madame Yi, Yan Xuehuai stepped out of the persimmon alley, only to find that darkness had enveloped the sky. Having learned from her previous experience, she remained particularly vigilant. She requested Sun Sheng to procure a dagger for her, which she concealed on her person each day when delivering meals to the elderly Lady Yi. Typically, she would hide the dagger within her vanity box, as Li Qinyang never meddled with her belongings. Thus the dagger remained undetected even by her. Yan Xuehuai held the food box in one hand while the other was tucked within her sleeve, striding forward with determination. Upon exiting Shitsi Alley and rounding a corner, she sensed someone trailing behind her. Pretending to be oblivious, she continued onward. Not far ahead stood a grand willow tree, and she tightened her grip around the dagger, poised to turn and strike at a moment's notice. However, even after passing the willow tree, crossing an intersection, and entering Huichang Street, the person following her did not close the distance. Standing on Huichang Street, Yan Xuehuai beheld the 2 large lanterns hanging at the entrance of Li's food shop, which eased her anxiety. Abruptly, she turned around, only to find no one behind her. It dawned on Yan Xuehuai that the elderly lady was the wife of the village chief. She promptly addressed her as grandmother with a compliant demeanor. The old woman patted her hand and said, "You must treat your mother with utmost respect. She has endured much hardship." Sister Zhang Wu chimed in, "This child is diligent and obedient. just like her mother, truly capable. Yan Xuehuai observed the silent exchange between the two women, feeling utterly bewildered. Chapter 68. Trousers. While Li's food shop bustled with activity, the atmosphere at the Yin family residence on Drumbeat Alley was starkly different. Old Lady Guo wept and scolded on the calm. Yan Zhaoshi remained detained by the authorities, and Yan Zhaoshan's whereabouts were unknown. Yan Xuejiao, witnessing her ailing mother and elder brother, was paralyzed by fear, reducing her to tears as her legs buckled beneath her, leaving her unable to rise. With the absence of Gao and Di, and both A Wang and A Kai suffering considerable injuries, the only ones left to manage the household affairs were Yin Zhaolin, Zheng Shi, and a few children. Yin Jingxiu and Sun Shi were both covered in blood. Yin Zhaolin instructed Yin Jingwang to assist Yin Jingxiu in changing clothes, while Zheng Shi helped Sun Shi with her garments. Yan Xueping was understandably frightened, yet upon seeing that it was her aunt and elder brother who had been beaten, and realizing that her own parents were unscathed, her fear dissipated. Sun Shi's clothing was drenched and clung to her skin, emanating a foul odor of urine, clearly a result of being frightened into submission during the ordeal. Yan Xueping, with keen eyes, pointed at Sun Shi's undergarments and exclaimed, "Mother, why has my aunt not even managed to pull her trousers up properly?" The back portion of Sun Shi's undergarment was tucked inside, with half of her sweat cloth tied to her trousers and the other half awkwardly fastened to her flesh, indicating a hasty and careless adjustment. Zheng Shi shot her daughter a stern glance. "Lower your voice. Your aunt has received a beating." Yan Xueping gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide. "What? Did my aunt have her trousers removed during the punishment? Do women also have their trousers taken off?" She had heard that in the magistrate's court, punishments involved removing trousers for a proper beating, with the paddle striking directly against the flesh, but she had not known that women were subjected to the same treatment. "Indeed, it is the same. But do not speak of this to others. It may lead to ridicule and affect your prospects for marriage," Zheng Shi cautioned softly. Yet, Yan Xueping dismissed her mother's warning, pondering that if her aunt had been stripped of her trousers in the public court, many would have witnessed it. Was my brother also beaten with his trousers down? She could not help but inquire. "Your elder brother is a man. What is the fuss?" The Zhang family exerted tremendous effort to strip the clothes off the Sun family and disdainfully tossed them onto the ground. At that moment, a maid hurried over, saying, "Third Madam, the matriarch requests you to summon the doctor." Zhang snorted and replied, "Go ask the third master." Once the maid departed, Zhang rolled her eyes, lamenting that both her daughter-in-law and grandson were on the brink of death, all due to the chaos she had caused. Yin Zhaolin was equally incensed, but his ire was directed not at old Madame Guo, but at his elder brother Yin Zhaoshan. With such a significant incident unfolding at home, Yin Zhaoshan seemed to have vanished without a trace. Yin Jingxiu slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself alone. He parted his lips, yearning for water. Yet no one paid him any heed. The maid, carrying a wooden basin, entered and, upon seeing him, exclaimed, "The eldest young master has awakened. The eldest young master has awakened." Yin Xuejiao, who had been seated on the floor, immediately rushed into the chamber. As Yin Jingxiu struggled to lift his head from the bed, she burst in and collapsed beside him, weeping uncontrollably. His heart weighed down by her tears, Yin Jingxiu inquired, "Where's father? Call him. I have something to discuss." Yin Xuejiao continued to sob, and it was only after he repeated his question twice that she finally responded. "Father is not home. Mother is dying. Mother is dying." "Then go fetch third uncle," Yin Jingxiu said, feeling more exhausted by his emotional turmoil than by his physical pain. Yin Xuejiu still wept, while Yin Jingwen dashed outside to summon help. However, it was not Yin Zhaolin who arrived. For third master Yin Zhaolin had gone to fetch the doctor and was presently absent from the house. Upon hearing that her beloved grandson had awakened, the elderly Mrs. Guo followed Yin Jingwen to the scene. Just as the handcuffs were being fastened onto her wrists, she fainted, thus escaping a dire fate. Mrs. Guo plopped down beside Yin Jingxiu, pounding her thighs while weeping and cursing. She lamented the early death of her husband, bemoaned her own misfortune, and berated Li Qinyang for bringing harm to her grandson, declaring Yin Zhaoshi, the second son, a useless wretch. As Mrs. Guo cried, Yin Xuejiao joined her in tears, while Yin Jingxiu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, exacerbating his pain. With a rolling of his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Witnessing her grandson lose consciousness, Mrs. Guo fainted alongside him. When Yin Zhaolin summoned a doctor, the household was in utter disarray, even more chaotic than when he had departed. The physician first attended to Mrs. Guo, administering a needle to her acupoint, which roused her from her stupor. He then turned his attention to Yan Jingxiu, only to discover that he had developed a fever and that Mrs. Sun was in a more precarious state than Yan Jingxiu. With a heavy sigh, the doctor prescribed a remedy and advised Yan Xiaolin, stating, "The young master is robust. Once the fever subsides, with a period of rest lasting 10 days to 2 weeks, he should recover. As for the madam, her survival through tonight will determine her fate. Should she endure, there is hope for her life." His words were clear. Mrs. Sun's life hinged upon the whims of fate. After the doctor departed, Yan Xiaolin dispatched his second nephew, Yan Jingguang, to find the elder master. Yan Jingguang, not known for his intellect, replied, "Third uncle, I do not know where my father has gone." Yan Xiaolin instructed him, "Go to the third house in Xuehuai Alley, the home of Hong Wei. If he is not there, search the penultimate house, that of Vaio." Yan Jingguang was utterly disoriented, unable to discern the cardinal directions, and had no idea where Xuehuai Alley was located. He called upon Yan Jinglong to accompany him, and the two ventured out, inquiring about the whereabouts of Xuehuai Alley from passers-by. Those questioned glanced at the duo, wearing bemused expressions. "Aren't you headed to Xuehuai Alley? For what purpose?" One replied, "To find my father." The other added, "To seek my uncle." The individual stifled a laugh and patiently directed them, yet they remained bewildered, managing only to grasp a rough sense of direction. After a series of inquiries, they finally discovered Xuehuai Alley. Fortune favored them, as they did not proceed to the second residence, instead locating Yin Dalao Yi at Hong Wei's home. Yin Zhaoshan was taken aback for a considerable moment before realizing that the two individuals before him were his son and nephew. He smacked Yan Jingguang on the head and exclaimed, "You little rascal, how dare you venture out at such a young age to chase after women? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Yan Jingguang, cradling his head from the blow, was quickly interrupted by Yan Jinglong, who said, "Uncle, it was my father who sent us to find you. There's trouble at home, and is gravely ill, and elder brother is on the brink of death. You've learned to lie as well? Just wait until I inform your father, and he'll give you a good thrashing," Yan Zhaoshan retorted angrily. Yan Jinglong, however, was unafraid of his uncle. Unlike Yan Jingguang, he knew that if his uncle dared to strike him, his father would retaliate fiercely. "I am not deceiving you. Second uncle has been taken into custody, and both aunt and elder brother have been subjected to punishment by the authorities." Although Yan Zhaoshan was skeptical, Yan Jinglong's words did not seem fabricated. He hastily bid farewell to Miss Hong Wei and hurried outside with the two children. Once they departed, Hong Wei spat disdainfully and remarked to the matron, "Mother, should that surnamed Yin come again, I implore you not to allow me to attend to him. He is devoid of wealth and carries an insufferable stench of the earth. It is utterly exasperating." In chapter 69, The Waters Flow, old Lady Guo was consumed by her weeping and cursing, while Yin Zhaoshan struggled to glean the truth from Yin Xiaolin and the Zhang family. Upon learning that Yin Jingxiu had endured punishment on behalf of old Lady Guo, resulting in a near-fatal beating, Yin Zhaoshan was instantly filled with rage. He seized Yin Xiaolin by the collar and demanded, "Where were you at that moment? Tell me, where were you?" Yin Xiaolin fought back, forcefully shaking off Yin Zhaoshan, and retorted, "A Xiu willingly knelt before the magistrate, pleading to bear the punishment for our grandmother. I did not coerce him. Shouldn't it be you, as her son, who bears the penalty? Why should a Xiu endure it? He is an educated man, with aspirations to take the imperial examination." As Yin Zhaoshan's ire escalated, he struck Yin Xiaolin. "Silence. I am the eldest brother. My affairs are not for you to meddle in." Provoked by his younger brother's words, Yin Zhaoshan lashed out again. Yin Xiaolin, unwilling to appear weak, engaged in a scuffle with Yin Zhaoshan. Zeng attempted to mediate but found herself unable to intervene. While Yan Xuehuai suddenly realized, indeed, uncle was present at the magistrate's office. Why did he not step in to shield our grandmother from punishment? Enraged that her mother and brother had been harmed while the third household remained unscathed, she turned sharply and noticed Yan Xuehuai reveling in the spectacle. Her frustration ignited, and she lunged toward Yan Xuehuai, exclaiming, "I shall make you witness this. I will make you witness this." Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her elder sister, who always feigned fragility, would actually strike her. "How dare you hit me?" Your shameful display was laid bare before everyone. Utterly disgraceful. Yan Xuehuai's voice rang out boldly. Yan Zhaoshan froze, his hand halting mid-action, while Yan Xiaolin seized the opportunity to dash towards Grandma Guo's main room. "Mother, brother is going to kill me." Yan Zhaoshan paid him no heed, glaring fiercely at Yan Xuehuai as he demanded, "What did you just say?" Recalling Zheng's admonition, Yan Xuehuai felt a pang of regret for her indiscretion. Yet, faced with her uncle's inquiry, She dared not remain silent and steeled herself to respond. Annie was stripped of her trousers while being punished. Her body has been exposed to many eyes. Yan Jiashan's complexion shifted dramatically. How could he have forgotten that in court? Punishment required the removal of trousers, striking directly upon the bare skin. That shameless woman, he would see to it she regretted her actions. He stormed into the east wing, finding Sun sprawled upon the bed, covered only by a thin sheet. In a fit of rage, he yanked away the covering, revealing Sun's injured backside. In the realm of propriety, Sun's wounds had been tended by Zong, yet to Yan Jiashan, it was scandalous that not only had her body been exposed to the public, but even a doctor had laid hands upon it. This wretched woman, committing such a humiliating act, dared to seek medical aid. If the villagers learned of this, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Consumed by fury, Yan Jiashan seized Sun by the hair, dragging her to the ground, and unleashed a torrent of kicks upon her as he bellowed, "Dare you continue to feign unconsciousness, you shameless creature? Get up." Yan Jingxiu lay in the outer room when Yan Xuehuai rushed in, shaking him incessantly. "Elder brother, father is going to kill mother. You must go and see." Yan Jingxiu, feverish and disoriented, struggled to rise from the bed, but his injuries prevented him from doing so, causing him to tumble to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Yan Xuehuai screamed, "Father, my brother is in trouble. Come quickly." Yan Jiashan, startled, abandoned his assault on Sun Shi and hurried outside. "Son, what has happened? Do not frighten your father." Just as he reached the doorway, he encountered Xiuzhu, who stood before him, her belly prominent. "Where are you going?" Xiuzhu inquired. Aying fell to her knees with a thud. "Sister Xiuzhu, I beseech you, let me go." Xiuzhu scoffed. "Now you wish to leave? Did you consider leaving when you climbed onto the second master's bed?" "I did not. It was the second master who forced me." "Sister Xiuzhu, have mercy on me. I am only 14 and do not wish to follow him." Before Xiuzhu could respond, a cacophony arose from outside, akin to the cries of slaughtered pigs. "Fire! Fire!" The commotion originated from the inner courtyard, where flames had begun to spread either from the third or second courtyard, though they had yet to reach their location. Without a moment's hesitation, Aying sprang to her feet, shoved Xiuzhu aside, and dashed outside, shouting as she ran, "Fire! Come help extinguish it." The main door swung open, and Aying dashed out, her cries echoing in the night. The news of the fire at the Yan residence only reached Yan Xuehuai the following evening. When he went to deliver meals to the old matriarchy, it was there that the old matriarch overheard the tale at the tea stall. For the Yan family of the new capital, the flooding of their modest abode at night is truly not a significant affair. The fire originated from the inner courtyard, while Yan Xuejiao and Yan Xueping, residing in the rear room, were in the side room of the second courtyard, and even Xiuzhu was absent. The main residence of old Madame Guo was partially consumed by the flames. Fortunately, all members of the Yan family managed to escape, which is a silver lining amidst their misfortune. "Alas, I have heard that the Yan family still owes your mother money. With their current predicament, there are concerns they may be unable to repay it." Mou felt a pang of anxiety, though the exact sum remained unknown. It was common knowledge among those familiar with the matter that the Yan family was indeed liable for compensation. Yan Xuehuai paused momentarily and remarked, "That residence was originally purchased with my mother's silver." At the mention of the house, Mou smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "How forgetful I am. You mentioned yesterday that you were looking for a place. How did that go?" Yan Xuehuai replied, "It is not so simple, and besides, the Yan family has yet to return our money." Mou glanced at the inner room, grasped Yan Xuehuai's hand, and gently led her outside, whispering, "Yesterday, the old lady inquired about your situation, and I shared your desire to find a new home. She responded that we have several vacant rooms available." Yan Xuehuai was taken aback, her fingers gesturing animatedly in the air here. Her heart soared with joy. This was indeed splendid news. Shitzi Hudong is in close proximity to Huichang Street, and the environment of that residence is delightful. Will it be very expensive? We currently have limited funds. Yan Xuehuai expressed her concern. Mou smiled gently, observing that the old lady had no intention of taking their money. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mou hurriedly replied, "I spoke hastily. Well, it has been said. Please change my tea." Lady Yi responded with a hint of indifference. Chapter 70. The neighbors as night fell and the shop closed. Yan Xuehuai shared her thoughts about Lady Yi possibly seeking to rent a house with Li Qinyang. After a moment of excitement, Li Qinyang's expression shifted to one of concern. After all, this was merely Mou's speculations, and she feared that Lady Yi might not mean what they hoped. Yan Xuehuai reassured her, "It is of no consequence. Let us simply inquire. If Lady Yi agrees, That would be splendid. If not, we shall incur no loss. Li Qinyang, contemplating this, resolved to accompany Yan Xuehuai to Persimmon Alley the following day. The mother and daughter exchanged a few more casual remarks, and then Li Qinyang added, "By the way, I heard someone mention that Drum Alley had flooded last night." "Really? You heard about it too?" Yan Xuehuai inquired. "Did you know?" Li Qinyang pressed. Yan Xuehuai nodded, recounting what she had overheard at the tea stall regarding Lady Yi and Mou. The fire had ignited from the back, consuming the rear rooms and damaging 2 or 3 rooms of the main house. Fortunately, there were no injuries. Li Qinyang furrowed her brow. How peculiar. It was overcast last night. How could a fire have started? Yan Xuehuai recalled 2 individuals, the bandit siblings, with the character of the Yin family, whose reputation was worse than a latrine. It was only a matter of time before they offended someone formidable, who knew which deity they had provoked. Li Qinyang, upon reflection, scolded gently, "Young lady, you must refrain from using such foul language in the future." This was the first time Li Qinyang had reprimanded her daughter, though it hardly felt like a reprimand. She narrowly avoided uttering the word sewage pit. Li Qinyang was amused by her daughter's antics. "You little rascal, I've prepared hot water for you to soak your feet." "And you?" Yan Xuehuai inquired. "I shall prepare the dough to steam some silver thread rolls for you in the morning." "No, I want to eat fried dough sticks." "You have already indulged in fried dough sticks for 3 consecutive days. It is wise to consume less fried food," Li Qinyang responded before turning to leave, leaving Yan Xuehuai in a state of contemplation. The following morning, Yan Xuehuai enjoyed a few silver thread rolls accompanied by cold dishes and a half bowl of porridge. Feeling utterly comfortable, Inger, having washed her hands, seated herself at the table and remarked, "The shop across the street is being renovated. I just saw the craftsmen arrive. It won't be long before they open, though I am uncertain what business they will undertake." Yan Xuehuai was aware that the shop across the street had been sold, the owner in urgent need of funds, selling it for a mere 800 taels. She had heard from the tooth puller during his last visit that it sold the day before and was quickly purchased because it was truly a bargain. Just then, Li Qinyang entered and cautioned, "Do not run and jump right after eating." "Understood," Yan Xuehuai replied, already outside. Li Qinyang shook her head with a smile. Standing at the entrance of Li's snack shop, Yan Xuehuai noticed the opposite shop's door wide open, with craftsmen mixing lime at the entrance. She thought to herself, could it be mere coincidence? Yet the more she pondered, the more convinced she became that it was indeed so. Thus, she approached the craftsman mixing lime and asked, "Excuse me, do you happen to know the surname of the owner of this establishment?" The artisan, upon noticing her emerging from the shop across the street, recognized her as a neighbor and thus spoke candidly, "Her surname is Dong." Yan Xuehuai's eyes flickered with curiosity as she inquired, "Are they a pair of siblings?" "Indeed. You have seen them." "Ah, the children of affluent families possess a remarkable prowess. They purchased such a large establishment with ease, while individuals like us toil tirelessly for a lifetime and still cannot afford even half a shop." Yan Xuehuai pressed her lips together, realizing the truth. It was no wonder that the siblings had been present that day. Initially, she had thought it merely a coincidence, but it turned out they were there to acquire the shop. Li Qinyang steamed the buns and reminded LV Inger to keep an eye on the fire before taking Yan Xuehuai out. Mother and daughter strolled down the street, purchasing 2 bags of snacks, and headed towards Persimmon Alley. Unexpectedly, before they could reach their destination, they encountered Lady Yi. Yan Xuehuai suddenly recalled that at this hour, Lady Yi would be setting up her tea stall once again. The stall was devoid of customers, and Mou was absent. Lady Yi was savoring her tea alone. The mother and daughter approached to offer their greetings, but Lady Yi merely acknowledged them with a grunt and continued her tea. Yan Xuehuai, attempting to maintain a cordial demeanor, asked, "And Mou is not here?" Lady Yi glanced at her and replied, "Speak plainly. No need for circumlocution." Yan Xuehuai stuck out her tongue, and sensing her daughter's discomfort, Li Qinyang swiftly interjected, "To be forthright, my previous husband and I have divorced. It has become rather inconvenient for us to reside in the shop with my daughter, and we were hoping to rent a place nearby. I have heard that you have vacant rooms. I wonder if you might consider renting one to us." Madame Yi uttered a soft acknowledgement and stated, "You may use the east and west wing of the courtyard at your discretion, but keep the main room vacant for me." "Is that all?" Li Qinyang was both astonished and elated, repeatedly expressing her gratitude while inquiring, "May I ask how you will collect the rent?" It was evident without inquiry that the properties in this area were far from inexpensive. Madame Yi rolled her eyes and retorted, "With my property, do you believe you can afford the market rate?" Li Qinyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although business at their shop was decent, it was merely a modest operation with thin margins, not comparable to a grand establishment. After deducting costs, their profits were minimal, and the silver the mother and daughter could muster was barely 50 taels. If Madame Yi insisted on a full year's rent up front, they would likely be left without any working capital. Noticing Li Qinyang's silence, Madame Yi grew impatient, stating, "Very well, pay a full year's rent in one sum, 12 taels. I value my peace, so do not disturb me, and no men are allowed." Not only Li Qinyang but also Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. 12 taels for an entire year amounted to merely 1 tael a month? Yan Xuehuai had inquired about rental prices, and in the present-day capital, 1 tael wooden tea sufficed to rent even a decrepit room in a shabby courtyard. In comparison to their previous lodging at the inn, this sum would barely cover a single night's stay. Li Qinyang quickly responded, "Of course, we have no relatives in the capital. The only visitors besides us are Inga from the shop. She is a year older than my daughter and quite sensible." However, Madame Yi had already risen and was preoccupied with washing her cup, ignoring their conversation. Li Qinyang intended to inquire about when to approach the tooth merchant for a contract. But at that moment, a customer arrived, compelling them to take their leave. Chapter 71. The Giant Baby. Fortunately, during lunchtime, Mou came over to fetch the meal and brought along a handwritten receipt from old Madame Yi. The old lady stated that they were all acquaintances, and there was no need for formality. They could simply pay the fee and move in. Yan Xuehuai surmised that old Madame Ye's original words would not have been so tactful, yet it mattered little. The essential point was that they had secured a splendid residence. Li Qinyang produced 12 taels of silver, and Mou handed her the receipt. Though it was merely a receipt, it clearly delineated the address and rental duration. Yan Xuehuai examined it meticulously and found no discrepancies. The financial matters were settled, and the house was officially rented. Mou went to Uncle A Chun to have a new key made, and the mother and daughter were delighted to receive it. Taking advantage of the leisurely afternoon, Li Qinyang instructed Yan Xuehuai and El Ingo to visit the new place and assess what items were needed for purchase. El Ingo hesitated and said to Li Qinyang, "Madam, you and the young master should move over. I will remain at the shop." Li Qinyang replied, "That is not acceptable. As a young lady, are you not afraid to stay here alone? Besides, I cannot rest easy. But someone must oversee the shop. What if someone comes to steal rice or oil? I have heard that those refugees will pilfer anything they can find." El Ingo insisted. Yan Xuehuai turned to Li Qinyang, suggesting, "Then we should hire someone, preferably a man, who can help with lifting and also keep an eye on the shop." Li Qinyang concurred with this idea, but was momentarily at a loss as to where to find such an individual. "Very well, it is settled then. Inga shall reside with us, and we shall employ additional help at the shop. The residence of the esteemed old lady Yi is quite expansive, with each courtyard being substantial." Mou entrusted them with the keys to the side rooms, a total of no less than 8. What particularly pleased Yan Xuehuai was that the eastern side room contained a kitchen, albeit evidently unused for many years. Yan Xuehuai resolved to inhabit the western side room. The mother and daughter, with little more than their own garments, found little need for the other rooms in the eastern wing aside from the kitchen. After a brief survey, she locked the door once more, intending to return the eastern room's key to Mou, as they had no use for it. To Yan Xuehuai's astonishment, however, manager who seemed to be aware of their association with the Yin family. With no one nearby, he lowered his voice and remarked, "The Yin family is selling their house. Regrettably, it has been burned and thus cannot fetch a decent price." Manager who spoke of it as being unsellable rather than unsold. Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. That residence was just recently scorched. Is there truly someone willing to purchase it? Manager who replied, "They manage to sell a few each year, so they do not perceive it as slow. What matters is the profit, which was once halved, but has now multiplied several times over." Several times? Yan Xuehuai's heart stirred, and she inquired, "How much could the Yin family's house in Drumbeat Alley fetch?" Manager who smiled, twirling his tiny mustache with his fingers before extending a single digit. "This amount. 100 taels?" Yan Xuehuai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Manager who waved dismissively, 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels, quite a considerable sum indeed. Compared to the price at which it was acquired, there remains a profit to be made. Yan Xuehuai felt that engaging in the business of selling haunted houses was not suited for her, primarily due to her lack of capital. Master who cast a glance at her and remarked, "They still owe your mother money, don't they? Every little bit helps, lest they find themselves unable to repay." Yan Xuehuai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Uncle Hu, we have moved. We no longer reside in the shop. Where have you relocated? To Persimmon Alley. Specifically to the residence of old Madame Yi, Yan Xuehuai replied. Master, who evidently surmised that the Yin family might encounter trouble, which prompted his comment. He was not mistaken. An official residence is just that, an official residence. Unless it concerns the relatives of the Ouyang family, no one would dare to cause a disturbance. Even the Ouyang family members no longer visit. You seek me out to hire someone? Master Hu inquired. Yan Xuehuai chuckled awkwardly. You've guessed correctly. Those of us in the trade can usually make an educated guess. What kind of person are you looking for? Master Hu asked. Someone trustworthy and reliable, preferably strong. Yan Xuehuai stipulated. Her requirements were modest. The individual merely needed to provide physical labor, with no need for culinary skills or accounting expertise. Little did Yan Xuehuai anticipate that she would encounter Yan Xiaolin at the entrance. Yan Xiaolin, wearing a sullen expression, was just emerging from Li Shiji, muttering curses under his breath. Who are you cursing? Yan Xuehuai crossed her arms and glared at Yan Xiaolin. On that day, although Yan Xiaolin did not accompany the commotion at Li Shiji, he had indeed caught sight of Yan Xuehuai outside the court. Unlike the second master of the Yin family, who could mistake his own daughter, Yan Xiaolin recognized this niece of his. You impudent girl, were you not taught to respect your elders? Is it not your mother's teaching? He admonished. It is not my mother's lesson. It is a tradition passed down in the Yin family, she retorted. Naturally, Yan Xiaolin could not resort to publicly berating her like the Sun or Zheng families, and presently, he dared not do so. He glared at Yan Xuehuai with malice and scolded. You wait. Indeed, I shall await your demise to scatter your ashes, Yan Xuehuai replied languidly. Infuriated, Yan Xiaolin wished to unleash his wrath, yet he noticed passers-by casting glances in their direction. Recalling the account shared by the Zheng family about their experience on Huichang Street, he snorted coldly and turned away. I shall go myself, Yan Xuehuai declared. You cannot steady it, Li Qinyang interjected as she made her way to the kitchen. Unable to contain her laughter, Lu Inger burst out, prompting a sense of helplessness in Yan Xuehuai. What could she do? In Li Qinyang's eyes, she was merely an oversized infant. Chapter 72. Broad beans. What brings the Yin family here? Yan Xuehuai inquired of Lu Inger. In hushed tones, Lu Inger replied. They say their house has burned down and they lack funds. They seek money, yet they demand a life in return. Uft, Yan Xuehuai chuckled, amused by the absurdity of the statement. Is this merely talk without action? Lu Inger, perplexed, responded. Indeed, it is just talk. Yan Xuehuai smiled, pondering that Yan Xiaolin must be a monkey sent to amuse her. If he were to take a brick, proclaiming a lack of money and a desire for life, and then strike himself on the head with it, I could at least commend him for his tenacity. However, he merely approached with his shoulders burdened by his own head, audaciously declaring his financial woes. I am not his ancestor. Why should I feel pity for him? Undoubtedly, my mother has scolded him out of our presence. L.V. Inger nodded, pointing to a nearby basin of vegetables, and it was then that Yan Xuehuai noticed a knife concealed beneath it. The proprietress had declared that if he had grievances, he should address them at the yamen, and should he dare to return, he would be met with the blade. As they spoke, Li Qinyang approached with a bowl of red bean and Koik's water. Upon overhearing their hushed conversation, she surmised they were discussing the earlier incident. She placed the bowl before Yan Xuehuai and said, Tomorrow marks the 5th day. I was just thinking, we should close the shop in the afternoon, hire 2 people, and move the bed over. Sister Huai will stay there tonight, and for the next few days, you shall tidy the place while Inger and I remain at the shop. Mother, I shall not go. I have already consulted manager who to assist in finding help. It should only take a few days, and then we can move together. Yan Xuehuai could certainly discern Li Qinyang's intentions. That sum of 10,000 taels of silver, if the Yin family sold their residence, they could scrape together enough, even if it meant relinquishing their property to settle the matter. However, now that the house has been burned down, it cannot be used as collateral for silver. Li Qinyang would not accept it, nor would Yan Xuehuai. As the shopkeeper who mentioned, for at least a year, it can only be sold at a low price to those who deal in haunted properties. Consequently, whether they can gather enough to make up 10,000 taels is indeed uncertain. Li Qinyang is worried that the Yin family might come to cause trouble or harm the shop, especially since they're in the food business. If something were to be tampered with in the rice or flour, it would be a matter of life and death. If she takes care of people, she cannot tend to the shop. If she focuses on the shop, she cannot look after people. Weighing both sides, the first thought that crossed the mother's mind was to hide her precious daughter. You be good. I shall go hire someone at the street corner, Li Qinyang said as she headed outside. It wasn't yet the time for customers, and the shop's door was ajar. Li Qingyang pushed the door open, only to hear a startled exclamation from outside, which made her jump. There stood Fuxing, clutching his forehead. "Did you bump your head? Is it painful?" "Ingo, go boil an egg," she said. Lu Inga responded and hurried to the kitchen. Fuxing quickly interjected, No, it's nothing. I just bumped it. It will be fine soon." Yan Xuehuai recalled how much Fuxing loved snacks and generously presented him with a plate of fried broad beans. "Try some. My mother made these." Fuxing's fingers twitched, and he shook his head. "Thank you, but no." The other day, Fuxing came by and mentioned that the Duke had not been visiting the Yamen lately, so Li Qingyang need not bring him meals. Yan Xuehuai, who had no intention of letting Li Qingyang go out to hire someone to move things, quickly responded, "It can be prepared quickly." She then urged Li Qingyang, "Mother, hurry and make the food." Li Qingyang, feeling helpless, sighed and made her way to the kitchen. Yan Xuehuai assumed that Fuxing had been following Duke Ding these past few days and hadn't had lunch yet, so she nudged a plate of fried broad beans towards him. "You should try some of these. They're crispy and quite delicious." Fuxing swallowed hard, shaking his head resolutely. "I'd rather not eat." Yan Xuehuai glanced around and lowered her voice. "Earlier, my mother rushed out to hire movers and accidentally bumped into you. I apologize for that." Fuxing was taken aback. "Moving? Are you relocating? Is the shop closing?" Yan Xuehuai glanced around with a serious expression, whispering, "The shop remains open. We just won't be living here anymore. We've rented a new place. From now on, this will only be a business location, not a residence. However, we can't move just yet. We haven't hired anyone. But this is a secret, so please don't tell anyone else. If word gets out, we could be in trouble." "Trouble?" Fuxing immediately thought of the Yin family. He inquired, "The magistrate has already ruled. What other troubles could you have?" This time, it was Yan Xuehuai who was astonished. She had not expected Fuxing to be aware of this matter. "Oh, has my family's situation spread so far? You know about it?" Fuxing realized he had said too much, keeping his mouth shut. He nodded, then peeled a broad bean and popped it into his mouth. With his mouth occupied, he wouldn't say anything amiss. To be honest, those fried broad beans were indeed quite tasty. Today, the Yin family has once again caused a disturbance. Alas, if they are unwilling to pay, they should seek out the officials instead of bothering us. It seems they will continue to create trouble in the future. My mother is both concerned that they might abduct me and sell me off, and anxious about the shop. What if they come at night and set the place ablaze? We cannot hire anyone at the moment, and even if we could, a newcomer would be too timid to manage the shop. It is truly a source of great distress. Yan Xuehuai sighed deeply, and Fuxing finally comprehended the situation. It was clear that the proprietress and her daughter were afraid of the Yin family returning to cause further trouble, hence their reluctance to stay here. Surely, the guards of the Wuqing division will patrol this area at night. They could keep an eye on your shop. By the way, have you found a new place to move to? Fuxing popped another broad bean into his mouth, relishing its flavor. "We have found a house not far from here, in Shitsi Alley. By the way, can the Wuqing division truly assist us?" Yan Xuehuai inquired. She glanced at him, and then at the plate of broad beans. "Just a few beans, yet they seem to evoke such sentiment. Where is this Shitsi Alley you mentioned?" Fuxing asked unexpectedly. Yan Xuehuai pointed in a direction, though she herself was uncertain of where it led. "It's over there, quite close to Huichang Street. Is it that you have a friend looking to rent a house?" Yan Xuehuai had heard that many officials coming to the capital lacked housing. Those with wealth would purchase property, while most of the lower-ranking officials could only afford to rent. Fuxing shook his head. "No, I do not." Chapter 73. Recruitment. At this moment, Lu Ingo approached with a small bowl containing a boiled egg, its shell already removed, revealing its pristine white surface. Yan Xuehuai, ever the sycophant, inquired eagerly, "Shall I assist you? I am quite skilled at applying this." With fervent enthusiasm, Yan Xuehuai rolled up his sleeves, prepared to forcibly apply the egg to Fuxing's face. No, his forehead. "Really, there's no need." Truly, Fuxing retreated a few steps, finally recalling the ongoing conversation. "Allow me to speak with the people from the 5 cities division. I shall encourage them to visit this place more frequently." Yan Xuehuai rubbed his hands together, his smile insincere. "Oh, how embarrassing." "Not at all. It's merely a small favor." Fuxing wiped the sweat from his brow, inadvertently touching the bruised area, which sent a jolt of pain through him. Hao Chong finally savored the braised pork, exclaiming with a deep sigh, "Now this is the life." Wei Mingjing chuckled. "Then you ought to marry that proprietress. Not only would you enjoy braised pork daily, but you could also start a family. No, create a lineage." Hao Chong paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication, retorting, "You rascally imp, are you feeling mischievous again?" Wei Mingzheng made a mocking gesture towards Su Jiaxing. Grinning impudently, "Listen, he's even turned bashful." Su Jiaxing sighed, placing a comforting hand on Hao Chang's shoulder. "Old Hao, you must admit, even a fateful bond is still a connection. If it weren't for you, would she have nearly met her demise at the hands of her mother-in-law? Therefore, you must take responsibility for her. Besides, with culinary skills such as hers, marrying you would be no loss." "Bah, you two pests, spewing nonsense. I am the one wronged. My plight surpasses even that of Dou. Hao Chong, infuriated, felt an urge to strike. These two rascals were truly provoking him. Were you not regarded as an adulterer? This is not merely injustice. It is a consequence of your own licentiousness. Su Jiaxing burst into laughter. "You dare to speak of licentiousness? I shall see to it that you are reduced to a state of utter disarray." When Qi Wei entered, he discovered his three generals engaged in a brawl on the ground, resembling unruly children at the village square. Clearing his throat, Qi Wei found that his presence went unnoticed as the scuffle continued. Fu Xing, witnessing the chaos, declared, "Assemble." The trio, caught in their antics, sprang to their feet with such fervor that Su Jiaxing inadvertently stepped on Wei Mingzheng's foot, while Hao Chong stumbled into Su Jiaxing, causing Wei Mingzheng to nearly topple over. Yet, they disregarded the commotion, standing tall and resolute. "At ease, at ease, at ease." Qi Wei's expression was as grave as water. "What were you discussing just now?" Hao Chong replied, "They have insulted my character." Su Jiaxing retorted, "It was Wei Mingzheng who instigated this." Wei Mingzheng protested, "I merely echoed Hao Chong's grievances." Fu Xing, clutching a packet of fried broad beans that Li Qinyang had given him before his departure, wrinkled his nose at the trio. "Serves you right for scheming against the landlady. Prepare to face the consequences." Qi Wei had been nearby and, although he did not hear every detail, he caught enough of their raucous conversation. Su Jiaxing adjusted his delicate features and remarked, "I shall go tend to the horses." With the sun blazing outside, he would be foolish to patrol the streets, after all. He had yet to marry. Wei Mingzheng promptly followed suit, exclaiming, "I shall also attend to the horses. Caring for them is my forte." Hao Chong raised his hand, echoing, "Me too." However, before he could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Qi Wei, who declared, "There are already enough individuals to tend to the horses. You should patrol the streets instead." Hao Chong glared at Su and Wei, seething with anger, while silently vowing to toss their bedding into the filthy ditch that very night. After a refreshing bath, all traces of fatigue from the past few days vanished. With his hair untied, he strolled to the corridor and stretched his limbs, preparing to head to the study when he suddenly noticed Fu Sheng, who was lost in thought under the adjacent corridor, holding a paper bag and occasionally taking bites from it. "Fu Sheng, did you not have enough to eat this evening?" Qi Wei called out. At the sound of his name, Fu Sheng swiftly closed the paper bag and jogged over, saying, "You are finished bathing. I shall go summon someone to tidy up." Observing him closely, Qi Wei sensed something amiss with Fu Sheng. Upon a more careful inspection, he noticed a bruise on Fu Sheng's forehead, the size of a coin. "Have you encountered any trouble while remaining in the city these past few days?" Qi Wei inquired. Fu Sheng responded affirmatively. "It seems that no trouble has arisen. By the way, how did the matter concerning Lady Li fare? Was it adjudicated by the magistrate's court?" Fu Sheng then recounted the events of that day in detail, omitting, however, his acceptance of Hao Chong's money to teach Yan Xuehuai a lesson. Upon hearing that Yan Jingxiu had appeared in court, Qi Wei's brows furrowed, and he asked, "Where is the eldest grandson of the Yan family currently studying? Does he have any connections with individuals in the court?" Fu Sheng shook his head, admitting that prior to this, he had been unaware of Yan Jingxiu's existence. Qi Wei did not inquire further about Yan Jingxiu. Upon hearing that Li Qinyang demanded 10,000 taels of silver, and that the Yin family's residence in Drumbeat Lane had suffered a water incident that very night, Qi Wei remarked, "You should have the people from the Wuqing division investigate thoroughly. What a remarkable coincidence this is." Fu Xing's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it is quite possible that the house was set ablaze by the Yin family themselves to evade payment. Moreover, today, the Yin family caused a ruckus at Li's food shop, prompting the proprietress to consider relocating with her daughter. She has found a new place, yet she is troubled about leaving the shop unattended. Qi Wei cast a glance at Fu Sheng, his gaze landing on the oiled paper bag in his hands. "Have you pilfered snacks from Li's food shop again?" Fu Xing quickly proffered the oiled paper bag. "I did not take it. The proprietress gave it to me. Do try it. It is both flaky and crisp." With a sigh, Qi Wei replied, "You may enjoy it yourself, but remember to pay next time." They are running a business, after all. Oh, understood, Fu Sheng responded, turning to summon a servant. Meanwhile, in El Haing, the 100 household Wei Bao forcibly conscripted soldiers for personal gain, inciting the villagers to revolt. A violent clash ensued between Wei Bao's men and the villagers, resulting in casualties on both sides. In the current turmoil of war, the army suffers heavy losses, and recruitment efforts are rampant. The newly enlisted soldiers do not enter the military register, do not inherit their positions, and are not bound to lifelong service, naturally. They find themselves at the forefront of battles. Presently, the silver offered for recruited soldiers varies. It is contingent upon the Treasury's military funds. When the funds are ample, an individual might receive 10 taels. When scarce, it may drop to 5. Chapter 74. Xianbo. Even so, as long as there is food on the table, the common folk are reluctant to enlist in the military, especially when it involves the able-bodied men of their households. The recruitment expenses reported by the El He camp amounted to 8 taels per person, whereas Wei Bao resorted to forcibly conscripting laborers, even resorting to kidnapping on the main roads. Attached to the report was a roster of recruits from El He camp, and Chi Wei, upon inspecting the final tally, was astonished to find there were as many as 1,562 individuals. If calculated at 8 taels of silver per person, this would total over 10,000 taels, which, if these individuals were indeed forcibly recruited, implies that all this substantial sum would end up in the hands of the campus commander. This represents military funds that the court had painstakingly assembled. Wei Bao. The El He camp is a 1,000-man regiment, newly established this year and subordinate to the capital garrison. The current commander, named Zhuo Shangwen, hails from the Zhuo family of Xinyang. Since the reign of Emperor Gaozong, the Zhuo family has been prominent, with the late Empress Zhuo having no surviving heirs, and the current Grand Empress Dowager, Du, being the consort of Gaozong. Afterward, the Zhuo family ceased to send daughters to the palace. Yet the Grand Empress Dowager has shown considerable favor towards them. Although the male members of the Zhuo family have not achieved notable accomplishments, they have enjoyed a stable life due to the positions granted by Gaozong, receiving their rightful benefits, such as the commendable post of commander at El He camp, a position that was fiercely contested among several families, ultimately determined by the Grand Empress Dowager herself. With this thought, Chi Wei's brow furrowed deeper. Fu Sheng, who was sitting outside the study, facing the moon while eating broad beans, hurried in upon hearing the call. Do any direct relatives of Wei Ming hold official positions? Wei Ming is the most capable chief eunuch in front of the Grand Empress Dowager, indeed the foremost among eunuchs. Chi Wei recalled that Wei Ming had several godsons, of whom 2 were currently stationed at the front lines as military supervisors. Before entering the palace, Wei Gonggong was an orphan, having only a younger brother to rely on, who passed away early, leaving behind a nephew named Wei Bao. When the late emperor ascended the throne, he bestowed a position of favor upon the Wei family. And last year, with the new emperor's coronation, another position of grace was granted. Wei Bao currently serves as a captain in the El He camp and is expected to be reassigned to the capital in a year or so. Chi Wei nodded, realizing that Wei Bao was indeed Wei Ming's own nephew. He then glanced at the signature on the petition, which read Ning Hua, County Magistrate of El He. Chi Wei was unfamiliar with Ning Hua and had not heard of him prior. Yet he seemed to exhibit a measure of courage in this situation. Typically, local officials feigned ignorance regarding military matters, even when soldiers committed acts of violence against the populace, pretending not to notice. Upon reviewing the petition again, Chi Wei noted that Ning Hua's wording was exceedingly meticulous. It merely recounted the reasons behind the conflict between the local populace and the soldiers led by Wei Bao, along with the ensuing casualties, with nearly every accusation substantiated by evidence. After thoughtful consideration, Chi Wei set aside the other petitions and carefully organized this one, saying to Fu Sheng, "Tomorrow, I shall visit the El He camp. Inform Su Jiaxing and Fan Mao to accompany me. Shall I not go with you as well?" "There is little for me to do in the capital," Fu Sheng replied. "Did you not say that tomorrow is the day the Yan family returns the funds? One must see a task through to its conclusion. This matter is yours to handle, and you must follow it to its resolution." Chi Wei responded with a slight smile. "After all, you have indulged in their delicacies. It was not without cost." The aroma of fried broad beans still lingered in Fu Sheng's mouth, instinctively covering his mouth. He uttered a soft sound before rushing out to seek out Su Jiaxing and Fan Mao. Early the next morning, as the shop's door swung open, manager who arrived at Li Shiji, not alone, but accompanied by another individual. Yan Xuehuai had not anticipated manager Hu's promptness. She had only sought his assistance the previous day, and now he had brought someone along. However, this person was somewhat unexpected to Yan Xuehuai. This was exclaimed. Despite his advanced age, he retained a robust physique. Previously, he had served as a guard, easily overpowering several ruffians. Exclaimed, whose full name was Yan Xuehuai, was around 54 or 55 years old. He bore the scars of an injury sustained during his time as a guard, resulting in a slight limp. Yan Xuehuai noticed his hands, calloused and veined. Alas, she had hoped to hire a younger individual instead. Yet Li Qinyang expressed her satisfaction with exclaimed, preferring to employ someone seasoned, which would ensure stability and mitigate idle gossip. Exclaimed was the uncle of Xiao Wuzi, a local resident of Pingxing, now having returned to his roots. Li Qinyang had initially considered inviting him to assist her, but since there was a need at Yan Xuehuai's shop, she deemed it more fitting for him to be here. Li Qinyang inquired of exclaimed, if you are to work in my shop, will you require accommodation? Is your family agreeable to this? Exclaimed replied nonchalantly. Only my sister's family remains, and they consent. Given that exclaimed referred to his sister, it was evident that she was Xiao Wuzi's mother. In truth, Li Qinyang wished to inquire about exclaimed's wife and children, but judging by his tone, it seemed he either had none or they had long since departed from this world. Li Qinyang refrained from further inquiries and addressed exclaimed, stating, Here, we operate on a modest scale. Your remuneration will be the same as Ingers, temporarily set at 1 tael of silver per month. Once business improves, we can certainly increase it. Accommodation and meals are provided, along with 4 sets of clothing annually. Does this arrangement suit you? Yes, it's acceptable, exclaimed replied, evidently not a man of many words. Li Qinyang felt a sense of satisfaction and promptly mentioned that exclaimed could commence work at any time. Exclaimed nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent once more. Shopkeeper who, not one to be overly formal, took a steamed bun and set off alongside exclaimed. Yan Xuehuai accompanied them to the door, just in time to spot personnel from the Wuqing division approaching. She quickly adorned her face with a welcoming smile, ready to greet them, only to realize that the leader of today's delegation was not the deputy envoy Cheng, who was typically responsible for this area, but rather a familiar face, General Hao. Yan Xuehuai glanced at Hao Cheng and then at the individuals clad in the uniforms of the Wuqing division trailing behind him. Indeed, it was Hao Cheng, accompanied by those who were genuinely members of the Wuqing division. She felt that Fuxing had truly been considerate, not only greeting the Wuqing division to encourage their visits to this locality, but also inviting Hao Cheng to lead the team personally. Though she was unaware of the rank of General Ding Yuan, she recognized that Hao Cheng's proximity to Duke Dinghua, along with his access to the Marshal's office, indicated a position of considerable significance. Her mother had merely given Fuxing a packet of fried broad beans, and yet he had succeeded in bringing over General Hao. Hao Cheng had long forgotten what Li Qinyang's daughter looked like, only recalling her as a slender girl, akin to a small kitten. Noticing Yan Xuehuai's gaze upon him, he touched his face and inquired, Are you from Li's food shop? Has someone been causing trouble for you here? Chapter 75. The wretched dog. Yan Xuehuai's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Hao Cheng, wishing fervently to discern the blooming flowers of fortune upon his face. General, she implored, you must advocate for the common folk. Trailing behind Hao Cheng were the personnel from the 5 cities division, who had been perplexed since dawn when Hao Cheng, with a countenance as grim as a pot's bottom, reported for duty. They remained baffled as to what had compelled this esteemed gentleman to grace their presence. Hao Cheng raised an eyebrow in curiosity, pondering the implications of her words. He had merely sought to engage in idle conversation. Yet this young girl seemed to seize the opportunity with fervor. The members of the 5 cities division hastily lowered their voices to elucidate. The proprietress of Lishurji has recently undergone a divorce. Just days ago, her family caused quite the uproar, and this young lady is her daughter. As soon as the words left his lips, one of them suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a head peeking around the corner, It's him. He was among those who caused trouble the other day. Hao Cheng's interest was piqued, although he could not discern the features of the individual, if they were indeed troublemakers. They must belong to the Yin family, the very same rabble that had tarnished his reputation, leading to his mockery by Wei Mingjing and his subsequent demotion to patrol the streets. Seize him, he commanded. The figure peering curiously was A Wang, who, along with A Kai, though injured, were in far better condition than Sun Shi and Yin Jingxiu. As mere servants, they were deprived of the luxury of recuperation. Thus, he had been dispatched early this morning to observe the activities surrounding Lishurji. Yin Jingxiu remained bedridden. while Yan Zhaoshan stirred up chaos at home over matters concerning the Sun family. Yan Zhaolin had visited yesterday but was driven away by Li Qinyong wielding a kitchen knife, only to be scolded by Yan Xuehuai, leading him to throw up his hands in resignation. Today marked the final deadline issued by the Yamen, and despite considering himself the head of the household, Yan Zhaoshan was reluctant to go to the Yamen. Others were either unable to leave or too incapacitated to act, so he dispatched a Wang instead. A Wang, fearful of going to the Yamen, first made his way to Huichang Street to see if Li Qinyong and the others were heading there. To his surprise, he encountered a group of officials in uniform. Injured and unable to run swiftly, a Wang was quickly apprehended by the men from the Wuqing division. "Are you here to steal?" Hao Cheng inquired. No, I wouldn't dare to steal," a Wang exclaimed, on the verge of tears, lamenting his misfortune. "Then are you here to cause trouble? You insolent wretch, picking on my elder. Come on, brothers, give him a beating." The men from the Wuqing division exchanged glances, puzzled by the situation. Is this a marketplace where one can simply start a fight? A few hesitated to act, but Hao Cheng disregarded their uncertainty. They were not his men after all. He rolled up his sleeves and threw a punch at a Wang, who fell to the ground. "I'm innocent. I was on my way to the Yamen and just stopped by to take a look. Not far away." Yan Xuehuai stretched her neck to observe for a while before turning back into the shop. Shortly after, she left Lu Ying'o to tend to the store and went to the Yamen with Li Qinyong. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Qinyong could not help but glance over. "Is that a Wang?" Yan Xuehuai nodded slightly. The Yan family was unwilling to go to the Yamen, so they sent a Wang instead. "Let us proceed to the Yamen and await their arrival," she suggested. Li Qinyong sighed, taking her daughter with her to the Yamen. The clerk had already been waiting in the back hall, accompanied by the deputy. There was little they could do. Fuxing had come early, made a round, and then vanished without a trace. The two were oblivious to Fuxing's purpose for being there, and they dared not inquire. Upon seeing Li Qinyong and her daughter arrive, both men exhaled in relief. However, the members of the Yin family were still delayed in their arrival. The deputy grew anxious as he awaited their presence, contemplating sending the Yamen runners to urge them along, when suddenly there was a commotion outside, lively and boisterous. The deputy's heart began to race. He was tied to the magistrate's fortunes. If he could secure his position, the magistrate would ascend from a 5th-grade official to the 4th grade, and he could leap from a 5th-grade local deputy to the esteemed position of prefect of the new capital, also a 4th-grade official. Though it seemed a mere 2 ranks apart, the difference between local and capital was immense. The deputy dared not dwell further on such thoughts, fearing it would rob him of sleep and appetite. Suddenly, a Yamen runner rushed in, announcing, "The men from the Wuchengxi have brought the Yin family members." Li Qinyong and Yan Xuehuai exchanged glances, both assuming that a Wang was among those brought in. However, they were mistaken. The individuals being shoved inside numbered 3, one middle-aged and one young man, while the one in the middle, with a bruised and battered visage, took several moments for Li Qinyong and Yan Xuehuai to recognize. This was Yan Zhaoshi. On that day, Yan Zhaoshi indeed sustained injuries. He was struck in the face by a whip from Dong Wanqian and was also hit several times by Dong Xiaobai. However, aside from the lash across his visage, the other blows were not particularly severe. Dong Xiaobai, despite having trained in martial arts, was merely an 11-year-old child, still small in stature and lacking significant strength. Yet, merely days later, Yan Zhaoshi's condition had not only failed to improve, but had worsened considerably. His face had become swollen and elongated, and his eyes, one surrounded by darkness and the other unblemished, bore a striking resemblance to the male protagonist of an animated film Yan Xuehuai had seen in a previous life. No, not a protagonist, but rather a despicable canine. Yan Xuehuai soon realized that Hao Cheng had brought individuals to the Yin residence, forcibly escorting the 3 masters of the Yin family to the magistrate's office. However, Hao Cheng was nowhere to be found. Accompanying these 3 was a genuine officer of the Wuqing division, surnamed He, commonly referred to as Big He. He frequently patrolled Huichang Street, and Yan Xuehuai had once treated him to steamed buns. Big He clasped his hands in greeting to the assistant magistrate and stated, "My brothers and I were patrolling Huichang Street when we encountered members of the Yin family causing a disturbance. We decided to bring the heads of their household to the magistrate's office. If you wish to litigate, do so. If compensation is required, let it be. Just ensure that they refrain from disrupting our territory in the future. The maintenance of public order in the capital is paramount, and we are quite busy each day. We cannot afford to let trivial matters such as these hinder our other duties. Can we, esteemed assistant magistrate?" The assistant magistrate felt a headache coming on. The officers of the Wuching division were either scions of noble families or offspring of military generals, each more unruly than the last. Their words, though delivered with an air of righteousness, ultimately reflected the magistrate's failure to manage the situation adequately, thereby causing unnecessary disturbances to the tranquility of the capital. This burden felt rather heavy, and the assistant magistrate had no desire to bear it. A constable discreetly leaned towards the magistrate and whispered, "This gentleman is of the He family, the nephew of Lord He Dingguo." The magistrate's head throbbed even more. He, recognizing the gravity of the situation, reproached the three members of the Yin family and expressed heartfelt respect and gratitude on behalf of the court to the Wuching division. Could he truly represent the court? Under normal circumstances, he could not. Yet, in this moment, the governor would be eager for him to take on that role. All necessary and unnecessary words had been exchanged. Yet neither the He family nor the representatives of Wuching showed any inclination to depart. Reluctantly, the magistrate remarked, "If you still have official business." Before he could finish, the elder He interjected, "This case pertains to the tranquility of our jurisdiction, thus we must observe." They were indeed obliged to stay. They had wagered with Hao Chong, who claimed that the Yin family would be able to produce the funds, while they found such a notion improbable, leading to a bet over a banquet at Zhuangyuan Tower. Chapter 76. A Farce, Part 1. This place was the back hall, and this was not a formal trial. It was merely a gathering to discuss matters with both parties involved, without any elevation of the court proceedings, so how could there be any observers? The magistrate cast a furtive glance at the elder He, who was lounging with crossed arms, truly resembling a spectator enjoying the spectacle. Very well, if they wish to watch, let them. The magistrate merely wished to expedite the resolution of this case. The longer it dragged on, the more he would lose his hair, and so would the governor. He glanced at his assistant, signaling for him to initiate the questioning, as was customary. The assistant held a favorable view only towards Yan Jingxiu, yet today, Yan Jingxiu was absent. Faced with the three elders of the Yan family, the assistant felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance, particularly towards Yan Zhaoshi. He transformed from the amiable gentleman of that day into a stern figure, scrutinizing the Yan brothers with a piercing gaze. After thoroughly assessing them, he inquired, "Will you be settling the debt with silver notes, or in cash? Or perhaps you intend to offer property deeds, precious metals, or jewels as compensation?" Yan Zhaoshan nearly choked on his breath. He had not attended the magistrate's office that day, and thus had not witnessed the events firsthand. Such is human nature. Anything not seen is often dismissed as someone else's affair. Although he was aware that he was liable for monetary compensation, it had not truly weighed on his mind. "I shall not pay. What can you do about it?" In the past, the village's notorious debtor had evaded payments to various families, defiantly declaring, "I have no money, just my life." Others had no choice but to resign themselves to misfortune. And in all the years, it was rumored that the debtor had never repaid anyone. As the eldest brother, he noticed the clerk's unwavering gaze fixed solely upon him. "Yinda," the clerk called out. "Yinda?" Since leaving the village, Yan Zhaoshan had become known as Lord Yinda. What nonsense was this? Had the officials never received an education? With a displeased expression, he grumbled, "I know nothing of any money." The clerk, upon hearing this, was visibly displeased. After all, Yinda was the father of Yan Jingxiu, and it was perplexing how such a father could raise a son of such refinement. The clerk scoffed. "Do you truly prefer to see your mother serve 3 years of hard labor rather than compensate the debt?" Remarkably, that was indeed his sentiment. His mother had labored extensively in her youth, her constitution stronger than his own. He had heard from Yin Zhaolin that female offenders were tasked with the labor of grinding rice. In the countryside, pounding rice is a simple and light task, with young wives engaging in leisurely chatter about the neighbors while they work. Is this truly considered labor? In the past, when the family was impoverished and unable to afford oxen, plowing was accomplished by human strength, which was far more strenuous than pounding rice. Noticing Yan Zhaoshan's hesitation, the steward exchanged glances with the county magistrate, both understanding the implications. In a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. For every grandson who endures punishment for his grandmother, there is a son who, in a bid to save money, sends his mother to serve her sentence. The steward contemplated Yan Jingxiu and felt a sense of regret. "You must consider carefully. Both your brother and your son are scholars, and should your mother's sentence be altered, their futures would be jeopardized. At best, they would lose their opportunities, and at worst, their reputations could be ruined." For many scholars, reputation holds even greater significance than official titles. The steward held a favorable impression of Yan Jingxiu, perceiving him as one among many. Indeed, Yan Zhaoshan hesitated. Regardless of Yan Zhaoshan's character, Yan Jingxiu was his son, and he harbored hopes for his son's future success, envisioning a day when he could bask in the glory of his achievements. Yet, our family has suffered a flood, and the house has burned down. Where could he possibly gather such a sum of money now? Yan Zhaoshan lamented. This is truly a predicament. The steward, experienced in such matters, turned to the magistrate and inquired, "What do you suggest, esteemed magistrate?" The magistrate's gaze, however, drifted sideways towards he, who appeared to be watching the spectacle with gleaming eyes. What can be done? Either impose a sentence of 3 years of imprisonment on the Yan family under the pretext of their failure to pay the fine of silver, along with a monetary penalty of 100 taels, or dispense with the pleasantries and bring forth the silver for payment. Furthermore, Yinda, do not blame this official for not advising you. According to the laws of the Great Way, failure to pay the fine, even if the sentence is altered, necessitates the payment of 50% of the fine as a default penalty, coupled with 100 strokes of the rod as a deterrent. You must deliberate amongst yourselves. Should Yan Jingxiu bear the punishment for Yan Guoshi once more, or shall it be one of you? Moreover, the 50% of the fine amounts to 5,000 taels. Will you tender a silver note or actual silver? It is a farce. The laws of the court are not like your household curtains, to be changed or altered at whim. Yan Zhaoshan was taken aback, hastily glancing at Yan Zhaoshi. Second brother, is it truly written so in the texts? Yan Zhaoshi nodded. While he may not have extensively studied the law, he was aware of this particular stipulation. Yan Zhaoshan rolled his eyes, appearing on the verge of fainting, when a foot unexpectedly emerged from behind, propping him up. Yan Zhaoshan let out a sound of discomfort, releasing a belch. The official, witnessing that Yan Zhaoshan had regained his composure, sneered and inquired, "Have you come to a decision? Is it 10,000 taels or 5,000 taels? This official has matters to attend to and lacks the time to linger with you. Bring them to the holding cell to deliberate thoroughly. Return once you have reached an agreement." Next. However, outside, there was no next, since the establishment of the 5 cities division. Even those who came to the court to seek justice had dwindled. Nevertheless, upon hearing the official's words, the Yan brothers genuinely grew anxious. The holding cell housed petty thieves and ruffians, generally those who were imprisoned for a few days before being released. Unbeknownst to others, Yan Zhaoshi harbored a profound understanding. He never wished to return to that place in this life or the next. Elder brother, mother still possesses silver, rather than that house. Why not price it as compensation for them? What do you think? Upon Yan Zhaoshi's utterance, both Yan Zhaoshan and Yan Zhaolin felt a surge of indignation. To Yan Zhaolin, the silver held by the elderly Lady Gu was rightfully his. Without her funds, how would their family of 4 survive? For Yan Zhaoshan, the silver was his, as was the family residence. Being the eldest son, he was entitled to the lion's share of any inheritance. Why should he bear the burden of the fine? If anyone was to pay, it should be the second branch, as they were the source of this mess. As the 3 brothers prepared to erupt into yet another quarrel, the magistrate grew displeased, unwilling to prolong the matter further. He slammed his hand upon the table, declaring, "If you wish to argue, do so in the cells. Guards, take them away. They may return once a resolution has been reached." Hearing this, Yan Zhaoshi grew frantic, exclaiming loudly, "I won't go, I won't go. We will pay the money." Yan Zhaoshan responded with a sharp slap to his face, scolding, "We have no money. If you wish to pay, do so yourself." Publicly humiliated by Yan Zhaoshan's slap, Yan Zhaoshi felt a mixture of shame and anger, boldly asserting, "That house is mine, and the silver in mother's possession is earned by our branch. All of it belongs to me. I say we will pay." Watching the spectacle unfold, Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai could no longer contain their laughter. Yan Zhaoshi shot a resentful glare in their direction, only to meet Li Qinyang's cold, steely gaze, prompting him to look away. Chapter 77. The Golden Lock, Second Update. The deputy magistrate wished to put an end to the commotion caused by the Yan family in the official court. In a lowered voice, he conferred with the clerk, suggesting, "It would be prudent for us to personally visit the Yan residence to retrieve the penalty silver. This family is excessively uncouth, and I fear our officials may return empty-handed." The clerk understood the deputy's implication. His suggestion of us was merely a veiled way of indicating that he himself should go to the Yan household, unwilling to state it outright, and instead feigning camaraderie, a display of hypocrisy. "Perhaps it would be better to send a student in your stead, esteemed deputy. You should remain here in the court, if that suits you." The court was under the jurisdiction of the prefect, and it was not necessary for the deputy to oversee matters personally. Nevertheless, the deputy felt a sense of satisfaction at the clerk's proposal. The clerk was indeed a commendable aide. He contemplated his future as a deputy minister, a thought that filled him with trepidation whenever it crossed his mind. Biggie also wished to accompany them, but found no plausible reason to do so. Drum and Gong's alley did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Central City office. Should he venture there, he would inevitably attract the attention of the rascals from East City, who would likely demand hush money from him. In the past, while in the old capital, he had sought hush money from them, and he had no desire to experience a reversal of fortunes. Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai, of course, did not accompany them either. The court was vast, and the mother and daughter dared not wander freely. Beneath the shade of a tree outside the rear hall, there was a stone bench. Li Qinyang, feeling the coolness of the stone, prevented Yan Xuehuai from sitting down. Yan Xuehuai complied without resistance, opting instead to stand and converse with Li Qinyang. I overheard the Yin family discussing the property. They likely intend to offer that residence as collateral to us. Mother, please do not be deceived. I inquired with manager who, and a house that has suffered from fire can sell for no more than 1,000 taels. Li Qinyang chuckled softly, patting her daughter's hand, and said, that residence was purchased by your mother for 500 taels back in the day. Now that it has been burned down, it is worth far less than that. Yan Xuehuai paused for a moment, realizing just how naive she had been. When the Yin family was to compensate, the property was appraised at 3,000 taels, yet now, when it was time to settle debts, it was deemed to be worth no more than 500 taels. Yan Xuehuai could not help but admire Li Qinyang's business acumen. It seemed that the mother and daughter duo were destined for prosperity. The situation for the Yin family, however, was far more dire. The rear house had been destroyed by fire, and 2 rooms of the main dwelling, where old Madame Guo resided, had also been consumed by flames. Although the structure had not been reduced to rubble, the remnants were nothing but charred walls, and the other rooms bore the marks of smoke damage. Consequently, old Madame Guo had moved into the west wing, sharing space with the third son's family. With the absence of Gao and Di, Yan Zhaoshi found himself alone in the estate and took residence in the quarters of a Kai and a Wang. When the clerk entered the courtyard and beheld the dismal state of the Yin family, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could they truly produce 10,000 taels? Upon hearing that the officials had come to collect money, old Madame Guo became immediately agitated. In a moment of impulsiveness, she leaned over a chest, the 2 camphor wood boxes having been relocated from the main room, wishing she could curl up inside one of them. This reassured the clerk that there was certainly money to be had. A constable rattled the chains in his hand, producing a clanging sound that made old Madame Guo instinctively glance at her own hands. Her hands bore the marks of punishment, although she had lost consciousness. She had still endured the ordeal, escaping with no fractures. No, she could not be taken to the magistrate again. Her frail body could not withstand further tribulations. As the sight of her mother lying motionless upon the trunk weighed heavily upon Yan Zhaoshi, he reluctantly spoke. Mother, the authorities have declared that if we fail to pay the fine, you shall receive 100 lashes and be sent for hard labor. What? What did you say? More lashes? Grandmother Gu's gaze flitted between her 3 sons, ultimately resting upon her second son, Yan Zhaoshi. The youngest was her cherished darling, who was beyond reproach, the eldest, as the firstborn, was her pillar of strength. Thus, it was only the second son, who had cost her a considerable sum for his education, who was to bear the punishment. Feeling the weight of her gaze upon him, Yan Zhaoshi was filled with unease. For his pursuit of knowledge had distanced him from the land, rendering him less favored in his mother's eyes. Mother, not only must he endure the lashes, but we are also required to pay half of the fine, which amounts to 5,000 taels. 5,000 taels? Grandmother Gu's voice pierced the heavens. Why don't they go and rob someone instead? If they demand it, they shall not receive it. We have no money, and if they threaten our lives, so be it. What can they do to us? No longer inclined to lie down, Grandmother Gu sat upon the trunk, pounding it with her fists and striking her thighs, her sobs rising and falling in a tumultuous crescendo. The clerk furrowed his brow tighter. Her wailing in the court had been equally distressing, haunting him with nightmares for 2 consecutive nights. Before Grandmother Gu could fully process the situation, Yan Zhaoshi was startled. He had become sensitive to the mention of the term punishment. He fell to his knees before her, imploring, "Mother, do give them the money. If you are imprisoned, Ashio's education will be in vain, and he will never have the opportunity to serve as an official." Madame Guo's cries abruptly ceased as she turned her gaze towards Yan Zhaoshi, silently imploring him to deny the grim reality. Yet, Yan Zhaoshi merely nodded, acknowledging the calamity that had befallen them. Disaster begets misfortune across generations. Xiao could no longer sit for the civil service examination. In an instant, Madame Guo's eyes rolled back, her body leaned backward, and her legs gave way, causing her to tumble down alongside the trunk. With a clatter, the key she had been wearing at her waist became visible. "I shall unlock it," Yan Xuehuai declared. Aware that neither his elder brother nor his third brother would permit it, thus, he took it upon himself. Indeed, Yan Xuehuai shot a fierce glare at Yan Xuehuai. For the contents of those two trunks were entirely his wealth. Yan Xuehuai was not glaring at Yan Xuehuai. Instead, he clenched his fists, consumed with the urge to strike. Everything within those trunks rightfully belonged to him. As the eldest son, if not him, then to whom could it possibly belong? When the trunk was opened, it revealed a trove of silver coins, copper coins, banknotes, and a plethora of exquisite jewelry. The scribe cast a glance within. The adornments did not appear to belong to an elderly woman. If he was not mistaken, they seemed to belong to a young lady. And there was even a longevity lock meant for a child. The scribe picked up the golden lock, its weighty form adorned with 3 rubies. Yet it bore the marks of age. Flipping it over, he noticed a character inscribed on the back, Qi. The scribe chuckled softly. Initially, he had assumed this lock to be associated with Yan Xuehuai, but it now appeared to be linked to Li Qingyang instead. This was likely not part of a dowry. He had never heard of a family including a longevity lock on the marriage list. It must have been a personal possession of Li Qingyang. The steward held the golden lock in his hand and addressed Yan Xuehuai. "This character here, Qi, is it your mother's maiden name?" Chapter 78. The Stolen Goods, Part 3. Upon seeing the golden lock, Yan Xuehuai was momentarily taken aback. He undoubtedly recognized its owner. On the night of their wedding, Li Qingyang adorned herself with this very lock, claiming it was a treasured keepsake from her biological parents, which she had worn since childhood. He recalled that the lock was embedded with rubies, ostentatiously gaudy, yet Li Qingyang continued to wear it, only removing it at night to place beside her pillow. That event transpired a decade ago, and Yan Xuehuai could not remember what had become of it afterward. It seemed he had scolded Li Qingyang, perhaps, but the details eluded him. Staring vacantly at the golden lock, he confirmed it was indeed Li Qingyang's. Yet, how did it find its way into his mother's chest? Grandma Guo, momentarily dizzy, half-conscious, now wide awake, spotted the golden lock in the steward's hand. She lunged forward, exclaiming, "This is my possession, mine." The steward stepped back a few paces, flanked by 2 constables, causing Grandma Guo to hesitate. She plopped down onto the ground and began to weep once more. The steward scoffed, "You claim it is yours? Which silversmith crafted it? Which artisan forged it? How much silver did it cost? And why is the character Qi engraved upon it?" Grandma Guo was momentarily dumbfounded. Qi? Was that the character inscribed on it? She had no knowledge of it. Li Qingyang was rather sinister to have engraved her name on the lock. Observing Yan Xuehuai still in a daze, Yan Xuehuai interjected, "This belongs to my mother. It is her dowry, a family heirloom. Who knows which silversmith it originally came from?" The steward once again lifted the golden lock, examining it closely. This exquisite piece was crafted with such finesse that it could not possibly belong to a mere silver shop. Any reputable silver establishment would have its hallmark. Upon further inspection, he soon discovered not only the silver shop's mark, but also that of the craftsman Su Wanyan from Baoqinglu. The steward's eyes widened in astonishment as he first gazed at the lock and then turned his incredulous stare upon Yan Xuehuai. "Your family truly holds prominence. To have summoned Master Su Wanyan himself to create a longevity lock for a mere child." Yan Xuehuai was utterly oblivious to who Su Wanyan might be or what Baoqinglu represented. Neither he nor Yan Xuehuai had the faintest idea. However, the steward's tone indicated that this individual was of considerable renown. With unabashed bravado, Yan Xuehuai declared, "And so what? It is, after all, an heirloom passed down from my maternal grandmother." The steward then inquired of Yan Xuehuai, "Is what he says true?" Yan Xuehuai lowered his head in silence. The steward sighed. As a scholar, he still valued a semblance of dignity. Coincidentally, Master Su was currently in the capital, having been graciously bestowed upon the city by the Empress Dowager during the relocation, along with 11 other craftsmen. "I wonder how your ancestors came to know such a distinguished artisan?" Yan Xuehuai's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. Yan Xuehuai, equally bewildered, exclaimed, "What is all of this?" Although old Madame Guo grasped only fragments of the conversation, one thing was clear to her. This golden lock was immensely valuable. Worth more than an equivalent weight in gold. "That's mine. Give it back to me. It belongs to me," Madame Guo cried out. And this time, even Yan Xuehuai dared not utter a word, while Yan Xuehuai remained silent. not because he recognized the golden lock, but due to his astonishment at the vast treasures concealed within his mother's chest, particularly the golden lock, which surpassed even the most exquisite jewelry owned by the most celebrated courtesans of Yinji Lane and Xuehuai Alley. Several constables rushed over, closing the chest's lid and preparing to carry it away. It was only then that Yan Xiaolin reacted, lunging forward to seize it, only to be met with a kick from a constable. Yan Xiaoshu, still in a daze, suddenly regained his senses and shouted, "That is not stolen property. It belongs to the Li family. I can testify that it is a personal belonging of the Li family." The clerk regarded him with an expression of disbelief. "As if you were a fool. How much of the Li family's possessions have you pilfered? If I were fortunate enough to marry such a woman with a generous dowry, I would have long revered her as a goddess." The governor, having reluctantly passed this troublesome matter to the deputy, was enjoying his tea with a sense of triumph, when suddenly a cacophony erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of a woman weeping. The mournful cries startled the governor, causing him to spill tea on his official robe. Who was causing such a ruckus outside? The governor fumed, his irritation heightened by the dampness on his garment, prompting thoughts that one might assume he needed a bib. The Yan family once again. "Wait, stolen property? What stolen property? Bring the stolen goods in," commanded the governor. The constable turned to leave, but just as he reached the door, the governor called him back. "Please bring the deputy and the clerk here. Let the Yan family members stay outside." How bothersome. Truly bothersome. I am utterly exasperated with them. The stolen goods were then brought in, 2 large camphor-wood chests. The box was opened, and the governor examined the money and jewelry within, perplexed. Are these stolen goods? The clerk recounted the events of the day, leaving the governor feeling quite appalled. He had 3 daughters, and if their longevity locks were taken away by their in-laws, he would be compelled to break the law. Such is the consequence of lacking support from one's maternal family. For the sake of his daughters, he was determined to secure his position. He summoned Li Qinyang and her daughter to identify the items. If they were part of her dowry, they could not be counted as compensation from the Yan family. Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai were still in the yamen and noticed the commotion caused by the arrival of the Yan family. The noise was too great to ignore. This time, they were not in the inner chambers but rather in the office of the governor. Upon seeing the 2 camphor-wood boxes, Yan Xuehuai suddenly recalled that these belonged to old Lady Guo, who would not part with the keys even while sleeping. The governor instructed the clerk to present the golden lock to Li Qinyang. "Do you recognize this lock?" The lock bore the character Qi, and anyone would immediately associate it with Li Qinyang. Hence the governor showed it directly to her. Li Qinyang examined the golden lock, and then the box. "I initially thought it was stolen by the Xing family. Little did I know it was in the old lady's box." She then addressed the governor. "This belongs to a common woman. A precious heirloom left to me by my biological parents, which was lost in my chamber, leading to a quarrel with the Zhang family." Chapter 79, Jewelry, Part 4. The governor was equally intrigued by Li Qinyang's possession of a golden lock crafted by the illustrious craftsman, Wang Yan. He had none in his own household, and possessing even one could serve as a treasured family heirloom. Su Wanyan is still alive. If he were dead, his existence would be even more precious and rare. Judging by the character of the Yin family, they are undoubtedly unaware of this. Had they known, they would have likely sold this golden lock long ago. Such a family heirloom is beyond their reach at this stage. "Is this truly yours, without a doubt?" Li Qinyang offered a bitter smile, responding, "This is a cherished memento left by my biological parents. I have worn it for over a decade." How could there be any mistake? The governor scrutinized Li Qinyang anew. While she had surpassed her youthful years, her features were delicate and refined, though clad in simple attire. Her beauty shone through, lending her an air of elegance that set her apart from the ordinary women of the marketplace. Just days ago, he had presided over the divorce between the Yin and Li families and remembered that Li was a foster daughter of the Li household. Now, she claimed this golden lock was a keepsake from her birth parents, which seemed plausible. Her biological family's circumstances must have been respectable. It was unclear what had transpired. As typically, even if both parents were deceased, the child would be cared for by relatives. Nevertheless, these details were secondary. What mattered was that this golden lock indeed belonged to Li Qinyang. The governor pointed to the jewelry, but refrained from asking the clerk to present it to Li Qinyang. Instead, he inquired, "Do you and your daughter's adornments bear any markings?" While a woman's headpiece may not be inscribed with a name like this golden lock, it should bear the mark of the silver shop. Women do not overlook such details, so by verifying the silver shop's mark on the jewelry, if it corresponds with what Li Qinyang has stated, it would confirm that these items are indeed hers and her daughter's. The governor recalled vividly that just a few days prior, Li Qingyang had inquired about the jewelry and garments belonging to her and her daughter. Yan Xuehuai, with a face pale with anxiety, insisted vehemently that those items had been lost during their flight to safety. It now appeared that while the items had indeed been lost, they had all been collected by old Lady Gu. Li Qingyang, as expected, was aware of this, she stated. As the gold lock belonging to a humble woman bears my name, I have taken it upon myself to follow suit. Ever since my daughter was a child, anything I crafted for her was adorned with a character signifying why. All gifts from my father and brothers were made at Jinyuji in the old capital, where the proprietor was a frequent patron of my family's tavern. My family has always favored that establishment for crafting jewelry, and what I made for myself came from there as well, including my daughters, which simply bore an additional character, without needing the governor's directive. The clerk began to examine each item meticulously, setting aside those with the character and separating those without but marked by Jinyuji. In this manner, aside from 2 silver hairpins and a pair of silver lilacs, all other items were categorized into those 2 piles. Li Qingyang glanced over and pointed at 1 pair of gold bracelets, saying, "That should not be counted. I made that as a tribute to the old lady years ago." The governor nodded, holding Li Qingyang in even higher regard. This woman exhibited a clear sense of justice and discrimination between right and wrong. She claimed what belonged to her, while renouncing what she had given away. Even the deputy, who had only recently involved himself in the matter, viewed Li Qingyang with newfound respect, and the clerk, who already held her in high esteem, was further impressed. The magistrate commanded, "Very well. Escort them down and summon the Yan brothers. Do not bring that old woman here. Let her keep her distance, as far away as possible. Who wishes to endure her wailing? Even the magistrate has his limits." As Li Qingyang and Yan Xuehuai exited, they encountered the Yan brothers being escorted by the constables. Yan Zhaolin recalled the 2 chests of goods and the money. Turning to Yan Xuehuai, he remarked, "Second brother, in a marriage, it is customary for couples to quarrel and then reconcile. You should speak to sister-in-law, urging her not to take such extreme measures." A spark of realization ignited within Yan Xuehuai. Indeed, he harbored no grievances against Li Qingyang. Over the years, he had never sought to divorce her despite her inability to bear him a son. Had it not been for her secretive endeavors to open a shop, he would not have felt compelled to consider such a drastic step. Thus, he believed he had committed no wrongdoing. Li Qingyang, lacking education and worldly insight, had merely succumbed to the allure of wealth. Noticing their sudden halt, the constable furrowed his brow. "What are you doing?" "The magistrate awaits you inside. Hurry along." "Remarriage? What do you mean by remarriage?" Li Qingyang's thoughts lingered on that golden lock, momentarily bewildered. Yan Xuehuai, however, recalled that perhaps the term remarriage was not prevalent in their era, and thus she clarified, "What I mean is, will he regret his decision and wish to reconcile with you, to become husband and wife once more?" Li Qingyang scoffed. "We sell buns, not human meat buns. What use do I have for him? Even wild dogs would refuse him." Yan Xuehuai paused, then burst into laughter. "Mother, you are formidable. What shall we do if that Yan Erlao persists?" Yan Xuehuai inquired once more. Li Qingyang felt a weight in her heart and anxiously gazed at her daughter. "Why, my dear, do you wish for a family with both a father and a mother?" The prospect of separation was inherently unfavorable, inevitably inviting gossip. As her daughter matured, she needed to cultivate her own thoughts, which caused Li Qingyang some concern. Yan Xuehuai was taken aback by Li Qingyang's overthinking and quickly waved her hand. "If Master Yan too were to act as my father, I would rather perish, no? I would flee from home." In her previous life, she had been devoid of a father. The lawyer had disclosed that her biological father had strayed during her mother's confinement, abandoning both her and her mother. When her mother remarried, her stepfather harbored ulterior motives toward her, prompting her mother to take drastic measures. In this life, she did possess a biological father, but did this man truly deserve the title? He was no different from the father of her past existence. Did he believe that merely donating a sperm would qualify him as a father? They were unworthy. "Mother, I do not want a father. Not even if he were offered for free. Please, do not consider reconciling with him on my account. If that were to happen, I might fall into despair and succumb to depression, which could lead to suicide." Although even she did not genuinely believe she would take her own life, such words had a profound impact. Indeed, Li Qingyang was taken aback, embracing Yan Xuehuai tightly. "Rest assured, my dear, I shall not. Please do not frighten me further." Yan Xuehuai felt a twinge of guilt. Had she perhaps gone too far? She gently patted Li Qingyang's back. "I will care for you for a lifetime, truly. Consider me your son, one capable of supporting the household." Chapter 80. The haunted house, the fifth watch. The Yan brothers could scarcely believe their ears. The magistrate declared that apart from a pair of gold bracelets and those 3 utterly worthless silver hairpins, all other jewelry and adornments could not be used as collateral. What right do they have to make such a claim? The 3 brothers voiced their grievances in unison. The magistrate's expression darkened like stormy waters. These items either belonged to the Li family or were gifts bestowed upon their daughter, and thus have no connection to your household. They were originally possessions of the Li family, and they could accuse you of theft. Yan Xuehuai was aware of the belongings of Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai. He had always presumed they had been divided between the Sun and Zheng families, never imagining they would also reside with his mother. After all, as the head of the household, his mother would not allow the Sun and Zheng families, along with their 2 nieces, to seize anything from her. Yan Xuehuai felt a pang of regret. He should not have heeded his mother's counsel that day when he sought to deliver the divorce papers to Li Qinyang. Had he not done so, she would not have brought up the notion of separation, and he would not have suffered beatings in the lockup, nor would Xiao have unjustly endured 100 lashes. Yan Xuehuai remained silent, while Yan Zhaoshan and Yan Zhaolin began to raise their voices. That woman claims it is hers, so it must be. And as for the second daughter, her belongings rightfully belong to the Yan family. Indeed, all of this is ours. That woman deserves a beating. My second brother is simply too feeble, having let his education cloud his judgment. Had he listened to me, we would not find ourselves in this predicament today. The scribe interjected, "How dare you? Who permitted you to create such a ruckus in the court?" The magistrate has stated that these items belong to Li Qinyang and her daughter, and that assertion has been meticulously verified. Do you not trust the authority of the court? Yan Zhaolin shrank back, silenced by the rebuke. On that fateful day, Yan Jingxiu witnessed the punishment meted out with clarity. Yet, Yan Zhaoshan persisted, asserting, "If the authorities possess evidence, let it be presented." The legal advisor scoffed, "Very well, you claim these items belong to your family. Do you have proof?" Yan Zhaoshan hesitated but resolutely replied, "The items are stored in my mother's trunk, thus constituting evidence." The advisor retorted with a sardonic smile, "If your mother has pilfered the official silver and concealed it in her trunk, does that make it yours?" Yan Zhaoshan was momentarily at a loss. Silver is merely silver. Once spent, who could ascertain its origin? However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. After a moment's reflection, he declared, "This is a token of filial piety from us brothers to our mother. We can testify to it." The magistrate, sensing that further inquiry would lead him to question his own existence, gestured for the advisor to remain silent and took the lead. "Since these items are indeed Li's property, they are considered contraband. You assert they are gifts of filial respect. Thus, you have unwittingly confessed. Guards, seize these 3 individuals." "What? Why are they being detained? What have they done?" "They have committed no offense." Yan Zhaoshan suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The magistrate deemed the items as contraband, while his elder brother claimed they were gifts to their mother. Consequently, the thieves were no longer their mother, but the 3 of them. "Elder brother, alas, your lack of education has rendered you incapable of articulating your defense." Abandoning any pretense of superiority, Yan Zhaoshan fell to his knees, pleading, "Your Honor, my brother is but a simple farmer, ignorant of the law and lacking in eloquence. I beseech you, do not hold his words against him." Yan Zhaoshan, incensed by these words, demanded, "What do you mean by that, second brother?" To refer to him as a mere farmer and to claim his ignorance of the law is a display of contempt. He has long been aware of the disdain held by the second brother, that heartless wretch. He fails to remember who once made sacrifices for his opportunity to pursue education. Had he been the one to study, it would be he, not the second brother, who would now be a successful scholar. Yan Zhaoshan, with a poor memory, has forgotten that in their village there was a selfless old scholar who taught without charge. Yan Laodai sent both him and Yan Zhaoshan to study, but he barely recognized a few characters before refusing to continue, finding more joy in climbing trees and collecting bird eggs, dismissing the value of education. In contrast, Yan Zhaoshan persevered and was later recommended to the county school by that old scholar. During his time there, he copied books for others to support his studies and even worked at a tavern washing dishes to earn a living. The tavern owner, Old Li, recognized his integrity despite his poverty and deemed him a worthy individual, subsequently marrying his daughter to him. Thus, Yan Zhaoshan no longer had to worry about tuition or supplies. Yan Zhaoshan, however, does not recall these events. All he knows is that he abandoned his studies to support the second brother, believing that had he pursued education, he would have certainly become the top scholar. Now, to be scorned by the second brother in front of others is utterly inhumane. Enraged, Yan Xuehuai swung his fist. But the constable, with keen reflexes, pulled him back, though his punch landed squarely on the constable's face. The magistrate slammed his palm on the table and declared, regardless of whether they have stolen anything, they're all to be imprisoned. Yan Xuehuai, weary of the thought of imprisonment, lamented that his injuries had yet to heal. I insisted, those items belonged to Li Qinyang. She simply forgot to take them when she left, leaving them behind in the house. They were not stolen, truly not. Although Yan Xuehuai inwardly chastised his second brother for lacking resolve, he was equally unwilling to face incarceration. He had witnessed Yan Jingxiu endure beatings and had seen the myriad injuries on Yan Xuehuai. He must have been deranged to even contemplate imprisonment. Indeed, I recall this matter as well. The second sister-in-law and niece hastily departed, neglecting to take certain belongings, which my mother, being kind-hearted, collected on their behalf. The governor nodded in satisfaction but did not glance at Yan Xuehuai. Instead, he addressed the official who had been unjustly struck. This individual has assaulted someone within the precincts. Take him into custody. The officer gritted his teeth. Even if the governor had remained silent, he would have visited this scoundrel in the cell. How contemptible. Yan Xuehuai was led away, and tranquility was finally restored. The governor spoke to the still-kneeling Yan Xuehuai. Please rise, Scholar Yan. I cannot bear such honor. Yan Xuehuai's face flushed crimson. Should today's events become widely known, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. He hastily stood, but then bowed deeply in gratitude for the governor's keen insight. The governor, eager for swift resolution, dismissed his flattery with disdain. He instructed the clerk, summon Master Kai to calculate the monetary value of these matters. The governor had two clerks. One was the criminal law clerk, and the other dealt with finances and grain. Those who served as finance clerks were adept at accounting. Upon Master Kai's arrival, he swiftly calculated before Yan Xuehuai and Yan Xuehuai, exclaiming, the total amounts to 3,213 taels and 5 coins. The governor turned to Yan Xuehuai, only over 3,000 taels, which is considerably less than half of the required 10,000. Do you possess any items of equivalent value? After a moment's contemplation, Yan Xuehuai grit his teeth and replied, the residence on Drumbeat Alley is valued at 3,000 taels. Yan Xuehuai was in a state of distress. Having mortgaged their residence to Li Qinyang, where would the entire family reside? It was rumored that renting a place in Xinjiang City was exceedingly expensive. He cast an urgent glance at Yan Xuehuai, but unfortunately, Yan Xuehuai remained oblivious. The governor deemed the situation acceptable and summoned Li Qinyang and her daughter. Should Li Qinyang consent, the property could be valued at 3,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Li Qinyang chuckled. Choosing not to glance at Yan Xuehuai but addressing the governor instead, Your Excellency, as a humble woman, I must inform you that the residence on Luogu Lane was recently flooded, resulting in substantial damage. How could it possibly be worth 3,000 taels? The secretary also interjected, stating, I have just visited. The Yan family's residence is in utter disarray from the fire, and it is indeed not worth 3,000 taels. In truth, it may not even fetch 1,000 taels. A house that has suffered a fire carries an ominous reputation, akin to a haunted dwelling. Perhaps there are genuine feng shui concerns at play. Yan Xuehuai was taken aback, and so was Yan Xuehuai. When it came to business acumen, their understanding was limited. Li Qinyang's words were crystal clear. Not only was the property not worth 3,000 taels, it could scarcely be valued at 500 taels, for it was originally her money that had financed it, and now it lay in ruins due to their negligence. The governor secretly smiled, maintaining a serious facade as he inquired, how much would you be willing to accept for the Yan family's property? Li Qinyang, without a moment's hesitation, stated, this residence has an original price of 500 taels. The courtyard comprises 3 sections. Half of the first section is valued at 33%, while the remaining half exceeds 49%. If we consider it at 50%, that would amount to 250 taels. I shall endure a slight loss and refrain from demanding compensation for the repairs and repainting, opting instead to offset it against the original price of the residence, which is 250 taels. Anything beyond this amount, not even a single tael, shall I claim. Chapter 81. The Wager, First Update. Not only were Yan Xuehuai and Yan Xuehuai astounded, but the governor was equally taken aback. As for Yan Xuehuai, he was left in profound admiration. The governor proclaimed, the valuation of the residence on Drumbeat Alley is 250 taels. Do you both concur? The Yan brothers stood with their mouths agape, and it was only after the governor had inquired twice that they regained their composure. Yan Xuehuai exclaimed, no way. 250 taels? Does she consider our Yan family to be destitute? Such a meager sum to purchase such a vast estate, better to resort to robbery. Yan Zhaoshi remained astonished by Li Qinyang's statement. He had always known she was adept at arithmetic, yet he had never realized her proficiency was so remarkable. No wonder she had transformed the dowry restaurant into a grand establishment in the old capital within just a few years. If her former classmates were to learn of this, his reputation would surely be at stake. Noticing his silence, Yan Zhaolin grew anxious and nudged his brother with his elbow, causing Yan Zhaoshi to stumble slightly. Yet his mind became clearer. The debt owed to Li Qinyang is not a trifling sum, but rather amounts to several thousand. Given the current circumstances, it is clear that Li Qinyang will not relent easily. My mother and elder brother have underestimated the situation. This is the capital, not the countryside, and moreover, this matter was adjudicated through official channels. Should they fail to repay the debt, it is highly likely that the authorities will indeed imprison my mother. Next year, there is the imperial examination, and Wang Feng has stated that as long as he performs adequately, a promising future awaits him. Additionally, there is a Xiao and the child in Xiao Zhu's womb. They must not be affected by my mother's predicament, as they too aspire to pursue the imperial examinations and attain official positions. Yan Zhaoshi clenched his teeth, his gaze directed towards Li Qinyang. I can offer this residence as a collateral valued at 250 taels, but you must agree to a repayment period of at least 3 years. Li Qinyang smiled faintly. And what if, after 3 years, the Yan family still fails to repay the debt? Even if the authorities retain the case file, time changes all. Can they still imprison the Yan and Guo families? Master Yan, whether I take this residence or not is of little consequence to me, for I do not covet it. However, the sum of 10,000 taels must be repaid in full, whether in money or goods, and that must be sanctioned by the authorities. Your choice to borrow or sell is irrelevant to me. Yan Zhaoshi trembled with rage, pointing at Li Qinyang. Li, you are truly as venomous as a viper. Had I known this, I would never have wed you. Li Qinyang retorted coldly. Had you not married me back then, you would not even be a scholar today. And your entire family would not be standing on the soil of the capital at this moment. Have you considered Huaijie? She too has a future to think of in marriage. Who would take her as a wife? She would not even be able to serve as a concubine. Yan Zhaoshi, consumed by anger and humiliation, proclaimed that if no one dared to marry, then he would resort to taking in a son-in-law. He declared that rather than marrying someone as despicable as you, it would be better to remain unmarried. Though I may not be well read and do not expect my son-in-law to attain high office, all I desire is for him to treat my daughter well. Thus, whether she marries or takes in a son-in-law is of little consequence. After Li Qinyang expressed her thoughts, she wished to engage no further in idle conversation with Yan Zhaoshi. She turned to the magistrate, bowing respectfully, and said, Your Excellency, I am concerned that the Yan family might flee under the cover of night. I am not well versed in the law, but if they were to escape, would that mean they are no longer obligated to repay the money? Escape? The magistrate felt a surge of anxiety. How had he not considered this possibility? If the Yan family truly fled, the matter of repayment would be uncertain, and the Duke of Dingguo would not spare him from dire consequences. The clerk, already utterly disillusioned with the Yan family, seized the opportunity to suggest to the magistrate, Sir, why not detain one member of the Yan family while allowing the others to raise the funds? Indeed, that is a prudent strategy. The magistrate's gaze then fell upon Yan Zhaolin. Rest assured, he would not detain the elderly Madame Guo. Her wailing would resonate like a cracked gong, likely collapsing the very roof of the cell. As for Yan Zhaoshi, though his character was questionable, he was still a scholar. The magistrate himself was a man of letters, and the connections among scholars were intricate, intertwined by shared experiences, examinations, and hometown ties. There was a chance that Yan Zhaoshi might indeed secure a loan. If he could not borrow from his friends, surely he could obtain a usurious loan. I wouldn't trust that, Yan Zhaolin thought. Convinced that he would not be safe in the cell, he cast a glance at his disheveled elder brother, growing increasingly convinced of his brother's ineptitude. Yan Zhaoshi sighed, realizing that if he wished to quell the matter and safeguard his and Axia's future, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. He was acquainted with several affluent friends, such as the Tang poet with whom he composed verses for them. A sum of several thousand taels of silver would undoubtedly be of little consequence. As the constables took the boisterous Yan Zhaolin away, Yan Zhaoshi walked away, dejected. Yan Xuehuai glanced at the large pile of jewelry and inquired, My lord, since these belong to my mother and me, may we take them? The governor nodded and instructed the clerk to assist them in processing the paperwork, listing the items in detail and affixing their fingerprints. Thus, these possessions would be returned to their rightful owners. Although they did not recover the 10,000 taels of silver, they were delighted to have regained these treasures. Yan Xuehuai borrowed a piece of cloth from the clerk, gathered the items into it, and slung it over her shoulder, after which the mother and daughter exited the yamen. To their surprise, upon stepping outside, they encountered familiar faces. Hao Chong was squatting under a tree with Dehe, enjoying sweet melons. Upon seeing them, Dehe sprang to his feet and asked, "Did the Yan family lose money?" Yan Xuehuai shook her head. Dehe immediately erupted in excitement, shouting to Hao Chong, "So, what is the verdict, Zhuang Yuan Tower?" Hao Chong gritted his teeth, lamenting, "How could Fuxing mess up something so trivial? This blunder has cost me a feast." Accepting the wager, he declared, "Tonight, we shall all go to Zhuang Yuan Tower." Yan Xuehuai observed with a detached gaze and surmised that they were gambling over their own affairs. It was no wonder the people from the Wuqing division were so eager. They were not merely offering their services for free. They expected to be compensated with a bit of labor. Thus, Hao Chong and the personnel from the Wuqing division acted as bodyguards for the mother and daughter, escorting them to Shitzi Alley. Li Qinyang invited them to sit at Li's delicacies, but they politely declined, preferring the grandeur of Zhuang Yuan Tower. Hao Chong was seething with frustration, wishing he could seize Fuxing and give him a sound thrashing. After bidding farewell to them, Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai sifted through their belongings, selecting a few items while repacking the rest. With their bundles on their backs, they set off to find old Madame Yi, as they had yet to officially move in. It was imperative that these items not be left in the shop. There was no safer haven than old Madame Yi's abode. Upon hearing their account, old Madame Yi instructed Mou, "Fetch a box for them. Placing their items in a bundle is utterly uncouth." Mou smiled apologetically at the two women before retrieving a sufficiently large redwood box. In the presence of old Madame Yi and Mou, the two women proceeded to place their belongings inside. Mou felt somewhat uneasy, glancing at old Madame Yi and then at the mother and daughter. These items, at the very least, must be worth several thousand taels. Was it truly appropriate to leave them here? Li Qinyang repeatedly affirmed, while old Madame Yi snorted dismissively, directing Mou to take the items into the inner chamber. As for where the items would be stored, neither Yan Xuehuai nor Li Qinyang concerned themselves. They were acutely aware that old Madame Yi spoke no empty words, and besides, should their possessions not be returned, they would make themselves at home in this residence indefinitely. Li Qinyang fastened her gold lock once more, leaving behind a few inconspicuous hairpins and ornaments. She selected a gold bracelet and a hairpin, saying to Yan Xuehuai, "Take these and exchange them for silver." Yan Xuehuai understood that these items belonged to Li Qinyang, not her, and surmised that they were once cherished possessions of Li Qinyang. She replied, "We are not in dire need of silver at the moment. Let us keep them for now and use them when necessary." Li Qinyang smiled and remarked, "Look at your attire. What are these garments? I intend to sew you a few silk pieces. I will assist in the shop, and as silk is prone to wear, once we can afford to hire more help, I shall sew silk then." Yan Xuehuai felt content with her current clothing. Li Qinyang did not argue, but quietly pawned a hairpin to procure a satin quilt and 2 autumn jackets for Yan Xuehuai. The following day, Xin Xiang arrived for work, accompanied by Xiaowuzi, who brought along 2 bags of pastries and a basket of duck eggs. Xiaowuzi appeared somewhat embarrassed. "These are brought by my sister-in-law from her family, from their own ducks, though duck eggs are not as palatable as chicken eggs. I hope you won't find them lacking." In the capital, duck eggs were a rarity, as everyone typically consumed chicken eggs. It was no wonder Xiaowuzi felt self-conscious, thinking his gift insufficient, especially since his uncle would be working here and living here as well, which, frankly, alleviated some burden for his family. Li Qinyang chuckled. "There is no need for you to bring gifts. We should be the ones expressing gratitude for Xin Bo's assistance." With Xiaowuzi present, they all worked together to move into their new home. Originally, the bed that Lu Ying'e used was reserved for Xin Bo, while Yan Xuehuai insisted on sleeping alone. Li Qinyang, concerned that she might kick off the covers at night, was initially opposed to this. However, she could not prevail against Yan's determination and thus had to purchase another bed for her. Once again, it was acquired from old Chui, whose household was already furnished with tables and chairs, negating the need for additional purchases. This time, old Chui himself delivered the bed, accompanied by the same young man from before, whom Yan Xuehuai now recognized as old Chui's son, affectionately nicknamed Chui Jiao Jiao by the community. Yan found old Chui's choice of name quite distinctive, but upon seeing the boy's furious expression, she refrained from joining in the jest. The mother and daughter breathed a sigh of relief, as their lives began to settle into a routine. It was then that they realized that the household of old Lady Yi was not limited to just her and Mou. but also included 2 middle-aged men and 2 spirited young boys. Mou quietly informed them that the 2 men were brothers with the surname Wu. Named Wu Xinglong and Wu Xingtiger, commonly referred to as De Wu and Er Wu. The 2 boys were their respective sons, the elder being named Wu Jie and the younger Wu Ruei. The brothers were brought along by old lady Yi from her maternal home, and they had another sibling named Sanwu. Believing that these 3 boys possessed the potential for martial arts, she had Ouyang Bora find a reputable master to teach them. Among the trio, Sanwu displayed the most remarkable martial prowess, having accompanied Ouyang Zan on his travels. In later years, Ouyang Zan's son, Ouyang Wentao, also went missing, prompting De Wu and Er Wu to embark on a search, with Wu Jie and Wu Ruei gradually growing up to join their fathers in the quest. More than a year ago, Mrs. Yi overheard at a tea stall that the Yangqing prefecture had apprehended a trafficker over a decade ago, uncovering more than 10 children from the trafficker's home, among them a child with a Pingxing accent. At that time, De Wu and Er Wu were in the old capital. So Mrs. Yi instructed Wu Jie and Wu Ruei to travel to the old capital to find them, and then proceed together to Yangqing. Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai, both of whom had experienced harrowing events, would have perished in that dilapidated temple had they not encountered the army of Duke Dinghua. "Ah, why are you so late getting home from school today?" Yan Xuehuai inquired with a smile. "Then you should hurry and finish your homework," she added. And without waiting for Zhang Xiaoping to respond, she walked away briskly. Today, her hair had been styled by El Inger. It had grown lush and long, and El Ingo had fashioned 2 small buns atop her head, while the rest of her hair was braided into several delicate plaits that danced with each step she took. Zhang Xiaoping watched her retreating figure, his heart racing. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for staring at the young girl's back and quickly turned away, his cheeks flushed, making his way back to his shop. Just then, he collided with 2 icy stares. Zhang Xiaoping froze momentarily, noticing a young man emerging from a shop across the street, who was casting an unsettling glance in his direction. Quickly averting his gaze, Zhang Xiaoping hastened to his own shop, exhaling in relief only after he had entered. Peeking outside, he realized the young man had vanished. He could not recall having encountered this person before, nor could he fathom how he had inadvertently offended anyone. Yet, the moment the young man had looked at him, an ominous sense had washed over him, as if the youth might approach at any moment to confront him. Chapter 83. Friends. Third update. Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai have settled their lives, yet Yan Zhaoshi finds himself ensnared in confusion, flitting about like a headless fly. He first sought out the poet Tang. Upon arriving at the Tang residence, he harbored hopes of encountering the accomplished and beautiful Miss Tang. But neither she nor the poet was in attendance. The doorkeeper informed him that the poet had departed for the outlying estate, the location of which remained undisclosed. Next, Yan Zhaoshi turned to Lu Xiaocai. Recently, Lu Xiaocai had expended 800 taels to celebrate Miss Meiyu's birthday. Hence, Yan Zhaoshi felt it reasonable to borrow 2 or 3,000 taels from him, a paltry sum for Lu Xiaocai. Although Lu Xiaocai was at home, he immediately lamented his financial woes, explaining that his father had discovered the birthday expenditure, resulting in the cessation of his allowance. He had a mere 50 taels to his name and offered it to Yan Zhaoshi, saying that if he was in urgent need, he could take the 50 taels. Yan Zhaoshi, however, felt too embarrassed to accept the 50 taels and proceeded to seek out young Master Fang. Fang was indulging in drinks with a newly arrived performer and was already somewhat inebriated. Upon seeing Yan Zhaoshi and hearing his purpose, Fang was delighted and invited him to enjoy the performance. The performer, merely 12 or 13 years of age, had yet to undergo voice change, producing a sweet and delicate sound indistinguishable by gender. Fang gestured towards the performer and remarked to Yan Zhaoshi, "Look, while his appearance may not rival that of your nephew, his voice is as tender as spring water. Old Yan, if you could introduce your nephew to me, I would gladly lend you the money. What say you?" Yan Zhaoshi was drenched in a cold sweat, for he was utterly unaware of young Master Fang's ill intentions towards Yan Jingxiu. He recalled an occasion when he was at a tavern with a group of talented scholars and fortuitously encountered Yan Jingxiu and Yi Sheng. Delighted to reveal that his nephew was friends with Yi Sheng, he called Yan Jingxiu over to exchange a few words with the gathering. Young Master Fang was present at the time. Who could have anticipated that this beast harbored ulterior motives? Had he not indulged in a few extra drinks today, his true nature would not have been revealed. Yan Zhaoshi dared not broach the subject of borrowing money again and left dejectedly. Unbeknownst to him, as he exited, the drunken haze vanished from young Master Fang's eyes. He spat towards the doorway, remarking, "If he cannot even produce 3,000 taels, How dare he masquerade as a wealthy man to associate with me? I was previously deceived by him. My refraining from demanding compensation was an act of kindness. Yet now, he dares to approach me for a loan? I would rather use my money to indulge in the company of performers than lend him a single coin. Contemplating his options, Yan Xuehuai recalled a talented scholar surnamed Liu, who came from a respectable background. He sought out a few individuals to inquire and eventually discovered Liu's residence, which indeed turned out to be a grand estate. However, when he announced Liu's name to the gatekeeper scoffed and said, "That is merely my master's distant poor relative, who has taken 100 detours to reach his current state. He was sent away just a few days ago and no longer resides here. Do not come looking for him again." Before Yan Xuehuai could ask further questions, the gate slammed shut with a resounding thud. This was far beyond Yan Xuehuai's expectations. The spirited and ambitious Liu scholar turned out to be a mere dependent. Alas, it seemed even that precarious existence was no longer an option. Among those acquainted with Yan Xuehuai, these three individuals possessed the most affluent backgrounds, surpassing all others. However, as he merely stepped over the threshold, a teacup came hurtling towards him, striking his forehead. Caught off guard, he stumbled over the threshold and fell to the ground. "Oh, my poor Sanner, how has your brother brought you such misfortune? Why must you endure such suffering, my child?" Weeping, Mrs. Sheng supported the elderly Madame Gu. "Mother, please do not let your anger harm your health. Second uncle is already devising a solution." "A solution? What nonsense. He is not the one imprisoned. His conscience has long been devoured by dogs. My Sanner, if anything were to happen to you, I would have no reason to live." After considerable effort, Yan Xuehuai managed to rise from the ground. He glanced at the still wailing Madame Gu, feeling both shame and guilt, before turning his attention to Yan Jingxiu. Although Yan Jingxiu's injuries were not as severe as those of Sun Shi, his treatment was far superior. The only little maid at home was dedicated to attending to him. Upon seeing this little maid, Yan Xuehuai recalled the night he had summoned her to warm his bed. What was her name? Ah Ying or Ah Ying? Yes. Where is she? He contemplated inquiring about Ah Ying's whereabouts, but felt it inappropriate to ask in front of his nephew. So he restrained himself and proceeded to check on Yan Jingxiu's injuries. Observing that the scabs had healed well, he finally felt a sense of relief. Although Yan Jingxiu lay in bed, he was fully aware of the happenings at home. Their father had been beaten by the Yamen runners and was detained, reportedly facing a fine. It was said that he would be held for a full 10 days, and only after paying a fine of 20 taels would he be released. The third uncle is also at the Yamen, but he is being detained, while the second uncle is out seeking funds. Second uncle, do any of your acquaintances wish to lend us money for our urgent needs? Yan Jingxiu inquired. Yan Xuehuai sighed, reflecting on the day's events. A tumult of emotions overwhelming him. It has been many years since he had to hustle for silver, and now he is facing numerous obstacles, nearly reduced to being seen as a beggar. Observing his demeanor, Yan Jingxiu deduced that he had failed to secure a loan. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "This matter must be resolved swiftly. The longer it drags on, the greater the cost. The governor is currently suppressing this issue, and if it reaches Yusufu's ears, second uncle, you, I, and our brothers at home will find it exceedingly difficult to pursue a career in public service in the future." Yan Xuehuai fully understood the gravity of Yan Jingxiu's words, yet he felt powerless. The other party was unwilling to relent, and without gathering at least 10,000 taels, they would escalate the matter to imprison Grandma Gua. But where could he possibly gather such silver? The Yin family is an outsider in Xinjiang, lacking even distant relatives. Jingxiu, you know many people at the academy, do you not? Those who can attend Shuren Academy typically come from well-off families, he suggested, but before he could finish, Yan Jingxiu resolutely interjected, "No, that won't do. Yi Sheng also studies at the academy, and everyone there is aware of my friendship with him. They will surely inform Yi Sheng, and if he learns of this, Yi Sifu will inevitably find out. He can easily inquire into this case. Yusufu would certainly send his subordinates to investigate. While they may inquire, they would not offer assistance. Given Yusufu's status and position, he would never intervene in this case without cause. Moreover, Li Qingyang firmly asserted that Yan Xuehuai had abandoned his own daughter for the sake of the child in the concubine's womb, a situation that Yi Sifu despised above all else. What was to be done? After Yan Jingxiu's remarks, Yan Xuehuai found himself utterly at a loss. With a cold gaze fixed upon Yan Xuehuai, Yan Jingxiu confirmed that his uncle was indeed in dire straits. "Uncle, perhaps you should consider borrowing some money on interest. I am aware of a shop that discreetly lends at such terms." Borrowing money on interest? Yan Xuehuai was taken aback. He recognized the concept, recalling that there were those in the old capital who engaged in such practices. He had even heard that certain ladies from affluent families would occasionally lend out silver that was temporarily surplus to their needs. Gradually, a spark of hope ignited within him. The frown that had etched his brow began to soften. Yan Xuehuai, perceiving the shift in his uncle's demeanor, continued, "The shop I know opened just last winter. The proprietor speaks Mandarin with a Jiangnan accent, and he tends to maintain a slight stoop when conversing. The attendants in the shop are also notably well-mannered, clearly indicative of genteel upbringing. It is highly likely that the proprietor is a steward from one of the noble households. This shop, which arrived from Jiangnan last winter, is unlikely to belong to anyone but the family of a high-ranking official. Families like ours only made their escape to the capital this spring, but you are still unwell. And considering today's experience with borrowing money," Yan Xuehuai hesitated. Yan Xuehuai had always been the closest confidant to his uncle. With great effort, he propped himself up. Resisting the assistance of the young girl who offered her help, he managed to sit upright, but in doing so, he inadvertently strained his injury, causing his brow to twitch involuntarily, and his complexion grew even more pallid. In Yan Xuehuai's eyes, his heart grew heavier. Within their vast home, this nephew was the only one who genuinely cared for him, rendering his years of treating him as his own all the more worthwhile. "Xiao, if there is anything needed, let your second uncle handle it. You must focus on your recovery." Yan Xuehuai took a moment to gather himself before responding, "Second uncle, I am still young and can endure, but I fear I cannot bear to ride in a sedan chair. Please hire a mule cart. With Wang and Akai assisting me, I can walk, I assure you." Perhaps speaking while seated was too taxing, for after uttering those few words, an unusual flush appeared on Yan Xuehuai's cheeks. Yan Xuehuai was taken aback and hastily placed his hand on his nephew's forehead, then on his own, repeating the gesture several times before finally breathing a sigh of relief, grateful that there was no fever. "Xiao, your filial piety is well known to me. But nothing is more crucial than your health at this moment. Simply provide me with the address of that shop, and I shall go myself." "No, second uncle. You are a scholar." "Foolish child, precisely because I am a scholar, those lending money will not dare to treat me lightly. You need only to rest and recuperate." As Yan Xuehuai spoke, his gaze fell upon several books on the bedside table, the topmost being Spring and Autumn. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Xiao resembled him, for he too had been diligent in his youth. The next day, at the break of dawn, Yan Xuehuai followed the address given by Yan Xuehuai and found the shop, a silk store. In the present day, the southern region is embroiled in conflict, rendering the exquisite silk fabrics from Suzhou and Hangzhou untransportable. Those still able to sell silk either rely on their previous stock or procure it from affluent households. Such fine silks and satins are indeed valuable commodities. Families uprooted from the old capital have relinquished their homes and lands. Yet they would never part with the treasures stored in their warehouses. While these materials may not possess the liquidity of gold and silver, they are certainly convertible to cash, and their demand remains untroubled. Previously, Yan Xuehuai was oblivious to these intricacies, but recently, he overheard Miss Yulan lamenting the exorbitant prices of silk, which deterred her from crafting new garments. The ladies who had migrated from the old capital were setting their prices prohibitively high, consequently inflating the cost of silk in the new capital. It was then that Yan Xuehuai recalled that upon their departure from the old capital, Li Qinyang had arranged for 2 or 3 dozen bolts of fabric to be loaded onto the carriage. He had deemed her superficial and vain for thinking of new clothes at such a time, leading to her decision not to bring them along. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known how things would unfold, he would have insisted that Li Qinyang take those fabrics, allowing him to bestow a few bolts upon Miss Yulan. This line of thought stirred something within Yan Xuehuai. What had become of those fabrics? Did Li Qinyang truly leave them behind? Or had she secretly employed a carriage to transport them to the new capital? In the past, he would have dismissed such doubts. Yet now, his perception of Li Qinyang had shifted. At this juncture, he considered that she was capable of any deceitful act. What insidious schemes might this treacherous woman be plotting? The process of borrowing money unfolded remarkably smoothly. The shopkeeper, upon learning that he was a scholar, immediately acquiesced and inquired about the amount he wished to borrow. Yan Xuehuai, having contemplated this on the way, responded, 3,000 taels, please. The shopkeeper raised his eyebrows slightly, appearing somewhat uncertain. Scholar Yan, are you truly intending to borrow only 3,000 taels? We are men of propriety, and we conduct our affairs according to the customs of the new capital, according to the laws of the Great Way, for loans and pawned goods. The monthly interest must not exceed 3%. This is explicitly stated in the law, and you, Scholar Yin, understand this far better than I do. Here, our monthly interest is even less than 3%, at merely 2%. However, should the loan exceed 5,000 taels, the interest drops to 1%. And for amounts over 10,000 taels, it is reduced to 0.5%. Therefore, borrowing only 3,000 taels is not advantageous. It is truly unwise. Given your extensive education, I need not elaborate further. You comprehend this well. Although Yan Xuehuai was not proficient in calculations, he could grasp this simple arithmetic. Remarkably, the interest on a loan of 5,000 taels was less than that on 3,000 taels. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Then I shall borrow 6,000 taels." The wealth accumulated in old Madame Gua's chest amounted to over 3,000 taels. With this additional 6,000, they would be just a few hundred taels short. Yan Xuehuai himself had 400 or 500 taels on hand, and with a little assistance from the other two households, they would suffice. Within the entire family, she was the most unfortunate. Her mother lay incapacitated from a beating, her brother was similarly afflicted, and her father was imprisoned, enduring untold suffering. She was pitiable, indeed. She was woefully unfortunate. All of this stemmed from the machinations of Yan Xuehuai. No, it was the doing of the second household, with her uncle complicit in the matter. If Uncle Heir had not delivered the divorce papers to Li Qinyang, she would not have raised a complaint, her mother and brother would not have been harmed, and her father would not have been imprisoned. Thus, the blame lies entirely with Uncle Heir, who owes her and the Chang family a debt. In Chapter 85, Nephew's second update, Yan Xuehuai was distressed by his niece's tears, yet his gaze fell upon the golden hairpin adorning Yan Xuejiao's head. Previously indifferent to such trinkets, he suddenly realized that this hairpin could very well belong to either Li Qinyang or Yan Xuehuai. He felt no sorrow for the possessions of the second household being appropriated by the first. Rather, he contemplated that these hairpins and gold ornaments were also monetary assets. If everyone pooled their resources, they could indeed settle the debt owed to Li Qinyang. By some twist of fate, Yan Xuehuai visited old Madame Gua, where Zhang Shi and Yan Xueping were also present. Upon hearing his proposal to gather silver or, if necessary, jewelry, Zhang Shi immediately burst into tears. "Uncle Heir, is this not a humiliation? My third lord has neither fame nor position, and as for your grand enterprises, I need not elaborate. While my elder brother and sister-in-law manage to earn a modest income from farming throughout the year, our third household possesses nothing. Now you expect us to contribute silver? We simply cannot. It is truly embarrassing, utterly disgraceful." Yan Xueping quickly embraced her mother, urging, "Mother, please do not say such things. Uncle Heir does not mean it that way. He understands our financial plight." Old Madame Gua slammed her hand on the table, rebuking, "Why are you crying? I am still alive. In this household, my word is law, and it is not for others to dictate. In recent years, you have served and honored me, which has hindered your ability to earn money. Your hard work and contributions are undeniable. Who would dare to demand silver from you? Who would dare?" After speaking, Old Lady Gu pointed at the kneeling Yan Xuehuai and exclaimed, "Why do you not go and redeem your brother? What purpose does it serve to keep him at home? You, a wretched creature, only know how to pressure your family. Your conscience has been devoured by dogs. If you have the capability, go ask those wretched shoes for money. Go on, you shameless wretch. Your wife betrays you, and you act like a helpless fool. You are nothing but a coward, a spineless creature." Yan Xuehuai, scolded and disheveled, exited the west chamber. With nowhere else to turn, he decided to visit Yan Jingxiu. "Uncle, I still need a few hundred taels," Yan Xuehuai sighed. "But I have a little on hand. I will discuss the remainder with the authorities. However, it would be of no use. As long as Li Qinyang remained obstinate, the authorities would not trouble themselves on his behalf. If Li Qinyang could have relented, she would have done so long ago, and they would not have arrived at such a dire situation." Noticing the gloom on Yan Zhaoshi's face, Yan Jingxiu inquired with concern, "Has grandmother troubled you again?" "Alas." Yan Zhaoshi sighed once more. A wave of sorrow filled Yan Jingxiu's eyes. Grandmother's dearest is Uncle San, now that he is detained by the authorities. She is heartbroken and unable to contain her grief. "Uncle, you must bear with her. She is of advanced age, and the elderly fear anger the most. Alas. Next year is the year of the imperial examination. Next year there will be an examination, but if old Lady Gu were to pass away, Yan Zhaoshi would not be able to participate in the imperial examinations for 3 years, let alone next year. Even if Yan Zhaoshi can wait for 3 years, will Yusufa still remember who he is after that time?" Last time, Yuxing mentioned that the residence rented by Yusufa received several baskets of congratulatory letters daily, with countless scholars seeking to align themselves with him. Now, only a few hundred taels remain. and Yan Zhaoshu can hardly recall the last time he faced such a shortage of funds. A mere few hundred taels. And regarding this residence, last time, Li only offered 250 taels. If we concede to her, where will our entire family reside? Alas. Yan Zhaoshu sighed deeply. Yan Jingxiu remarked, if it weren't for the exclusive courtyard, it wouldn't be so costly. However, the exclusive courtyard is the most expensive and the hardest to rent. Those large communal residences are always available for lease. The houses are decent, but they require cohabitation with others. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Jingxiu added, currently, our household does not require so many servants. My mother and third aunt have no other duties, and it suffices for them to attend to grandmother. Moreover, the eldest sister and third sister have been capable of caring for themselves over the years. Having or not having a maid makes no difference. Yan Zhaoshu concurred. Recalling that when they were in the south, the household maids were primarily occupied with serving old lady Guo, as well as Li Qinyang and Yan Xuehuai. Yan Xuehuai, spoiled by Li Qinyang, was exceedingly delicate, still requiring someone to feed her at the age of 7 or 8, with dedicated maids attending to her washing and grooming. Meanwhile, the two nieces could only share a single maid, and even then, Yan Xuehuai often quarreled with her sisters, truly embodying the essence of a troublesome character. Seeing that Yan Zhaoshu did not refuse, Yan Jingxiu breathed a sigh of relief and said, grandmother may not agree, but I will persuade her. You, my second uncle, may attend to your important matters. As for me, being unable to assist in other ways, I can only offer a few words. Yan Zhaoshu, observing his thoughtful nephew, felt an increasing tenderness in his heart. He patted Yan Jingxiu's shoulder and said, Xiu, you have truly made sacrifices. From now on, you shall reside in the academy. When I have the means in the future, I shall ensure a study is set aside for you. A faint smile appeared on Yan Jingxiu's pale face as he remarked lightly, the sages studied amidst the bustling market to cultivate their hearts and nurture their character. We, the younger generation, should be grateful for this fortunate opportunity. Yan Zhaoshu was filled with profound sentiment. If the child in Xiuju's womb could grow to be like Xiu, he would find solace in his old age. By the way, since the household servants were to be sold, Xiuju was to remain. Yan Jingxiu indeed persuaded old Madame Guo, which was not particularly difficult. It was simply that Yan Zhaoshu lacked the proper approach. Old Madame Guo favored Yan Zhaolin the most, and once this point was seized upon, success was half assured. Yan Zhaoshu did not act foolishly. He went to the pawn shop, yet he was perplexed as to why the pawnbrokers seemed so well informed. Upon hearing of the residence in Drum Alley, they immediately exclaimed, are you trying to deceive us? That house of yours has just been visited by the Lord of Fire. How could we dare accept it? The pawnshop operated on principles of honesty. If we were to speak the truth, that house would certainly not sell. However, if we were to conceal the facts, we would be in trouble with the authorities. If someone were to report us, you would bear the consequences for us. Just hearing the words authorities and consequences made Yan Zhaoshu's head throb painfully. He emerged from the dental establishment, dejected and downcast. After taking a few steps, someone called out to him. Yan Zhaoshu turned to see another dental practitioner, who beckoned him to the roadside and, lowering his voice, said, Sir, you appear to be new to Xinjiang and unfamiliar with the local customs. A property like yours should not be brought to a dental office. There is not a single establishment in this city that would entertain such a property. However, I find myself in urgent need of liquidity. Where else can I turn if not to a dental office? Am I to hang a sign and sell it myself? How long would that take? Yan Zhaoshu was at a loss. The dental practitioner glanced around conspiratorially and remarked, we only approached you because you seem to be a scholar. Otherwise, we would not have sought this trouble. Yan Zhaoshu inquired hastily, what do you mean? Do you have a solution? The practitioner smiled enigmatically and said, have you heard of Mr. Jiao on Shunxing Street? Yan Zhaoshu shook his head, for he had never concerned himself with such mundane matters. They seemed too trivial. Chapter 86. The Dental Practitioner, Late Night. We can surmise that you are unaware of him. As a scholar, your path diverges from ours. You tread the official road. If you were not in a predicament, you would not have crossed paths with us, would you? Yet, our encounter is fortuitous, and since it is fate, let us illuminate your path. As he spoke, the practitioner removed a folding fan from the collar of his garment, snapped it open with a flourish, and extended it before Yan Zhaoshu. Taken aback, Yan Zhaoshu wondered what the practitioner intended. The man winked at him, gestured with his lips, and pushed the fan closer to him, urging him to pay attention. In Yan Zhao's mind, a spark ignited as he recalled the turtle's servant adorned with a green scarf at the Yulon bookstore. Each time the servant sought a reward, he bore a similar expression. Should Yin refuse to part with his coin, the servant would lament that Miss Yulan was in seclusion. Gritting his teeth, he fished out a piece of silver. Clutching it tightly in his palm, reluctant to release it until the warmth of perspiration rendered it slick. Only then did he summon the resolve to place the silver upon the fan. At that moment, he was transported back to many years prior, when he exchanged his labor of transcribing text for copper coins to procure brushes and ink. Indeed, this was an event from a distant past, so long ago that it had slipped from his memory, yet it resurfaced with vivid clarity in this instant. The toothman, astute and observant, discerned that the individual before him was in dire need of funds, substantial funds at that, and with this realization, his mind was set. Speaking of Master Jiao from Shunqing Street, he managed numerous ventures, one of which involved acquiring properties like yours, which were too daunting for the tooth shop to handle. An hour later, the toothman found himself in a tea house on Shunqing Street, cautiously recounting the day's events. It was evident that this person was in financial straits, in need of considerable wealth. With just a small sum, he would surely part with the property. If this minor enterprise does not appeal to you, I am more than willing to act on your behalf. What do you say? Master Jiao, half closing his eyes, sat with a young maid who was diligently peeling chestnuts, placing the prepared morsels into a small dish. Occasionally, Master Jiao would select one and toss it into his mouth. The toothman waited in silence for a response. But upon seeing Master Jiao's lack of words, he signaled to the maid, "Clumsy as you are, step aside. Allow me to assist Master Jiao with the chestnuts." Jiao Yu finally opened his eyes and addressed the toothman. "Have you washed your hands? Put down the chestnuts. They disgust me." The toothman chuckled. "Jiao Yi, what do you think?" His subordinates promptly dashed outside. The toothman rubbed his hands together, grinning at Jiao Yi, who found the smile rather repulsive and closed his eyes once more. A day later, Yan Xuehuai arrived to meet the toothman as previously arranged, only to find the toothman's demeanor markedly altered, his tone considerably less amiable than before. "You, a scholar of some repute, ought to conduct yourself with more decorum. Your residence was acquired from a woman, and as women are associated with the Yin, it carries an aura of negativity. It is no wonder Lord Zhu Rong finds it unappealing. Can you blame him? It is unequivocally a house of the dead. Do you understand what that means? It's a dwelling for the departed. My word, when I mentioned this to Jiao Yi, he nearly struck me. After I exhaustively extolled the virtues, he finally calmed down." Yan Xuehuai appeared as if he had plunged into a dye vat, his face oscillating between shades of red and green, a veritable kaleidoscope of color. The toothman regarded him with a sidelong glance. "Well then, how much silver do you wish to sell it for?" Yan Xuehuai quickly replied, "What do you think it's worth?" He was devoid of confidence, feeling utterly uncertain. Prior to visiting the first tooth shop, he had speculated that it might fetch over 2,000 taels, and even when the toothman mentioned consulting Jiao Yi, he believed it to be worth at least 1,000 taels. However, today, he did not dare to hope for even that amount. As soon as he uttered the words 800 taels, the man in charge waved him off, saying, "Enough, sir, do not jest with us. 800 taels, your life is valuable, and so is ours. In any case, Master Jiao will not punish you. He will direct his wrath upon us. I beseech you, spare us and take your leave." Having spoken, the man turned and departed, his demeanor akin to one fleeing from a feral dog. Yan Xuehuai was momentarily taken aback, then hastily followed. "Wait, we can negotiate. You mention a sum, but I never insisted on 800 taels alone." The man finally halted, extending 5 fingers. "This is the amount that Master Jiao is willing to accept." Yan Xuehuai felt a pang of bitterness in his eyes, yet, upon confirming the man as 5 fingers, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. This residence had been purchased for 500 taels, and the fact that Master Jiao was willing to part with such a sum, in contrast to Li Qiliang as 250 taels, was indeed commendable. 500 taels? Yan Xuehuai echoed. The man pressed his thumb down, saying, "We owe you nothing, nor can we simply facilitate this for free. Out of this sum, 100 taels will serve as our service fee. Additionally, the handling fee charged by the pawnshop is separate. This is customary. If you do not pay the handling fee, how can they possibly assist you in the transfer at the yamen? Would you not agree?" This was indeed true. When he had purchased the residence, there had been a similar expense involved, albeit a minor one, merely a 10% fee. In those days, it was a mere trifling sum, yet now, Yan Xuehuai calculated that Master Jiao was willing to offer 500 taels. After deducting the labor fees for the broker and the 1/10 commission taken by the brokerage, what remained in his hands was 500 taels, minus 100 taels, and then minus 50 taels. How much is that? Yan Xuehuai found himself unable to compute it in that moment, and could only glance once more at the broker. The broker, stroking the whiskers on his upper lip, chuckled and remarked, "You are entitled to 350 taels. Congratulations. This is the price. Go ask around in New Jing. Who can offer you more? Who would dare to do so? Wouldn't you agree?" The broker then wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "While negotiations are all well and good, let us be clear from the outset. Today, Master Jiao is in a good mood, but should he feel dissatisfied tomorrow, believing that the 500 taels was a loss, what you receive may not be 350 taels. As a learned individual, you understand this principle better than we do." Yan Xuehuai clenched his fists, standing in place, oblivious to the passage of time. 350 taels. He had spent 500 taels to purchase this residence years ago. Yet, back then, selling it for 350 taels was indeed a considerable loss, having acquired it for 500 taels. The broker, rolling his eyes, interjected, "When you bought this house, it was to your own money at stake, was it?" "It was the woman's money, reportedly from her own dowry. According to the laws of the Great Way, that has nothing to do with you. Even if it results in a loss, it does not fall upon you. You have gained 350 taels without any expenditure. You must view this matter from both perspectives. Now, when you reconsider, it is not a loss of 150 taels, but rather a profit of 350. Are you not pleased?" Chapter 87, Genealogy, Part 1. Regardless of Yan Xuehuai's feelings, the residence in Drumbeat Alley has been claimed by Master Jiao. The toothless man, pleased with his 100 taels of labor compensation, assisted Yan Xuehuai in locating a large courtyard in Iron Pot Alley. Originally, the courtyard housed 8 rooms. But with the increasing number of tenants this year, the landlord hastily constructed additional structures wherever feasible. After several disputes with neighbors, a few large trees were felled, yielding yet another courtyard. The front yard was similarly utilized for construction, resulting in what externally appears to be a modest compound, yet upon entering the gate, one discovers an astonishing total of 20 rooms of varying sizes. The smallest room can barely accommodate a single bed. One must be cautious while climbing into bed, lest one's shoes tumble into the doorway. Despite repeated persuasion from Yan Jingxiu, Grandmother Gua ultimately consented to vacate Drumbeat Alley for the sake of Yan Xuehuai. Relocation became imperative when Master Zhao's subordinates barged in, rummaging through belongings and cursing profusely. After a scolding from Grandmother Gua, one of the henchmen yanked her off the bed. Had it not been for Yan Xuehuai's timely intervention, she would have been unceremoniously thrown into the street. This fright instilled a sense of urgency in the Yan family, compelling them to depart in haste. Now, apart from Xiuzhu, the Yan household is devoid of servants. Yan Xuehuai and Yan Xueping had initially anticipated that once their elder brother recovered, the young maid would return to their service. However, with the maid now sold off, they are left with no choice but to rely on Xiuzhu. Xiuzhu, with her prominent belly, found herself bustling about at the behest of Yan Xuehuai and Yan Xueping. After much toil, she finally managed to tidy up the abode for her sisters, only to realize that there was no longer a place for her to stay. Initially, she could have resided with Yan Xuehuai, but the quarters were too cramped. Yan Jingguang, now 15, could no longer share a room with his parents. Thus he chose to stay with Yan Xuehuai. Furthermore, since Yan Jingxiu's injuries had not yet fully healed and he was temporarily unable to attend the academy, he too had to reside with Yan Xuehuai. Xiuzhu could hardly be expected to live with the 3 of them together. Ultimately, it was Zheng Shi who suggested that Xiuzhu lay a mat in the room of old Madame Gua. Old Madame Gua, advanced in age, needed to rise 2 or 3 times a night, which had often led to complaints from the elder maids, Gao Posey and Di Posey, who took turns keeping watch and were frequently disturbed by old Madame Gua's restlessness. Xiuzhu clenched her teeth in frustration. Fully aware that Zhang Shi had orchestrated this situation deliberately, she contemplated discussing the matter with Yan Xuehuai, who cared deeply for the child she carried. However, Yan Xuehuai had gone to the yamen, leaving Xiuzhu to wipe away her tears in solitude. Despite having paid a fine of 20 taels for Yan Xuehuai, he would not be released until the 10-day period had elapsed. When she went to visit, she found Yan Xuehuai appeared relatively unharmed. Certainly not as battered as she was, but he seemed frightened, his head bowed in silence, lost in thought. Upon entering the large courtyard of Tai Gua Hutong and encountering old Madame Gua, Yan Xiaolin's demeanor shifted dramatically. He pointed an accusatory finger at Yan Xuehuai and questioned, "Second brother, you allow our mother to reside in such a place? Are you even human? Is this your understanding of filial piety? Is this how a scholar demonstrates his devotion?" Yan Xuehuai felt a pang of guilt and could only reply, "We shall merely stay temporarily. In a few days, Once we find a better place, we will move out. A few days? Is this truly a place for habitation? You have given all the household's money to your wife and daughter, neglecting your own mother, and yet you still carry the title of a scholar? How disgraceful. The neighbors in the courtyard, already intrigued by the recently arrived family, hurried over to witness the commotion, and soon the entrance was crowded with onlookers. Living in such close quarters, with doors beside one another, Yan Xuehuai had no choice but to shield his face with his sleeve as he exited old Madame Guade's room. Li Qingyang looked at her daughter's sparkling eyes and asked with a smile, "How do you plan to spend it?" Yan Xuehuai replied, "I wish to purchase a residence, acquire a mule, and raise 4 large dogs." Suddenly, Yan Xuehuai realized that in this era, the options for spending money were quite limited. Li Qingyang inquired, "What purpose does the mule serve?" "To pull a cart," Yan Xuehuai responded enthusiastically. "And what about the dogs? Do you truly need 4? Li Qingyang asked again, bemused. With a mix of exasperation and affection, Li Qingyang gently tapped Yan Xuehuai's nose, saying, "Aren't you concerned that Wu Jie and Wu Rui might overhear?" Yan Xuehuai stuck out her tongue and continued, "As for the remaining silver, let us keep half for ourselves and use the other half for business ventures. We shall see if there are any stable opportunities to pursue. If not, we shall invest it in the shop." Li Qingyang nodded, "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. However, acquiring a residence is not as simple as merely wishing for it. Without a house, there is no place to keep a mule. If a mule cannot be housed, then certainly a large dog cannot be kept either." Thus, these aspirations were confined solely to Yan Xuehuai's dreams. From that moment onward, her ties to the Yan family were irrevocably severed. Li Qingyang promptly inquired of the steward, "Since the Yan family has removed my daughter from the genealogy, can I allow her to adopt my surname?" Clearly taken aback by this sudden question, the steward paused before responding, "If the Yan family consents, it is indeed possible." Yan Xuehuai would certainly not agree, yet Li Qingyang and Yan Xuehuai were indifferent to his stance. In truth, Li Qingyang merely posed the question as an adopted daughter. She was unaware of her biological parents' names, with Li being her adoptive father's surname. As for Yan Xuehuai, she had never possessed any notion of family in either her past or present life. With money in hand and the prospect of a house and car within reach, Yan Xuehuai walked with an air of confidence, fully aware that she was being followed. In her previous life, Yan Xuehuai had mingled on the streets from a young age, having both fought and been fought against, and had pursued others as well as been pursued herself. Armed with a knife when available or wielding scissors, screwdrivers, or even bricks when not, these were her weapons. Consequently, she did not regard the matter of being followed as significant and chose not to inform Li Qingyang. However, every occurrence has its reason, and Yan Xuehuai reflected on all those she might have offended. The last assailant, Lu Sanner, had been a vagrant hired by Ouyang Hui, who was still imprisoned and awaiting judgment in the autumn. Wang took her son to the clan every day, wailing and lamenting. The clan leader grew weary and accused Wang of colluding with Ouyang Hui to commit wrongdoings, subsequently reporting them to the authorities. Wang was detained at the Wuching office for several days and eventually, out of fear, abandoned her son with the Ouyang family and sought employment as a servant for a wealthy elderly gentleman. With Ouyang Hui and Wang no longer a threat, the only remaining concern was the Yan family. Yan Xuehuai shook her head, immediately dismissing any notion of danger from them. The Yan family was preoccupied with their own troubles and, at least for the time being, would not resort to hiring someone to abduct her or tarnish her reputation. Given that these two factions posed no threat, her attention turned to the pair of bandit siblings. Yan Xuehuai believed she had never directly clashed with them. Yet she recalled the malevolent glances exchanged between Dong Wanqian and Dong Xuebai outside the shop, as if they were poised to confront her. Indeed, they seemed inclined to brawl. This duo would not hesitate to create trouble for her, perhaps even opening a shop directly across from hers. Other than that, Yan Xuehuai deemed it unlikely for them to engage in further hostility. However, nothing in life is absolute, after all. It was this pair of siblings who had once kidnapped Ouyang Hui's son. This thought led Yan Xuehuai to recall a particular individual she had seen in their company, a figure who appeared to dominate the duo like a kitten grasped by the scruff of its neck. Her intuition suggested that this man was truly capable of orchestrating a kidnapping. The strategist, as referred to by the Dong family maiden. Lu Lin sneezed several times, rubbing his nose with a handkerchief, perplexed by the sudden onset. Dong Xiaobai's eyes sparkled mischievously as he exclaimed, "Strategist, someone is speaking ill of you." Lu Lin scoffed. "Aside from the two of you, no one would dare to insult me." Dong Xiaobai moved a chair and sat beside Lu Lin, ingratiatingly saying, "My sister and I have made a decision." As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at Lu Lin, who remained indifferent, prompting Dong Xiaobai to continue unperturbed. "We have decided to transform that shop into a restaurant." At last, Lu Lin spoke up. "Weren't you supposed to sell barbecued meat?" A flicker of guilt crossed Dong Xiaobai's face. They had indeed planned to sell barbecued meat, even commissioning a grill frame for it. Plans, however, often succumb to unforeseen changes. "Wouldn't you agree, strategist?" Dong Xiaobai said, attempting to curry favor. Lu Lin shot him a sidelong glance. "The plan was for your sister to sell barbecued meat, and the change is that she no longer wishes to do so." Dong Xiaobai quickly gave a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive, truly impressive. Strategist, I must bow to your wisdom." Amused, Lu Lin pondered momentarily before replying. "When you rented the shop, you chose the wrong landlord and failed to secure that location. This is no one else's fault but your own oversight. If you wish to open a shop across the street, that is one thing, but to also open a restaurant? Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes?" Dong Xiaobai pouted, wearing a lamentable expression. He had suspected as much. The strategist would certainly not agree. Moreover, the sign bearing the name Dong's Barbecue was pinned by the strategist himself. Now that they were abandoning the barbecue venture, the sign would be rendered meaningless and the strategist's handwriting wasted. Given the strategist's notoriously frugal nature, it was no wonder he would be displeased. "Yet, we are truly being bullied. You are well aware of the extent of our suffering. Moreover, that pale-faced man who assaulted me the other day is none other than the father of that girl from the Yan family, her biological father." Dong Xiaobai touched his face, a mark of his profound humiliation. Lu Lin scoffed. "As far as I know, that young lady from the Yan family has been estranged from her parents. She resides with her mother and has no ties to the Yan clan. Furthermore, did you not already set fire to their residence?" "Not completely. We barely scorched half of it, so it hardly counts," Dong Xiaobai lamented, feeling truly aggrieved. On that moonless, windy night, it was an opportune moment. Yet the flames failed to rise. His sister had even suggested roasting meat on the spot, but alas, before they could retrieve the skewers, the firefighters arrived. How disappointing, utterly disheartening. Regardless of the technicalities, since you have proclaimed your intent to sell grilled meat, this establishment shall be dedicated to that purpose. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I will have others take over, severing all ties between this shop and you henceforth." Dong Xiaobai was taken aback. He knew what sort of person the strategist was. His sister understood as well. The strategist was indeed capable of such actions. "Very well." Dong Xiaobai trudged out, dejected. Lu Lin called after him. "I have found a school. You shall attend next month." "What? School?" Dong Xiaobai exclaimed, poking at his ears in disbelief. Had he misheard? Must even bandits pursue an education? What a travesty! Lu Lin chose to ignore him, while Dong Xiaobai, filled with indignation, sought out Dong Wanqing. To his surprise, Dong Wanqing responded with amusement. "Studying is a noble pursuit. There are countless scholars in the academy, and it must be quite entertaining to tease them. Go ahead. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall intervene." Dong Xiaobai felt utterly despondent. In this era, becoming a righteous bandit was indeed a daunting task. Yan Xuehuai was still in high spirits as she asked Yumin to assist her in finding a residence. The location need not be exemplary. A street like that of the venerable Madame Yi would suffice, for a prime location would warrant the construction of a palace. Yumin discreetly pulled her aside and murmured, "I have heard that your family, no, the Yin family estate, has been purchased by Master Jiao." This revelation took Yan Xuehuai by surprise. She inquired, "Master Jiaobai's haunted houses?" Yumin lowered her voice and replied, "Any house where a death has occurred or where water has flowed, 8 out of 10 are acquired by the Jiao family. They have been in this business for over a century." Yan Xuehuai felt a sense of admiration. It turned out that Master Jiao hailed from a prestigious lineage, specializing in the acquisition of haunted properties. However, she was reminded of her own situation and said to Yumin, "As we have shared trials together, you must be particularly vigilant while searching for a residence for me. If it happens to be a haunted house or one that has been inundated, you must negotiate fiercely to bring the price down to its lowest." "Do you truly wish to acquire a haunted house?" Yumin could hardly believe her ears. "Most people are deceived into purchasing such properties. Are you not afraid of ghosts? Living there would be terrifying." Yan Xuehuai grinned menacingly. "I am far more fearsome than any ghost." "Very well." Yumin retreated slightly, realizing that he could neither contend with ghosts nor with Yan Xuehuai, despite Yan Xuehuai's insistence. Li Qinyong remained resolute in her refusal, leaving Yan Xuehuai with no choice but to relent. 2 days later, the shop across the street finally opened its doors, Dong's Barbecue. It turned out to be a meat barbecue place. Over the past few days, as tables were being carried inside, Yan Xuehuai had imagined that the eccentric sibling duo was deliberately establishing a restaurant right opposite her. Chapter 89. The Zhenghu, 3 updates. Dong Wanqian had arranged for 10 baskets of firecrackers to be brought in, the sounds of their explosions echoing throughout the morning, showering the entirety of Huichang Street in a cascade of red paper scraps. Li Shiji's new establishment had generously gifted every shop with steamed buns. Yet Dong's Barbecue had offered nothing in return. Moreover, Dong Wanqian had gotten into a scuffle with the son of the second shopkeeper from the apothecary. The altercation arose when the son, drawn out by the commotion, found firecracker sparks falling onto his new attire, leaving several burn holes in the fabric. When the son sought an explanation from Dong's, he was met with outright denial from Dong Wanqian, who accused him of attempting to disrupt their business. Known for his fiery temperament, the son retaliated, resulting in a brawl erupting between the two in the middle of the street. Annoyed, Dong Wanqian shouted towards the shop, "Bring me my weapon." As Yan Xuehuai watched the spectacle unfold, she cautioned the son, "Dawon, hurry and leave. Be wary of her whip." However, Dawon was reluctant to flee, as doing so would be a blow to his pride. At that moment, Dong Wanqian spotted Yan Xuehuai. And as Dong Xiaobai produced the whip, Dong Wanqian seized it without a glance towards Dawon, striding purposefully towards Yan Xuehuai with a fierce glare. With a forceful shove, he cleared the path before him and swung the whip down upon Yan Xuehuai with unrestrained fury. Yan Xuehuai, in a state of panic, found herself in an advantageous position. Standing atop the table at her doorstep afforded her a commanding view, akin to a crane among chickens. But it also meant that unless she could somersault a considerable distance away, she would inevitably be dislodged from her perch by the whip. She hastily shielded her face. Yet the anticipated strike did not come. After a brief moment, upon hearing Dong Wanqian's furious roar, she cupped her cheeks with her hands and tilted her head to glance over. The whip was not wielded by Dong Wanqian. Rather, it was in the hands of a seemingly refined gentleman, clad in a long robe, with a fair complexion and a hint of a beard. Yan Xuehuai recognized him as the individual who had trailed behind the Dong siblings. Lu Lin handed the whip to a sturdy young man beside him. Bowing respectfully to Yan Xuehuai, "My niece is young and impetuous. I apologize for any fright she may have caused you." "Were you harmed, miss?" Yan Xuehuai shook her head, descending from the table to scrutinize the man more closely. This time, she observed that he truly did not resemble a bandit. Dawon, visibly displeased, pointed to his attire and exclaimed, "Your family sets off firecrackers, singeing my clothes, and not only do you refuse to compensate me, but you also resort to violence." Lu Lin promptly summoned the young man and instructed, "Accompany this young gentleman to the tailor for a new outfit." On Huichang Street, there were silk shops, fabric stores, and ready-to-wear boutiques. Although Dawon's garments were new, they were of inferior quality, merely purchased from a ready-to-wear establishment. However, the young man led Dawon into the silk shop, leaving the second shopkeeper, who had hurriedly arrived upon hearing the commotion, feeling rather embarrassed. One remarked, "You are excessively courteous. What do the children's playful antics amount to? Furthermore, my child is quite mischievous, so we cannot place all the blame on your niece." Another responded, "Your son has done no wrong. It is indeed my niece who has been naughty. Ultimately, it is our fault. From now on, we shall be neighbors, and close neighbors hold more significance than distant relatives." Finally, Lu Lin announced that the shop would remain closed for the day, inviting the neighbors to partake in roasted meat. Thus, what had been a tense atmosphere swiftly transformed into one of cordiality. Yan Xuehuai was certainly among the invited, and Lu Lin extended an invitation to Li Qinyang as well. However, the mother and daughter chose not to attend, prompting Lu Lin to have Dong Xiaobai deliver a generous portion of skewered meat. Dong Xiaobai, with a sullen expression, tossed the skewers onto the counter and turned to leave. Li Qinyang called out to him, offering a few red bean buns for him to enjoy. Dong Xiaobai rejected them with a disdainful huff. "I have no interest in those." Yan Xuehuai rolled her eyes. "My mother's red bean buns are unparalleled. They are so sought after that one often has to queue for them. If it weren't for the skewers you brought, I would never consider giving you any." Dong Xiaobai waved a fist at Yan Xuehuai, declaring, "A gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too long to wait. Just you wait." Yan Xuehuai retorted with a cold smile, "Be cautious, for the world can be treacherous. Recklessness leads to peril. Watch yourself." Dong Xiaobai replied, To show mercy is not to strike. To strike is not to show mercy. Your end is near, Yan Xuehuai countered. Enduring a moment of anger can avert 100 days of disaster. Farewell, Dong Xiaobai proclaimed. In the world of martial arts, one cannot escape injury. I am not afraid. Yan Xuehuai waved him off. Very well. If you wish to be a wandering spirit, then wander on. I shall not bid you farewell. Upon witnessing his departure, Li Qingyang expressed her discontent, remarking, Why are you quarreling with a child? You appear to have yet to mature. Yan Xuehuai felt unjustly accused. Had she truly argued? It was evident she had not. Matters concerning the Jianghu should not be trivialized with the notion of quarrels. Rather, they engaged in a spirited exchange of ideas. The bustling scene on Jichang Street persisted throughout the day, and as evening descended, Fuxing arrived, accompanied by Hao Chong. It had been several days since Fuxing's last visit. He informed them that the Duke had been occupied with official duties, although Li Qingyang had been delivering meals to the Wujuan commander's residence. She had not brought any for them. In contrast, Hao Chong had been seen meandering about the streets with the personnel from the Wuqing division, having dined at the shop just 2 days prior at noon. This marked Fuxing's inaugural dining experience within the establishment, as he typically opted for takeaway meals. Li Qingyang promptly enlisted the help of L.V. Inger, who retrieved the menu. Just as Fuxing was about to take it, Hao Chong snatched it away, perusing its contents and declaring, braised pork with tofu skin, stir-fried meat, and let us have something light, perhaps garlic sauce with pork. L.V. Inger, taken aback, exclaimed, We have garlic sauce eggplant, garlic sauce spinach, and we can also prepare garlic sauce for the cucumber salad. You, my dear, seem to have misheard. What I desire is garlic sauce with pork. Hao Chong lamented, noting the young lady's apparent deafness despite her clever appearance. Fuxing could not suppress a chuckle. Turning to L.V. Inger and requesting, Please steam a grass carp for me, along with a dish of ants climbing a tree. At that moment, Yan Xuehuai emerged from the kitchen with a food box, and upon spotting Fuxing and Hao Chong, she approached to greet them. Just then, the door curtain was lifted, and Mou entered. Yan Xuehuai stood before the table of Fuxing and his companions. Mou glanced over, noticing Yan Xuehuai as well as Fuxing. Mou, my dear aunt? Yan Xuehuai called out once more. Mou, coming back to her senses, offered a slightly awkward smile and replied to Yan Xuehuai, Today, both De Wu and Er Wu were present. The old matriarch suggested that we order our meals together. Typically, only the meals from old lady Yi were ordered from Li Shiji, while Mou, Wu Jie, and Wu Rui prepared their own food. I apologize for the inconvenience. Even steamed buns and mantou would suffice. Mou glanced at the nearly filled tables, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yan Xuehuai chuckled and said, Not at all. Since we run a food establishment, we may not have much else, but we certainly have plenty to eat. Mou instinctively looked toward the table facing the entrance, where a plate of garlic sauce pork was served. A robust man with a square face savored his meal heartily, occasionally engaging in conversation, while the delicate-looking youth across from him seemed to dislike the garlic aroma. When the man spoke to him, the youth exaggeratedly covered his nose, and the man, unfazed, playfully blew air toward the youth. Mou couldn't help but smile, her gaze lingering on the youth's face. He was quite alert, immediately turning to look at her, prompting Mou to hastily lower her head and rise to head to the kitchen. Miss Huai, is there anything I can assist you with? Mou inquired. Yan Xuehuai, munching on a bun, replied indistinctly, No need, just look at me. I have nothing to do. In reality, there were tasks to be done in the kitchen, but after completing her work, Li Qingyang and Lu Ying would have to redo everything. It would be better for her to refrain from doing anything to avoid causing further chaos. Seeing Li Qingyang and L. Inger busy, Mou lowered her voice and inquired, That young gentleman sitting directly across from us, has he visited before? Who? Yan Xuehuai stretched her neck to look outside. Mou quickly pulled her back, cautioning, Don't let anyone hear. It's the table where I was speaking to you when I first arrived. Are you referring to Fusheng? He comes here often. He is a regular patron. Fusheng, is it? Do you know his surname and where he resides? By the way, how old is he this year? Yan Xuehuai blinked, swallowing the bun in her mouth. Mou, true to her name, was never one to prattle excessively. His surname is Qi. He is either 17 or 18. He is not from Pingqing. He just arrived this year. As Yan Xuehuai spoke, she observed Mou's expression. Unlike Lady Yi, who bore a constant demeanor, Mou's emotions were vividly reflected on her face. 17 or 18. A hint of delight flickered in Mou's expression. Where does he live? What family does he have? By the way, the person seated across from him. Could that be his brother? They look quite different. They cannot be biological siblings, can they? Is he perhaps adopted or purchased? Yan Xuehuai glanced at the half-eaten bun in her hand, realizing it was likely to grow cold. I don't know much about his family, but I do know he is associated with the Duke of Dinghua. He came to Xinjiang with the Duke this year. And the one sitting opposite him is not his brother. That is General Hao, who serves under the Duke. Mou's face radiated with heightened joy. The Duke of Dinghua bears the surname Qi, and so does he. Is he a relative of the Duke or merely a servant? Do you know? Are Fuxing and the Duke of Dinghua related? Yan Xuehuai could only shake her head. How could she possibly know such matters? He might be a servant, although he hardly resembles one. Have you ever seen a servant dining with a general? That is indeed true. Furthermore, Fuxing's attire does not suggest that of a typical servant. Rather, he appears to be the young master of a respectable household. At that moment, El Inger called out, "Young master, the meals for old Madame Yi are ready." Yan Xuehuai acknowledged with a sound and hurried over. After she exchanged a large food container and prepared to head to Shizihu, she realized that Mou was no longer in the shop. Scanning her surroundings, she inadvertently noticed Fuxing's eyes darting toward the entrance. As she stepped outside, she saw Mou standing at the door. "Oh, and Mou, why are you standing here?" Mou's expression was somewhat flustered and uncertain. "I was just peeking inside when that young gentleman named Fuxing spotted me." Yan Xuehuai chuckled. "He comes from the military and serves beside the Duke. He is quite vigilant. Do not mistake him for an ordinary commoner." Noticing that Mou still seemed reluctant to leave, Yan Xuehuai reassured her. "He visits often. You will have another opportunity to see him. Perhaps next time he comes. I could deliver a message for you?" No, Mou replied, accepting the food container from Yan Xuehuai. "There is no need for such trouble. Perhaps I am overthinking this." Yan Xuehuai remained silent as the two walked towards Persimmon Alley. Upon reaching Huichang Street, Mou could no longer contain herself and said to Yan Xuehuai, "There is a saying that nephews resemble their uncles. Have you heard of this expression?" Yan Xuehuai turned her head and inquired, "Does Fuxing bear a resemblance to Madame Ping's brother?" Mou was taken aback. "You guessed it? Oh, how clever you are." Yan Xuehuai replied, "I believe you might be mistaken about cleverness. Your demeanor is so overt that if I couldn't deduce it, I would be a fool indeed. Madame Ping is the wife of Ouyang Zan and the daughter-in-law of Old Lady Yi. Yes, he truly resembles them. Not only does he look like the young master, but also like the elder. His brow and eyes are reminiscent of the Ping family. Yet, as he sits there, he strikingly resembles the elder. When the elder was 17 or 18, he looked exactly like that. The elder Mou referred to as Ouyang Zan, the son of Old Lady Yi and once a celebrated scholar. So, you suspect Fuxing is the grandson of Old Lady Yi? Yan Xuehuai asked. Indeed. Should I inform the old lady now, or would it be wiser for De Wu and Heir Wu to investigate further before breaking the news to her? I fear she may be left with false hope, Mou lamented. With the status of the Duke of Dinghua. How could we ever have gathered information about him before? It was beyond imagination. If this truly is the young master, then the Duke of Dinghua would be a great benefactor. Sister Huai, just look at how well that child has grown. He is quite tall, isn't he? Yan Xuehuai found it quite remarkable. Fuxing had been seated all along. And Mou, how did you discern his height? With a refined and elegant demeanor. It was evident that she had received an education. Indeed, Sister Huai, he has been educated, has he not? Yan Xuehuai had no way of knowing. She was not omniscient. And Mou, you have observed me for quite some time. Can you discern that I am studying French? Perhaps, as he can comprehend the menu. However, not everyone can decipher a menu. One must recognize at least a couple of hundred characters to fully understand the words displayed. Chapter 91. Illumination, Second Update. And Mou. Your young master has been missing for over a decade. If it were so simple, he would have been found long ago. Just look at how close Shizi Hadong is to Huichang Street. If one were to search, they would have already located him, wouldn't they? I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. I fear that when the time comes, if you discover you have been mistaken, the sorrow will be even greater. Mou's excitement indeed waned, and tears began to fall. Yan Xuehuai felt weary. Please do not be disheartened. If Lady Yi were to see you, it would reveal everything. This matter is not insurmountable. When Fuxing comes again, I will inquire about him for you, perhaps where his family is from, what his father does, and how many brothers he has. However, in my shop, we must hire those whose backgrounds are well known. Individuals of the status of the Duke of Dinghua would only surround themselves with those whose ancestry has been thoroughly vetted. Whether Fuxing is a biological child or an adopted one, the Duke may already possess this knowledge. With this explanation, Mou readily accepted it. In affluent households, servants are categorized into ranks. Significant tasks are entrusted to those born into the family, much like Dai Wu and Heir Wu. Indeed, Fuxing's lineage must be impeccably clear. Not only is he innocent, but his identity should also be no secret. Those who are close to prominent figures often find themselves vulnerable to criticism. The political arena resembles a battlefield, especially for someone like the Duke of Dinghua, who navigates both realms. If she were Xuehuai, she would prefer individuals without familial ties or numerous relatives. Once a person has family, they become encumbered by numerous concerns and susceptible to threats. For instance, if someone were to abduct Fuxing's father and threaten him, saying, "If you do not poison Xuehuai, I shall kill your father," what choice would Fuxing have? He would have to choose between his father and Xuehuai. If he chose Xuehuai, it would be akin to facing an army of 1,000 troops on the battlefield. Thus, Yan Xuehuai's eyes widened, startling Mou. "What is it?" Yan Xuehuai replied, "I sense that your intuition may indeed be correct." Mou inquired, "What intuition? What are you referring to?" Despite her confusion, she understood the last two words, "Sister Huai." "You think I guessed right, don't you?" Yan Xuehuai comprehended Mou well, yet if only she believed it to be true, it would bear no significance. "Let us not disclose this to old Madam Yi just yet. I will inquire further before we proceed. By the way, does your young master have any birthmarks or scars?" "He has no birthmarks, but he does bear a scar. When he was a child, he was quite mischievous and accidentally knocked over a pot of hot tea on the Kong table. Poor thing. Although it healed, a scar remained on the outer side of his right big toe." Yan Xuehuai recalled that she had not seen a Kong table at old Madame Ye's residence. Perhaps after that incident, old Madame Ye decided to forego using it altogether. However, it would not be appropriate for Fuxing to remove his shoes for our amusement. Nevertheless, Yan Xuehuai had already conjured an imaginative scene of Fuxing falling into the water. The city moat was somewhat distant, but were there any puddles nearby? She could push Fuxing into one. As they conversed, the two had already arrived outside Lushu Alley. Yan Xuehuai instinctively peered into the alley. For several days now, she had stretched her neck to steal a glance whenever she passed this way. The two large doors had remained firmly closed, not locked, but securely shut. However, today, as she looked over once more, the door suddenly stirred. Yan Xuehuai instinctively halted her steps. She had come out a bit late, twilight was setting in, and the door slowly opened, spilling forth a warm glow. A figure emerged from the light. "Yan Qi." Yan Xuehuai immediately waved to him, saying, "By the way, the silver that old Madame Yi prepaid has been replenished twice already. Yan Qi, do you intend to live off those 10 taels forever?" Yan Qi also noticed Yan Xuehuai. Was it merely his illusion, or did it seem as though Yan Xiangcai gazed at him with considerable warmth? His heart skipped a beat as he walked slowly towards Yan Xuehuai. "What a coincidence," he remarked. "Not at all," she replied. "I currently reside in Persimmon Alley." Yan Qi was well aware that Yan Xuehuai and Li Qinyang had moved into old Madame Ye's residence. He was also privy to the details surrounding Li Qinyang's separation. Furthermore, he knew that the man next door to Li Shiji, who sold roasted snacks, harbored ill intentions towards Yan Xiangcai. According to Agate's vivid recounting, that man was utterly captivated by Yan Xiangcai's silhouette. Yan Qi noticed Mou, who had also come to a stop ahead, along with the food box in Mou's hand. Yan Xuehuai glanced behind Yan Qi, but did not see the person she had encountered before. "Have you eaten? I'm about to go to Li Shiji for a meal. Is there still a table available at your place today?" Yan Qi inquired. "When I left, it was fully occupied. But one table is nearly finished, so if you wait a moment, there will be space," he replied. Hearing that he intended to go to Li Shiji, Yan Xuehuai felt relieved. "Hurry up and eat. Don't forget to settle the bill." Yan Qi appeared eager to accompany her for the meal. Yan Xuehuai considered that there probably were no vacant tables at the shop at this hour, so she decided not to be polite and pretended to help Mou with the food box. Upon seeing this, Yan Qi quickly took the food box from Mou's hands, noting that it was rather heavy. Mou felt a bit embarrassed, while Yan Xuehuai felt justified. The three of them strolled towards Shitzi Hutong. Along the way, they exchanged no words and soon arrived at their destination. The large door slammed shut with a thud, and Yan Qi expressed a hint of helplessness. Upon seeing him return, Lu Jingxing laughed with a mischievous grin. How pitiable, running around like a headless chicken. Yan Qi shot him a glare, feeling slightly hungry, and remarked to Lu Jingxing, "Let us go together." Lu Jingxing felt elated within. He had intended to follow Yan Qi all along, but the latter insisted on going alone, which forced him to arrange for someone to protect him discreetly. However, having someone else safeguard him was far less reassuring than being by his side. Given the circumstances, he was almost certain that his suspicions were correct. The young lady at Li Shiji did not harbor any feelings for him. There is no need for you to be overly disheartened. There are countless beautiful sights in the world. Moreover, that young lady's appearance is merely average. Before Lu Jingxing could finish his words, Yan Qi interrupted, saying, "Be quiet. Her looks align perfectly with my aesthetic. Among all the women I have encountered in my life, aside from my mother, she is the most pleasing to my eyes." Chapter 92. The Intestines, Part 3. Lu Jingxing's mind raced, and in a flash of inspiration, a thought struck him. "I say, you wouldn't be contemplating marrying her, would you?" Yan Qi responded, "She is still quite young. I am not a beast like you." Lu Jingxing hastily covered his face with his hands. A beast? He certainly had not been fixated on that young lady, growing fonder with each glance. In comparison to Yan Qi, who truly embodies the essence of a beast. Of course, he could only ponder such thoughts internally. Lu Jingxing dared not voice them. Upon arriving at Li Shiji, they found that Fu Sheng and Hao Chong had already departed, having missed each other. Earlier that evening, Hao Chong and Qi Fuxing had visited Li Shiji, leaving just before the arrival of the two young masters. Lu Jingxing cast a sidelong glance at Yan Qi. "Now you grasp the notion of danger, do you?" "I do not believe I have encountered them before," Yan Qi replied. Lu Jingxing scoffed. "Do you believe that your entire family, along with us, and your brother, sister, sister-in-law, and brother-in-law, and their respective families, all have their likenesses in Qi Wei's possession?" Ignoring him, Yan Qi settled into the most comfortable chair and inquired of Pearl, "Is Qi Wei not in the capital?" If Qi Wei were in the capital, Qi Fuxing would not have dined out with Hao Chong. Due to the recruitment of soldiers, a rebellion erupted in Levang. The 1,000 household commander, Zhou Shangwen, hails from the Zhou family of Xinyang and is a relative of the late Empress Zhou. Additionally, the 100 household involved in this incident is Wei Bao, the nephew of Wei Ming. Although this may seem trivial, its repercussions are significant. Qi Wei personally visited the scene, and upon learning of his presence at Levang, Wei Ming hurried to the Empress Dowager to plead for forgiveness. The Zhou family from Xinyang also sought connections, aligning themselves with Prince Fu, as they are indeed relatives. Yan Qi chuckled coldly, remarking on the impressive influence of the Du family to have Qi Wei attend to such trifling matters. Lu Jingxing responded that only Qi Wei could manage this situation. With Zhou Shangwen and Wei Bao involved, who else would dare to intervene? There was no one else in the court besides Qi Wei capable of addressing the issue. Yan Qi abruptly slammed the table, rising to stride towards his chamber. Zhenju shrank her neck and glanced at Lu Jingxing as if seeking help, questioning why Yan Qi's temper seemed to be escalating with each outing. Lu Jingxing smiled, stating that it is merely the impetuousness of youth. Who does not have their moments of anger? Yan Qi had planned to assassinate Qi Wei, making all necessary arrangements, only to have them thwarted by that individual, resulting in a humiliating reprimand. Such disgraceful matters should remain concealed from others. Yan Xuehuai, finishing her last bite of chicken soup dumpling, contentedly remarked, "Mother, I was never abducted as a child, was I?" "Of course not, if you had been kidnapped. Could you still be here enjoying a late-night snack?" Li Qinyong rose to clear the dishes, to which Yan Xuehuai replied, "Mother, I wish to have dumplings filled with coriander tomorrow." The following noon, Yan Xuehuai stood outside the shop, waiting eagerly. Instead of Fu Sheng, she spotted Hao Chong, who was patrolling the streets with the Wuqing division. "Oh, Fu Sheng isn't with you?" she inquired. "That lad is focused on his studies and doesn't dare to roam about carelessly," Hao Chong replied, dismissing others as he purchased 10 steamed buns and took a hearty bite. The buns from Li Shiji were delectably greasy and utterly delightful. "Oh, Fu Sheng is indeed studying. Is he attending school?" she continued. "Doesn't he live with his family?" "He does, but the Duke is his family," Hao Chong stated, already on his 4th bun. Yan Xuehuai hastily prepared a bowl of lukewarm egg soup, which Hao Chong accepted and downed half in one gulp. "Fu Sheng is a relative of the Duke?" she mused, her expression filled with admiration. "Not exactly a relative. He was raised by the Duke." "Hey, you little girl, what do you keep asking about that lad for? You better not have feelings for him. He's full of mischief and not suitable for you." Yan Xuehuai could only force a smile, asking, "General Hao, are you married? How many people are in your family? How much dowry do you have saved? If you are not married, what do you think of me?" Hao Chong nearly choked on the egg soup, coughing and scolding. "Little girl, are you trying to amuse yourself at my expense? Go away." Yan Xuehuai burst into laughter, and despite his glare, Hao Cheng soon forgot about Fu Sheng. Just as Hao Cheng's group exited Huichang Street, Yan Qi and Lu Jingxing arrived shortly after. Yan Xuehuai extracted crucial information from Hao Cheng, leaving her in high spirits. Upon encountering Yan Qi and Lu Jingxing, she graciously offered them a plate of braised pig intestines. Yan Qi gazed at the dish before her and inquired of Lu Jingxing. "What is this?" Having tasted it before, Lu Jingxing responded, "This is pig intestines. When prepared well, they are exceptionally delicious." Yan Qi refrained from picking up her chopsticks and instead looked at Lu Jingxing. "You've had it? How is it that I have never tasted it?" Having grown up together, it seemed implausible that there were dishes Lu Jingxing had enjoyed that she had not. Lu Jingxing, feeling somewhat helpless, lowered his voice. "This dish is rather unsavory. It simply cannot be presented before you." "Where did you taste it then?" Yan Qi pressed. "In small roadside eateries, at various stalls, it is quite common." Realizing his words might have been inappropriate, Lu Jingxing hastily added, "I lack the courage to take you to such places, so I could only go alone." Yan Qi retorted, "You have been indulging without me." Lu Jingxing took a piece for himself, sampled it, and gave a thumbs up to Yan Qi. "Not bad. It rivals that from Tao's place. You can trust me to eat it." The intestines were braised to perfection, a harmonious blend of salty and sweet, with a delightful crunch and tenderness, retaining their richness. After savoring a few pieces, Yan Qi noticed the plate was empty upon reaching for more. She quickly beckoned to Yan Xuehuai, who was engaged in a hushed yet animated conversation with Mou while collecting rice. Though the words were inaudible, her lively expression hinted at a matter of great joy. What could possibly bring such delight to Yan Xuehuai? Had she struck a lucrative deal? The Yin family has incurred a substantial financial loss. Thus, Yan Xiangxai should now be well off. Yan Qi, momentarily perplexed, could not fathom any other matters that might bring joy to Yan Xiangxai besides the act of earning money. He suddenly realized that he was quite unfamiliar with her. This revelation left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The remark made by Hao Cheng, that he was raised by the Duke, felt like adding fuel to the fire, and Mou was so excited that his voice trembled. Yan Xuehuai watched in astonishment as the usually demure and composed woman fidgeted restlessly, her movements resembling a series of jumps. He worried that in the next moment, she might leap into the Duke's residence, tear off Qi Fuxing's shoes and socks, and pay homage to his feet. A shiver ran down Yan Xuehuai's spine. "Yan Qi, what a coincidence. I was waiting for you here." "Ah, is there something you need?" Yan Xuehuai inquired. "Indeed, I have a favor to ask." Yan Qi replied earnestly. Yan Xuehuai scrutinized him. "Are you seeking a loan?" Yan Qi wanted to deny it, but before he could, Yan Xuehuai had already produced a handful of coins, perhaps a dozen or 20. "This is for you. No need to repay it." Yan Qi reached out to accept the coins. "Thank you. You are truly generous." Yan Xuehuai smiled at him and proceeded to walk forward. Yan Qi hurriedly followed, matching her pace. "Is there anything else?" Yan Xuehuai halted. "Oh, I was looking for you men. It is said that fortune favors the foolish. And he seems to be doing quite well in business lately. Just look, there is one right before us. Is he selling his property? I heard that real estate in the new capital is in high demand. Why would he want to sell?" Yan Xuehuai questioned. Yan Qi sighed, remarking that the residence in question had been acquired not long ago and had never been inhabited. His family had not undergone a division, and now they were aware of his acquisition of private property. Consequently, as you can comprehend, Yan Xuehuai was once oblivious to such matters. However, since Li Qinyang and Yan Zhaoshi's divorce, she had frequently sought legal advice from Mr. Liu, who had assisted her in drafting legal documents. Having lived 2 lives, her greatest asset was her remarkable memory. She retained every piece of information Mr. Liu had imparted. In this context, if there is no division of the family, descendants acquiring private property could indeed find themselves in court. Naturally, a private settlement is an option, which entails the private property being surrendered to the family, and the individual would also face disdain from their kin. Thus, your friend is apprehensive about this residence being confiscated by the clan and wishes to expedite its sale, preferably to a discreet and trustworthy agent. The young lady's gaze was piercing, and Yan Qi sensed that the flames of urgency were about to ignite. Indeed, even if it meant accepting a lesser sum, the priority was to swiftly divest himself of the property. Additionally, that agent must be tight-lipped, should the matter be publicized. Yan Qi would find himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Yan Xuehuai expressed her sympathy, agreeing that even a minor loss would be preferable to a total loss. "Wouldn't you concur?" "Yes, you are absolutely right. That is precisely his sentiment. He wondered which agency the agent represents and their esteemed name. Yan Qi inquired hastily. Let us not rush. That individual is my friend. As long as the property is genuine and all procedures are in order, I assure you he will pursue this transaction. By the way, where is this residence located? How many entrances does it have? How many rooms? And what price does your friend wish to sell it for? Although my friend is a dentist, he is discerning about the business he engages in, and I must first assess the situation for him. Yan Qi nodded in understanding. In Wenzhou Hutong, the residence is modest, comprising merely 3 courtyards. However, it benefits from recent renovations and fresh paint. The previous owner was an esteemed retired Hanlon scholar who acquired this house for his son. Unfortunately, the son only resided here briefly before departing for the imperial examinations in the old capital. After achieving the title of Jinshi, he was assigned to Shaanxi. And 2 years ago, he brought his wife and child to join him. This year, the old scholar decided to sell the house, likely intending to use the proceeds to assist his son. Yan Xuehuai's eyes sparkled with renewed fervor. She was well acquainted with Wenzhou Hutong, having passed through it near the Treeman Academy. While it may not boast the vibrancy of neighborhoods close to Huichang Street, one could still observe a throng of elegant young scholars, either carrying bookboxes or clutching tomes. This is indeed the equivalent of an ancient academic district. How much does your friend wish to sell it for? Yan Qi responded. Although he purchased the property this year, the price was not exorbitant at the time. Moreover, he does not wish to conduct an ostentatious sale. He simply desires a swift transaction. He mentioned to me that he would sell it for cash. But I fear that such a hasty approach may arouse suspicion, and it might inadvertently reach the ears of his family. Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. Inquire with your dentist friend if 1,000 taels would be appropriate. 800 taels would also suffice, but if the price were to drop further, I suspect potential buyers may become wary. Yan Qi said earnestly. Yan Xuehuai furrowed her brow and asked, Has there been a murder in your friend's residence? Yan Qi was taken aback. No, absolutely not. Not even a dog has perished. Has water flowed through? Yan Xuehuai inquired again. That house has been uninhabited for 2 years. The stove is likely unusable. How could there be water flow? Yan Qi replied. Yan Xuehuai suggested. How about this? Tomorrow I will consult my friend. If he is willing to take on this business, I shall inform you. Does that sound agreeable? Yan Qi hurriedly responded. Yes, of course. Shall I come to the shop to find you tomorrow? No need. The shop is crowded. If someone overhears, it would not bode well for your friend. Let us meet here at the same time tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Yan Xuehuai proposed. Certainly. I shall wait for you here tomorrow. Yan Qi expressed his gratitude. Thank you immensely. Once this matter is resolved, I shall treat you to a meal. Yan Xuehuai replied. My family runs a food establishment. There is no need for you to treat me. You may treat yourself instead. As for your 10 taels of silver, I can extend it for another year. How about 100 taels? 100 taels? That seems rather excessive. Not at all. I have a hearty appetite. Very well. Watching Yan Xuehuai's figure fade around the bend of the road, Yan Qi joyfully struck his thigh, causing a sharp sting. What troubles you? Have you received news from home? Yan Qi was in high spirits, so much so that he felt inclined to inquire about the affairs of the Liu family. Lu Jinxing remained silent, casting a sorrowful glance in his direction. Yan Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Have you been abandoned by someone? It was not my doing. Do you have any idea how much effort went into that residence on Wenzhou Hutong? Yan Qi responded, I am beginning to understand now. Lu Jinxing, aren't you going to say something to me? From now on, whenever you dine at Li Shiji, charge everything to my account. Chapter 94. Pancakes. You could hardly conceal her excitement, her voice trembling as tears glistened in her eyes, clearly having just wept. No need, they will depart shortly. She lowered her voice further and added, the old lady is aware. Yan Xuehuai blinked. Didn't you mention waiting until the investigation was concluded before informing Lady Yi? What good news? What good news? Yan Xuehuai also felt a flicker of excitement. Mou whispered, it turns out that young Master Fuxing is quite renowned. There is scarcely an official in the new capital who is unaware of him. Yan Xuehuai was unfazed, finding it perfectly normal. Isn't this akin to having a favored eunuch by the emperor's side? One must have someone to curry favor with. The elder had several well-connected peers from the same cohort, who had also arrived in the new capital. De Wu and Heir Wu went to visit one of them. This particular gentleman belonged to the 6 ministries, and according to him, young Master Fuxing was discovered by the Duke on the streets. At that time, the Duke's wife had recently passed, and with no sons or daughters to his name, he, having spent years in the military, entrusted young Master Fuxing's upbringing to an old servantess family. When Fuxing reached the age of 10, he was sent to the military camp, where he honed his skills for several years before being taken under the Duke's wing. Yan Xuehuai nodded, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, Fuxing's origins were not a secret, as all within the officialdom were well aware. Dao Wu and Er Wu exerted tremendous effort to locate a child from years past. This child worked as an assistant in a shop and recounted that the steward of the benevolent hall often resorted to violence against them. Subsequently, a body was discovered in the river near the hall, prompting a report to the authorities. The steward fled, and upon investigation, it was determined that the child had indeed been killed by him. Over the years, many children had gone missing from that benevolent hall, leaving their fates uncertain. Whether they had escaped or had met a tragic end at the hands of the steward, cast into the depths of the river. The child could not recall anyone named Wen Tao, but mentioned a boy named Xiao Tao, who had been beaten by the steward and was never seen again. His fate, whether he had fled or had been killed, remained unknown. Mou wept inconsolably, while Yan Xuehuai, lacking a handkerchief, sought to comfort her. If Xiao Tao is indeed Fuxing, then perhaps he escaped and was taken in by the Duke, which would be a fortunate turn of events. You have seen for yourself. Fuxing appears quite well. Look at him. He does not seem to have suffered. How could he not seem to have suffered? He is so thin. Had he not been abducted by vile men, he would surely be plump and rosy by now, Mou cried. Yan Xuehuai struggled to envision what a plump and rosy Fuxing might look like, perhaps akin to a freshly steamed bun. Never mind. Perhaps it is better this way. Let us reserve the tears for Mou. Tears cleanse the soul and enhance beauty. Let her bask in her own beauty without disturbance. Early the next morning, Yan Xuehuai purchased 2 servings of crepes from a roadside vendor and proceeded towards Shunqing Street. As Yumin entered the dental clinic, she was promptly called outside. She handed over a set of savory pancakes, saying, "Here, I've added 3 eggs." Yumin accepted the offering, and the two squatted by the wall, enjoying their meal together. Once they finished, Yan Xuehuai concluded her discussion regarding the property on Wenjiao Hatong. "The matter is in my hands. I will visit your shop in the afternoon." "Great. My mother has taught Ingo to prepare braised meat, and we have made plenty at the shop. You can take some with you." Having reached an agreement, they parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. As Yan Xuehuai was leaving Shunqing Street, she spotted a familiar face in the distance, Jiao Yi, surrounded by admirers. She merely glanced at him and continued on her way. To her surprise, Jiao Yi called out to her, "Hey, you." "Yes, you. Indeed. Are you here to see UC? Looking to rent a shop again?" he inquired with a friendly demeanor. Yan Xuehuai touched her nose, recalling only the incident where she had bumped it. She couldn't remember having offended this gentleman otherwise. If he still held a grudge over that trivial matter, he either had an extraordinary memory or was rather petty. "I'm not here to rent. I'm just passing through." "Passing through, huh?" Jiao Yi also touched his nose. "Has your injury healed?" "Yes, thank you for remembering. It has long since mended." Indeed, he had a remarkable recollection. "That is wonderful to hear. Do stop by more often." Jiao Yi nodded at Yan Xuehuai and then continued on his way, still surrounded by his entourage. Yan Xuehuai was perplexed, having never heard of elections in the Great Wei dynasty. This brother seemed so approachable. It appeared to be a campaign for votes. The lunch had yet to be fully sold when Yumin arrived. Yan Xuehuai served him a bowl of rice topped with sauce. Yumin, too preoccupied to eat, said to Yan Xuehuai, "You know, at least half of the matters regarding this residence are indeed true." "Why only half?" Yan Xuehuai inquired. "The truth is, the residence once belonged to the esteemed Wan family, and it is indeed for sale this year. It has been purchased by someone from out of town, and it is neither a haunted house nor a site of fire disasters. All of this is true. However, I assert that only half is true because I have not heard any news about the house being on the market." Yan Xuehuai chuckled. Not having heard is actually correct. That residence was secretly acquired, and they dare not sell it openly. "What then? Have you truly decided to buy it?" Yumin was no longer the same Yumin of before. He had now conducted numerous business transactions. "I advise you to inspect the property. You have no idea how many tricks there can be in real estate transactions." "All right, you shall accompany me, and my mother will join as well," Yan Xuehuai replied. Chapter 95. Roses, First Release. Yan Xuehuai conveyed the matter of the property to Li Qinyang, who subsequently inquired with Yumin. Once assured that it was neither a haunted house nor one with water issues, she readily agreed to visit the property the following morning. Li Qinyang was genuinely concerned that her daughter might impulsively purchase a haunted house. As she had expressed to Yan Xuehuai, this residence was intended as a dowry for her daughter. It must not be a haunted dwelling, nor should it possess unfavorable feng shui. Will your friend be available tomorrow morning? With leisure time at hand, have you spoken to your friend about his interest in viewing houses? To be candid, our family is also contemplating the purchase of a property. Upon hearing this, my mother expressed great interest and is considering visiting tomorrow. Yan Xuehuai hurriedly responded, "Oh, why didn't you mention this sooner? I could speak to my friend and persuade him to lower the price." Yan Xuehuai quickly declined. Isn't that inappropriate? Wouldn't it be considered taking advantage of someone in need? Not at all. My friend is quite anxious. The fact that you are interested in purchasing his house would be a tremendous favor to him. He would be immensely grateful. That night, Yan Xuehuai dreamed of Yan Qi's sincere smile. Having lived 2 lifetimes without ever doing a good deed, she found it surprising that her first venture into home buying had transformed her into a benefactor. As the saying goes, a rose given to others leaves a lingering fragrance in one's hand. Yan Xuehuai set aside her pancake wrapped around savory meat and inhaled the aroma lingering on her fingers. Although it lacked the scent of roses, it certainly bore the essence of meat. The feeling of aiding others was truly delightful. When Yan Xuehuai, Li Qinyang, and Yumin arrived at Wenzhou Hutong, a young man in his 20s was gazing around at the entrance. He was dressed in a duck-egg blue silk robe, holding an ivory folding fan, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, and wearing a matching jade hairpin, clearly a scion of a wealthy family. The young man approached them and inquired if they were there to view houses. Yumin engaged him in conversation, and he led them to the innermost house of the Hutong. As soon as Li Qinyang approached the entrance, she was greeted by the sprawling rose vines extending beyond the walls. Though it was not the season for blossoms, the leaves were lush and verdant, a delightful sight. Yet, Yan Xuehuai's attention was fixated on the young man, sensing an unsettling peculiarity about him, though she could not articulate what was amiss. She held a deep regard for her intuition. Whenever she found herself in police custody, she could always discern the kindest officer among the throng. Troubled by her thoughts, she exhibited exemplary decorum, obediently trailing behind Li Qinyang. The residence comprised 3 courtyards, significantly larger than the 3-courtyard abode in Drum Tower Alley. Moreover, the 3rd courtyard was not merely a back room, but an authentic courtyard with both main and auxiliary rooms. All 3 courtyards were adorned with roses, their vines suggesting a history of many years. In the 2nd courtyard stood 2 pomegranate trees, while the 3rd courtyard boasted a single West Garden begonia. Just as Yan Xuehuai had mentioned, the house had recently been repainted and renovated, exuding a sense of freshness. Li Qinyang was particularly pleased to discover that both the main rooms of the 2nd and 3rd courtyards featured underfloor heating. Although the young man remarked that this heating system had been installed by the previous owner and had not been utilized for several years, suggesting the need for a craftsman to inspect it to prevent any blockages, Yan Xuehuai was utterly astonished, eager to experience it firsthand. Who would have thought that such ancient underfloor heating existed? The existence of this feature dispelled any awkwardness she felt. Subsequently, the focus shifted entirely to Li Qinyang and the young man as they commenced discussions regarding the price. A young man, who claimed the surname Wang, a name as common as grains of sand, was likely from one of the numerous affluent Wang families in the vast Wei dynasty. Li Qinyang inquired about the asking price for the residence. The young man scratched his head and tentatively replied, 500 taels? Li Qinyang and Yumin exchanged glances, and Li Qinyang furrowed her brow. Young Master Wang, please speak honestly. Is this residence truly yours? With a smile, Li Qinyang continued, why, young Master Wang, is this property being sold at such a low price? Indeed, it is so inexpensive that it raises suspicions. The young man wore a look of distress. You may have heard. Alas, I am nearly at my wit's end. My family has not split. My 3 uncles live under the same roof, counting my brothers and cousins. There are 12 of us in total. At one point, fortune smiled upon me, and I won quite a sum at gambling, which allowed me to purchase this residence. However, somehow this news reached my uncles, and they are now searching for the whereabouts of my property. I fear that if they manage to inform the authorities, I will see neither 500 taels nor even a single tael of silver. Alas, I am eager to sell it quickly. It turned out that the funds for the purchase had come from gambling. Such easy money was not valued. Upon observing young Master Wang more closely, Li Qinyang felt a pang of sympathy. He appeared to be a respectable gentleman, yet he was indeed a gambler. In that case, we shall not allow you to incur a loss. May I ask how much you originally paid for this residence? As expected, young Master Wang replied. I purchased it for 1,800 taels, as the previous owner was in urgent need of funds, hence the price was reasonable. Li Qinyang inquired curiously at Yumin, who nodded slightly in response. According to his investigations, the son of the esteemed scholar Wan was serving in the Northwest, and it appeared he had encountered some trouble. Wan, in a bid to gather funds, eventually ventured to the Northwest himself with a sum of money. Li Qinyang beckoned Yumin aside and whispered, "You are well versed in such matters. Is this residence purchasable?" Yumin's heart raced at the prospect. Had he possessed 500 taels of silver, he would have secured the property without hesitation. Regrettably, despite having engaged in a few ventures, he had only managed to save 150 taels. Although the house was reasonably priced, it remained beyond his financial reach. "It is indeed feasible," Yumin assured her. Li Qinyang then turned her gaze to her beloved daughter, Yan Xuehuai, who was flitting between the various rooms. Li Qinyang called her over and asked, "Do you fancy this house?" Yan Xuehuai replied with a smile, "I have heard that winters in the new capital are quite frigid, and this house has a heated kong. It seems quite appealing." Li Qinyang tenderly ruffled her daughter's hair, recalling their journey from the south during winter, when her delicate child had succumbed to the cold and fallen ill, leaving her frightened of the chill. "Very well, let us purchase it," she decided. Chapter 96, A Grand Gift, Second Update. Yan Xuehuai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mother, there is a corner gate at the back of the house. If we exit through there, we will find a small fenced area behind the wall, which likely belongs to this estate, though no structure has been erected. It is not large, but it would be suitable for raising a mule." As they entered the courtyard, there was ample space left vacant, sufficient to accommodate 4 large dogs. Li Qinyang's heart softened. Her daughter still remembered her beloved mule and dogs. Young Master Wang stood not far away, observing as Li Qinyang and Yumin approached. He hastily inquired, "Madam, have you reached a decision regarding the purchase?" Li Qinyang replied with a smile, "We have decided, yet the price remains unacceptable." Young Master Wang was taken aback. "Do you find it too expensive? How about 300 taels?" Li Qinyang, somewhat exasperated, thought to herself that perhaps he lacked confidence. 2,000 taels, she stated firmly. With a smile directed at Aunt Li Qinyang urged him to remain calm. She addressed young Master Wang again. "You purchased this residence for 1,800 taels. And considering your renovations, I shall add 200 taels, bringing the total to 2,000. How does that sound?" Young Master Wang, momentarily speechless, gaped before finally exclaiming, "Madam, there is truly no need for such an amount. I am not lacking in funds, I assure you." Li Qinyang responded with a gentle smile. "However, if I were to acquire this property for 500 taels, it would indeed be to your detriment. This residence in the new capital could very well be valued at 5 or 6,000 taels. My purchase at 2,000 taels is hardly a loss." As Wang Gongzi hesitated, Li Qinyang's smile faded, and she spoke earnestly. "Wang Gongzi, if you insist on selling this residence to us for merely 500 taels, I must suspect that there is some ulterior motive at play. As a businesswoman, I adhere to the principle of fairness in transactions. You acquired this property for 2,000 taels. If I were to pay you the same amount, neither of us would incur a loss, and we would remain even, with no debts between us. However, should you accept only 500 taels, given the current market value, it would be tantamount to gifting it to us. As we are mere strangers, my daughter and I cannot accept such a generous offering without being able to reciprocate appropriately. Thus, we must decline the purchase, and I suggest you seek other buyers." Wang Gongzi was momentarily taken aback, only regaining his composure when Yumin gently reminded him. Yumin carried the contract with her. And although Wang Gongzi still hesitated, he was evidently more concerned about Li Qinyang potentially walking away without buying the house. Reluctantly, he signed the contract. Li Qinyang paid the deposit, and they agreed to meet again the following day at the bank to settle the remaining amount, thereby securing the property for Li Qinyang and her daughter. On their way home, Yan Xuehuai quietly inquired of her mother, "Mother, how did you discern that Wang Gongzi intended to gift us the house?" Li Qinyang chuckled softly. "It is akin to a golden nugget falling from the sky, with throngs of people eager to seize it, yet it seems to pursue us alone, determined to land in our pockets. Do you think such a marvel could truly occur?" Of course not. In her past life, Yan Xuehuai had purchased countless lottery tickets, yet the most she ever won was barely enough for 2 bowls of beef noodles. In that residence, Yan Xuehuai instinctively sniffed her fingertips once more. This time, there was no trace of rose fragrance, nor even the scent of meat. Li Qinyang inquired, "My dear, do tell me the truth about this house. Who, pray tell, imparted this information to you?" Yan Xuehuai almost betrayed Yan Qi, but, for reasons unknown, the words that escaped her lips transformed into, "I overheard someone while purchasing sesame candies. I do not even know that individual. Thus, I initially harbored doubts and had you men investigate, which ultimately led us to view this property together. Li Qingyang gazed into her daughter's eyes, which remained as clear and pure as ever, devoid of deceit. With a sigh, she clasped Yan Xuehuai's hand, saying, "You have acted wisely. One must not place faith in hearsay, but rather rely on what is seen with one's own eyes. That child you men is commendable. It is thanks to him that we secured such an exquisite abode." Yan Xuehuai raised an eyebrow delicately, pondering how Yu Min could possibly deserve such gratitude. Although he played a part, without Yan Shi, where would they have discovered this residence? Yet, dear mother, this house demands 2,000 taels. She felt a pang of reluctance. Yan Shi had mentioned prices of 800 or 1,000 taels, while young Master Wang spoke of 500 taels. Yet her mother unilaterally raised the figure to 2,000. Alas, while Li Qingyang's reasoning was sound, the distinction between 500 and 2,000 taels remained painfully stark. Purchasing this house for 2,000 taels ensures our peace of mind, but do you think we could achieve tranquility if we acquired it for 500? Li Qingyang asserted. Yan Xuehuai mumbled, "Peace of mind? I feel quite at ease." In her previous life, she found solace within the precincts of the police station whenever departure loomed. She felt an overwhelming reluctance to leave. During those days of homelessness, had it not been for the prison's disapproval of her age, she would have eagerly sought residence there. What was there to feel uneasy about? Observing her daughter still fretting over money, Li Qingyang sighed and gently reassured her. "Aside from wanting to purchase a mule and a large dog, what else do you desire? Tell your mother, and I shall provide." Yan Xuehuai's interest was piqued as she began to enumerate her wishes with her fingers. "I wish to keep a tank of goldfish and several pots of flowers, preferably those that are hard to kill." She had never owned a pet nor tended to flowers. She had never possessed a home of her own. Li Qingyang regarded her with a smile that crinkled her eyes. However, Yan Xuehuai's gaze was drawn to a child by the roadside. A mere 7 or 8 years of age, clad in garments evidently altered from adult clothing, neither the color nor the style typical of a child's wardrobe. In a moment of clarity, Yan Xuehuai suddenly discerned why she felt a sense of disquiet regarding that young Master Wang. His attire, understated yet opulent, was crafted from fine materials, his fan was exquisite, and the jade he adorned was of high quality. Yet, on him, these possessions appeared as though they were stolen or borrowed. In the willow tree alley, Yan Qi stood in astonishment before the person before him. Convinced he had misheard. "Could you repeat that?" Hoopa fell to his knees with a thud, his expression one of utter despair. "Seventh Master. It is my failure to execute the task properly. Please, punish me." Lu Jingxing could not bear to witness the scene, concealing his face behind his fan. "Just smash it." "Haha." Yan Qi emphasized his tone, articulating each word with precision. "I require you to repeat what you just said." Amber blinked vigorously a few times, however. He was not a pearl, and despite the strain, no tears were shed. "Speak." Yan Qi struck the table with a resounding clap. Startled, Amber's eyes widened in alarm. That lady offered 2,000 taels, claiming that neither she nor I would suffer a loss. She is a businesswoman, firm in her principles, and she asserted that purchasing that residence for 500 taels would be tantamount to receiving it as a gift. We are strangers to her and cannot bear such a lavish present, nor can we return it. Lu Jingxing could no longer contain his amusement and let out a chuckle. Yet, Yan Qi's icy gaze pierced through the fan directed at him, prompting Lu Jingxing to snap the fan shut and pat his thigh. "Seventh Master. You have not misjudged her. That Lady Li possesses keen insight and an imposing presence. With a mother like her, it is evident that Lady Yin is no ordinary person." Yan Qi regarded him intently. "Do you truly believe that?" Chapter 97. Calligraphy. I Am Petty offers additional rewards. Lu Jingxing lifted his chin. "Indeed." Yan Qi cast another glance at him before turning back to the kneeling Amber. "Did I not instruct you to propose a price of 1,000 or 800 taels?" Amber sniffled, striving to infuse his voice with a tone of sorrow. "I have remembered your words. Yet that Lady Li appears exceedingly shrewd. I feared that if I quoted a higher price, she might withdraw her offer, so I mentioned 500 taels. I scarcely know how those words escaped my lips. And I am nearly consumed with regret." Lu Jingxing could not help but exclaim, "It was you who mentioned 1,000 taels or 800 taels. If the buyer finds it too expensive, then simply lower the price. Sell it once the money is offered. Had you not made that remark? This fellow would never dare to negotiate a lower price." Yan Qi cast him a sidelong glance and inquired, "Is Miss Yin satisfied?" Hoopa quickly responded, "Miss Yin should be quite pleased." She looked around thoroughly, especially when the smaller one mentioned the presence of a ground dragon in the house. She appeared particularly content. Lu Jingxing remarked. She hails from the south and has never resided in a house with a ground dragon. Yan Qi glared at him. Is it shameful not to have lived in a house with a ground dragon? Not at all. In fact, most southerners have not experienced it. I certainly had tea during my time as your companion. Lu Jingxing slapped himself on the mouth, cursing his own tongue. Yan Qi, uninterested in his antics, turned to Hupu and asked, when Madame Li mentioned 2,000 taels, did Miss Yin say anything? No, I remember distinctly. Miss Yin did not say a word. Hupu replied promptly. Regardless, Yan Qi's mood lightened somewhat, and he waved his hand, dismissing Hupa. She exited as if granted a reprieve, only to realize later that she had been sweating nervously. Upon lifting her head, she saw Zhenju, who was watching her with a mischievous grin. You didn't slip up, did you? Hupa shot him a glare. Do you think I'm you? Miss Yin has never seen me. I'm one to give myself away. Zhenju scoffed. If I were in your position today, I could certainly persuade Madame Li to spend 500 or even 800 taels to acquire that residence. Hupa retorted. In any case, they would never send you. Boast as you wish. It was I who initially delivered medicine to Miss Yin, and at that time, I did not expose myself, unlike you, who turned the sale of a house into a legendary tale. Indeed, transforming a property valued at 500 taels into one sold for 2,000 is nothing short of remarkable. Returning to Li's food record, lunch had nearly sold out. Yan Xuehuai discreetly pulled Lu Yinger aside and whispered, Has Fuxing come today? Lu Yinger shook her head. No? What about General Hao? Yan Xuehuai inquired again. Lu Yinger responded with another shake of her head. Not him either. By the way, the men from the 5 cities division came by today and each had a bowl of rice topped with gravy, but General Hao did not join them. Noticing Yan Xuehuai's disappointment, Lu Yinger curiously remarked, Today, Aunt Mou asked the same question. Indeed, Mou seemed even more concerned about Fuxing's absence. As evening descended, Fuxing and Hao Chong remained conspicuously absent. Yan Xuehuai found it rather peculiar. When Duke Dingwo was away, Fuxing would study in the residence, only occasionally venturing out. However, Hao Chong, who usually mingled with the men of the 5 cities division, would come daily, often bringing back some buns even without the need to cook. Yet today, both were nowhere to be found. The following morning, Li Qinyang did not allow Yan Xuehuai to accompany her but took Xiang Bo instead to the pawn shop on Shunqing Street. Yan Xuehuai did not insist on joining. Although Xiang Bo limped slightly, he was still a martial artist, and she felt quite at ease with his protection. Young Master Wang was already waiting there. Li Qinyang handed over the banknotes to him, and Yumin swiftly completed the necessary paperwork for both parties. Thus the house now belonged to Yan Xuehuai. Indeed, it was Yan Xuehuai. Li Qinyang placed the house in Yan Xuehuai's name. She wished to provide her daughter with more possessions. In addition to the house, she desired to acquire a shop and a farm. If she could not bestow upon her daughter a prosperous lineage, then she would ensure her daughter would live a life free from financial worries, able to hold her head high whether she marries or is married into. Are you not moving soon? Li Qinyang inquired. That location is too distant from the shop. Once everything is settled, we will only be able to visit occasionally. As long as the matriarch does not evict us, we shall continue to rent this house. This had been discussed between Yan Xuehuai and Li Qinyang. A food shop operates differently from other establishments, while other shops close at dusk. A food shop must wait until the last customer departs. If the shop could employ a few more workers, it would be manageable, reminiscent of the bustling times when they ran a restaurant in the south. However, now Li Shiji could only afford to hire 2 staff members, requiring the proprietress and the young master to be hands-on in every aspect. Therefore, residing nearby would be more convenient. Yet, having their own home transformed their spirits. For 2 whole days, the mother and daughter were filled with joy, planning to inquire about furnishings in a few days. With their own dwelling, they could no longer settle for second-hand furniture. Throughout those 2 days, Fu Sheng did not appear, nor did Hao Chong. However, Yan Qi visited. He approached as if nothing were amiss and asked Yan Xuehuai, Have you been to see the house? Recalling Li Qinyang's earlier words, Yan Xuehuai felt a stir in her heart and inquired, You are unaware? Yan Qi replied earnestly, I truly do not know. Yan Xuehuai lowered her voice. My mother has purchased that residence. By the way, she is unaware that you were the one who introduced it. Please, do not mention this in the shop. Yan Qi promptly replied, This matter has nothing to do with me. Rest assured, I shall remain silent. Yan Xuehuai felt a sense of relief, though she was uncertain why she had been so concerned. By the way, you mentioned that after the deal was successful, you would set aside 100 taels. You haven't forgotten, have you? Yan Qi quickly produced a stack of banknotes, 10 taels each, totaling exactly 100 taels. Let me provide you with a receipt. Yan Xuehuai took the money and prepared to leave. Yan Shi called out to her, "There's no need. I won't run off." He had said something similar last time. Yan Xuehuai suddenly found him quite intriguing. She laughed heartily and proceeded to write a receipt that resembled a scroll, handing it to Yan Shi. "Your handwriting possesses a unique character," Yan Shi remarked. Yan Xuehuai retorted, "If you find it unsightly, feel free to say so. I have never practiced calligraphy. Being able to write like this is already quite commendable." Yan Shi expressed his astonishment. To write so well without any practice is indeed impressive. "I think so too," she replied. In truth, Yan Xuehuai was quite curious about Li Qinyang, wondering why her handwriting was so poor. In her past life, she had not learned calligraphy. But the original owner could read. Why, then, had she not practiced writing? "I have a copybook that someone gifted me. I find the characters too delicate, so I have never practiced it. If you wish to learn, I can lend it to you. It serves no purpose sitting unused with me." Yan Xuehuai did not hesitate. "All right, consider it a loan. I shall return it to you once I have practiced." She was acutely aware of the ancient reverence for books, which were considered invaluable, including calligraphy scrolls that were sometimes shared only among close friends and relatives, rendering them virtually unavailable for purchase. Chapter 98. Fresh meat. As she stepped outside, she immediately spotted Dong Wanqian and Dong Xiaobai emerging from across the street. The siblings noticed her as well. Dong Xiaobai raised his small head high, nostrils flaring, as if he were awaiting a bird from the heavens to relieve itself in his mouth. Meanwhile, Dong Wanqian gestured towards Yan Xuehuai with a clenched fist from across the road, to which Yan Xuehuai responded with a mocking grin, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Dong Wanqian was visibly irked but could only fume in silence, for there was another person behind them, Lu Lin. Lu Lin offered a sheepish smile to Yan Xuehuai, gently ushering the two towards the tavern, a direction opposite to hers. Yan Xuehuai had discreetly inquired and learned that the Dong siblings and Lu Lin were still residing at the Tongfu Inn. In these times, bandits were genuinely affluent. She recalled how she and Li Qinyang could scarcely afford to stay at an inn after just a few days. Yan Xuehuai mused that had it not been for her capable and skilled mother, her long journey might have led her down the path of banditry. Upon reaching the familiar spot from her previous visits, Yan Xuehuai instinctively glanced towards the roadside, and indeed, she spotted Yan Shi. Yan Shi approached briskly, a radiant smile lighting up his face. "What a coincidence," Yan Xuehuai remarked, her words lacking sincerity. "I waited specifically for you," Yan Shi replied. "Is there something you need?" Yan Xuehuai echoed her previous inquiry. "Not long ago, you had someone following me, didn't you?" she asked directly. Yan Shi rubbed his face, which appeared to be flushed and overheated. The new capital is steeped in unrest, with an increasing number of vagrants. Although the previous Lu Sanner had been bribed, one can never be too certain of the ill-intentioned individuals lurking about. The thoroughfare bustles with life during the day but turns desolate at night. I harbor no ulterior motives. Truly I don't. Yan Xuehuai came to a halt, gazing directly at Yan Shi. Who is that person? Which person? Yan Shi felt momentarily disoriented. The one following me. Yan Xuehuai replied. His name is Agate. He is my trusted attendant. Yan Shi had no choice but to speak candidly. He was caught off guard, never anticipating that Yan Xiangcai would not only discover this but also cast suspicion upon him. Well, fine, I understand now. Please thank him for me. Yan Shi was taken aback. Why should he thank Agate? Shouldn't gratitude be directed towards him instead? He quickened his pace to catch up with Yan Xuehuai once more. Yan Xuehuai kept her gaze straight ahead, allowing him to follow in silence. As they reached the persimmon alley, Yan Shi could no longer contain himself. When do you plan to move? Yan Xuehuai turned to him. Are you offering to help with the move? Is that permissible? Yan Shi retorted. Yan Xuehuai chuckled softly. Do you harbor ill intentions toward me? In that fleeting moment, Yan Shi's expression shifted from crimson to pale and back to crimson again. Yan Xuehuai found it amusing. Yan Shi appeared to be no more than 17 or 18. Had he been struck by a revelation? I have no malicious intent. Rather, I hold affection for you. Upon uttering those words, Yan Shi wished to strike himself, a departure from his carefully laid plans. He had intended to approach her feelings gradually, subtly conveying his sentiments to Yan Xiangcai. How had he let it slip? Let it be. What's said is said, whether one extends their head or withdraws it. The outcome remains the same. Might Yan Xiangcai be rendered speechless? Yet, Yan Xuehuai was not daunted. She smiled. She believed that certain matters ought to be clarified. Although Yan Shi possessed an appealing visage and was quite generous, Yan Xuehuai was not merely a 14-year-old girl in her past life. She had lived until the age of 22. She reached out and tugged at Yan Qi's sleeve, causing him to startle, unsure of her intentions. Yan Xuehuai lifted his sleeve and remarked, on Weichong Street, there are 2 silk shops, one of which is the largest and most comprehensive in the entire new capital. Yet, even in that establishment, there are no fabrics akin to yours. But as for such garments, you do not possess merely one, but rather in abundance. Since my family has established a shop here, I have yet to see you don the same outfit twice. She released Yan Qi's sleeve and raised her own hand, displaying her sleeve for his inspection. Take a look at the fabric of my attire. This is my finest garment. The Yin family incurred losses, allowing my mother to afford such a creation. I appreciate your admiration for me, but we are not of the same ilk, truly. Perhaps you find your stay here rather dull and seek amusement through me. Yet I have numerous matters to attend to and cannot afford to indulge in frivolity with you. You are the scion of a prestigious family, yet I am also my mother's cherished treasure. I am grateful for your assistance in securing a reasonably priced and quality residence for my family. Should you visit my shop for a meal in the future, I shall ensure an extra dish is served to you each time. As a humble household, the only way we can repay you is with this additional dish, nothing more. So please do not entertain any grander notions. Yan Xuehuai concluded her words and departed, this time truly leaving, as the heavy iron gate slammed shut, leaving not even a shadow for Yan Qi. Zhenju wished to follow inside to serve, but Lu Jingxing called out to him. Did you not notice he emerged as if from the furnace? Your skin is too tight. Do you wish him to loosen it for you? Lu Jingxing fanned himself vigorously, leisurely remarking, he was likely driven out. Surely not. Zhenju expressed disbelief. How could his young master be expelled? Impossible. As soon as Agate entered, she dashed towards her room, but was seized by Zhenju. Where are you going? Let me go. Brother, grant me a way out, Agate replied, breaking free from Zhenju's grasp and darting away. No sooner had she left than Yan Qi stormed out, fuming. Where's Agate? Where is she? Zhenju, lacking any sense of loyalty, pointed towards Agate's room. Upon returning to Shitzi Alley, Yan Xuehuai harbored little emotion, although a hint of regret lingered in her heart. After all, Yan Qi was undeniably handsome. However, beauty held little value. Their backgrounds were incompatible, whether in the era she had lived or in the present day of Wei. Such mismatched unions seldom yielded favorable outcomes. Moreover, at her 14 years of age, in this age of strict moral codes, she had no objections to pursuing a fruitless romance with a charming youth. Yet Li Qinyang would never permit it. No. Li Qinyang would chop the young man into pieces and turn him into braised meat. Chapter 99. Kanji Yan Xuehuai did not dwell on these thoughts for long, as she soon drifted off to sleep. Li's food diary remained bustling with activity. Lu Ying'o had already learned to cook some simple dishes, while Xi and Xiang, though not adept at cooking, was skilled in chopping wood and tending the fire. Overall, despite the business flourishing more than before, Li Qinyang found herself considerably more at ease. Just as the two of them reached the door, it swung open from the outside, revealing none other than Fu Xing. He had not appeared for 3 or 4 days, and upon seeing him, Li Qinyang broke into a smile. What brings you here so late today? Without a second thought, she reasoned that the Duke of Dinghua, being a busy man, might have found himself hungry at this hour and sent Fu Xing to fetch a late-night snack. I apologize, madam, but does the shop have kanji? The same kind as before. Li Qinyang had an excellent memory. Although Fu Xing was a regular patron of Li's food diary, he had seldom purchased kanji. The most memorable instance was when the Duke of Dinghua fell ill, and Fu Shang came to buy convalescent meals. She had given him the pot of kanji she had prepared for her daughter, pot and all. Is the Duke unwell again? The moment the words escaped her lips, Li Qinyang realized she should not have asked. She opened the food box in her hand and said to Fu Shang, please wait a moment. Kanji requires slow cooking over low heat. It is not something that can be hurried. Fortunately, tonight, she had also prepared kanji for Yan Xuehuai's late-night meal. Xi and Xiang stoked the fire, while Lu Ying'er deftly placed the leftover buns from the day back into the steamer. Li Qinyang chopped half a cucumber, mixed it, and placed it in a small bowl, then cut the pickled radish she had prepared into fine shreds, adding it to the food box. She removed the 4 small shumai that had been inside and replaced them with the reheated buns, adding a few marinated eggs as well. She said to Fu Xing, the buns are for you. These are the last few remaining. If they are insufficient, you may have the marinated eggs instead. It was only then that Li Qinyang took a closer look at Fu Xing. After several days apart, he appeared to have lost weight, with dark circles under his eyes, a clear indication of poor sleep. Fu Xing expressed his gratitude and turned to leave Li Shiji. The proximity to the Wujuan mansion suggested that Fuxing must have come from the duke's residence. With the food box in hand, he hurried to Qi Wei's bedroom. Where Qi Wei lay on the bed, his complexion pale. Upon seeing Fuxing, Su Jiaxing inquired, "You did not let anything slip, did you?" Fuxing ignored him. Opening the food box to arrange the porridge and 2 side dishes on the small table beside the bed, Bai Kong immediately approached. Retrieving a silver needle from the table to inspect each dish, nodding at Fuxing to indicate that he could proceed to feed Qi Wei. Fuxing assisted Qi Wei into a sitting position, placing a supportive pillow behind him. Qi Wei glanced at the food set aside, his gaze settling on the clay pot. It was the same pot he had seen last time, but now it bore a small cloth cap, seemingly to prevent scalding. Fuxing, misunderstanding, reassured him, "Rest assured. This porridge was brought from Li Shiji. I was careful with it on the way and did not spill a drop." The porridge was somewhat hot, and Qi Wei ate slowly. This was his first meal in 3 days. The porridge was a simple rice porridge, fragrant, soft, and perfectly textured, melting in the mouth. The aroma of rice filled his palate, soothing his stomach, complemented by the crispness of the cucumbers and the sweet tangy radish shreds. Had it not been for the doctor's admonition to eat sparingly, Qi Wei would have been tempted to devour it all, although he had eaten little. Qi Wei's pale face finally regained some color. He said to Fuxing, "Please fetch the military reports from the past few days." "Your Grace, Dr. Chun has advised that you should rest more," Fuxing replied, remaining stationary. "Obey my command. Go and bring them." Qi Wei smiled. "I am fine. The King of Hell refuses to take me." As he reached the doorway, he unexpectedly collided with Wei Mingzheng, who was also hurrying. In an unprecedented manner, Wei Mingzheng ignored him and strode inside. "Your Grace, we are too late. The Tao family has perished. 12 souls, not a single one left alive." Qi Wei sighed. "Inform the men at El camp of this matter, so they comprehend the fate of those who were silenced." He then turned to Su Jiaxing. "Where is Hao Chong?" "He is confined. Without your orders, I dare not release him," Su Jiaxing replied. "Tell him I am well now. Send him a few books," Qi Wei instructed. Fuxing set down the military reports and picked up one of the books, saying to Qi Wei, "Do not strain your eyes. I shall read it to you." Qi Wei nodded and said to Bai Kong and Su Jiaxing, "You have stood guard all day. It is time for you to rest." He then addressed Wei Mingzheng. "You should also take your leave." Su Jiaxing could not contain his frustration and exclaimed, "It is not just Hao Chong. I too wish to slay those scoundrels." He had been poisoned. Passing by a small post station named Zujie, their group had previously stopped, consuming their own provisions and drinking their own water. But the horses had feasted on the fodder provided by the station. After departing from Zujie, Qi Wei drank water only once during the journey. From a water pouch secured to the saddle, a slender needle was inserted into the pouch, through which the poison infiltrated the water. Tao Qing, the stable hand at Zujie, was the sole outsider who had approached Qi Wei's warhorse. He had once attempted to feed the horse with fodder he carried, and although he was stopped, he nonetheless placed the fodder aside. Wei Mingzheng located Tao Qing's home, but the Tao family had vanished without a trace. It was not until today that he discovered the bodies of the Tao family, over 50 li away from Zujie, in a mountain hollow, identified by the neighbors. The remains of 12 individuals, young and old, lay there, none missing, all perished.